Disciple, are you feeling quite proud of yourself? In the boudoir, a graceful beauty dressed in a white gauze skirt, with a pink corset embroidered with two plump fish, and a face like a peach blossom, lightly bites her red lips, glaring angrily at the handsome you in front of her. Master, what are you talking about? This is what you promised me yourself. I am your master. He. You let out a series of villainous laughs, rubbing your hands together, scaring the beauty on the bed to retreat repeatedly. The beauty closed her eyes, her bare feet kicking like wind and fire wheels, but after waiting for a long time, she saw no action from you. She opened her beautiful eyes and found you intently staring at her. Disciple, what are you looking at? Your eyes are staring straight. Why don't you move? I see. No, wait. I am now. Disciple, why do you care what I look at? Disciple, you dare to disrespect your master. I will not let you go. Master, oh master, I have already broken through to the golden core realm, while you are still in the pseudo-core realm. What do you have to not let me go? You were originally from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, on a dark and stormy night. At the age of 16, you had just finished your daily duty of guarding Widow Lee while she bathed and were walking home on a small path. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder. When you woke up again, you found that you had turned into an abandoned baby. Amid your desperate cries, you were discovered and taken home by a family. This family's surname is Lin, and they run a small business in the town. After many years of marriage without children, your appearance made them feel it was the result of their daily prayers, a blessing bestowed upon them by heaven. But when you were 6 years old, you encountered Li Mengxian, the leader of the rebellious sect, who was descending the mountain for training. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, you felt dizzy, and when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself in a fantasy world, completely bewildered. After Li Mengxian explained, you learned that you possessed an extremely rare and special constitution in the cultivation world, the pure yang sacred body. The pure yang sacred body is also known as the semi-immortal body, and as long as you work hard, the probability of achieving immortality in the future is as high as 51%. However, do not underestimate this probability of over 50%. Among cultivators, very few can even reach the later stages of cultivation, let alone ascend to immortality. Under Li Mengxian's strict requirements, you only had 2 hours of rest each day, with the rest of the time dedicated to cultivation. Li Mengxian watched you for 12 hours a day, making it difficult to slack off. In addition to the physical training, there was also the torture of mental strain. A mature older sister spent every day with you, and Li Mengxian would never have thought that an old pervert soul was housed in a little kid's body. The two of you bathed together and slept together from a young age, and Li Mengxian had a rather unrefined quirk: she liked to sleep naked. This was quite painful for you and even caused you to develop a sleepwalking problem. The days of cultivating immortality are both painful and joyful. Before being taken away by Li Mengxian, my adoptive mother, who had been infertile for many years, was already pregnant, and the town's old doctor had even predicted it would be a boy. Calculating the time, the child should be about 9 years old now. After 10 years at Shueihua sect, although you have never gone down the mountain to visit, you have still inquired about news a few times through Li Mengxian. The Lin family's business has been growing bigger and has expanded from the town to the county. The reason the pure yang body is called a semi-immortal body is that it learns quickly. With the dual support of talent and diligence, you practiced qi for a year, established your foundation in 3 years, and took another 6 years to form the golden core. In just 10 years, you completed the path that Li Mengxian had not finished in 35 years, breaking all the fastest records in the history of Shueihua sect, and just 3 days ago, you became the only golden core expert in Shueihua sect today. But for Li Mengxian, the good show has just begun. At 16, it is the age when one's eyes light up at the sight of beautiful women, while she, Li Mengxian, is 35, the age when a woman is mature and charming. The two of them are together day and night, like dry wood in fierce fire, an invisible flame burning more and more fiercely. Since you broke through to the golden core realm 3 days ago, you have transformed into a disobedient disciple who betrays the master and ancestors. You don't even pretend anymore. Li Mengxian is at a loss, not knowing what this disobedient disciple is up to, always playing tricks on her. She has already lost her own benefits to this disciple, yet you still hesitate to break through the last layer of paper, which is clearly making things difficult for her, and she is enduring it with great difficulty. The feeling of scratching an itch through the shoe is something that cannot be truly understood without experiencing it personally. The allure of the pure yang sacred body is simply too great for women. She guards you every day as if holding onto a treasure mountain. The fact that she has managed to refrain from stealing from the treasure until now makes Li Mengxian want to set up a chastity monument for herself. But for now, she has no choice but to temporarily part ways with you for a while. Good disciple, don't you want to take a look at the beautiful spring scenery outside? I'm not interested in the scenery. With your cultivation, you are capable of toppling a dynasty, becoming a prince or a minister, wielding the power of life and death while awake. and enjoying the beauty of women while drunk. Isn't this the ultimate dream for boys like you? You lazily lie on Li Mengxian's lap in the fragrant boudoir of the sect leader of the Shuiyue sect under the Qian sacred land. You want to drive me away? 10 years ago, you kidnapped me to this godforsaken place. Didn't you ask for my consent? Li Mengxian gently placed her hands on your shoulders and rubbed them, saying, isn't it for your own good that I don't let your talent go to waste? Look at you, a 16-year-old at the golden core stage. You would stand out in any sect. Once I break through to the golden core realm, we will go together to cultivate in the Qian sacred land of the upper realm. That will be the true sacred place for cultivation. Upper realm? Is there a fairy realm above the upper realm? It's all the same, just a change of soup but not the medicine. Fighting back and forth. Where is it as fragrant as you? Master, delicate and caring? By the way, wear that pink little outfit tonight, the one with 2 fish embroidered on it. I want to see the fat-headed fish swim. Hearing this, Li Mengxian's face was flushed with embarrassment, and she softly said, it was indeed wrong of me to take you away without permission. It's been 10 years since you left home. Why not go back and see them? If I go back now, it would disturb their lives, right? My adoptive parents already have their own children, and their business is getting bigger. I could take some time to visit them and bring them some elixirs. Even so, when it comes to my adoptive parents, although I have inquired about them a few times and know they are doing well, I still miss them very much. After 10 years of cultivating, it's time to come down the mountain and see my adoptive parents. As for what my master said about the upper realms Qian sacred land, I really don't want to go. Just from the name, you can tell it's a stepping stone. It's better to stay here, with a beautiful master, and have a few more litters of little ones. Isn't that nice? Now I am also a master at the golden core stage. At least in this world, I can be considered very powerful. Why not simply bring my adoptive parents over to enjoy family happiness together? Wouldn't that be wonderful? The more you think about it, the more excited you become. And you sit up directly, master. Pack your things, I'm going down the mountain. Li Mengxian looked helpless, thinking to herself, I've already prepared to force my way tonight, and now you want to go down the mountain? You'll be criticized by countless people. There's no rush to go down now. But she said, tomorrow I'll prepare some local specialties for you to take back to your adoptive parents. Don't you still want to see the big-headed fish? Big-headed fish. Your eyes instantly lit up with excitement, and you cleared your throat. It's getting late. Master, you should go take a bath. Li Mengxian couldn't help but roll her eyes at you, thinking about this pretentious disciple. A typical case of repressed desire. Li Mengxian got up to take a bath, and you excitedly rolled around on the bed a few times, sensing that tonight you would accomplish something big. Your adoptive parents would be back soon after. One morning, Li Mengxian looked at you like a little wife, and you raised a sword like that sword into the sky, transforming into a point of light that disappeared into the heavens. Li Mengxian couldn't help but recall what happened last night, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift, followed by an uncontrollable laugh. Following the remnants of your memory and various inquiries, you arrived at a place that was both familiar and unfamiliar, the Lin's fabric store. But before you got close, you saw that the storefront was in a state of disrepair, as if it had been vandalized, and the doors and windows were sealed with notices. You asked the owner of a neighboring shop, shopkeeper, what happened to the Lin's fabric store? Why is it sealed? The owner of the neighboring shop saw that although your clothing was simple, the fabric was clearly of high quality, and you wore a jade pendant at your waist. Although you looked unfamiliar, you were not someone he could afford to offend. So he said, young master, you may not know, but Manager Lin offended a powerful person and was taken to the county jail. What about the other members of the Lin family? Besides Manager Lin? Lin Tianqi heart-shocked. The impression of their own adoptive father is a very shrewd and smooth businessman. Adoptive mother is not love trouble and how to offend people for no reason. Hey, I'm not really sure. I just heard that the steward of the county governor's family was offended, and it's all because of the money. It's so hard for the people to live in peace. After the shopkeeper's whining, Su realized that he said the wrong words. Some vain look around, only then lowered his voice and continued, Prince or do not care about this idle matter. The people do not fight with the officials. The county governor's housekeeper, that is also half the official miles. AI. Thank you, Mr. Boss, for your righteousness. Lin Tianqi already roughly understood the cause of this matter, threw down a piece of gold, set up his flying sword and ran towards the county office. This is an immortal. Ning County, as the transportation hub of the Great Xia dynasty to the Faya Kingdom, was very prosperous in trade, but also for this reason. The people and things in Ning County are extremely complicated. The passing merchants come from the entire southwest region of the Daxia imperial dynasty. The southwest people are swarthy by nature. The strength of the clans is intricate and complicated, and fights happen from time to time. In order to suppress these clans, the magistrate here is extremely powerful. Excessive power will certainly breed excessive desire, upward and downward. Even the steward of the county master's home is a bully in the county. There are also no how to say, this steward or, uncle, nephew, brother-in-law or, they are but the county magistrate's hands, and ultimately these money all into the county magistrate's treasury. Originally, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Tianqi, but they had made a fool of themselves by laying their hands on Lin Tianqi's adoptive father. That's a big connection then. Whoosh! Lin Tianqi's feet were on his flying sword, and he was only about 20 meters off the ground, as if he were a heavy fighter jet flying at low altitude. The powerful air currents instantly stirred up the originally calm sky. The wind whistled up. The crowd on the ground was blown and swayed violently. The horses and mules carrying the goods hissed in terror, broke free from their masters, and pulled their legs and ran. The ear-piercing sound of the flying sword cutting through the void shook people's eardrums. As the flying sword went away, the shocking sword sound gradually diminished, but the sense of oppression and power it left behind lingered in people's hearts for a long time. Immortals, the gods have descended on Ning County. I don't know which one was the first to kneel down and kowtow. With the first one, the rest of the crowd seemed like dominoes, clattering and clattering as they all fell to their knees. Ning County, county office. Boom! With a deafening roar, the mighty gate of the county office, as well as the plaque that represented the highest authority of Ning County, turned into dust. What a guy! The magistrates on duty within the county government office were originally drunk and hazy. When they heard a loud bang, they instinctively copied the wooden stick, but when they saw the gate that had been leveled to the ground, and the figure standing in mid-air, they instantly came back to their senses. Boy, it's divine. They are just yamen who make a living, just a few big sons of ES a month. So what's the point of fighting for their lives? One by one, the yamen threw down the wooden sticks in their hands and fell to their knees, kowtowing continuously. Where are the prisoners being held? Back to the words of the divine master. The prisoners are all being held in the South Yamen. We'll take you there now. You come here and lead the way. You few go and block the various exits of the county office for me. Run one. None of you will live. The magistrate and that steward are all here for the seat. Rest in peace, immortal master. We're on our way. Yamen rolled and crawled up to run to the back of the mansion. The entire county office is divided into two parts. The front office to try cases. The back is the magistrate's family living in the private courtyard. Don't look at the front of the yamen broken old. After a gate is another world. In this southwest borderland, the whole compound is if the Jiangnan Watertown general, the magistrate has been alarmed. Is rummaging through the box will be rated the people fat and cream to the box loaded. Once upon a time, he also read the holy books, determined to do something to achieve. The imperial examination high school scholar is his most spirited time. No one in the dynasty, no silver at home, no background, even if the high school scholar also no fat. Not to mention stay for the Beijing officials, waiting for 3 years until he abandoned his family chaff wife, married an adult and the dynasty's ugly daughter only to wait for a Ning County magistrate's seat. Although Ning County is located in the frontier, but because of the trade activities are very active, it is also considered a fat job. It is not in vain that he endured the heartache of lying on that 200 pounds of flying pig. The encounter after the imperial examination has long changed his original heart. Empty ambition for the country and the people have no use. Background. Silver is the king of survival and officialdom. Looking at the loaded full of 3 big boxes of property, gold and silver jewelry, antiques and paintings, the governor of the county anxious straight sweat. It was too much for him to take with him, but for him to part with these possessions, it would be better to die. And he still has a fluke in his heart. He is an official of the court. The governor is also the court of the 7th grade. Kill him, the court will not be satisfied. If these finances will be divided out most of the time, maybe life cannot be lost. This official cannot be lost. He's given up too much for this officer, and he can't part with it. And what kind of person has a problem with money? The big deal is that in the future, the money he searched for will be shared with the other side. Win-win cooperation. The magistrates were not familiar with the back of the house, and it wasn't a place they could normally enter, so they just had to separate and search, with 2 magistrates going to make arrests, and the others going to guard the back and side doors. The 2 yamen came to the main hall and kicked open the door of the room, only to see the governor sitting on the taiji chair with a big horse. This calmness bluffed them too, but when he thought of that fierce god outside, his guts were much stronger. You're still pretending you're hot next door when you're dying. Him, unbridled. Do you want to rebel? You're scaring me at the end of your life. A yamen raised the wooden stick in his hand and smashed it, the stick carrying with it several years of his suffocation. With the first stick, there is a second stick, with one person making a move. A second person makes a move. County magistrate pampered more than 20 years. Where suffered? Not a moment was beaten fainted dead, like a dead dog was dragged out. That steward is even worse. These magistrates still have 3 scruples against the magistrate, but they will not be merciful to the steward. This dog on the basis of the county magistrate's wife brought the family. usually yells and shouts. To them these magistrates even more as a slave to call. Now that you've offended the fairy lord, how can you expect to have a good time? Hands and feet were knocked off. The pain was like a meatworm rolling on the ground. The mouth did not know which was stuffed. Even if you want to shout cannot shout out. That fat as if a fat pig's wife of the magistrate is even worse. Scared and pulling and urinating. Almost did not put a few officers disgusted vomit. On the other side, Lin Tianqi didn't have to make much effort to enter the southern court where the prisoners were being held. The more the little people who live at the bottom, the more they are able to read people. The jailers saw that this teenager didn't look big, but he was dressed in luxurious clothes. Especially he had an aura that they couldn't tell. High and inviolable. Narrow and gloomy cell. Within a small cell packed with a dozen or so prisoners, Lin Ergue's eyes were lifeless as he huddled in the corner, and his originally chubby body had been thinned into a skin parcel. Chapter 4, The Whereabouts of the Sister. Lin Ergue's situation was far worse than Lin Tianqi thought. Both legs have been broken, his body is bruised, and he's delirious. Lin Tianqi flew back to the county office with the disabled Lin Ergue on his back. At this time, the county magistrate, the steward, the magistrate's wife, and a group of concubines of Ning Yin were all kneeling in the middle of the hall. The magistrates were armed with killing rods and had fierce faces, especially when they looked at the magistrate's concubines, their eyes releasing a thieving light from time to time. Lin Tianqi placed Lin Ergue on a chair to the side. Looking downwards, he said in a cold voice, "What criminal laws do you all have? Starting with that steward. Give him all of them." The lower yaman heard a cold sweat. Not to mention all to come once, the same can get him dead. That steward had already fainted at this point, and was then splashed with a bucket of cold water. Ah! The steward groaned in pain. The strength to yell was gone. 2 yamen came forward and set him up, followed by 2 more yamen who took out a row of what looked like wooden sticks and shoved their fingers in. "You, what do you want?" "Ah!" The screams within the county courthouse resounded for a whole day and night. Lin Tianqi carried Lin Ergue back to the original home, although it was sealed and covered with dust. But whether for Lin Tianqi, or Lin Ergue, this is home. All the valuable things in the house had been looted. Lin Tianqi simply cleaned up and settled Lin Ergue down, and took out an elixir and stuffed it into Lin Ergue's mouth. This is a bone-breaking and muscle-growing elixir. Another young warming elixir was found and given to him. Grabbing Lin Ergue's dirty and dry hand, "Father, I'm Tianqi, I'm back." Lin Ergue's godless eyes heard the name of the heavenly weapon and had some reaction, but repeatedly recited the words heavenly weapon lost over and over again. "You take a good look at me. I've grown up," Lin Tianqi said with a complicated heart. Lin Ergue raised his head and stared blankly at Lin Tianqi. His eyes were devoid of any expression, just repeating the sentence Tianqi is lost over and over again. Lin Tianqi looked at Lin Ergue and slowly said after a moment of contemplation, "Do you remember when I was 2 years old? By the way, when I left, my mother was pregnant, and the bone setter said it was a boy. Where are my mother and brother? Do you know?" "Brother, not brother. It's the girl. It's a girl." Mentioning this topic, the dull Lin Ergue's eyes seemed to be a little different. The mouth chanting about the loss of the heavenly weapon has also become as a girl, visible even if it has been delirious. For the son to become a daughter of this matter, but also remembers. What? A girl? Didn't the bone setter say it was a boy? Lin Tianqi was a bit confused. A younger brother turned into a younger sister, but still went along with the words and continued on. The groom was wrong. Wrong, wrong, woo-hoo-hoo. Lin Ergue's reaction gave Lin Tianqi hope, and while talking with him, he gave Lin Ergue the pills to nourish his spirit. 3 days later, Lin Ergue let out a wow and cried. His sanity returned. "Tianqi, you're not dead. Where have you been all these years?" For Lin Ergue, the reunion with Lin Tianqi was the appearance of new colors in his gray life. Lin Tianqi briefly described his situation and said, "I'll talk about my affairs slowly later. Do you know where my mother and sister are?" Lin Ergue sniffed and cried even more, almost turning his back several times. "Your mother was killed trying to save Wanner, and Wanner was snatched away, and I was put in jail. Goddamned dog officials." Lin Tianqi couldn't help but think of the not-so-good-looking, mild-mannered foster mother. As a child he was always held in the arms of his adoptive mother, who had no children and treated Lin Tianqi as her own son. Sleeping at night in the arms of his adoptive mother, even though she didn't give birth, she still allowed Lin Tianqi to have the same childhood as a normal child. Lin Tianqi slowed down for half a day and said, "Is there anything in the house that my sister used? You look for it, I can find her." A 10-year-old girl is also a good asset for these people to say that they may still be alive. But Lin Tianqi didn't dare to think about the things behind. He had traveled to this world for 15 years and had never seen the evil of human nature until today. There is. I'll look for it. Let me look for. Lin Ergue climbed up and stumbled towards a house, with Lin Tianqi following behind. "This is Wanner's dress. Okay, leave it to me. As long as my sister is still alive, I will bring her back." I have avenged my mother's death, and when I bring my sister back, I will take you out of here. Lin Ergue held Lin Tianqi's hand tightly. Apart from crying, he didn't seem to know how to express his feelings at this moment. A change of heart shattered the entire face and confidence of the once dignified Master Lin. He hated his incompetence, his inability to do anything when his daughter was taken away from him. Watching the timid cowardice of his wife when she was beaten alive for saving his daughter's life. He survived. But, living is worse than dying. The heavenly weapon took out a small bag from within his sleeve, and after opening it a butterfly with a flickering blue fluorescence landed on his hand. Find the girl who wore this dress. The butterfly flapped its wings, landed on the dress, and flew out of the house a few moments later. You rest first, I'll be right back. Lin Tianqi put down a sentence and leaped to catch up with the blue spirit butterfly. The spirit butterfly eventually stopped at a 3-story wooden building with large red lanterns. Yiheng Court. Lin Tianqi's heart couldn't help but sink. Things were developing towards his worst scenario. Gongzi, come in and play. Lin Tianqi's dress made the eyes of the windswept woman standing in the doorway light up. Raw-faced, richly dressed, a proper lamb to the slaughter. Lin Tianqi tugged at the corner of his mouth and entered the front door, and a complex smell hit his nose. Call out all the 10-year-old girls you have here. 10. Duke's taste. Lin Tianqi casually snapped the woman's neck and slammed the door shut with his foot. Murder! Murder! Whoosh! Put! Put! Don't kill me! I have money, as much as you want. My father is the richest man in Ning County. The fairy lord spared me. Put! In less than 5 minutes, the entire drunken immortal mansion, except for the old pimp, and the child aged around 10 years old who was still alive, were all killed by a single sword. The pimp had been alive for nearly 50 years and had never seen such a demon. Yes, the devil. There are more than 100 people in the whole Yiheng Court. All of them are dead. Ever seen a girl named Lin, about 10 years old? No, the fairy lord didn't. Please spare me. I'm also suffering. In a flash of streaming light, one of the pimp's fingers disappeared. Lin Tianqi said coldly, thinking. The pimp covered his broken hand, his head buzzing. The last name is Lin, 10 years old. No, really, Put. Another finger. I am thinking, please give me some time. I'll be able to remember. 10 years old, a girl named Lin, 10 years old, Linguini. I remember. 3 months ago, the master's steward came to sell a girl who said her name was Lin. Where is she? She was bought by a passing woman. She was offered 30 taels of silver, and the girl didn't even come through our door. I'm telling the truth. Please let me go. I didn't hurt her. What the woman who bought her looked like, dressed all in white with a bucket hat and veil. I didn't see what she looked like, but she gave me a feeling of similarity to the divine master. I didn't dare to look at her more. I collected the silver and gave the girl to her. You can go to hell. Beg. Put. Chapter 5, Sinister. Why are you back so soon? My sister was taken by the practitioners. Lin Tianqi didn't know if he should be grateful or not, but no doubt he breathed a sigh of relief. The girl's aura disappeared completely when the blue spirit butterfly traced it. 3 months ago, which was not a short period of time, it was taken away by the cultivator, and at this time, it might have traveled far away to other dynasties, or it might have gone to that upper world. This sister's script is a bit of a mystery. A sudden change in the family. The mother is dead. The father is in jail. This is a proper template for the protagonist. Looking for it again would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He had done what he could, and the scheme was a good one. Judging by his extensive knowledge of literature, the odds were that this sister was a protagonist. Lin Tianqi returned to the Lin family. Lin Ergue's hopeful eyes instantly dimmed. His head lowered in silence. Father, Wan heir didn't die. She might have been taken away by the immortal cultivators as well, and she might come back in the future when she has accomplished her cultivation. The magistrate and his lapdogs, and the accomplices who harmed Wan heir, were all killed by me, and I'll take you to a good place. How about you take care of yourself there from now on? Really? I'll listen to you. Lin Ergue looked up incredulously at Lin Tianqi. This adopted son's appearance still had the look of that year, but it was already unrecognizable to him. He was a businessman and knew best how to read people. The lofty, overlooking everything on Lin Tianqi's body was hidden, but it was still like a sheathed, sharp sword. With his adopted son becoming an immortal cultivator and his own daughter possibly becoming an immortal, he didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. Lin Tianqi found a carriage and brought Lin Ergue towards the Watermoon Sect's road. The Watermoon Sect is full of female disciples and cultivators, which is not suitable for Lin Ergue, but there is a small town under the mountain that is very suitable for Lin Ergue to live. Both red dust and sheltered by the Watermoon Sect. The ones in charge of the town used to be the Watermoon Sect's outer disciples, so it was just a matter of him saying hello. The speed of the carriage could not be compared to the flying sword. The journey was only 2 or 3 days when he came, but he went back for more than a month. Lin Tianqi is afraid to tell the flight in stimulating Lin Ergue, and it can only be so. After settling Lin Ergue down, Lin Tianqi set up his flying sword and flew towards the sect. Watermoon sect's main hall. Li Mengxian, as the sect leader, could only settle for sitting in the second seat at this time. Dream immortal. Once every 10 years the initiation ceremony, you can grasp. After this year you will be 36. In Yang Holy Land to enter the inner door minimum standard is 35. You can only have this opportunity. The face of the person who spoke was as smooth as a young girl's, but from her temperament, one could tell that this person's age was at the very least quite a bit older than Li Mengxian, who was in her 30s. Don't worry, Supreme Elder. Disciple has already prepared properly. This time I will definitely be able to break through the Jindan realm and enter the inner sect of the Holy Land. Well, you are stronger than your master. I was just looking away. Your master was even cheated by a scumman 5 fans. A good future ruined. My Watermoon lineage inheritance for more than 1,000 years. Only your master did not enter the inner door of the Holy Land. This old face were all lost by her. This elixir you take. Only success is not allowed to fail. Thank you Supreme Elder for the reward. Li Mengxian received the elixir in a beautiful manner. The Watermoon sect, as a subordinate sect of the Yin Yang sacred ground, was one that had a path of advancement that was different from that of the masses seeking the way. As a member of the Watermoon sect master's lineage, Li Mengxian automatically gained the status of an outer disciple of the Yin Yang Holy Land, and the technique she practiced was also the Yin Yang Holy Land's basic technique, which could lead to the formation of the Golden Dan when cultivated to the extreme. If one were to form a Jindan before the age of 36, one would be able to enter the Yin Yang sacred ground to cultivate and gain the status of an inner disciple, and truly soar to the heavens, properly related. Right at this moment, a sword light appeared in Li Mengxian's field of vision like a thunderbolt. How did this sinful disciple come back so quickly? It's over. It's over. Who is this man? When did the Watermoon sect have a man? When the Supreme Elder saw a male cultivator with Jindan stage cultivation, strutting and flying with a flying sword, the entire clan surprisingly did not have anyone to intercept him. Obviously a regular visitor. Could it be that this girl, Mengxian, was just like her incompetent master? He's my cousin. There's probably something going on at home, so I'll get rid of him here. Cousin? Wait a moment, Supreme Elder. I'll be right there. Li Mengxian pointed her toes and flew out of the hall, calling out, Cousin, why are you here? But my father has something to pass on? Lin Tianqi was confused. Cousin? Who are you calling? Li Mengxian flew longitudinally. She didn't dare to transmit her voice. A pseudo-down realm in front of a great cultivator of the out-of-body realm was asking for trouble. Lin Tianqi looked at Li Mengxian and squeezed her eyebrows. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but after 10 years of spending time together, the two knew each other immensely well. Cousin, I came to see the fathead fish. Lin Tianqi twirled his fingers, and Li Mengxian looked at the sinful disciple's smugly beaten face and hated it. What a time to be molesting your old lady. Cousin, go to the town and wait. I'll find you when I'm done here. Go on. Slow down. The Supreme Elder had appeared behind Li Mengxian at an unknown time, and the pressure of a great cultivator of the out-of-body realm made Li Mengxian, Lin Tianqi's scalp numb. Out-of-body realm. That is the great cultivator who has cultivated the Yuan Shen and can Yuan Shen out of the body, can be said to have truly stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation. This is your cousin? Li Mengxian. You're good. Good for you. Li Mengxian's heart trembled, secretly saying that it was over. With 1,000 thoughts in his head, he could only confess and be lenient at this point. Li Mengxian was about to kneel down and confess his guilt when he saw the Supreme Elder push Li Mengxian away with a bright smile on his face and said, Little doll, how old are you? Lin Tianqi immediately felt a layer of goosebumps on his body. Although this woman across the street was very charming, his instincts told him that this woman was more than enough for him to be his grandmother. Back to Senior 16. His 16-year-old Jindan, Li Mengxian. Don't you want to explain? The Supreme Elder turned his head to look at Li Mengxian. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and his eyes were like sharp knives. What is this Li Mengxian up to? A 16-year-old Jindan, or her cousin? Why not send it to the Yin Yang Holy Land? Reporting back to the words of the Supreme Elder, my cousin's lineage of 8 generations is single. I thought that he is still young, and wait for him to leave a bloodline for the family before taking him to the Yin Yang Holy Land. Also, it won't be delayed for long. Muddle. Confused. In vain. You are still an immortal cultivator. How can a mortal woman get pregnant so easily with his Jindan stage cultivation? Do you know how valuable his time is? After the Supreme Elder reprimanded Li Mengxian, he turned his head and put a smile on his face again. The speed of that face change was simply seamless. Not right. It's not right. The more the Supreme Elder saw, the more wrong he became, and he grabbed Lin Tianqi's wrist. Pure Yang sacred body. You're actually a pure Yang saint body. Chapter 6. What do you take me? Lin Tianqi, 4. The Supreme Elder felt his brain buzzing at this moment. Pure Yang sacred body. This kind of divine body might just be a faster cultivation speed for other holy lands, but for the Yin Yang Holy Land, the pure Yang holy body meant much more than that. The Yin Yang sacred ground majored in the Yin Yang Tao, which was said to date back to the ancient great gods, the Duke of East and the Queen Mother of the West. Legend has it that the Duke of Dongwang is the body of pure Yang. What a blessing from God for the Yin Yang sanctuary. A few months ago, the Holy Land had just found a pure Yin sacred body, which had alarmed all those old antiquities who had closed their death throes, and they had all come out to accept this woman as their disciple. The Yin Yang sacred land is divided into two veins, one cultivating pure Yang and the other cultivating pure Yin, but the two are not unrelated. When the pure Yang, pure Yin cultivation to the extreme, is the Yin and Yang cultivation, when the two are realized to the highest level, they can fly up in the daytime. Lin Tianqi tugged hard on his wrist. Only then did the Supreme Elder wake up as if from a dream and let go of his own hand, only to see that Lin Tianqi's wrist already had 5 red marks. Little doll, my old body was too excited. It hurt you, didn't it? I'll rub it for you. Lin Tianqi shook off his hand. The events of just now as well as Li Mengxian's abnormality, combined together. Lin Tianqi had already brainstormed the circumstances of the matter. As a traveler, this kind of drama is still familiar. Looking at Li Mengxian as if she was a frosted eggplant, she stood aside and had already wilted. He said, pure Yang sacred body? Could it be some kind of extraordinary physique? The smile on the Supreme Elder's face was even more enthusiastic. This kind of smile was still seen on the face of that drunken immortal house pimp last time. Instead of answering Lin Tianqi's question, the Supreme Elder said, little doll, I am the Elder of the Yin Yang Holy Land in the Upper Realm. Jiang Ling, are you willing to follow me to the Upper Realm Yin Yang Sacred Land? So that you can become an immortal and an ancestor in the future, and enjoy the worship of billions of incense. As long as this pure Yang sacred body was brought back, it was enough to be worth 3 great feats. Whether it was exchanging feats or magic treasures, it was a great fortune for her. The upper world? No, I haven't had a son yet. Won't my family be extinct if I go to the upper world? I won't go. I won't go. Lin Tianqi's head shook like a rattle as he refused repeatedly. Elder Jiang Ling said in his heart, this little doll has already cultivated to Jin Dan, but his heart is still so pure, the heart of a naked child. Little doll, you don't understand. You're not mortal anymore. Ordinary women won't prolong your offspring. You have to find someone of your kind. That is, someone who cultivates immortality. Got it? Lin Tianqi pinched his thighs to keep himself from laughing and said in a feigned confusion, immortal cultivators. The only immortal cultivator I know is my cousin. Can I only have my cousin give me children? Li Mengxian instantly froze. Also, the Supreme Elder turned his head, coldly glanced at Li Mengxian, turned his head smilingly coaxed Lin Tianqi. Your cousin's qualifications are too poor, and can't bear it. The upper realm is vast and boundless. This realm compared to the upper realm is like a firefly in the white moon. The upper realm of the great holy bodies, countless geniuses, but said that under the rule of the Yin Yang sacred land of the millions of monks. What kind of cultivators do you like can be found out for you. Fat, thin, tall, short as you pick the fat, the skinny, the tall, the short, you can pick anyone you want. Elder, what do you take me for? Am I not that kind of lustful person? I simply want to see the vastness of the upper world. Haha, little doll is so interesting. Being able to enter the upper realm for cultivation will only benefit you and do you no harm. Lin Tianqi looked at Jiang Ling, who was laughing in waves, and continued, but there's one more request. I'm scared to go to the upper realm alone. I have to bring my cousin with me to warm the nest. Ahem. Li Mengxian's breath almost didn't come up. A small face was even more red and purple. Although this matter of warming the comforter had been done countless times, but being told in front of the Supreme Elder gave her the feeling of teaching her little friend a bad lesson. But that sinful disciple didn't leave her behind and wanted to take her along to the Yin Yang Holy Land, looking at Lin Tianqi with great emotion. Oh, so she's already warmed you up? The technique you cultivate was also taught to you by your cousin? Jiang Ling glanced at Li Mengxian with a smirk, and Li Mengxian instantly had the feeling of being completely seen through, her heart slowing down by half a beat. Yes, my cousin said that only by practicing well can we get ahead and go to a bigger place. Senior, did my cousin make any mistakes? No, she's fine. The old body promised you to let her follow us to the upper realm. Are you satisfied now? But let's say the ugly words up front. With your qualifications when you arrive at the Holy Land, I'm afraid you'll have to go your separate ways as well. Li Mengxian's heart was as if she had been stuffed with a large pile of ice. Wow, 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 wow. Although the Supreme Elder didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was very obvious. When they arrived at the Yin Yang Holy Land, the identities of the two of them, her and Lin Tianqi, would be turned upside down. One was a pure Yang sacred body, the precious lump of the Holy Land. and the other was an inner disciple with ordinary qualifications. That's very kind of you, senpai. Lin Tianqi hugged Jiang Ling's arm and shook it, shaking Jiang Ling's heart. It's true that as recorded in the canonical texts, no woman can resist the temptation of the pure yang sacred body. Illustrations from book lovers. If I had been born a few hundred years earlier, I would have let my predecessor warm my comforter. Ahem. I'm actually not that old. I just celebrated my 200th birthday this year. Lin Tianqi was a bit at a loss as to how to proceed, and busily said, Senior, when are we going to move? Jiang Ling gave Lin Tianqi a blank stare rather grudgingly, causing Lin Tianqi to almost have a sudden cardiac arrest. This elder Jiang wouldn't really be looking at him, right? There's no rush. I still have to pick a few well-qualified disciples from the Water Moon sect to fill up the Holy Land's outer sect. We'll move after we're done picking. Dream Fairy. Jiang Ling was momentarily dumbfounded and looked at Lin Tianqi. I've only been talking. I don't know your name yet. Late generation Lin Tianqi. Heavenly Weapon. Good name. Since Heavenly Weapon can't let go of you as a cousin, you should also make arrangements as soon as possible to prepare for your trip to the upper realm. Well, then get on with it. I'll have a quick chat with Sky Weapon. Yes. After Li Mengxian was sent away, Jiang Ling said, Heavenly Weapon. The upper realm is not compared to the lower realm. The Yinyang Holy Land alone is unknown how much larger than this lower realm. You may be a bit unaccustomed to it if you go to the upper realm, but you only need to remember one thing. Please teach me, Senior, invincible faith. One day, billions of miles of mountains and rivers in the upper realm will submit at your feet. Chapter 7 Yin and Yang Holy Land, a place for old scoundrels to gather? 3 days later, Jiang Ling, Lin Tianqi, Li Mengxian, and the 3 outer disciples who had been selected sat on the spirit boat that was headed to the upper realm. The adoptive father, Lin Tianqi, had already made arrangements to have the Water Moon sect take care of him, and if that sister was really dead, then she would enjoy her old age in peace. It's not too late to make other arrangements if that sister is a protagonist, or if she can break out on her own. As the spirit boat passed through the clouds and continued to gallop towards the vastness of the sky, Lin Tianqi was really a little excited inside. Flying into space, even before he crossed over, he couldn't do it as easily as they did. Sitting within the spirit boat, he looked at the scenery of the vast sky outside. Ah, Lin Tianqi opened his mouth, and then a peeled-off skin, full and juicy grape was put into his mouth. Wake up with the power to kill, and get drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. Lin Tianqi used to love this phrase the most, and now it seemed like it had all come true. Elder Jiang Ling maneuvered the spirit boat and glanced towards Lin Tianqi's side, hating the fact that the one Lin Tianqi was resting on her thigh at this moment was her. Jiang Ling, you're 200 years old. Why are you in heat? What's wrong with being 200 years old? At 200 years old, I'm still a young woman. Besides, the lifespan of an out-of-body cultivator is more than 1,000 years, so I'm still very young at 200 years old. Jiang Ling only felt that the 2 little people in his head were fighting non-stop, and the spirit boat he was controlling flew in a 7-fold manner. The other 3 outer disciples who had been selected sat in the corner, calling out good guys in their hearts. People have to die than people. Goods have to be thrown away than goods. People Lin Tianqi is living a divine life. Upper bound. The netherworld. A heavenly palace hung high above the void, and there were countless strange peaks of bells and spirits. The center of the heavenly palace is the main hall of the Yin Yang Holy Land, where major events, the Holy Lord of the Yin Yang Holy Land, as well as the elders, the peak masters of the peaks gathered in the main hall to discuss major events. But at this time, there were only a dozen people in the great hall, and apart from the Holy Lord, all of them were old men who were half in the ground. Seniors, that child has already been taken as a disciple by the 3rd senior sister, so you're just forcing me, and I can't take the person back. The Holy Lord of the Yin Yang Holy Land said with a face of egg on his face. These old things are driving him crazy. Ever since a 10-year-old Purine sacred body came to the Yin Yang sacred land a few months ago, the entire sacred body was in chaos. There was only one purpose, to steal the apprentice. The 3rd senior sister was too much of a chicken thief, and while the elders were still arguing, she had already abducted the little girl, and even more so, she held a ceremony to pay her respects to the master in a swift manner. By the time everyone reacted and came to the door to ask for someone, they had finished the job. These old guys couldn't do anything about the 3rd senior sister, so they found the Holy Lord and asked him to give a statement. What statement could he have? If he could have a claim, wouldn't that girl child be his disciple now? This we don't care. You're the sacred Lord. Lao San has done something wrong. Shouldn't you as the sacred Lord take care of it? Our Yin Yang Holy Land has a clear ancestral tradition. For incidents where there is disagreement, the decision should be made by all the elders after discussing the matter together. Elder 3's disregard for the ancestral teachings can't just be left alone. We are old and have no hope of ascending. We just want to burn the last drop of blood for the development of the Holy Land. Now it's good. But instead, We've become unreasonable and disruptive people. It's really chilling. Yin Yang Sacred Lord's eyebrows jumped as he listened. These old guys were all his senior uncles, senior generation, and had made great achievements for the Yin Yang Sacred Ground, and the consequences of things not being handled properly would be serious. We won't make things difficult for you. The person has already worshipped Lao San as his master. We can't afford to be evil. You're looking for a few more or less similar disciples to give to us, and this matter will be considered over. A few old guys were finally charting out their purpose. That girl child had already worshipped her master. Even if the apprenticeship ceremony was nullified, could that girl still worship someone else? Yin Young Holy Lord's mouth was bitter. A disciple equal to the Purine sacred body is not a big cabbage still looking for a few, but nowadays, it can only be to stabilize these old guys first. As for the things behind, in another 1,000 or 800 years he would have retired, and this rotten debt was left to the next Holy Lord. No problem. I'll send disciples to find excellent disciples for the seniors. Don't come back until you find them in one day. Good. I'll be waiting for the Holy Lord's good news. But don't think of using the word procrastination to deal with us. The Yin Young Holy Lord laughed and patted his chest. Absolutely not. Just as these elders of the older generation were about to leave, the face of the Yin Yang Sacred Lord changed as he received a message from Jiangling that she had found a pure Yang sacred body. Truly God bless the Yin and Yang. Successive generations of Holy Lords have never given up the search for pure Yin, pure Yang. Ancestral teachings say that those who obtain Yin and Yang will dominate the world. Could it be that the Holy Lord is not feeling well? Why are you shaking like a sieve? These old men looked at the Yin Yang Sacred Lord in confusion. The Yin Yang Holy Lord is in a tangle at this time. As long as this pure Yang Holy body is released, these old guys will surely dog eat dog. Bah! Definitely will continue to fight for it. At that time, he would be able to wipe the slate clean about the third senior sister. But, that's the pure Yang sacred body. He wanted such a disciple, too. Ahem. It's not the third senior sister that's causing this. It's difficult for me to be sandwiched between the third senior sister and all the elders. When the old men heard this, they also felt that they had pushed the Holy Lord too hard these days, and they snapped and said some words of concern, leaving one after another. After they left, the corner of the Yin Yang Sacred Lord's mouth couldn't be suppressed. Between being an old scoundrel and accepting a pure Yang disciple, he chose to be an old scoundrel from the bottom of his heart. The spirit boat smoothly passed through the portal left behind by the Yin Yang Holy Land's mountain protector formation. The immortal palace hanging high in the void filled Lin Tianqi's heart with shock. This is still just a group of immortals. What about a real immortal's abode? Here it is. There are 9 holy places in the upper realm, and our Yin Yang Holy Land is in the top 3. Then it's the third one. You little monkey, you're really too smart for your own good. Jiangling smiled and squinted her eyes. Her heart was a little reluctant to let go. When she arrived at the Holy Land, her destiny with Lin Tianqi would almost come to an end. As they spoke, the spirit boat stopped at a huge square, and as the crowd disembarked from the spirit boat, they could see that spirit boats were constantly landing in the sky, as if it was a large airport. Dream Fairy will worship under me. You 3 go there and wait. There will be someone to take you through the initiation procedures. The 3 disciples heard this and didn't dare to stay longer. After paying their respects to Elder Jiangling, Li Mengxian, and Lin Tianqi, they ran towards a place where the people were gathered. All of this was already a huge success for them. Jiangling accepted Li Mengxian as a disciple, and in his heart, he still had a few chances to continue contacting Lin Tianqi through Li Mengxian, and the 2 villains who fought were finally divided. What's wrong with 200 years? 200 years old is also a flower in bloom, and even if it doesn't come to fruition, the process is enough to make her rise to the occasion. I'll take you to see Master Palm. Jiangling got a message from the headmaster and told her to bring the person directly to the headmaster's master's cave, which is ready to enrich herself and learn from the master to directly accept Lin Tianqi as a disciple. Chapter 8 Accidentally Becoming a Yin Yang Holy Land Ancestor? Dream Fairy, wait here while I bring the heavenly weapon to meet the Holy Lord. Yes, Master. Li Mengxian had slipped perfectly into her new role. Being able to worship Jiangling as her teacher had greatly exceeded her expectations, and there was only one reason for that. Li Mengxian glanced at the sinful apprentice seemingly without thinking, as if he had predicted that she was going to look at him. The 2 of them met their eyes and Li Mengxian was instantly defeated. It was really hard to be tough in front of this sinful disciple. Although Jiangling had some speculations about the Holy Lord's resolution, he didn't dare to voice out the speculations in his heart and led the way ahead with his head stuffy. Lin Tianqi walked a meter behind Jiangling. This period of time together, he could not help but recall a sentence that he once read before crossing over. Z once said, right women have 3 good things. Jiangling at least accounted for the first 2 good. Jiangling, Lin Tianqi pays his respects to the Holy Lord. Come in. Jiangling pushed open the door and the 2 of them entered the hall, only to see 2 idols in the center of the hall, and under the idols there was a bushel, with the Yin-Yang Holy Lord sitting on top of the bushel. Compared to those old-timers he had seen earlier, the Holy Lord was obviously groomed and dressed up, dressed in the Holy Lord's fancy clothes, with a head of long, half-white hair bound by a jade crown. The beauty whiskers on the lower jaw have also been repaired. As soon as Lin Tianqi entered the door, the gaze of the sacred Lord caused him to tighten his chrysanthemums. This sacred Lord couldn't have any special fetishes, could he? Those eyes are green, pure yang sacred body. Not bad, not bad. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord smiled in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Ling, you've made a great achievement. Serving the Holy Land, I dare not take credit. Well, this awareness is much stronger than your untalented master. AI. This time, the fiasco she made has caused dissatisfaction among all the seniors of the Holy Land. She is putting this senior brother of mine on the fire. Jiang Ling's heart sank. What was the Holy Lord's intention with these words at this time? Was she planning to use her credit for bringing back the Lin Tianqi to offset the faults committed by her master? Senior is confused by these old-timers. What's the point of talking to you about this? Mark 3 great merits and go back to the mountain to see your master. Thank you for the reward, master. Although Jiang Ling was a little worried about Lin Tianqi, there was nothing he could do about it at this time, and with a light sigh in his heart, he suddenly tried to understand why Li Mengxian dared to be so bold as to privately conceal Lin Tianqi's existence for so long. It's all this damn love. Love comes like a tornado, tearing all reason and cowardice to shreds. After Jiang Ling left, the Yin-Yang Holy Lord then said, "Come and sit, don't be nervous." Lin Tianqi found a futon that was farthest away from the Yin-Yang Holy Lord and sat down. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord thought that Lin Tianqi was new to the upper realm and was a bit timid in front of a big shot like himself. Jiang Ling has already told me about your situation, and truth be told, you are a genius, and far more important to the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Lin Tianqi pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Is it because of my pure Yang saint body?" The Yin-Yang Holy Lord nodded. That's right, the two ancestors of the Yin-Yang Holy Land were precisely one pure Yang and one pure Yin, and the techniques passed down were only inherited perfectly by the pure Yang sacred body and the pure Yin sacred body. Your joining the Yin-Yang Holy Land will be the best outcome for the Holy Land and for you. But it's not enough to have a gongfu. You also need to have a great cultivator with a high level of Dao to teach you, in order to get twice the result with half the effort. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord's abacus beads were already hitting Lin Tianqi's face. A sacred land's sacred lord as a master. This opening was considered very good. Lin Tianqi said, "Please take it, senior." Clunk. The door to the main hall clanged. Not to mention Lin Tianqi, the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord was startled, only to see a few gray-haired old guys bursting in angrily. "Good boy, playing the dark trick with us. If we hadn't sensed something unusual about you and secretly followed, we would have let your kid muddle through. Sacred Lord, seeking an outstanding disciple for us was something you personally promised. Would it not be a sacred Lord to go back on his word?" The Yin-Yang Holy Lord said. "Have all the seniors misunderstood? I didn't say I wanted to take this son as a disciple either. What I said was that this son needs a famous teacher. Think about it, don't you?" What you mean is, so it was a misunderstanding. We were wrong about the Holy Lord. I told you, the Holy Lord has a lot of work to do. How can he have time to teach his disciples? Impulsive. Some other day we will set up a banquet to apologize to the Holy Lord. TSK, pure Yang sacred body. I'll be the one to do it. On what grounds? Laofu's cultivation is no worse than yours, and his disciples are even better than your untalented disciples. This seedling will be wasted if I hand it over to you. Several senior brothers. I have the least number of disciples under my door. Back then you guys promised that I would make it up to me. I don't think any of you should grab this little waif. Give it to me. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord looked at the bickering old things and hated them with a passion. In his heart, he said, "You're forcing me to do this." With that, he inserted his hand into his sleeve and used his divine thoughts to outline a passage on a jade tablet, which he directly crushed. In the Yin-Yang Holy Land, above the heavenly palace, through the layers of clouds, there was a small island. The island is only 100 miles in circumference, but the scenery is very beautiful. There is water coming from the sky, like a waterfall, converging into a river, and at the foot of it is the tumbling sea of clouds, which can really be called a fairy island. The island does not have majestic carved buildings and paintings, but the grass huts 3 or 2. There are spiritual flowers and plants growing freely outside the grass hut. Pure Yang sacred body? There was a woman in the room, reclining on top of the soft couch, one hand propped up on her head, 3,000 green silk as if it were black brocade. Jiang Lingyun. There was also a jug and a glass in front of him, with wine in the glass, and the light red color of the drink gave off a wonderful aroma of wine fused with flowers. This person was the #1 expert of the Yin-Yang Holy Land at this time, the 9th generation Holy Lord, Jiang Lingyun. A great accomplishment stage cultivation that integrates the mastery of the yin and yang veins, and a great power that can ascend to the immortal realm after passing through the heavenly tribulation. The contemporary Holy Lord also had to respectfully address her as an old ancestor when he met her. Jiang Lingyun whispered a pure yang sacred body, then closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth with a faint smile also do not know what he was thinking, or not think of anything. Raising the glass of wine in front of him, he sipped it slowly. Transition. How do you get through a love calamity? Putting down the wine cup, Jiang Lingyun opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Send him to cloud upstairs. This child is accepted by this seat." At this moment, everyone in the great hall heard this faint sentence in their ears. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone was in a stupor, and after a long time there was a long sigh. Forlornly, he left the great hall. Lin Tianqi was watching the fun. These old guys were reporting black information to each other. If this melon was released today, it would definitely cause a sensation in the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Why are they all gone all of a sudden? The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord's face was a bit complicated. This little doll who should have called himself a master. After today, he will have to call him an old ancestor. Chapter 9. Boys must protect themselves when they are out. Little friend, a heavenly chance is already in front of you. Follow me. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord adjusted his mind and said in his heart, "There is a time in life when you must have it, and there is no time in life when you don't have it, so don't force yourself to ask for it." Lin Tianqi knew that there had been a change in the matter of worshipping the master. From the reaction of those old men and the words of the Yin-Yang Holy Lord at this moment, he was afraid that he had flicked some hidden switch. For example, a certain reclusive old monster from the Yin-Yang Holy Land had fallen for him. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Old fogey, young and gifted disciples, it can't be that you value my body and want to take me over, right? Before crossing over, the cool novels I read in Tomato were all written this way, so what's the best way to deal with being taken over? What's it all about? The fusion of two souls improves the strength of the soul, something you don't have on your own. He's a reborn meat wearer with an original body and soul. This one won't work. Hangouts. One has traveled for 15 years without a shadow of a hangout. What else? Urgent. What a book. By the way, there is also one that sets a mind code known only to himself. An answer that cannot be known even if the other party takes over his memories. Little friend, don't need to be afraid. This matter is favorable and harmless to you. When the time comes, when little friend is developed, don't forget me as the introducer. Let's go. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord smiled and shook his head. This child was born in the lower realms. I'm afraid that it would take some time before he could adapt to his new identity. Under the rule of the Yin-Yang Holy Land, there are millions of cultivators, and there are tens of thousands of inner disciples who have been enrolled, and there are 9 heavenly palaces, and all of the sitting elders are at the harmonization or above cultivation level. There are 36 spirit peaks, and the elders are all at the divine separation stage. This is still only on the surface. Those retired old undead, although there is no hope of ascension, but the extreme sublimation, dreaming back to the peak, who will not be afraid, above and so on. In the future, when you see this little doll, you also have to bow and salute, call a master ancestor. This kind of chants even in young Holy Lord, but also envious of the heart of the sour. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord pulled up Lin Tianqi, and with the wind beneath his feet, he flew towards the sky. Through the clouds, the island comes into view. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord stood at the bottom of the island and bowed with great respect, reporting to the old ancestor, "The person has been brought. Let him come up by himself, and go about your business." Female elder ancestor? When Lin Tianqi heard the voice, his heart couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be that his own plug-in had been turned on? Li Mengxian, Zhang Ling, and now this old ancestor of unknown intentions is also female. Yes, the late generation will leave, without any procrastination. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord smiled kindly and turned away without saying anything. Lin Tianqi didn't see any new instructions from the people inside, so he organized his attire and stepped onto the island with a long stride. The unique scenery of the island made Lin Tianqi feel a sense of familiarity. Before he crossed over, his home was in the countryside, and every summer the hills were filled with crops and wildflowers, and many people also had roofs made of reeds. Lin Tianqi stepped forward, tripped through the freely generated flower field, and stopped outside the thatched cottage. Late Lin Tianqi, greetings to senior. Come in. Squeak. Lin Tianqi pushed open the wooden door, only to see a soft couch with a stunning woman lying on her side. Indolent, according one's wishes. Porridge. One hand propped up her head, one hand holding a small round fan. White sarong covered with lavender gauze. Bare feet, skin like flawless jade. Seen enough? The woman's eyes opened, slightly playful and scrutinizing. It seems that the late generation has seen an immortal. How dare a small Jindan speak of immortality? Not a delusional statement, but the true thoughts of the late generation. If there is an immortal, it should be like this of the senior, quite good at talking. I wanted to take you as an apprentice, but seeing that you are quite agreeable, this apprentice can't be taken. From now on, you'll live in the grass hut next door, and come to me once every 3 days. Externally, your Qin Chuan's disciple, the one who brought you up here. Got it? Lin Tianqi listened to some of the clouds, called him here, to see that he is obedient, but also not to accept him as a disciple. Not to accept the land also gave him a straw house. Come and pour the wine. Lin Tianqi walked up. The soft couch was just a foot. Lin Tianqi walked over and inevitably condescended to admire the moving beauty, but in good conscience, pure appreciation. To develop lust at the sight of a beautiful woman can only be described as a hungry man of color, not even a human being. With a flip of his wrist, Zhang Lingyun took out another jade cup and placed it on the tray as Lin Tianqi poured the 2 wine cups full. The late generation toasts senior. Zhang Lingyun didn't say anything and raised his wine glass. The wine was more fruity than alcoholic in the mouth, slightly stickier than the previous wine, but smoother. The wine seemed to slide into the belly by itself. Good wine. After finishing the 2 words, Lin Tianqi's head tilted, and he had actually gotten drunk. Ha, interesting. Zhang Lingyun had long anticipated that Lin Tianqi would be drunk in general, and with a wave of his hand, he put away the wine pots and wine cups on the soft couch. Then he yanked out a book from underneath his body and sat up to flip through it. The first step of getting it drunk has been good. Step 2. Zhang Lingyun frowned after reading it and looked towards Lin Tianqi, who was sitting on the ground, his upper body lying on the soft couch and already passed out. Stretching out a foot as white as jade kicked Lin Tianqi's arm. How can you take the next step when you're drunk like that? Zhang Lingyun threw away the book in his hand in annoyance, and with a flip of his wrist, dozens of books had already been added to the soft couch. Teach you to fall in love. How to develop a love brain. Are you in love today? Married to the strongest man in the clan. My little wolf dog brother. Dozens of books were flipped open at the same time, turning pages automatically as Zhang Lingyun swiftly browsed through the contents with his powerful divine thoughts. Men in a drunken state have no subjective consciousness, but the underlying consciousness will make them when they are stimulated. Not bad, not bad. Old ancestor, can I ascend or not? Depends on whether you kid can make old ancestor fall into the love disaster. You have to fight for it, or else you'll only be able to click you if you break old ancestor's flesh. Lin Tianqi had a dream that all normal men in the whole world have. It hurts. In his days, Lin Tianqi tried to roll over, but the heaviness on his body not only didn't allow him to successfully roll over, there was also a sharp pain coming from his body. It was a feeling he hadn't felt since he crossed over, kind of like how he felt in his previous life after being dragged into the 5,000 meter run at the games. It was sore and painful, and it seemed as if all the blood in his body had been exchanged for leaden water. So heavy. Lin Tianqi felt as if he had a large stone pressed against his chest and instinctively pushed. What the hell is furry? Lin Tianqi opened his dazed eyes and raised his neck only to see a woman's head resting on his chest. A head of black silk draped over his body like brocade. The woman was even wrapped around his body like an octopus. Blurry eyes. No, I must not be awake. I'm still dreaming. Chapter 10, Lin Tianqi, she's giving too much. Lin Tianqi's eyes were closed, but the clearer and clearer his thoughts and touches made him realize where he was at the moment. Damn, what a thing to call it. Too much glamour, but guilty instead? Quit drinking. From now on, when you go out, you must not drink a drop of alcohol. What now? Although it wasn't like he thought he was being taken over by an old man, his situation today was rather more overwhelming. Although Lin Tianqi was a bit willful, he was still a very macho person by nature. The woman looked like a heavenly beauty though, and her body was even better, as he now knew all too well. But, if he was just treated as a male pet, then he would never accept it. A great man has something to do and something not to do. Elder, I know you're awake, and I have something to say. Say. Zhang Lingyun adjusted his posture. Not to mention, hugging a human pillow was just more comfortable than lying on his own. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Just because I lost my virginity to you doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Lin Tianqi's posture of an aggrieved daughter-in-law really made Zhang Lingyun a little angry. You're still posing as a victim? This seed is one of the top 10 beauties of the heavenly Yuan realm, a great power at the Mahayana stage. Where have you suffered? Zhang Lingyun let go of Lin Tianqi and put on her dress in a dignified manner. Lin Tianqi lifted the quilt and the bedsheets came into view, and he couldn't help but have certain judgments about Zhang Lingyun overturned in his mind. This was a clean woman. Why? Zhang Lingyun mused. There's no harm in telling you. This seed was already at the peak of Mahayana 1,000 years ago, and as long as I crossed the heavenly tribulation I could ascend to the immortal realm, but there was an obsession in my heart that hadn't yet been dispelled, and without a perfect state of mind, I couldn't cross this tribulation, and I saw my obsession in your body. That means the key to your immortality is in the? You could say that. Lin Tianqi's depressed mood was instantly swept away. His body also relaxed and half leaned on the soft couch, pinched his soft and painful thighs. His sour teeth were chattering. What in the world happened yesterday? Why don't you remember anything? What a shame. You'd better not talk nonsense about our relationship. I'm not afraid of affecting my reputation. I'm afraid of you getting killed. Little weakling. Jiang Lingyun's body leaned forward. Her stunning face carried an infinite flavor, and overnight it was as if she had changed from a pure lily to a voluptuous rose. Lin Tianqi really wanted to let this know what it meant to be gifted. Hiss. The excruciating pain all over his body with one movement almost made him turn his back. He. Still not admitting it. If it wasn't for me sealing my own cultivation. TSK. Admitting that you're weak isn't shameful. What's shameful is obviously being weak but acting like you're strong. This is one of our sect's best techniques. The Sun Sutra. With your physique. If you can't break through to the Yuaning realm within 3 years, you'll have to suffer a bit. Jiang Lingyun stretched out his right index finger and made a point on Lin Tianqi's brow, and countless arcane words flooded into his sea of consciousness. The Sun Scripture, as one of the 2 supreme masterpieces of the yin-yang sacred ground, could burn mountains and boil oceans with only its own astral yang qi when practiced to the extreme. The Lin Tian weapon was so easy to get. Not only did he get it, but Jiang Lingyun also transmitted his cultivation experience into his sea of consciousness along with it. This kind of cultivation is like cheating. Of course, this way is the fastest. But for perfectionists, the odds are that it's not perfect. Lin Tianqi's physique was not compatible with Jiang Lingyun's, and compatible gongfu understandings could be different. Practicing exactly the way Jiang Lingyun did could not be said to be wrong, but it would lose its self-understanding. Jiang Lingyun gave him the cultivation tips. As for him to use them or not, the choice was all up to Lin Tianqi personally. She was looking for a partner, not a disciple. So when she saw her own obsession in Lin Tianqi, she said that she couldn't accept him as her disciple. 3 years? You're also underestimating me. If I can't enter Yuaning in 1 year, I'll strip naked and run around the yin-yang Holy Land naked. Then wouldn't I be the one to suffer? Don't do something that's wrong to me. Oh, I get angry and the consequences are serious. No, you're all dressed up. What do you want? A few hours later, Jiang Lingyun looked towards Lin Tianqi, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, and said, your little body is also a little too weak. I'll go find you some great tonic. Wait a minute. You're killing the chicken. Cut the crap. As Jiang Lingyun exited the thatched hut, Lin Tianqi gritted his teeth and secretly said, strange shame. This time he was sober. Stinking. When Little Master's cultivation improves to come, I have to show you Little Master's power. A day later, Lin Tianwei already had 3 more storage rings on his fingers, each of which had roughly 10,000 cubes. The space wasn't large, but the contents were enough to make 99% of the cultivators in the entire Tian Yuan realm risk being killed to take a chance. 1 ring contained great tonics, 1 ring contained spirit stones essential for cultivation, and 1 ring contained various types of pills. The belt was also replaced with a golden, rope-shaped phallus as if it were braided with gold silk. Top-grade magic treasure. Name, Binding Dragon Lock. By the way, Tian Yuan realm weaponry was also divided into different grades, from the lowest level of magic weapon, spirit weapon, magic treasure, to the highest level of spirit treasure. The magic weapon, spirit weapon, and magic treasure all have 4 small grades: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. Spiritual treasures, on the other hand, are categorized into acquired spiritual treasures and innate spiritual treasures. But the spiritual treasure is more recorded in the canonical books. The legend of the ancient war. The 3 worlds crumbled into countless worlds. The vast majority of the spiritual treasure and their masters have fallen in the war. Perhaps there are individuals do not know where to hide. Back to the main topic. This dragon binding lock. From the literal meaning of its ability, as long as the recitation of the spell, this treasure can automatically track down the target, bound it, and conceal the other party's cultivation. Cultivators who did not exceed Lin Tianqi by 3 great realms could not escape being bound. Of course, this magic treasure was not without an upper limit. Otherwise, if Lin Tianqi cultivated to the Mahayana stage, wouldn't he be able to bind immortals? As a matter of fact, when the cultivation level exceeds the quality level of the magic treasure itself, the effect of the magic treasure is greatly reduced. Just like this dragon binding lock. For Jiang Lingyun's Mahayana stage cultivation, whether it can be bound on or not is one thing, and it's difficult to bind it even after it's bound on. In addition to these vulgar out-of-body items, there was also a handwritten letter from Jiang Lingyun to the yin-yang sacred lord. The yin-yang sacred lord read the letter word for word and couldn't help but raise his head to look at Lin Tianqi, who was at the side while reading the letter. In his heart, he exclaimed, could it be that this kid is the bastard son of the ancestor? The arrangements for Lin Tianqi in the letter were nothing short of meticulous, and for the sake of this kid, he, the Holy Lord, has to cooperate with the drama. Sour, too sour. Hey, envious. After reading it, the Young Holy Lord neatly folded the epistle and put it into his sleeve, which serves as a credential for him to work for his old ancestor. I already know the old ancestor's command. Jiang Ling is your fellow countryman. You will temporarily live in her cave. Half a month later will be the day of the new entrant disciples to ascend the immortal road. After you have ascended the immortal road, I will arrange the things behind. This matter I know can. Never talk about it with others. Lin Tianqi didn't know the content of the epistle, but he was familiar with such plots as the road to immortality. Lin Tianqi suddenly wanted to cry a little. His story seemed to have finally returned to the main line. Chapter 11: The Road to Immortality. How did the story get sidetracked again? On the path of immortal ascension, every newly initiated disciple has one chance. Not only did the Yang Holy Land, all the major powers in the Tianyuan realm had similar tests. The road to immortality has nothing to do with the realm of cultivation. All cultivators who step onto the road to immortality will have their cultivation sealed. The test is perseverance, determination, courage, and determination. In immortal cultivation, qualifications were certainly important, but those who could be accepted as disciples by the various holy lands were not considered to have poor qualifications, even if they were outer disciples. Perseverance, determination, grit, and stamina then become part of the consideration of how high a ceiling they can reach. The immortal road was like a heavenly ladder with no end in sight, picking up steps straight into the clouds. It was as if waiting until the end could really enter the immortal world. At the entrance of the immortal road, all the new disciples converge here. The immortal road, in addition to the measurement of oneself, the benefits are also rare. The elders of the peaks and the personal heirs of the heads of the heavenly palaces were all the best on the immortal ascension path. Even if they couldn't become pro-disciples, those with excellent grades could become inner disciples. With the exception of a few related families, the only way for the major powers to select their inner disciples and pro-disciples is the immortal ascension road. Outer disciples who wanted to become inner disciples by staying up for a long time could not be said to be absolutely impossible, because there was still a shortcut through the back door left for those who were destined to do so. In addition to these promotion slots, the immortal path had rewards for every node reached, with merit laws, spirit stones, and cultivation treasures galore. Moreover, the Holy Land has very generous rewards for the top 3 achievers on the immortal ascension road. It can be said that this is the greatest opportunity for a new disciple to be introduced to the world. It was said that this time, on the road to immortality, Lord Holy Lord would personally come to watch and take out a superior immortal mountain as a reward for the first place. Lin Tianqi, Li Mengxian was also among the crowd. Both of them were karmic people who had gone through the back door, and Li Mengxian had already worshipped under Jiang Ling and become an inner disciple. This immortal ascension road was more for the purpose of accompanying Lin Tianqi to participate. That day, Lin Tianqi disappeared for several days after going to meet the Holy Lord, and she was worried for several days. Jiang Ling implicitly told her that Lord Holy Lord might take Lin Tianqi as his disciple, so that she could cultivate without fear. However, in the end, Lin Tianqi said that Lord Holy Lord was not accepting him and told him to wait until he finished participating in the road to immortality. Lin Tianqi would never tell Li Mengxian that he had slept his way out of another world. Li Mengxian secretly felt that this was the test of the sacred Lord for the sinner's apprentice. Although the sinner's qualifications were heaven-defying, he was also the sacred lord of a large holy land, and he wasn't as uneducated as he was in the lower realms. Under the immortal ascension road, tens of thousands of people gathered here. Li Mengxian, Lin Tianqi and the two of them were not conspicuous. Although the major holy places would also recruit disciples from the lower realms, the vast majority of the disciples were still natives of the Tianyuan continent. The disciples of the lower realm are more like Jiang Ling, originally from the lower realm, and after some achievements, they give back to their hometown. And the disciples coming up from the lower realm, no matter in terms of perseverance, determination, courage, determination, etc., compared to the natives of the Tianyuan realm, are a bit stronger, and with the same cultivation qualifications, the achievements are even better. The 3 melons and 2 jujubes in the lower world could not affect their root rule, and the major powers held an open attitude towards this. Many anxious disciples had already stepped onto the immortal path and climbed upwards. Cousin, let's go up too. The one who spoke was a teenager who was 17 or 18 years old, and unlike the various brocade-clothed disciples here, the teenager was dressed in a green-colored rough cloth tunic, which made him look extremely otherworldly. But instead of feeling inferior because of the attire he was wearing, the teenager had an air of accomplishment. The young man's surname was Lu, and he had a single name, the word Fan. The Lu family is also a resounding clan in the Tianyuan realm, with many of the clan's children entering the various holy places to cultivate, and the current patriarch, Lu Wushuang, has taken the Lu family to a new height with his harmonization realm cultivation. Although Lu Fan's last name is Lu, but with the mother's surname. As for the father's name, in addition to Lu Fan's mother, other people do not know. Back then, the Lu family's eldest young lady went on a trip and returned with a big belly, and for a while, the Lu family became the laughingstock of the world. The old family master had wanted to slap this shameless daughter to death when Lu Wushuang stepped forward at this time. Lu Wushuang, as the young master of the Lu family, had already had great power of speech at this time, and under his insistence, Lu Fan's mother and son were able to live. Lu's mother died after giving birth to her child and naming him Lu Fan. Lu Wushuang did not treat this child as if he was his own, and only sent a sister to take care of him, after which it was as if he had forgotten about this nephew. 2 years later, Lu Wushuang inherited the position of Lu family head and gave birth to her daughter, Lu Shueqing. Another 5 years later, the 5-year-old Lu Shueqing meets the 7-year-old Lu Fan, and the gears of fate begin to turn, as the destinies of the young lady and the sinner begin to intertwine. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed, and this Lu Fan, who had grown up as if he was a transparent person in the Lu family, had begun to soar in his cultivation 5 years ago. At the age of 17, he had already broken through the Jindan realm, breaking Lu Wushuang's record in becoming a genius of the Lu family and a celebrity in one fell swoop. But Lu Fan scoffed at those mansions and fancy clothes. He still maintained his simple lifestyle, which really made Lu Shueqing admire him. Lu Shueqing was 15 years old, just the age of a young girl in love, and was very attracted to this different cousin. Lu Shueqing, 1974, PRC female singer and actress. Good, cousin, go for it. Lu Shueqing curved under the beauty, has a pair of glittering almond eyes, smile up on the cheeks and 2 shallow dimples, in conjunction with 2 pointed small tiger teeth. Really is the youth invincible beauty girl. A few words to show the best. Don't worry, the top of the list is not mine. Lu Fan smiled confidently and brushed another wave of favorability in front of his cousin. He estimated that it wouldn't take long to take this little girl. The Lu family, just wait and see. Lin Tianqi pulled Li Mengxian to step onto the immortal path as well. The moment he stepped onto the immortal path, a golden light swirled under his feet, and then he felt his body sink, as if his feet were filled with lead water. The entire body's mana had been blocked. Accustomed to having mana in his body, now that he had suddenly become an ordinary person, he was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. So heavy, Li Mengxian said, lifting her leg and stepping up a step. A golden light flashed under her feet and the heaviness increased again. The increase was not large, but this was just the beginning. This immortal path had an unknown number of steps, and the pressure of walking to the back could be imagined. Hurry up and climb up. Lin Tianqi smiled and raised his palm, frightening Li Mengxian with a jolt as countless images of herself being dominated by this sinful disciple flashed through her mind. As if his feet were loaded with powered propulsion, he pranced up several steps and climbed toward the top with unabated speed. Lin Tianqi raised his feet. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he called out in his heart that he was a good guy. He didn't have the heaviness that Li Mengxian had mentioned at all. He couldn't help but touch the jade pendant on his chest that Jiang Lingyun had given him, and he couldn't help but think of a phrase he had heard in his previous life, that a teenager doesn't know that a rich woman is good, and mistakenly treats a lowly as a treasure. He realized. Chapter 12, You're the main character? Then what am I? Lin Tianqi followed behind Li Mengxian, and with Li Mengxian in front of him, no one noticed that he was different. At this time, there were tens of thousands of disciples on top of the immortal path. Some of them could no longer lift their legs after walking a dozen or so steps, and most of these were the sons and daughters of the local great families of the Tianyuan realm. Joining the Holy Land was not for the purpose of attaining immortality, but only for the purpose of obtaining the identity of a disciple of the Holy Land. Tens of thousands of disciples, nearly half of them were eliminated in this first wave. In the clouds above the immortal road, the Yin Yang Saint Master and a beautiful woman in black Taoist robes stomped on the void, looking down through the clouds at the disciples below on the immortal road. That's the one the old ancestor has his eye on? The beautiful young woman doesn't speak, like a dusty female fairy, but this time she speaks, but she brings a few points of flirtation to herself. That's right, the Yin Yang Holy Land's long-dusted record is about to be broken. The Yin Yang Holy Lord said expressionlessly. As the Lord of the Holy Land, participating in this entire drama that was only meant to fulfill Lin Tianqi alone was not very good psychologically, but this was the old ancestor's arrangement, and he could only keep his opinions if he had any. Oh, it's so handsome looking. Murphy, senior sister prudent speech. You this time will let girl strong income under the door, has caused a good big trouble. That person is not you and I can equals talk about. Just kidding, this time I have to thank senior brother for relieving me. Senior sister can't thank you enough. The beautiful woman was none other than the third elder, Zhang Jingxiang, who had forcibly accepted that Purine's sacred body girl. It's good that you've taught it to be good. The Yin Yang Holy Lord waved his hand, his gaze seemingly searching for something. That little girl is? Well, she's still too young. but having this perseverance has met my mental expectations. On top of the immortal road, there was a skinny little girl. At 10 years old she was the youngest amongst these disciples, but her speed was not slow. When your legs get tired, you use your hands to support yourself and climb. It was as if a fire was burning in her eyes. Crawl up. I want to get stronger. Only by getting stronger can I avenge my parents. Little sister, let me help you. The little girl looked backward at the voice, only to see a teenager, watching her with a warm and welcoming smile. It was Lu Fan. Lu Fan saw the same thing as himself in this little girl, a heart that wants to be strong, and a heart for revenge. More importantly, this girl was actually a pure insane body. This physique, for him, is simply the best aid. The little girl just looked at Lu Fan for more than 10 seconds, then turned her head and continued to climb upwards. If people don't appreciate it, why should cousin make a deal to catch up with them? Lu Xueqing didn't know why her cousin was suddenly so enthusiastic about a little girl, instinctively making her a little uncomfortable. Lu Fan smiled and said, "Little sister, I'll wait for you in front." Saying so, pulling Lu Xueqing, who was already a bit out of breath, over the little girl to continue walking upwards. Master Go-Oh, Egu, you evil disciple, I really can't crawl. Don't stop. It won't be so easy to bring up the energy again once you stop, but it's really tiring. I can't lift my legs anymore, and I'm content to have made it this far. At this point, half a day had passed since the ascent to the immortal road, and less than 1/10 of the disciples were still holding on. No talent. You're giving up before you're exhausted to the limit? Look at that girl in front of you. Is it embarrassing? Li Mengxian sniffed and looked over. This little girl, in terms of seniority, she still have to call a master uncle. People are pure in sacred body, the pride of heaven. I'm just a bastard who only entered the inner sect through the back door. Sinful disciple, you let me go. Li Mengxian belonged to the type of person who could not walk without a whip, and could walk a few steps with a whip. When you really can't walk, I'll carry you on my back too. Li Mengxian couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising as she sniffed, and her heavy legs and feet seemed to have some strength again. Lin Tianqi knew Li Mengxian like the back of her hand, and how could she not understand this sinful disciple? Li Mengxian knew that if she didn't use some means, she was afraid that she would only drift away from this evil disciple. Above the clouds, the Yin-Yang Holy Lord whisked his beard and said, "The one called Lu Fan is not bad, a good seedling." Lu Fan was still able to pull his cousin along with him in this situation, and this hardiness was highly valued by the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord. When the sect selected core disciples, in addition to considering individual potentials such as qualifications, perseverance, determination, courage, and stamina, hardiness was equally important. A disciple who was selfish and only thought about himself would not be able to put the interests of the sect above his personal interests. He's not bad, but destined to become a stepping stone for Lin Tianqi. That's Qi. The third elder shook his head, rather regretful. Cultivating immortality to achieve the Tao. The saying of Qi luck is not illusory. After another 3 hours, when it was already night, one disciple who couldn't hold on gave up, and then the immortal road issued rewards based on their achievements. A stream of light flew out from the immortal road, causing a crowd of disciples to shout. At this time, Li Mengxian was soaked through in quite a mess, and her palms had already been rubbed out with blood, but this time she didn't give up. It was as if the body was carrying a huge mountain on its back, and it was difficult to move an inch. Lin Tianqi walked over to Li Mengxian and squatted down, preparing to carry her up. "Don't mind me, I'm really satisfied with the top 10-0. Don't get your ego moving, let's go." Lin Tianqi carried Li Mengxian on his back, and it was like carrying a huge mountain. This made him look at Lu Fan, who had been pulling Lu Xueqing in front of him since the beginning, and felt that something was wrong. Unless the opponent cheated as much as he did, it's just too strong, right? Lie down and snuggle closer. Oh, Li Mengxian felt the sinner's hand resting on her body and lay on Lin Tianqi's back like a kitten. Unconsciously, his back has become this wide. Lu Fan had already seen the end of the immortal road when he looked up at this point. There was no one else ahead of him, and the smug smile on his face no longer needed to be hidden. "Master, you're holding on. You're almost at the end of the line. It's not easy for old me to accumulate some abilities, but this time it's kind of all up in the air. If you take first place this time, you will be rewarded with a top-grade spirit mountain, which will be of great benefit to your recovery. You must hold on. Then why don't you let go of this drag queen? How can she experience despair if she lets go of her now? Hey, why bother?" Lin Tianqi's guess was correct. Lu Fan wasn't relying on his own strength either. To put it more bluntly, he's a hangdog. 5 years ago, he found an ancient bronze ring among his mother's belongings. The ring had been born full of copper stench, and no one could have imagined that it was such a ring in which a remnant immortal was sleeping. With the help of this remnant immortal, from then on, his cultivation level skyrocketed as if he had been hung up. Chapter 13, You're good, but you can't beat me. Knock knock. It's like a war drum. and it's like a giant beast galloping. The smug expression on Lu Fan's face couldn't help but change, and he turned to look behind him in confusion, only to see that a handsome boy about his age was actually running fast with a person on his back. No way! Having come this far, Lu Fan was all too aware of how great the pressure on the immortal road was at this point. How did he run? With a man on your back? Cousin, this man, so awesome. Within Lu Xueqing's eyes, Lin Tianqi's figure was getting closer and closer. That handsome face, those resolute eyes, and an unrelenting aura. It was as if a sledgehammer had hit her heart inside. For 15 years, in addition to Lu Fan, there has been another figure. Move! Lu Fan pulled up Lu Xueqing and sprinted towards the finish line at a fast pace. At this point it was almost close to the finish line, and he was still in the lead, with a fast pace that his opponent could not necessarily catch up with. Fellow Taoist in front, please stay. My name is Lin Tianqi. Make a friend. Lin Tianqi revealed 2 rows of large white teeth and very sinisterly shouted out that incantation. That kid is a pure yang sacred body. No wonder a small sect, but even a collection of pure yang, purine 2 kinds of sacred bodies, the place where the qi is located in Lu Fan's sea of consciousness, the old man's exclamation resounded. Please also work harder. Master, that kid is catching up. I didn't even use this much effort when I was breastfeeding back in the day. What then? You now throw down that drag. With the fastest speed sprint, with his existing speed to reach the finish line, you can still be a step ahead. In the late cannot win. My view of this place, there is the cohesion of qi luck. There may be some great opportunity. Lu Fan hesitated for 0.001 second, spreading away from Lu Xueqing's hand to throw down a sentence. Cousin, I'll go first, said the man, sprinting toward the finish line. Lu Xueqing looked at Lu Fan, who had thrown her head down without looking back, and stood in place at a loss for words. A sadness I've never felt before. She didn't know why she was sad. Her cousin had brought her here. She should obviously be thanking him. Why be sad and upset when you've long since surpassed your limits now? TSK, abandoning your companions for the sake of first place. Such a person can't be relied upon. He can leave you behind for the sake of grades. Next time he can leave you behind for the sake of treasures. Maybe he'll even stab you in the back. Lin Tianqi's voice drew Lu Xueqing directly to tears. Hey, seeing as you're pitiful, I'll give you a ride. It's a well-known fact that the women around the protagonist, whether they're together or not, are either mascots for the protagonist to send chances or boosters for the protagonist's growth. Since he had decided that the other party was the protagonist, regardless of whether his speculation was correct or not, the other party was a target that he had to sanction. The most holy teacher once said, I would rather let the world down than let the world down. It is better to kill 3,000 people by mistake than to let one go, Lin Tianqi said, and with a downward plunge, he picked up Lu Xueqing by the waist, and steeply accelerated amidst Lu Xueqing's shock. He didn't say that was his limit just now. How can it be? He punked me. This time, not only was Lu Fan shocked, even the Yin Yang Holy Lord in the sky as well as the third elder had their jaws dropped. Lin Tianqi had something on his body. They were aware of it, but that something could only be effective on himself, and when he carried Li Mengxian, he had cancelled out the external force given to him by the old ancestor. He was able to run, and it can barely be considered that he saved his energy for the first half of the race. But the pressure of the immortal path was that the further one traveled, the greater the pressure became, and the power that needed to be expended in the first half of the journey and the second half of the journey were not equal. Now that another person had been added and was still able to burst out faster than just now, one could only say that this son's potential could only be described as terrifying as hell. Lu Fan was shocked and afraid in his heart. The sound of Lin Tianqi's footsteps getting closer and closer was like a muffled thunderbolt hitting him with shortness of breath and numbness in his scalp, and he was like a late old man. The immense pressure of the immortal path made it impossible for him to pick up his speed at all. Master, help me. The master teacher in the ring became Lu Fan's last hope, and he didn't want to lose. The first place winner would not only receive a top-grade spirit peak, but would also be rewarded with the immortal path, and more importantly, he was going to make a name for himself. The world will only remember the first. Who cares who is second? Besides, if he loses, he'll only be fourth. All of the top 3 rewards would be out of reach for him. Either he would be number 1 or fall out of the top 3, and that's where he was now. The residual soul in the ring also sighed. Damn, why didn't I find this kid so unproductive before? Buzz. A golden light quickly converged from the ring down Lu Fan's finger towards his feet. No matter how great you were in life, now you're just a wisp of a remnant soul. I advise you to stop. Otherwise this seat doesn't mind letting your soul fly away. Suddenly a cold voice rang in the ears of the remnant soul, and a phantom appeared in the mysterious space within the ring. AI. It's just, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. I can't afford to mess with it. I can afford to hide from it. The remnant soul shook its head and instantly returned to nothingness. Lu Fan had just felt infinite power, but it instantly turned into nothingness. Not only that, but even the power he had before was gone. No matter how much his divine sense called out, that mysterious master never responded to him again. The remnant soul master was his greatest card in backing, and now it seemed as if it had completely disappeared, causing him to instantly become disoriented and fall on top of the immortal path. Rustle of skirts. Lin Tianqi took a step over Lu Fan's body, ran a few steps and stopped, turned around and said, "Friend, do you want me to help you?" Lu Fan clenched his fists, his teeth clacking. In a low voice, he said, "Don't get complacent too early. The road to becoming an immortal is long. Just because you won the beginning doesn't mean you can keep winning. 3 years east of the river, 3 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself about being poor." "I agree with that. I'm only 16. I have plenty of time. Since I don't need any help, I'll take my first step." "Is this your girlfriend or cousin? You really shouldn't have left her behind. Look at her sadness. It hurts me as a stranger to see it." "Cousin." Lu Fan looked at Lin Tianqi, who was rushing towards the finish line, and cackled as he bit off 4 large teeth. "You think that's going to disarm me? Dream on." Lu Fan's palm was propped up on the immortal road. The enormous pressure was like a huge mountain pressing on his back, and his arm was constantly trembling, as if it would break at any time. Bah! A few broken teeth along with a mouthful of blood were spat out on the immortal road, and Lu Fan just stood up trembling. "Lin Tianqi, sooner or later you will be trampled under my feet." Lu Shueching, "You traitor!" Needless to say, any unfavorable situation can be converted into forward momentum by the protagonist. High above the sky, the third elder laughed. He still threw down his companion at the last moment. Senior brother looked away. The Young Holy Lord mused, which teenager wouldn't make a mistake? Since senior sister can't see it, I'll take this disciple. The third elder smiled and said, "This kid will judge people by their appearance. Pity my little disciple is too small. Otherwise that Lu Fan is afraid that he can only be fifth." Ha! Clank! A bell sound that seemed to come from the heavenly palace rang out at the end of the immortal road, spreading throughout the Yang Holy Land. In an instant, the entire immortal road seemed to be lit up, blossoming with endless haze. Chapter 14, Spiritual Treasure Demon Refining Gourd. There's no mistaking it. This is the flavor. Clank, clank. The bell rings 9 times. This represented that someone had not only successfully passed through the immortal road, but had also broken the previous record of the fastest person to pass through the immortal road in the Yang Holy Land. The entire Yang Holy Land was instantly plunged into silence. Those newly initiated disciples were still a bit confused, but the elders as well as those old disciples instantly transformed into a stream of light flying towards the immortal road after a moment of silence. This kind of once in a thousand years worth of fun not to get involved. Are sorry for the blood flowing in the body. In an instant, the surroundings of the immortal road were filled with all kinds of magic treasures. There were those who rode swords, those who stepped on lotus flowers, those who rode flying carpets, and those who rode all kinds of spirit beasts, among which a little fat man who rode a pig was particularly eye-catching. The overcrowding was such that a 10-meter radius around him was a vacuum zone. The little fatty seemed to have taken it in stride, pulling out a meter-long onion and placing it in his mouth to click and chew. Eat yourself beautiful, but also do not forget the big white pig underneath. A person a pig eat that called a happy. The Young Holy Lord above the clouds couldn't see anything on the surface, but his heart was already dripping blood. It's mine. This was originally supposed to be my disciple. Within the grass house in the clouds, Jiang Lingyun was lying barefoot and horizontal, holding a book, 7 Days to Teach You to Capture a Man's Heart, in her hand and flipping through it, and when she heard the sound of 9 bells, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a touching arc. Little bastard, deliberately bringing 2 dragons to break the record. Is it to prove that you didn't rely on this honored one to win? Or do you want to tell me that you're not a soft eater? But I won't let you have your way. Phew phew. Lin Tianqi gasped for air. 2 big mountains were added to his body one after the other. It wasn't an easy win for him. Li Mengxian looked at Lin Tianqi with a somewhat dull gaze, her head filled with only one sentence: "This sinful disciple is strong against the heavens." Lin Tianqi's talent was strong, and she was still aware of the pure Yang sacred body's prestige. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cultivated into a Jindan in just 10 years and suppressed her into a little maid who warmed the comforter. But, is the pure Yang sacred body that strong? The sinful disciple definitely didn't just achieve this level because of the pure Yang saint body. The pure Yang sacred body is still crawling behind. He's been hiding his strength. Rustle of skirts. Suddenly a 7-colored haze flew from the clouds as if a burning star had fallen, its long trailing flame cutting through the sky. Rustle of skirts. Rustle of skirts. This was followed by 2 multicolored haze lights, a golden immortal light and a purple haze light, blinding the titanium dog eyes of the crowd watching from the Yang Holy Land. One of the 7-colored haze lights flew towards Lin Tianqi, and 2 of the 5-colored haze lights flew towards Li Mengxian and Lu Xueqing beside him. The golden light flew towards Lu Fan, and the purple light flew towards the little girl who was already covered in blood. The Dao haze even drew gasps of surprise from the crowd. This brings us to the unspoken rules that only the veterans of the Holy Land know. Ascending the heavenly ladder. As long as one reaches a certain node, there will be rewards bestowed. For example, successfully climbed 50 steps, there is a white light wrapped in prizes given. But these rewards are just a few spirit stones, perhaps some low-grade pills. For the disciples of humble origins may still have some benefits, but for some status, these rewards can be dispensable. After breaking through 100 steps further up, there will be a green light wrapped around the prize. The green reward will appear some more practical feats, although the grade is not high, but at least it can be somewhat improved. The worst feats to take to sell, but also can be sold for a few hundred pieces of spirit stones. After white and green, there are 7 levels of rewards: blue, purple, gold, 5 colors, and 7 colors. Rewards above blue were already very precious, and when placed outside, they were enough to become the base of small and medium-sized sects and clans. The purple color was considered a treasure in the Holy Land. As for the 5 colors and the 7 colors, each appearance was enough to be recorded in the canonical books. The last time the Immortal Road bestowed a 7-colored haze was 5,000 years ago, when the 9th Holy Lord Jiang Lingyun passed through the Immortal Road. Jiang Lingyun's record had never been broken in 5,000 years, until today. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord above the clouds, as well as the Third Elder, were instantly nonplussed again when they saw the rewards floating in front of Lin Tianqi. Is that old ancestor out of his mind? That's the demon alchemy gourd, the treasure that gives birth to the spirit. You just gave it away? The number of spiritual treasures in the entire heavenly Yuan realm could be counted. Which one was not a treasure that the various holy places had suppressed and easily did not take out? Lin Tianqi was also a bit confused at this moment, only to see that 7-colored haze whooshing down on his shoulders, turning into a chubby gourd boy. A green gourd grows 2 little fat white hands and 2 little fat legs, and a little round head with a leaf on it. The little guy stood on Lin Tianqi's shoulder, hugging his neck and just sniffing, not looking like a powerful character in any way. It's daddy's smell. The gourd baby opened its mouth, and its cute childish voice caused Li Mengxian, Lu Xueqing to instantly be flooded with motherly love. But Lin Tianqi was startled by the little thing's words. What the hell? Daddy's flavor? Even if he says it tastes like grandpa, which one is your mother? Lin Tianqi tilted his head to look at the little zucchini baby that was hugging his neck and sucking on it all the time, and he always felt a cool whoosh on his body. My mother is Jiang Lingyun. Before I left, my mother let me smell your bitter tea, son. There can be no mistake, father, don't worry. I'm very powerful. I'll protect you in the future. Oh, bitter teas? The 2 women immediately looked at Lin Tianqi with a burst of contempt. Li Mengxian could be considered to know what this sinful disciple had gone to do those few days. Ahem, my name is Lin Tianqi. Make a friend? Lin Tianqi looked at Lu Xueqing with a warm smile. I'm calling for bitterness. Lu Xueqing, this thing. Lu Xueqing held the reward in her hand. She wanted to give this to Lin Tianqi, but Lu Fan had brought her for so long, and now she only got a 4th place. But if she gave it directly to Lu Fan, she felt that she wouldn't be able to get it at all without Lin Tianqi's help. In the past, she would think of Lu Fan at the first time when there was something good, and this was the first time that there was a second choice other than Lu Fan, and she was suddenly caught in the middle of a 10,000-point tangle. Her reward was a 1,000-year-old elixir. The value of a 1,000-year-old spirit medicine could not be measured in spirit stones at all. Not only can it help to break the boundary and raise your cultivation level, but it can also prolong your life when the big day comes. What's awarded to you is yours. If you feel you owe me, why don't you slowly make it up to me later? Just kidding. Your friend doesn't seem to be doing too well, so I'll leave you guys alone. So see you again sometime. Lin Tianqi said, pulling up Li Mengxian ready to withdraw. Lu Xueqing, this line should be slowly put. The first time they met and helped her so much a favor is already enough. Inattentive intentionally close to the intention would be too obvious. Lin Tianqi, I want to make a friend too. I don't know if it was the female disciple in the middle of the crowd who shouted. It was as if some switch had been flipped. Both young girls and young women in the crowd shouted along. Making friends with Lin Tianqi seemed to have become the common cry of all the female disciples present at this time. Lin Tianqi didn't know that his pure yang sacred body had several other names: Maiden Killer, Women's Terminator, and Cuckold Maker. Chapter 15. Yin Yang Holy Land's 10,000 fans junior brother? More and more big girls and little daughters-in-law joined in the shouting, which made the male cultivators in the Holy Land a bit tasty. It's just a little bit of talent, a little bit of good looks. What's so awesome about it? I have no cave, no couple, no offspring. One person to eat the whole family is not hungry, free and easy, he has it. Compared to the self-congratulation of the male cultivators, the female cultivators were much simpler and more practical in their thinking. Lin Tian were not to mention this potential, looks, and the aura that exudes a fatal temptation to them all the time. Let's just say that this time the rewards. There is already no need to struggle anymore, okay? A top-grade spirit peak. What's the concept? It is equivalent to giving you an entire 100-story building in the busiest part of the capital city in the latter part of the world. The output of a top-grade spirit peak was more than a medium-sized sect outside. They were different from the male disciples who came to gild the lily, and even if their cultivation failed, they could still inherit the family fortune when they returned home. They cannot cultivate, can only be reduced to the family marriage victims? Good luck to find a look over the eyes of their own good. Luck in the poorer was used as a tool for the succession. The luck of some of the worse by the husband's family of cold violence or married to an ugly monster. It is really called the sky should not be, and called the earth does not work. Therefore, for these female cultivators, if they could find a male cultivator with high status and good talent in the Holy Land to become a Taoist couple, it would be the beginning of their flight to the branches as a phoenix. And Lin Tianqi, at this moment, was the new tree that had just sprouted up and had not yet been nested on by other birds. Everywhere you go, you're attracting bees, Li Mengxian said in a low voice, stuffing the reward she had just received in her hand into Lin Tianqi's hand, and flew towards Jiang Ling's cave with a little foot. Lin Tianqi's popularity made Li Mengxian feel a little bad in her heart. What she feared seemed to be coming true faster than she could imagine. In the lower realm she was his master teacher. Even if her talent wasn't as good as his, she was still the top woman in the lower realm. Picking a general out of a runt, she was also worthy of Lin Tianqi. But when it came down to it, she was just too ordinary, moderately gifted. Half of the women picked out of this nymphomaniac-like pile were better than her. In terms of looks, whichever one that can cultivate in the middle of this holy land would be a little fairy when put in the lower realm. The girl surnamed Lu, younger and more talented than herself, hadn't seen that sinful disciple hugging on the first time they met, and the mother in the mouth of that zucchini spirit. She couldn't even think about it. She needed to leave herself alone. Lin Tianqi was about to give chase, but in a flash he gave up on that, going after it now. One didn't need to think that tomorrow Li Mengxian's name would spread throughout the entire Holy Land. A little bit of spittle from each of these female cultivators could drown her. Li Mengxian was originally not self-confident, nor was she any kind of stoic-minded person, and with this blow, she was bound to fall flat on her face. Li Mengxian thought all the right things, but she was unable to understand the thoughts of Lin Tianqi, a man of the latter days. Lin Tianqi was brought back to the Watermoon sect at the age of 5 by Li Mengxian, who was 25 years old that year. Right at the golden beginning of the Imperial Sisterhood. 10 years of spending time together. How could Lin Tianqi, a 16-year-old young man in the latter days, be able to carry on with 10 years of spending time with a beautiful royal sister? Thinking clearly about this, Lin Tianqi revealed his trademark sunny smile and waved his hand towards the shouting crowd. Wow, Master Lin smiles so sunny and warm. Smiling makes people's hearts crunchy. Master Lin is really 360-degree deathless handsome, and so approachable. If sister could go up and have a word with him, she would live a year less. Senior Lin, I'm going to give you a monkey. I'm Zhang Demi, the inner disciple of Chui Xia Peak. Remember to come find me. Shameless, a mere inner disciple wants to climb the ladder. Senior brother Lin, I'm Danxia Peak's own Sufu. I'm just like my name. You'll love it. Senior brother. The scene is more and more chaotic. From the identity status, looks and body appearance began to appear climbing attack. Hot-tempered has scratched from a piece. Hey, this hilarity is worth it. Look at that. What a white arm. No talent. Look at people first, look at the legs. Look at that senior sister. This big long legs really want to die. Above the clouds Yin Yang Sacred Lord's face turned blue. Lin Tianqi did nothing but wave his hand, letting the entire female cultivators of the Holy Land implode. Third sister. Senior brother. Little sister begs you for one thing. You must promise me. Yin Yang Holy Lord's face turned from iron blue to black as he gritted his teeth and said, Senior sister, think before you speak. The third elder was also a bit weak as he looked at his senior brother's dark face, and said weakly, it's all a show anyway, so why don't I help you? The Yin Yang Holy Lord laughed coldly. Third senior sister. In terms of seniority, Lin Tianqi is your senior ancestor. And, you dare to pry the 9 ancestors. Aren't you afraid that she will strip you naked and hang you on the mountain gate? The third elder sniffed and winced, and vainly said, Who want to pry 9 ancestor wall corner? You cannot bloody mouth. 9 ancestor is my idol. I reverence is not too late. I just want to help you help. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Between senior siblings cannot be a little trust. Ha, I believe your donkey's liver and lungs. What happened last time screwed me over. Without those old things making trouble, Lin Tianqi would have become my disciple long ago. Ka-ching. Ah-ha-ha-ha. A wrist-thick thunder fell from the sky, splitting the Yin Yang Holy Lord instantly into a hedgehog. A mouthful of black smoke spewed out of his mouth, turning into a smoke circle. Elder brother. You didn't pass away, did you? Your senior brother is dead. Third elder shall be called to duty from now on. Okay, plant master. It's the Holy Lord. Okay, Holy Lord plant. Third senior sister. I'll strangle you. 3 days later, Xingyun Peak, one of the 9,981 top-grade spirit peaks in the Yingyang Holy Land. It seems like the ancient fairyland has been left behind in the mortal world. The snow on top of the peak is like holy crystals, and the cold aura cracks the sky. The mountainside is lush with spiritual plants, and the spiritual flowers bloom as if they were immortal paintings, with the stamens and stars hidden. Spiritual springs gush at the foot of the mountain, and spiritual fish play among the spiritual jades. Spirit fog thick like the sea, gathering and dispersing, or into a mountain, or the transformation of the mist. Spirit birds and beasts are infested with chirping sounds that shatter the air, and spirit deer are elegant with mysterious runes on their horns. Under the sunrise, the golden flame burns the peak. Endless vitality. In the bright moon, it is as cold as armor, and the sharpness is overwhelming. At this moment, the Lin Tian weapon had become its new master. When Lin Tianqi went out and met his fellow disciples to greet them, the other side would have to call out to Lin Feng Master. Peak Master Lin, keep the jade token. This is the secret key to the central control of this spirit peak. You can reset and modify it on your own. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to deliver my orders. Elder brother is too polite. What peak master or not, it's all for the service of the Holy Land. Lin Tianqi took the jade token and smoothly stuffed a bag of spirit stones in his hand into the other party's hand. Once that senior brother in charge of logistics probed, a full 500 spirit stones made him instantly smile. Holding Lin Tianqi's hand, he said, it's still Peak Master Lin who is highly aware. Either you can become a Peak Master yet. Xingyan Peak has been idle for a long time. In a moment I'll send someone to send a set of good furniture to Peak Master Lin. Then I'll be polite. Senior brother. Ha ha. Ha ha. Chapter 16 Pig Riding Elder Brother, Planting Elder Sister. A litter of problem children? After the idlers retired, Lin Tianqi found the control hub of Qingyan Peak, put in a jade token and changed a password. The corners of his mouth could no longer be controlled, revealing a cheerful laugh. Finally having his own lair. Returning for the past 3 days, he really almost went crazy. I don't know which part of the process went wrong. Originally his fake master should have been the Holy Lord, but it turned out to be the third elder. At first Lin Tianqi was a little bit of a thief. The third elder's growth is really too wow, even if you don't use it. Putting it at home as a decoration is also a kind of enjoyment. But, what the hell are those senior brothers and sisters of his? Eldest brother's name is Qi Zilong. I heard that it is the direct descendant of the Qi family, the largest immortal cultivation family in the Tianyuan realm. The Qi family's ancestor has produced a Mahayana stage cultivator. The foundation is very strong, and Qi Zilong even possesses the Tsungtian hegemony body, which is claimed to be invincible in melee combat. With such a description, the image of Qi Zilong in your mind must at least be a tall and powerful man, right? But the gap between imagination and reality is even wider than the gap between the 3 crazy Taoists and all of you. That guy long white fat, daily riding a white fat pig hanging around. Onions do not leave the hand. A day at least to dazzle on 20. The first time Lin Tianqi met with him, the guy pulled out a 1-meter-long onion and said, "Brother, have one." Lin Tianqi almost suffocated on the spot. If you think only Big Brother is an oddball, you're sadly mistaken. Eldest senior sister Zhong Miaozhu was long and pretty, but she carried a hoe every day, clearing and planting land throughout Spirit Peak. Her greatest ideal was not to become an immortal and ascend, but to fill all the spirit peaks in the Yingyang Holy Land with her spirit crops and finally monopolize the spirit crop market in the entire Tianyuan realm. There was also the 10-year-old little sister who carried a knife in her cape and sharpened it every day. What's more important was that this 10-year-old little senior sister was actually his lost righteous sister, Lin Wan'er. The world was so big and spanned 2 realms for them to meet, and it had to be said that it was fate's favor. Lin Wan'er learns what happened after she was captured, that the enemies who killed her mother are dead, that her father was saved and put in order, and hugs Lin Tianqi and cries her eyes out. As we all know, in a super large sect, the guys with special fetishes are not the ones to be trifled with. Either he's pretending to be a pig, or he's the reincarnation of some ancient immortal. Lu Fan's appearance caused Lin Tianqi to make an initial presumption about his identity. The protagonist is there, so naturally a villain is still needed. Lin Tianqi asked himself. He still seemed to fit the villain setting perfectly. A great villain is bound to have a talent that doesn't lose, or exceeds, that of the protagonist, and that fits without modesty. Secondly, the villain must have an awesome identity, which he didn't have originally, but he was Jiang Lingyun. Ahem. After he slept with Jiang Lingyun, this identity fit. Third, he has no system in place. He has no special hang-ups other than his own excellence and that damn charm that goes nowhere. Fourth, and most importantly, the biggest difference between protagonists and villains is heart. The protagonist has to have a nominal great love, a determination and will to give up everything for the sake of the so-called world's people. And the villains? Mostly selfish, narrow-minded people who think only of themselves. Even if they have ideas for the sake of the world, they will be labeled as a deviant, such as the brother who carries rice. Lin Tianqi, great love is there, but the object of love appears a little tiny deviation. As a potential villain, the first step is to divide the protagonist's potential teammates. It would be best if these special people could be of use to him. If not, don't blame him for being ruthless. Broke Chi Zilong's onion and pouted Zhong Miaozhu's hoe. As for Lin Wanner, she doesn't have this worry at all, since the two of them have recognized each other. She has become Lin Tianqi's little pendant. The second is to make a good disguise and look yourself in the mirror and feel great. Thirdly, keep a low profile and build up your strength. When the opportunity arose, make it a one-strike kill for Lu Fan. If you're not sure, don't strike easily. Otherwise, it's easy to give the protagonist a full stack of buffs to kill him back. Under the third elder's door, apart from these few oddballs, it seems that there is only one Jiang Ling who is still normal, and the two of them are from the same hometown, so they are relatively close. For Jiang Ling, Lin Tianqi suddenly becoming her junior apprentice brother was indeed an unexpected surprise. A large spirit peak, Lin Tianqi finished turning around, and his thoughts returned to reality from the memories of the past 3 days. Sitting in the middle of a 300-square-foot hall, sighing with an echo, is just too cold. After packing up, Lin Tianqi then took Li Mengxian, the imperial quilt warmer, to live with him as well. By the time Li Mengxian had packed up, Lin Wanner was already waiting with her small parcel on her back, gripping the corner of Lin Tianqi's coat. Under the bright moon and starry sky, Lin Tianqi stood under an ancient tree in the garden. Looking up at the starry sky with his arms crossed, Li Mengxian stepped out from the shadows of the ancient tree, dressed in a long white dress. The cool moonlight sprinkled on her body, reflecting her already somewhat plump figure a bit thinner. Sinner, shall we go back to the house? Lin Tianqi turned around as if he was a big gray wolf gazing at his prey, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he said, "Are you afraid? Scared? Of course I'm afraid." Li Mengxian's 10 fingers were almost twisted into twists. The sinful disciple was always trying to find ways to tease her. Although there were only 3 people in this spirit peak, Lin Wanner had just stepped into the cultivation, and the difference between her and an unusual child was not much, and she had already fallen asleep at this time. But Li Mengxian was still ashamed. Li Mengxian's heart was like a drum when she was looked at by the sinful apprentice's burning gaze, and she moved her small broken steps to walk in front of Lin Tianqi, slowly pulling up the hem of her skirt and dancing with the wind. Jiang Lingyun, who was preparing to catch an adulterer above the clouds, was made whole by Lin Tianqi and Li Mengxian. It's just a dance. It's like a field trip. Count on your kid having a conscience. Jiang Lingyun picked up the book on the soft couch and stopped paying attention to Lin Tianqi. The book says, "For men can't not care, also can't control too tightly, as long as it is not a matter of principle. To give full freedom, press too tightly, is to be topped back." Lin Tianqi's eyes burned as he looked at the dancing Li Mengxian, and with the villain's exclusive smile on the corner of his mouth, he joined in. Yikes, sinners, don't pull my clothes. There is a poem. The green curtain is lightly rolled in the soft east wind, and the swaying shadow of the flowers reflects the red face. The delicate fingers of the jade plucked the brocade strings, and the sound of their voices was slow, and their laughter was tender and compassionate. Willow gently brushing the spring water edge. Beauty play like flying fairy. The robes are light and float like clouds. The steps are light and graceful, and the steps are lotus dancing and dancing. Butterflies dance among the flowers, and the fragrant breeze intoxicates the heart. Eyes flowing with infinite love, meaning, wishing to be with the good people together. There is no need to say anything about the joys of this world, but I would like to send my heart to you. The years are quiet and good, the love is inseparable, and the playful beauty is boundless. Chapter 17, Li Mengxian's Dream Breakthrough. Big brother is actually by my side? Growling, growling. Where is this? Where's the water coming from? I'm not with the sinners. Where are the sinners? Li Mengxian was terrified in her heart and looked around. All of it was water. At that moment she was in the water, and accidentally the water choked right up to her throat, and the suffocating sensation was killing her in a million ways. Swinging his arms hard, his feet stomping just as hard, he swam toward the surface. Phew phew. Li Mengxian took a big breath of fresh air. Checking around at this time she was in a lake. This lake is not a lake. Surprisingly, a glance cannot see the edge. Nope. Li Mengxian looked up to the sky, only to see the sky like a mirror. An upside-down lake in the middle of the sky, and another upside down her. What the hell is this place? Lin Tianqi, where are you? No one responded to Li Mengxian no matter how much she shouted. Ha! What a waste. 35 years and the Jindan hasn't even formed. Living, it's all a waste. Just with you, you also want to ascend to become an immortal? Don't daydream. If you can ascend, even a pig can become an immortal and an ancestor. Ha ha, Lin Tianqi is so good. Do you deserve it? You think you're the only one with big boobs and a nice ass? Shut up. Don't say it. Stop it. Lin Tianqi is just treating you as a toy. One day when he gets tired of playing with you, he'll just stuff you into the trash can like garbage. Think about it. What will happen to a woman with mediocre qualifications who is tired of being played with? No, the sinner wouldn't do that. Who are you? Come out. Who am I? Ha ha, I am you. I say what you want to say. Fear? Fear? I am the only one who truly cares for you. You and I are one. As long as you accept me, you will become the strongest person in the world. You will soar to the immortal realm instantly, and you will be able to regain your throne in 1,000 years. Why are you still hesitating? Don't you want to be with Lin Tianqi? As long as you and I are one, Lin Tianqi will become your plaything. You can do whatever you want. Don't hesitate. Li Mengxian. Mengxian. What a bull ***** name. You were originally an emperor above the 9 heavens. Boom. Clatter. Only to see countless golden chains suddenly drilling out from the ground, and from the 2 lakes in the sky, with golden runes inscribed on each section of the chains. Each rune contained an astonishing amount of power, and in the center of the chains, a woman in a golden fancy dress was tightly bound by densely packed chains. Looking at the woman's face again, it was the same as Li Mengxian's, but the temperament between the two is very different. One is like a neighborly sister, and the other is like a queen who holds the world in her hands. Come on, all my power is yours once you remove these damn seals. Come on. An invisible force kept lifting Li Mengxian's body from the water. What's going on? Where am I? Who the hell are you? Li Mengxian muttered as she looked at the woman in front of her who looked identical to herself. Is she really herself? Clatter. As Li Mengxian continued to get closer, the divine chains clattered as if they were alive. The corners of the bound woman's mouth rose more and more. Her eyes grew crazier and crazier, and her mouth continued to call out to Li Mengxian as if it was a demonic voice from the 9 specters. Li Mengxian had unknowingly walked in front of the woman, reaching out to touch each other's distance. Everything I have is yours once you tear that paper off my chest. My. Bah. You. Bah. I'm going to kill you. Clatter. The woman was frantic. She had never been so insulted. The violent struggle against the chains clattered, but her struggles were in vain. As if the runes on her chest sensed her struggle, the golden light flashed and the runes on the chains on the woman's body instantly seemed to burst into flames. Ah! The woman was snorting from the burning chains, and gouts of black smoke were rising from her body. Stop! Stop! Please! I won't dare anymore. Never again. The skin on the woman's face seemed to melt into ash as if it were burnt paper, revealing her original appearance. A humanoid black mist with crimson blood-like eyes and a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth scared Li Mengxian into taking 3 steps back in a row, but randomly and bravely. The party has proved that this guy only mouth high. She really so powerful where the need to compel their own? In the words of that sinful disciple, if you can do it, never beep. And if you keep beeping but don't do it, you either can't beat them or you've got a cowardly heart. This is why she deliberately provoked the other side, betting on the loss of the big deal to kneel down and admit to go, pretending to be a god. Growing up like you might as well be dead. Ha ha, ha ha, idiot. I really didn't expect you to come up with this method in order to deal with me. But, you have counted 1,000 times, but there are times when you have missed the count. Ha ha, Li Mengxian. Sooner or later you will come to beg me. Break it for me. The black mist let out a roar, as if it was a bulging balloon, and burst with a bang. The smoke dispersed, and the humanoid figure that the black fog had taken on had completely disappeared, and in its place was a black ball of light. A figure sitting on his knees loomed in the ball of light. Among the countless divine chains, among the billions of runes, a golden rune quietly shattered into a huge force that flew into Li Mengxian's body. Asterisk. What the hell? Mte Ching Yun. After Lin Tianqi and Li Mengxian had some friendly and in-depth exchanges, they were slightly tired before settling down to cultivate and recover their vitality. As a result, Li Mengxian suddenly acted as if a volcano had erupted, and her aura climbed upward, directly pushing Lin Tianqi beside him off the bed. It was a breakthrough to the Jindan realm. That's not all. The early stage of the Jindan realm is broken. Middle Jindan realm broken. Late Jindan realm broken. The peak stage of the Jindan realm was broken. Early Yuaning realm broken. With a single move into the realm, he directly broke through from Pseudodan to the peak of the Yuaning realm. Lin Tianqi stood under the bed, his entire body numb. The scrappy master teacher who lived for 10 years is actually a real big shot? This world was so damned magical that it was a little too much for him, the traveler, to accept. How can Lu Fan be the main character? Compared to Li Mengxian, Lu Fan is nothing. Li Mengxian woke up from her dream, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the dumbfounded sinful disciple, and immediately a wave of joy after the robbery made her leap towards Lin Tianqi like a flying swallow returning to its nest. He used all his strength to hold Lin Tianqi, as if the moment he let go, Lin Tianqi would disappear again. Ka-ching! Ah. Sinner, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me. Master. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving, as long as master is happy. Chapter 18, Chicken ***** Squad. TSK. Things are getting a little big. How about this intensity? Master? It's a little heavy. Lighten up. Li Mengxian flopped down on the bed and told the story of what happened in the lake. Lin Tianqi sat on the edge of the bed massaging the calves of his newest thighs. As the old saying goes, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Besides, what's a massage for your daughter-in-law? Lin Tianqi searched for literature related to Li Mengxian in his mind. And not to mention, this kind of situation really did exist. This situation of Li Mengxian was very similar to the description of sealing evil things. For the sake of the world's living beings, the absolute strongest person sacrifices himself to turn his absolute cultivation as well as his own name into a seal to seal the evil things. And Li Mengxian was the vessel for this absolute powerhouse to seal the evil thing. For example, rubbed a few hundred levels to take the kidney dry whirlpool Naruto. Then why was it okay before? Lin Tianqi's gaze couldn't help but glance at the bedsheets. A guess in his heart. Could it be because you loosened the seal? Is that why this evil creature appeared to compel Li Mengxian to lift the seal for him? But no matter what, the issue of Li Mengxian's body had to be kept a secret. Otherwise, what was in her body would inevitably cause many experts to covet it. And at that time, in order to protect herself, Li Mengxian appeared to have no choice but to unseal it. It fit perfectly with the behavior of that evil thing blowing itself up. How could it be said that promoting from showdown to yuaning stage in one night was not reasonable? To think of a reason for something. Little Lindsay nowadays I'm at the yuaning stage. If you're bullying me, there's no door. Li Mengxian was quite happy to turn over the surf and sing. Pop. Just as I finished, I heard a snap and my plump ass was attacked. Get up. I want to talk to you. Oh. Li Mengxian sat up. Seeing that Lin Tianqi was very serious, she also put away her playfulness and looked like a good boy. The abnormality of your body definitely can't be hidden from your master as well as the third elder. The pseudo-down realm promoted to yuaning overnight. The news spreads out you'll have to be captured and sliced to study you. Cut. Slice. Li Mengxian's mind instantly thought of the shabu-shabu that the sinful apprentice had gotten up to. A 3-month-old lamb, sliced into thin, cicada-like slices of meat, and placed in the middle of a copper pot for only 3 seconds. Hey, you're thinking, the saliva is coming out. Sorry. This heartless, Lin Tianqi really wanted to lift her brain and see what was inside. An immature plan in Lin Tianqi's mind instantly took shape. Although this plan was a bit hasty, it had a high possibility of success. After Lin Tianqi made up his mind, he took Li Mengxian's hand and said, "Stay here and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to come back." Well, Lin Tianqi put on his clothes and went out of Qingyun Peak towards setting up his flying sword towards Jiang Lingyun's immortal island. Lin Tianqi had the jade token given by Jiang Lingyun and entered the immortal island very smoothly. However, he did not head to Jiang Lingyun's thatched hut, but continued to fly south. Although the island was not particularly large, it was divided into 5 regions, and besides the center being Jiang Lingyun's residence, it was also divided into 4 regions, the southeast, the west, and the north. Instead, these 4 areas mimic the layout of the ancient flood period. Directly to the south, Jiang Lingyun once again raised a group of spirit beasts with the bloodline of the vermilion bird, named Red Bird. Adult cardinals were on par with the human race's divine separation stage cultivation, and the purpose of his trip is to catch a few cardinals to go back to eat. The blood and flesh of spiritual beasts is a great tonic for cultivators. Even a pig can instantly turn into a pig demon when it eats the meat of a cardinal. He dared to hit this cardinal with a killer weapon in hand. Cardinals are called finches and look more like the latter-day red-bellied woodcock, with long tail plumes that resemble burning flames. There were about 17 or 18 cardinals in this flock, each with its head held high, not yet knowing that it had been in great distress. Whoosh! A green light flashed, and the huckleberry shone. As soon as he came out, he hugged Lin Tianqi's neck and kept sticking to it, as if he was a little puppy. The pure yang qi emitted by Lin Tianqi had a fatal attraction for women, and at the same time, it also had a fatal attraction for spiritual treasures such as the demon refining gourd. Sniff! Daddy, you smell so good. Lin Tianqi winced at his words and slapped the huckleberry in the face. Don't talk, look what's there. Can you handle it? Hulyua followed Lin Tianqi's finger and said, still aggrieved, Cardinal, I can deal with them with my eyes closed. Lin Tianqi was instantly delighted at his words. Help me catch 3 of them. The little zucchini waif sniffed with a difficult face and said tornly, these little birds were raised here by mother, so if you catch them, you'll be beaten. Ahem, let me ask you, do you listen to your mother or your father? The little huckleberry child cocked his head and thought for a moment. Although daddy smells good, I still have to listen to mother. Mother said, whoever has the biggest fist listens to whoever. Lin Tianqi frowned and continued, Then did your mother ever say that she wouldn't allow father to come and catch these cardinals? That's not true, since your mother hasn't said no, which means that your mother is no longer opposed on this issue. Do you have to listen to daddy now that he's asked you to catch it? Zucchini Wahoo is in thought again. Well, gotta listen to daddy. Then what are you waiting for? Go get 3 of them and then we'll go home and daddy will make you a nice meal. Aha! The little gourd boy turned around and showed his original form. A 30-centimeter tall green gourd. Anum. Whooshing. Gourd mouth open. Immediately from which flew out a chain as if the green lightning. The 3 divinity period of the cardinals did not react to the green god chain a wrap, was immediately wrapped into a dumpling. The divine chain was like a rubber band, recovering rapidly, and the 3 divine separation stage great demons were pulled into the gourd. Asterisk 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 so fierce. Demon refining gourd. Refining the name of the demon. It can be said that this spiritual treasure is born for the demon race, the district of few divided spirit stage demon natural easy to take. After scoring a hit, Lin Tianqi quickly withdrew, returning to the green cloud mountain. Lin Tianqi quickly dealt with these 3 cardinals, the tails, and the fiery red feathers on the wings were treasures at first glance, and put them away. Blood, guts, flesh, all separated. Then he took out the 100-year-old ginseng, Lingji and other spiritual medicines from among the heavenly treasures given by Jiang Lingyun. In taking a medicine pot, put all the ingredients in it, and the blood stays in when it comes out of the pot, so that it is fresh and tender. The internal organs were formed into skewers and made into kebabs, and with just a simple salt garnish, it already made the mouth of Li Mengxian, the little gourd girl sitting on the side. Water. Fragrant, right? It's called barbecue, drinking and jerking off. One of life's great pleasures. Hissy, taste it. It's best when it's burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Too old affects the flavor. The 3 ate with their mouths watering, and from time to time stars and sparks erupted around them. At the end of the meal, the exhale is red hot. Now go and cultivate in seclusion and leave the rest to me. Li Mengxian was already a little dizzy, but Lin Tianqi besides feeling a lot of fire and looking at Li Mengxian as if she was automatically aiming. It seemed like there was nothing special. However, this was not the time to use his energy on Li Mengxian. Picking up the prepared lunchbox, he swaggered towards the airy fairy island. Chapter 19, Potential Dragon 3rd, 1 year Yuaning. Ginger. Try the loving dinner I prepared especially for you. What is this? It smells so good. The big name is sizzling love in this life. The little name is kebab. From threading the skewer to sizzling the grill, every piece of meat is filled with my sizzling love for you. Put cough. Although Jiang Lingyun had read 10,000 books, she really hadn't experienced this in reality. And she had gotten Lin Tianqi drunk into various poses without being so uptight now. The small face was as if it was on fire, the scalp was flaky, and there was a sense of embarrassment that wanted to find a crack in the ground. Eat slowly, it's not like anyone stealing from you. Here, have some wine and moisten up. Well, you, asshole. With her face close at hand, the wine was not drunk, and Kong Kang's classmates became even more giddy. After eating the kebabs and drinking the great tonic chicken soup, Jiang Lingyun was as if he was stepping on a cloud, and his entire body was floating up. With an easy, sweet smile on her lips, she said in her heart, "Is this what love tastes like? With wine and food?" Jiang Lingyun looked at Lin Tianqi as if his eyes were like 502 glue, sticking to death. Lin Tian wore Jiang Lingyun's hand in the palm of his hand, and said with an expression, "Is it delicious? I've never had anything so delicious." Then I'm relieved. Hey, this is also my fault. I didn't keep an eye on Zucchini. What happened to Zucchini? Zucchini accidentally killed 3 of your cardinals that you raised. I have seriously criticized it. It has profoundly realized its own mistakes. I seek to die all dead. It cannot be wasted. You eat happily. They are also considered to have died a good death. Jiang Lingyun's eyes shifted from infatuation to skepticism, and from skepticism to certainty. I said, why is my mouth so sweet today? So it's because I stole my chicken, and framing Zucchini. Good you Lin Tianqi, you stole my chicken, so take yours to cover your debt. 3 days, 3 whole days. Lin Tianqi's face was withered and his eyes were deep set, holding his waist as he returned to Qingyun Peak. Work hard, work hard, work hard. What little master has lost will definitely be recaptured with his own hands. Jiang Lingyun, you demoness, wait. 3 years from now, little master will definitely be on top. The Yin-Yang Holy Land has 9 heavenly palaces. Qian Palace, Ken Palace, Burgundy Palace, Jin Palace, Zhong Palace, Sun Palace, Li Palace, Kuan Palace, Tu'e Palace, and 36 main peaks, which together support the Yin-Yang Holy Land's mountain protector formation. Successive generations of holy masters have been sitting in the Qian Palace, and the remaining 8 elders are not set in stone according to their own strengths in practicing their skills. The 3rd elder, Zhang Jingxiang, was one of them since, sitting in the Kuan Palace. 3rd elder Zhang Jingxiang, The third elder sat on top of the lotus-type throne. Below, Zhou Miaozhu respectfully said, reporting to the master, the youngest junior brother has returned to Qingyun Peak. Observing his face is the phase of the two deficiencies of qi and blood, which seems to be accompanied by soreness and weakness of the waist and knees. The appearance of the above two situations are mostly caused by the lack of kidney essence. This matter must not be mentioned to anyone, so go about your business. Yes, master. After Zhong Miaozhu left, Zhang Jingxiang secretly said, it's still the old ancestor who plays with flowers. At this time, she somewhat regretted taking over Lin Tianqi. This hot potato can only be seen from afar but not profane play. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already the second year that Lin Tianqi had come to the Yinyang Holy Land. A year ago Lin Tianqi passing the Immortal Road with a record-breaking score seemed to be his crowning moment. In this year, Lin Tianqi what he had done was something that not many people knew. Instead, Lu Fan, who was ranked 4th on the Immortal Ascension Road, had made a huge name for himself in just 1 year. This year he frantically participated in the clan's internal exchange tournament, in which he participated in 100 battles in the Jindan stage ring, picking off the ringmaster and defending the ring 99 times in a row. After winning all 100 matches, he crossed the border with Jindan stage cultivation to participate in the Yuanying stage ring, winning 10 out of 10 matches without a single defeat. Recently, he was even listed in the 5th position of the Subterranean Dragon ranking by the Tianji Pavilion. The potential dragon list. Tianyuan realm cultivators under 100 years old can enter the list by virtue of their talent, cultivation realm, battle results and other comprehensive factors. Tianji Pavilion is known for its fairness, professionalism, and strong business ability, focusing on all kinds of lists in the Tianyuan realm, the heavenly list, the earthly list, the human list, the submerged dragon list, the spirit beast list, the divine soldier list, the beauty list, etc., which is highly recognized by the cultivators in the world. But Lu Fan looked at his 5th place finish and was really not happy. There was no one else. That unproductive Lin Tianqi appeared in the 3rd place. On what grounds? He himself has studied hard this year and fought more than 100 matches, and he is only the 5th person to defeat a Yuanying realm cultivator with a Jindan realm cross-step. He has done nothing to deserve to be in 3rd place. Within the Holy Land for Lin Tianqi's ranking over Lu Fan was also divided into 2 distinct rows. One faction believed that Lin Tianqi's power over Lu Fan on top of the Immortal Road had proved that his potential far exceeded Lu Fan's, which could not be made up for by Lu Fan's participation in the ring tournament, and the gap between geniuses could not be made up for with hard work. And this faction was mostly female cultivators from the Holy Land, who were more and more obsessed with Lin Tianqi's, even though he had disappeared for a year. The other faction believed that Lin Tianqi had disappeared precisely because this year's cultivation had fallen short of expectations, perhaps using some means unknown to others to break the Immortal Road record. Now do not dare to come out as afraid to reveal. This faction is mostly male disciples of the Holy Land. Lin Tianqi's appearance, so that the right of these male disciples to court instantly lost 90%. There is an opportunity to sing the downfall of Lin Tianqi. They will never let go. Aside from the Yinyang Holy Land, the young geniuses of the major powers were all confused. Lu Fan at least had a good battle record within the Yinyang Holy Land and they had heard about it. But who was Lin Tianqi? Only after inquiring did he learn about Lin Tianqi's record-breaking passage through the Immortal Road a year ago. It wasn't hard to deduce why Tianji Pavilion had placed Lin Tianqi in such a high position. The most valued thing about the potential dragon ranking is still potential, breaking the record of the 9 ancestors of the Yinyang Holy Land. This alone is enough to make it rank in the top 3. And if there is a bonus from the battle results, ascending to the top of the rankings is not without possibilities. At the top of Qingyun Peak, snow covered the entire mountain. There was a cliff at the top of the mountain, and Lin Tianqi was bare-chested, sitting in the west and facing the east, looking at the sea of clouds in the east. Not long afterward, the sea of clouds in the east began to appear orange and red, and a round of fiery red sunrise gradually revealed an arc of orange and red. Lin Tianqi sucked hard at the rising sun, only to see the orange-red energy surging into his body, like a rushing river passing through the 8 meridians and melting into his flesh and blood. A gust of white mist vaporized from Lin Tianqi's naked upper body, condensed on the top 3 inches of his head and did not dissipate, gradually transforming into a seated statue, with a face that became more and more solid, and was generally the same as that of Lin Tianqi. The Dharma phase was first revealed, and heaven and earth resonated. Boom! The seated statue was as if it had come to life, and with a forceful suction, more orange-red energy transformed into a thread-like shape, scrambling to enter within the seated statue. From a distance, the tiny seated statue appears to be connected to the sun by orange and red threads. As more and more energy was absorbed, the sitting statue solidified more and more from its foggy form, and its color transitioned from white to the color of orange and red flames. Boom! The absorbed energy seemed to have reached a certain tipping point, and the sitting statue ignited a blazing flame around it. Majestic, bursting, like the god of the sun reappearing on earth. Collections. Lin Tianqi let out a low gulp, and the Dharma phase hid into the top of his head and returned to the Violet Mansion, which also marked his official advancement to the Yuaning realm. Boom! Rolling true fire from Lin Tianqi body gushed out. This flame is not only hot, but also contains the power to purify everything. Lin Tianqi's flesh is like a piece of real gold. Under the calcination of the spiritual fire, the stars of the impurities were burned out. The flesh in them there is not the slightest impurity is glazed. Yuaning realm. Little ginger you lost. Wait for little master to pamper you. Jia. Cloudy Mortal Island. Zhang Lingyun looked at the soft couch above the box of small toys, face crimson as blood. This asshole really did it. 1 year Yuaning realm. She will have to promise Lin Tianqi one thing if she loses. And this bastard sent this box to her before the retreat to show his determination to win. Whoops, it's over. Chapter 20, Lin Tianqi, heartbroken eldest brother. Lin Tianqi had been playing on top of the Immortal Island for a few days, and finally felt like raising his eyebrows. It even made him a little envious of the water healing master. Da Yu, there are rumors that Da Yu's wife is a 9-tailed fox. One tail is so erotic. I wonder what it would be like to have 9 tails. Afterwards, the ginger demoness changed into a gorgeous palace dress, claimed to go out for something, and flew out of the fairy island as if she was escaping. These past few days were really a bit over the top for Zhang Lingyun, taking her body into the love calamity. But this love calamity was too fierce. But what Lin Tianqi had packed in that brain really made it impossible for her to predict. When she was sweet, it was like her whole heart had turned to sugar. When she was angry, she couldn't wait to bite that bastard to death. And his strange playfulness made her want to find a crack in the ground. Zhang Lingyun only felt his body itch a little when he thought of that shy place. If it goes on like this, what's the point of having a love affair? Lin Tianqi watched Zhang Lingyun fly farther and farther away, and also set up his clouds to fly towards Koan Palace. The third elder, as his nominal master. It seemed like he hadn't gone to pay his respects since he had entered the door, and he had just received a transmission from Li Mengxian that the third elder had summoned him. Underground Palace of Ghouls, e.g., Jupiter or Kunming. A year was a long time for Lin Tianqi, but for third elder Zhang Jingxiang, it was only the time it took to enter meditation once. Lin Tianqi, this hot potato, does not take the initiative to seek her. She will pretend that this person does not exist, try to stay away from, in case one of their own not pay attention and the old ancestor is not happy. But just now she received a message from her old ancestor that 3 years from now would be the time when the Holy Land would open the secret realm, and at that time, not only the young talents of the Yin Yang Holy Land, but also the entire young generation of the Tian Yuan realm would gather here and enter the secret realm to cultivate. And her human task was to use these 3 years to develop Lin Tianqi's most lacking practical combat ability. As the third elder's personal disciple, coupled with the fact that he had strutted into the cloudy Mortal Island over the past year, everyone in the entire sacred ground knew that Lin Tianqi was the one that old ancestor valued. There is no need to say or do anything at all. The privilege is already so created. A smooth and unobstructed journey led him into the main hall. Disciple Lin Tianqi, greetings to master. Well, sit down. Zhang Jingxian was sitting on the lotus throne at the top and was also sizing up this cultivator who had traveled 99.8% of the path that a cultivator had to travel after only 1 year of initiation. With that old ancestor escorting him, that saint's son position that had been vacant for 100 years would sooner or later be in the pocket of this young man in front of him. Thinking of this, the third elder cannot help but feel a little sad. The previous saint's son is a pity, like the sunrise rising, and like a meteor falling to the ground quickly fall. If you give him time, ascension to the immortal world will not be a matter of course. Really like, master? Lin Tianqi was a little hairy by the third elder's straight eyes. This guy wouldn't also be like the Zhang demoness who saw the color and wanted to use force on him, right? I just got lost in thought. I remembered a deceased person. Let's not talk about him. A year's time to break through from the Jindan realm to the Yuanying realm. It's worthy of being a pure Yang sacred body. All the outsiders are questioning your third position on the subterranean dragon ranking list. I see that the people of the heavenly pavilion of opportunities have still underestimated you. It's all just a bit of vanity. Third or first can't add or subtract a single bit of power from me. And my disciple doesn't care. Lin Tianqi's reply made Zhang Jingxiang's eyes light up. It was rare to have such a heart at such a young age. Anyone who has been young, Zhang Jingxiang has also been a regular on the potential dragon list, and now also ranked on the earth list, the beauty list 2 lists, the 2 words of false fame. Not anyone can look away. That Lu Fan, for example. She had heard that Lu Fan had openly questioned the fairness of Lin Tianqi's ranking not only once, and when the 2 were compared, the highs and lows were immediately judged. You can think like this is very good, but young people should have the sharpness cannot be lost. False name we cannot care, but also cannot allow others to question. Today to find you here is to ask you, can there be any want to learn the art? Gong Fu, Jutsu is different. Gongfu is the basic disc. Cultivate Gongfu to produce strong power, while Jutsu is for the use of power. If you only practiced Kung Fu without practicing arts, you would have a single means of fighting the enemy. And if you only practiced arts without practicing Kung Fu, it would be like fishing for the moon in the water. However, the more arts are not the better. Bow but not fine, but become a liability. The general cultivator will choose 3 to 5 arts that match the Gong method as a means to fight against the enemy. Incidentally here, some special existences choose a combination of feats plus a single art, such as sword cultivators. The pros and cons of infinitely powerful single spells are equally infinitely magnified. Lin Tianqi first arrived at the Water Moon sect to practice the first art is the sword. That travelers do not want to play flying sword? Taking someone's head from 1,000 meters away and flying with a sword is simply handsome. But after practicing for a while, Lin Tianqi realized that he seemed to be a bit average in terms of his qualifications in the sword path. Legendary sword heart sword intention are not practiced. He also did not have a system directly send him one. It wasn't until he switched to boxing that he found his way. Whether there was talent or not was not a matter of how much time had been spent practicing, and how skillful the techniques practiced were. Just as Lin Tianqi practiced the sword for 3 years, the sword can't pick a single fault. If it is a test can get 100 points, but Lin Tianqi himself understands that his sword technique is not divine. It's fine to use it to fly with a sword and to kill enemies, but the upper limit of what can be seen is right there. It's not the same with boxing. A single swing of the fist mobilizes all the essence. There is no way to describe the feeling of being unimpeded by a pen and ink. Apprentice since young to practice boxing, but also need a recluse to match. And then there is out and about need some daily arts, such as poison formation cough, for the teacher to know. Really did not think that you are actually practicing boxing, for the teacher also thought that you will practice the sword, such as you look like a sword fairy. The most popular female cultivators like, the world is full of prosperity, and it is enough for me to take only 3 or 5 plants that I sincerely like. 3 or 5 plants. You really aren't greedy, Zhang Jingxiang said, feeling that she had some problems with her tone of voice. How did she talk a little like a petulant? So scary. Zhang Jingxiang cleared her throat and said, we have 9 veins in the Yin-Yang Holy Land. In addition to the sun, Tai-Yin 2 veins, there are also 7 veins evolved from the sun Tai-Yin. The 6 elders major in the 2E sky diffraction, looking up to see the sun, moon, stars and stars, looking down to see the mountains and rivers. The Yin and Yang Qi outlines Yin and Yang symbols to set up a formation. Not at the same time proficient in the Yin and Yang, it's difficult to break the formation. However, to learn this method, you need 1 billion points of enlightenment and wisdom. Tomorrow I will go to the 6th elders to beg for the technique and her cultivation tips for you. As for how much you can learn depends on your own enlightenment. As for using poison, it's easy. Your master's nickname is the Poison Fairy. It just so happens that your eldest senior brother is going out on a mission, so you can follow me for a while. Lin Tianqi sniffed. Master's care, disciple is grateful. Take this, 20 sticks a day. It has the effect of detoxifying poisons, and it can also strengthen your resistance to toxins. To learn how to use poison, you must first test the poison yourself, and fully understand the various poisons before you can truly master them. Lin Tianqi looked at the large onions piled up like a small mountain in front of him, and suddenly felt some heartache for eldest brother. Chapter 21 My real talent turns out to be Ka Ching. It's not bad, full and juicy, slightly spicy with a bit of fruity sweetness. Would you like one? Lin Tianqi clicked and dazzled the large onion. He needed to eat 20 per day for 7 days before he could enter her secret base with Zhang Jingxiang to learn how to use poison. The simple explanation is that you need to stack some anti-poison buffs, or else you'll burp yourself before you can learn it. I don't want. You, don't kiss me today. I'm going on retreat. Li Mengxian covered her nose to fend off Lin Tianqi's biological attacks. This onion is a spiritual herb cultivated by Zhang Jingxiang. Don't look at this thing as if it's disliked by millions of people, but take it outside. It's going to sell for a high price. Being able to grow anti-poison, it is a necessity for those cultivators who are traveling. This onion itself possesses a certain degree of toxicity, and it is also a compound toxin. After eating it, it will make the body slightly poisoned, but the multiple compound toxicity constrains and balances each other, so that it reaches a very delicate state. It must be said that Zhang Jingxiang is worthy of the name of Poison Fairy. Not knowing, 7 days passed in a flash, and through a narrow passageway, Lin Tianqi followed Zhang Jingxiang to her secret base. It was very different from the scene Lin Tianqi had imagined. This place was like a paradise. Everywhere there were blooming flowers, extremely colorful, and even the air carried a strong scent. It's beautiful. Tianqi, the first truth my teacher taught you, the prettier something is, the deadlier it is. Close your eyes. Do you see any little people dancing? Lin Tianqi closed his eyes. and the environment that should have been dark did not appear, but instead became more and more colorful. A beautiful little person like an elf flapped her transparent wings and danced. Am I poisoned already? That's right. The fact that you can still communicate normally means that you haven't cut any corners in these 7 days. You but eat less spirit onions. At this point you're already dancing with them. Lin Tianqi winced, thinking that he had really chosen the right one. It's so shady to use poison. You learn not to take it to harm yourself, but also to prevent being harmed. It's not right. This scent. Why is there a familiar feeling? You are smarter than your elder brother. That's right. Among the spices used by your master there is this illusion butterfly soul enchanting powder. So the master you see is the one you fantasize about in your mind. Oh, master, teach me. It's just a small sculpture. Since you're interested, let's start today with this illusory butterfly enchantment. Zhang Jingxiang said, took out a piccolo, but the size of 3 centimeters. There are only 3 small holes on it. Put it on the side of the mouth. Gust of unique melody sounded, only to see that a piece of the beautiful flowers that Lin Tianqi had seen just now had actually flown. Asterisk. Lin Tianqi thought that he was hallucinating again, but those flowers flew closer and turned out to be a beautiful butterfly, which flapped its wings as if it were illusory. This is the phantom butterfly, a cherished spirit beast. Back then, in order to catch them, my master broke into the 100,000 mountains alone, and almost couldn't come back. Zhang Jingxiang put the piccolo down and stretched out her hand, and the butterfly fluttered and landed on her hand. Did you memorize the melody of the party? Why don't you teach me a little? I don't know much about sound. Okay, get some together. Lin Tianqi did not have any dissenting thoughts when he heard the words, and came over, and when the 2 arms touched, Zhang Jingxiang's face was a reddish color. Lin Tianqi himself couldn't detect it, but his aura was like an ecstasy to the opposite sex, and when he got close, anyone was confused. These 3 holes are the 3 basic tones. You memorize them. Zhang Jingxiang placed the piccolo at her red lips and blew 3 separate tones. Lin Tianqi wrote them down one by one, and then Zhang Jingxiang blew the tune again. Got it memorized? Well, make a note of that. Here, blow through it. Zhang Jingxiang handed over the piccolo in her hand. Lin Tianqi took it and put it on his mouth. Suddenly there was some warm feeling around his mouth, and only then did he remember that this was what Zhang Jingxiang had just blown on just now. But he was a big old man. If he showed his dislike, it would somehow hurt his pride. Zhang Jingxiang, a pretty face, cannot help but redden 3 points again, so that it is not counted indirectly. As Lin Tianqi blew the piccolo, the melody came together, and those mesmerizing butterflies danced around Lin Tianqi as if they had been guided, while at the same time a tiny particle that was hard to see with the naked eye fell off from under the wings. It gradually gathered into a cloud, and a colorful colored cloud seemed to appear in midair. Zhang Jingxiang took out a jade bottle and pulled it with her mana, incorporating the colorful clouds into the bottle. This is the phantom butterfly mesmerizing powder, can be used alone, to also be added to other poisons to form a composite poison. Zhang Jingxiang handed the jade bottle to Lin Tianqi and added, this piccolo is my beloved thing. Back then if it wasn't for it I probably wouldn't have been able to walk out of the 100,000 mountains. I'm giving it to you, as a gift from my teacher to you to pay respects to your master. Lin Tianqi sniffed and solemnly said, a gentleman does not take away a person's love. Since it's something beloved by master, I can't take it. Lin Tianqi's mouth said the crown, but in reality, he truly did not want to. Against the enemy, pulling out a piccolo and blowing it on his mouth. How girly. Huang Yaoshi said, little thief. You have to be sober not to travel to the world of shooting eagles. Otherwise I will let you know what is a pussy. Zhang Jingxiang waved her hand as if she was pretending to be impatient. Take it if it's for you. Take so much nonsense. Lin Tianqi couldn't afford to be in a position to refuse. Putting the piccolo away and looking up at Zhang Jingxiang, a little dazed for a moment. That's what she was? At this time, Zhang Jingxiang called the Zhang Jingxiang he remembered to be 5 points more beautiful, and the beauty was not only the appearance, but also the body temperament, bountiful charm. Especially that figure made Lin Tianqi move his eyes a little. This guy's aesthetics are very different from the next person. Men of this era were mostly attracted to the image of the fairy, slightly slimmer fairy, but Lin Tianqi uniquely likes the slightly chubby type, especially the several iconic parts of a woman. Li Mengxian, Zhang Lingyun all belonged to this type. On the contrary, he wasn't very interested in a standard fairy image like Lu Shueqing. Zhang Jingxiang was looked at by Lin Tianqi a little topsy-turvy. The low-browed look made Lin Tianqi have an urge to drag him over and ruthlessly. Impulse. If you look again your eyes will fall out. Are you still learning? Lin Tianqi said. The peony in front of the court is demonic, while the lotus flower on the pond has little love. Only the peony is a true national color, and it moves the city when it blooms. Master's magnificent face made my disciple look dumbfounded for a moment. I think you'd better take back this piccolo, otherwise I'm afraid I have no desire to learn the art. Lin Tianqi's eyes were sincere as he patted the horse's ass, comparing it to a peony, another national color, which in turn made Zhang Jingxiang shy. She hadn't realized that Lin Tianqi was actually a talented man who could speak well. Humph, greaseball, love to learn, Zhang Jingxiang said, twisting her water snake waist and walking inside. Lin Tianqi picked up the piccolo and said in a not-so-small voice, "It smells really good." Chapter 22, Lin Tianqi, Why? Why is little master so talented? This is the shadow soul devouring dew formulated by my teacher. When the poisoned person is initially poisoned, it is like a cold stream entering the body, and then it disappears into the soul of the spirit. At the onset of the attack, fear is like a tidal wave, and the soul is like being pulled by shadows, gradually losing clarity. With the passage of time, mental disorganization, and ultimately the soul is broken, leaving only a shell, into eternal death. This is the thunder scale bone shattering pill. When the poison strikes, lightning surrounds the body and the muscles twitch as if struck by lightning. Under the impact of electric current, the bones clicked and cracked. The pain is excruciating, but you can't move until it turns into pieces and dissipates in the thunderonings. And the only thing you can smell is the ionized breath in the air. This is powerful. The name is star meteor sand. After poisoning, the body is heavy as a star. Hard to walk. Star power in the body collision. Internal organs as if by the starstone impact. The face is blue and purple. The blood veins are churning. And eventually the body explodes. And the blood and flesh are flying. Just like the star meteorite's robbery. Which is very tragic. Zhang Jingxiang with a haughty little expression introduced his own masterpiece. Lin Tianqi listened to the face more and more white. Although this is good, but really dark wouldn't he be passive in case she was harboring something messy inside her? Zhang Jingxiang turned around and looked at Lin Tianqi with a sweet smile. What? Afraid? Not when you molested your master just now? Lin Tianqi pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Master must have suffered a lot from studying these poisons. Fortunately, with your eldest senior brother helping me test the medicine, it's a lot less of a detour. Lin Tianqi said, another day of heartache for eldest brother. Seemingly seeing the thoughts in Lin Tianqi's mind, Zhang Jingxiang said, it's not what you think. Is the master that vicious in your heart? Using your own disciple to test the medicine? This is a choice your elder brother made himself. He is a peerless body in the body of the Cthulhu body. Eat these poisons is also to enhance their own body, a way of cultivation. Do not break the reason you should know. The road of cultivation is a boat against the current. Without the consciousness of self-sacrifice, it is very difficult to go to the peak. At this point, in the younger generation of the Yin-Yang Holy Land, only your eldest senior brother has gone the furthest. Lin Tianqi secretly said, sure enough, the alternative ones are all perverts. That little fat guy on the pig was such a tough guy. Alright, from today onwards the master will officially teach you to recognize, use and make poison. Time is limited. You only have 1 year. Hurry up. Yes, 12 hours a day. Closed study begins. Lin Tianqi realized that he seemed to have a superb talent in making poison, and his pie-in-the-sky ideas were endless. Even Zhang Jingxiang was a bit surprised. She had plowed deep into this course for thousands of years, and knew deep down that knowledge of poison was only the basics, and it wasn't hard to use poison. But the hardest thing was to make poison. Poison making and formation of some of the same wonder. Using a single poison that is only the lowest level. Clever poison. Colorless, tasteless, invisible and tasteless. It makes people defenseless, with up to dozens or even hundreds of poisons interacting with each other, affecting the whole body, just like a time bomb with hundreds of wires. Cut the wrong one and it will explode instantly, and the remote to control this time bomb is in the hands of the poisoner, and it can strike whenever he wants it to. There is no defense. Of course, Lin Tianqi couldn't do this yet, but Zhang Jingxiang felt that if Lin Tianqi dedicated himself to the poison Dao from now on, he might be able to become the first poison immortal from the Yin-Yang Holy Land to ascend with poison. Master, I have a new idea. Look, all the poisons you refine are subtractive. Whether it's devouring flesh and blood, shattering bones, eroding the soul, are all taken away from the poison person. We might as well change our mindset and do an addition? You mean, let him grow new things. You imagine a man who suddenly wants to come out with 2 heads and 8 hands. Or his head grows infinitely and finally bang. Zhang Jingxiang instantly had a numbing sensation of her head being struck by lightning, her scalp rustling. It was as if a door had been opened in his mind, and countless thoughts bubbled outward from within. You're such a genius. Zhang Jingxiang excitedly hugged Lin Tianqi's head and kissed it in one bite, and after kissing it, she threw Lin Tianqi down and entered the secret room. Although Lin Tianqi's idea was only turning subtraction into addition, for Zhang Jingxiang, it was another path. Poison, as a branch of Yin. This was the unchanging knowledge of the Yin-Yang Holy Land and even the entire Tian Yuan realm for 10,000 years. While the addition mentioned by Lin Tianqi was the Yang Wei, the Yin Wei Zhang Jingxiang had achieved great success, but never found out where the Yang Wei was. Now that this path had appeared, as long as she followed it and reached the end. It would be the time when her yin and yang fused and penetrated, advancing to the realm of great fulfillment. Lin Tianqi touched his lips and smiled dumbly. This is quite the science nerd. If we get her a white coat to wear, TSK. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed by. Lin Tianqi walked out of the secret base, while Zhang Jingxiang continued to stay here to conduct research. The air is fresher. Lin Tianqi took a deep breath of fresh air unadulterated with any toxins and flew towards Qingyun Peak. After a year of learning, it's time to put it to good use. Jia, the Qianlong Emperor's Palace in Manchuria, formerly the Qianlong Emperor's Palace. As the location of the Yinyang Holy Land's Holy Lord, the Qian Palace was also the symbol of the entire Yinyang Holy Land. Therefore it has the largest area, the most majestic and spectacular palace, and the thickest spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Lu Fan, as the personal disciple of the Yinyang Holy Lord, also has a small courtyard of his own in this Qian Palace. In the quiet room of the small courtyard, Lu Fan awoke from his meditation. His eyes were raging with essence, and his body's aura had skyrocketed from when he had just entered 2 years ago. In the Lu family, he was just a sinful seed. Although he later rose in status due to his sudden advancement in cultivation, his base color would not change, and he was always a sinful seed. As long as there was a day in the Lu family, his mother was a shameless, unmarried, pregnant. These were the invisible mountains pressing down on Lu Fan. With leaving the Lu family and becoming a personal disciple of the Holy Lord of the Yinyang Holy Land, his identity has changed dramatically. The identity of the sins is unknown to anyone except a few limited people. The Holy Lord himself, fourth on the subterranean dragon list. That's right, he's advanced one more place in the latest edition of this year's subterranean dragon list, while the top 3 remain unchanged. Senior, am I really inferior to that Lin Tianqi? When he was on the road to immortality, the old grandfather of the remnant soul exhausted his energy and fell into a deep sleep. And in these 2 years, Lu Fan obtained a lot of heavenly treasures, and the old grandfather of the remnant soul reawakened a month ago. With the resources of the Yinyang Holy Land and the guidance of the remnant soul, Lu Fan's cultivation speed increased once again, and he also successfully broke through to the Yuaning stage a few days ago. I have to say, having the plugin is awesome. Lin Tianqi is a pure yang sacred body, compared to the pure yin sacred body. In the path of cultivation, the advantages of the pure yang sacred body are greater, with twice the result with half the effort. He cultivates an hour equivalent to you cultivating 2 hours. Of course, this is only the advantage of the physique, but cultivation in addition to the physique, the resources, the enlightenment, and the heart have important roles to play. For the teacher does not know about the Lin Tianqi, but you know very well. Your enlightenment, your heart is excellent, otherwise the old man wouldn't have taken you as a disciple. What you lacked in the past was only resources. Now that this shortcoming has also been made up for, and with the guidance of your master, you don't need to compare yourself with that Lin Tianqi. As long as you do well for yourself, the future will ultimately belong to you. I have to say, every residual soul old grandpa that is a master of brainwashing. Lu Fan was much more comfortable after hearing his master's words, and after taking a deep breath he exhaled the turbid air that had been pressed in his heart for the past 2 years. The whole thing was refreshed. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like the air had turned sweet. Chapter 23, Challenge on the Doorstep. The heavenly fate stepping stone is in place. Suck. Lu Fan took another deep breath. The sweetness in the air seemed like it was just an illusion, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. The divine sense looked inward and scrutinized the body for any abnormalities. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Fan put his heart down. His body did not have any problems, and closed his eyes again to enter into cultivation. After wandering around for a while, Lin Tianqi returned to the top of Qingyun Peak. The palace halfway up the mountain was majestic, but he preferred the view from the top. Following the example of Jiang Lingyun, he made a hut at the top of the mountain. The sun rises to absorb the essence of the rising sun, and this year he spent most of his time configuring poisons though. However, after practicing to a certain extent, much of the truth is the same. In a year's time, the Yuaning stage cultivation had been completely consolidated. It was still light, and the sea of clouds rolled on like smoke and waves. Lin Tianqi stood at the top of the mountain and swung out punch after punch. There were no patterns or routines, just simple punches, but each punch condensed the strongest essence Lin Tianqi was able to mobilize at the moment. Extreme speed coupled with extreme power equals extreme destructive power. The path is simple. Lin Tianqi learned the sword at the age of 5 and switched to boxing at the age of 8. And now at the age of 18, he has also had 10 years of light. Over the course of 10 years, in addition to practicing Kung Fu in reality, he honed in on a kanji, or mindfulness practice. He didn't know how many punches he had thrown in total, 10,000, or 100,000, or a million. All he knew was that his punches were getting faster and heavier. After coming to the Yin-Yang Holy Land and learning the Sun scripture, the aura in Lin Tianqi's body was transformed into the power of the sun, and his punches became more and more explosive, and when he threw out a punch, the flames generated by friction with the void wrapped around his fist as if it were a small sun that was burning up. Brother, there's a person outside who wants to challenge you, and he's already at the bottom of Qingyin Peak Mountain. Lin Wanner was now 12. Compared to how thin she was when she first arrived in the upper realm, she had grown a lot taller now. Her purine sacred body's physique made her skin white and somewhat glowing, and her hair was black and straight. She was already a beauty embryo. Lin Wanner is very cold in nature, and has very little interaction with other senior brothers and sisters, basically staying at Qingyin Peak with Li Mengxian as her companion. Li Mengxian, the master nephew, also had to moonlight as Lin Wanner's cultivation initiation. Li Mengxian would occasionally brag about it. The two great holy bodies of the Yin-Yang Holy Land were all taught by her. Challenge me? Lin Tianqi sniffed and exhaled to close his fist. Someone came to the door to challenge him. This was the first time a big girl was in a sedan chair. Any idea what's coming? Lin Tianqi asked before he reacted. Lin Wanner came a few months earlier than him. He is a house. Lin Wanner is even more house than him. Asking is also in vain. It's the core disciple of the Nine Suns Holy Land, Zhao Yan. Li Mengxian also came. The entire Qingyun Peak. Away from her Li Mengxian, there are only two confused people left. Zhao Yan. I'm still spicy. Don't you underestimate this person. Ranked 5th on the subterranean dragon ranking. The shut-in disciple of the Grand Elder of the Nine Suns Holy Land. 5th? Isn't Lu Fan 5th? You let someone else go down in a year? Lu Fan is now in 4th place. Lin Tianqi frowned slightly. Does this person know the rules? Even a 5th wants to challenge me over the level? Tell him to go and beat Lu Fan before challenging me. Li Mengxian sniffed with an expression that said you had to say that as soon as I guessed. With her breakthrough to the Yuaning realm, her waist had hardened a lot, and she was no longer afraid of being contradicted by Lin Tianqi and not being able to find her way out. As soon as I guessed that's what happened. I came here to find you to watch the show. Zhao Yan has already gone to challenge Lu Fan. The personal disciple of the Nine Suns Sacred Ground coming to the door to challenge him was truly a great hustle and bustle. The disciples of the Yin-Yang Holy Land ran around, swarming forward to watch the fun. The great holy places did not prohibit disciples from challenging each other at home, and were very supportive and encouraging, even between holy places with poor relations. As long as you reported the mountain gate and issued a challenge by name, the other side would open the mountain gate and let you in. Just lose and the field will be ugly. The relationship between the Nine Suns Sacred Land and the Yin-Yang Sacred Land was not very cordial, and could even be described as bad. In fact, there are many holy places that do not have a good relationship with the Yin-Yang Holy Land. It was said that Yin and Yang gave birth to all things, and no matter what the names of the great holy places' gong methods were, they could not escape the word Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang Sacred Land was once a well-deserved hegemon of the Tian Yuan realm, bar none, but long-lasting hegemony inevitably leads to disintegration in the end. Without an external enemy, the head of the knife can only turn to the internal. Yin-Yang Holy Land infighting, several major branches of the mutual disobedience, from the initial war of words to the subsequent drawing of knives. The Nine Suns Holy Land was a part of the Yin-Yang Holy Land back then. In the end, the Nine Suns ancestor went out and created the Nine Suns Holy Land, and after nearly 10,000 years of development, his strength could not be underestimated. The name of the supreme technique cultivated by the Nine Yang Sacred Ground was called Nine Yang Burning Sky Technique, which was precisely derived from the Sun Scripture. And for the people of the Nine Yang Sacred Ground, defeating the heir of the Yin Yang Sacred Ground wasn't just a personal honor, but also the honor of the clan. Zhao Yan came up and challenged Lin Tianqi. It was not that he didn't know the rules, it was just a way to give the Yin Yang Sacred Land a head start, implying that he didn't take Lu Fan, the fourth of the submerged dragons, in his eyes. Pop. Well, if you didn't say so earlier, go. Li Mengxian pouted and covered her arse. This sinful disciple. Lin Wanner looked at Li Mengxian and raised her small hand to gesture. Her cool eyes seemed to have a light flashing through them. Lin Tianqi's arrival caused the entire crowd watching to become more and more boisterous. While Master Lin has grown 2 years, he's getting more and more attractive. 18-year-old Senior Lin really makes people drool. Shame on you. Are you drooling? Didn't you see the one beside Senior Brother Lin? The newest beauty on the beauty list. Ranked 12th, Li Mengxian. I've heard that she and Senior Brother Lin were together when they were in the lower realms, and I wouldn't know what their relationship is. Humph. It's just that she's better looking than me. Her breasts are bigger than mine, her ass is better than mine, and her legs are longer than mine. What's the big deal? I'm more confident than her. Maybe Master Lin likes my type of confidence and inner beauty. Vomit, you don't call that confidence. You call it shamelessness. Zhao Yan stood in midair, a head of long fiery red hair moving with the wind. The fiery red hair was not innate, but was an outward manifestation of the Nine Suns burning sky skill being cultivated to a certain level. On the surface of his body, There was also a layer of fiery red energy coat, as if Xu Rong was in the world. What? It's just as well that the one surnamed Lin pushes back, but the one surnamed Lu doesn't dare to answer the battle either? Diving dragon? I think it's better to call it diving turtle instead. Unbridled. The onlookers of the Yin Yang Holy Land disciples were instantly as cold as frost. Their bodies could not help but take a step forward to angrily stare at this arrogant person. He, come to fight me? The Yin Yang Holy Land is really getting better and better. It's just that they don't dare to answer the battle, but they still want to bully the few with the many? Beat me up in a group? It has to be said that this Jiao Yan is a heavenly destiny stepping stonewards. It will be the entire Yin Yang Holy Land to offend the death. Right now, Master Lu is here. I don't know who shouted out. The disciples of the Yin Yang Holy Land consciously made way, only to see Lu Fan stepping into the air with his hands behind his back, his compulsion full. Chapter 24 Really ing cannot afford to play. This is not forced to open hang it. With the first man, soon the tidal wave of shouts was like a shock wave. Way to go, Master Lu. Be sure to this pretender to death. Brother Lu, let go. Don't lose the face of the Yin Yang Holy Land. The male disciples of the Yin Yang Holy Land raised their arms. However, few female voices appeared, and at this time, all of their eyes were captivated by Lin Tianqi. As the old saying goes, one look at the city, then look at the country. The same applies to the beautiful man. Ah, you are Lu Fan? No wonder there are no female disciples cheering you on. You're really average looking. Zhao Yan mocked. Did you become the fifth in the subterranean dragon ranking with that mouth? Lu Fan was annoyed in his heart, but his face looked calm. When two armies face each other, they also have to send their vanguard generals to fight one-on-one, with the winning side's morale rising and the losing side's morale falling. The two men fought one-on-one, attacking the heart as if that vanguard general had appeared first. Lu Fan had fought hundreds of ring matches over the past 2 years, and his experience had been very old-fashioned. Oh, I have a mouth that is very pleasing to women, and you will like it too in a moment. Boom! When Zhao Yan said that, the thick mana surged around his body, and he inhaled so hard that his entire chest puffed up like a balloon, and then he spewed it out. Bear. A fiery inflammation spewed out from his mouth, then turned into a fiery inflammation whirlwind that rolled towards Lu Fan. Asterisk. So shameless to actually engage in a sneak attack. Back off. Your hair is going to burn. You quickly protect senior disciple Lin. The female disciples are even exerting their mana to block Lin Tianqi's body. It was as if the movement was slowed down, Master Lin's blooming beauty was going to be ruined. Lie down. Go to. Li Mengxian was dumbfounded. This was too much, right? Lin Tianqi sidled his head and attached himself to Li Mengxian's ear and said, is it because you feel like you've earned a great bargain? A feeling that you don't deserve me? To die? Ah, so many people. Lin Wanner clutched Lin Tianqi's finger and said, there are 8 in the crowd that have prettier faces than Li Shi nephew. There are 5 that have bigger ferociousness than Li Shi nephew, but there's only one that has a bigger ass than Li Shi nephew, and combined with brother's preferences, there's not a single one in the crowd that can fight, so don't worry about Li Shi nephew, that's all. Ahem. Watch the battle carefully and stop talking. Li Mengxian was like a fighting cock that had defeated its opponent, and instantly shook it off. The little head was slightly angled, and one hand crossed over Lin Tianqi's arm, tilting her body towards him. This had infuriated the group of female disciples who were secretly observing them. What did it mean that there wasn't a single one who could fight? The entire battle scene, as if the water and fire are two distinct areas. Zhao Yan and Lu Fan have come and gone. Selling the fight attracted the male disciples frequently exclaimed. The female disciples, on the other hand, were watching Lin Tianqi with their eyes, wishing to grow eyes behind their backs. Lin Tianqi lived in deep seclusion, and it was the first time in 2 years that he had watched from such a close distance. It's getting more and more perfect. Master Lin is simply handsome without a single dead angle. Regardless of any differences in aesthetics, Lin Tianqi is the most perfect in their hearts, which is rather evil. Hey, fortunes and misfortunes are hard to predict. The elders of the various heavenly palaces and the elders of the various main peaks were also watching the battle from the shadows. Zhao Yan had come to challenge, and it was a matter of the face of the entire Yin Yang sacred ground. It could be lost to others, but only not to the people of the Nine Suns sacred ground. Lin Tianqi's natural talent, as well as his personal abilities, were unquestionable. And even though he hadn't made a move in 2 years, it didn't mean that they, the people in power, knew nothing about Lin Tianqi. As the key cultivators of the Yin Yang sacred ground, everything about them was under the control of the sacred ground. But Lin Tianqi, this woman's fate really made them old guys envious and jealous. If this goes on, how can the female disciples of the Holy Land still have any heart to practice? Isn't there a saying, women also top half the sky? Yin and Yang Holy Land, practicing Yin Gong Fu 80% are female disciples, which if the whole army was wiped out, the consequences dare not think. But the other Lin Tianqi hadn't done anything wrong, and if he wanted to be blamed, he could only blame his damn charm. The more Jiao Yan and Lu Fan fought, the more depressed they became. The two of them fought to the death, and as a result, the limelight was unexpectedly stolen by a knot on the field. The whole thing seemed as if they were theater performers putting on a show for Lin Tianqi, while Lin Tianqi was the eunuch embracing the beauty and watching the show. Where's the justification for this? Depression creates two new emotions, one negative and one angry. At this time, Jiao Yan, Lu Fan and the two of them were the latter. Warm-ups are over, and if that's all you've got, you can go to hell. Jiao Yan let out a loud shout, trying to attract the attention of the group of female creatures. Boom! The surging nine-yang true flame was as if it was substantial, setting it off as if it was the reincarnation of an ancient golden crow, and it was so fiery that it scorched and distorted the nearby emptiness, sending out bursts of ripples. The head full of red hair was again as if it had been set on fire. The roots were upside down and oppressive. Transformed. Lin Tianqi eyes light up. The party they fought half a day. Really nothing colorful, and the more you look at Lin Tianqi the more confused. Obviously a punch can be solved, why make things so complicated? Another false start. Another roundhouse? In front of absolute power and speed. These are all useless. Why don't they spend their time and energy on improving their speed and strength? At this time, the transformed Jiao Yan's power had increased by at least 3 times. Lu Fan's face also couldn't help but to become grave. Jiao Yan was definitely the strongest opponent he had encountered in the past 2 years. Suck in. Exhale. After a complete breath, Lu Fan's entire aura changed, and although he stood in the void, it was as if he had merged into heaven and earth. The eyes even turned into a weird black and white color. At the same time, the black and white chi were like 2 spiritual snakes, winding and coiling, intertwining with each other as endless mysteries flowed. Yin and Yang spiritual eyes. Now even if those fairies' attention wasn't in the middle of the battle, they couldn't help but be attracted to it. As one of the secret arts of the Yin Yang sacred ground, the Yin Yang spiritual eyes could be said to be known by no one. Successful cultivation. Not only can the Yin and Yang chi hidden in the eyes, so that his eyes have many abilities. In the critical moment of battle, the Yin and Yang chi in the eyes can also feed back to his body, so that his cultivation instantly skyrocketed. But the reason why secret arts were called secret arts, besides being powerful, the difficulty of cultivating them with their danger was also the strongest. For Yin Yang spiritual eyes, one must cultivate both Yin and Yang spiritual powers at the same time, and they must be 100% balanced. The appearance of a little flaw, not only the spiritual power out of control caused the heart and blood retrograde, light heart vein damage and serious injury. Heavy directly C2 milk, eyes will also instantly burst. So this secret technique was also equivalent to a forbidden technique in the Yin Yang Holy Land. But the risk is directly proportional to the reward. Cultivating the Yin Yang spiritual eye. The use and understanding of the 2 chi of Yin and Yang directly minimized the gap between him and Lin Tianqi's innate pure Yang saint body. Lin Tianqi in the small encyclopedia of Lin Meixian's explanation, but also cannot help but curse. Really, Ing cannot afford to play. This is not forced to hang it. Thanks to the small master unintentional. Chapter 25 Battle of the Potential Dragons. Lu Fan's undercard. Lu Fan looked indifferent, as if cultivating into the Yin Yang spiritual eye was just a rare and trivial matter. But in his heart, he was already cool, especially since those female disciples surrounding Lin Tianqi were all looking at him with incredulous faces. It made his pleasure peak at that moment, and his body actually trembled a little. Snort! Another broken sword suddenly appeared in Lu Fan's hand. Although the sword was broken, the body of the sword was eerily cold, as if it had been cast from a mysterious ice that would not melt for ages. At this time, the cold aura flashed, like the brightest cold star in the night sky, and the cold sword chi escaped in wisps, causing the surrounding air to freeze, as if it was going to be frozen into ice prisms by this coldness in the next moment. 2 powerful auras, one ice and one fire, were constantly clashing. The flames scorched the ice with a snorting sound, and the ice extinguished the flames with a whirring sound, as if playing a song of ice and fire. Jiao Yan's pupils shrunk slightly, and without waiting any longer, he violently stomped his foot heavily. Boom! The void beneath his feet was like a fragile eggshell, instantly crumbling into countless huge ripples. Within the ripples, manic crimson energy raged as if it were hot magma, scrambling to gush out and spreading out in all directions with teeth and claws. His hands danced rapidly in front of his chest. His 10 fingers were like animated phantoms, and complicated seals changed out one after another. And for a moment, the surrounding heaven and earth auras seemed to have been summoned by some kind of summons, rushing in from all directions and converging into a majestic sea of spirits. And then it compressed and rotated dramatically in his palm, eventually forming a huge and incomparable flame vortex. With a blazing heat that was enough to destroy everything, it swept towards Lu Fan. Wherever he passed, the space was burned ZZ sound, as if the next moment will be completely collapsed. Lu Fan's expression was still calm. His stance was as light as a piece of fluff in the wind, and at the moment when the flame vortex was about to come to him, his body slightly sidestepped, and like a wisp of light smoke, he skillfully avoided the fatal blow. In the sight of the eye of Yin and Yang, Jiao Yan's attack was powerful but, it was too slow. Immediately, he flicked his wrist, the long sword in his hand was like a snake coming out of its hole. A cold aura appeared, just like a meteor crossing the sky in the dark night, with a cold killing intent, stabbing Jiao Yan's throat directly. This sword seems simple, but actually contains the subtlety of the Yin and Yang way. The sword body black and white to airflow, as if it can cut the universe, will be all things in the world are divided into two. Oomph. Seeing this, Jiao Yan let out a cold snort, and the power of the 9 suns on his body instantly erupted like a raging tidal wave, and radiant golden aura radiated out from beneath his skin, reflecting his entire being as if he were a god descending into the world. With every step he took, a raging wave of inflammation would surge under his feet like a blooming fire lotus, accompanied by a loud bang. The surrounding air was squeezed by this powerful force and burst continuously. The sound wave rolled like thunder, spreading out in all directions. His fists were clenched like a burning meteorite, carrying power enough to destroy the stars as he blasted towards Lu Fan. Every fist that was swung out caused a violent tremor in space, as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling for it. Lu Fan's figure flashed. The broken sword in his hand danced into a sheet of light and shadow. The sword's shadows crisscrossed across, as if it was a sea of bamboo of swords. Under the diffuse wrapping of Yin and Yang Qi, it became hidden, as if it had merged into the void, and as if it was traveling freely between the Yin and Yang realms, skillfully diffusing Jiao Yan's attacks that were like a raging storm. Every now and then he would also counterattack with a powerful and incomparable sword stance. One presses with force, the other opposes with dexterity. The battle at this moment was not to mention the onlookers. Lin Tianqi was watching with rapt attention, the battle of the subterranean dragons, as it should be. While the battle was in full swing, Jiao Yan suddenly stopped and looked up to the sky, letting out a long whistle that shook the 9 heavens. This whistle contained his ultimate realization of the power of the 9 suns. He didn't want to put it off any longer. He admitted that he had underestimated Lu Fan. Lu Fan's Yin Yang spiritual eyes were too restraining for him, able to crack his biggest killing move at the smallest cost. If he wore out like this, the one who would lose would definitely be him. It has to be thunderous so that it has to fight hard. As the whistling sound rang out, the sky instantly changed color. The 9 suns hung high, and the true fire poured down like a heavenly river. The flames that filled the sky, each trace of which contained a terrifying power that was enough to destroy mountains and rivers, intertwined together and formed an infinite canopy of flames that mercilessly pressed down towards Lu Fan. The entire heavens and earth were enveloped by the sight of this 9 suns burning sky, as if they were plunged into the judgment of doom. So strong. This is the 9 suns burning sky. Master Lu doesn't know if he can go next. Jiao Yan's strike completely subdued the many disciples of the Yin Yang Holy Land. Lu Fan's face was incredibly grave. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, thrusting the broken sword in his hand into the ground fiercely. His hands formed a quick seal in front of his chest, and he drank lowly under his breath. Yin and Yang Qiankuan. In an instant, the earth trembled violently. A black and white light from the depths of the ground like a dragon rushed up to the sky. These rays of light in the air quickly intertwined and fused, and finally formed a huge and incomparable Yin and Yang boudoir diagram. The boudoir diagram slowly rotated, emitting an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, as if it was the primordial force at the time of the beginning of chaos, protecting Lu Fan tightly in it. The 9 Yang true flame and the Yin Yang 8 trigrams violently collided together, and in an instant, the piercing light was like a supernova erupting, instantly illuminating the entire heaven and earth. Wherever the light reached, everything was drowned in it. Boom! The big brother of the Yin Yang Holy Land who was hiding in the shadows struck out, only to see a giant hand descending from the sky. 5 fingers were like 5 pillars of heaven, and the palm of the hand was like a canopy, enveloping within the aftermath of the battle between the two. Right at this moment, Lin Tianqi looked towards the spirited Lu Fan in the field and said in his heart, "Dead Taoist friend, not dead poor. Let me see what other cards you have." Poof, poof, put, poof. Lu Fan, who was under the boudoir diagram, instantly felt a cramping pain in his abdomen, which was followed by an outburst of pain. The plopping of farts was like a muffled thunderclap. I don't know if the fart was so high in hydrogen that it was directly ignited by the heat here. I'll go. Why is Master Lu's ass spewing fire? This isn't another one of Master Lu's secret techniques? Master Lu's ass is exposed, so it should be an accident, right? Lu Fan only felt the spiritual energy running amok inside his body, and with a few more loud farts, the flames behind his ass seemed to get new fuel, as if it was a rocket pusher almost shooting Lu Fan straight out. The boudoir diagram in Lu Fan's hand was even more chaotic and trembled, completely falling apart. Jiao Yan didn't know why Lu Fan was like this, but it didn't affect the fact that the balance of victory was tilted in his favor at this point. Die for me. Zhao Yan let out a bellowing cry, his eyes red, the corners of his eyes were propped up fiercely. Boom! The 9 suns in the sky let out a cawing sound, and the 9 suns transformed into 9 golden crows swooping down with their arms raised. Master, help me! Lu Fan at this time has not cared about exposing the body residual soul master. At this time the spiritual power is chaotic. The master does not make a move. He will die. Just as the onlooker bigwigs were ready to step in without their faces to save Lu Fan. Hey! The residual soul in Lu Fan's body side. He had just awakened not long ago, and this was going to be drained into slumber again. It's a sin. However, at this moment, he couldn't just ignore it, and the golden energy surged towards the broken sword. Buzz. The broken sword inserted on the ground continuously trembled and clanked, as if only the sound of the sword was left between heaven and earth. The 9 azure-colored sword lights were like swords shooting the sun through the 9 golden crows that swooped down. Chapter 26 Lu Fan, this is not the result I want. Lu Fan is famous. It can be a hit. However, the famous result was really a bit far from Lu Fan's conception. Master Lu's last sword, the split 9 swords, is handsome. Master Lu is the 4th on the subterranean dragon ranking, and that Zhao Yan is only the 5th. Isn't it normal for the 4th to beat the 5th? Sounds like it makes sense when you say it. I do remember the scene of Master Lu's backdoor spitting fire vividly. It's really like no one before or after. I bought the HD version of the resources from Senior Sisterly, and there is Master Lulu. Ahem. You know. Asterisk you don't like men, do you? Dead, get the hell away from me. AI. The paths are different. Forget it. Originally, Senior Brother was going to take you towards the new world. Roll on. Disgusting. Yuck. Mte Ching Yun. Li Mengxian dumped the bags of spirit tones on the table into a large bamboo basket by her feet. Rao Lin Wanner couldn't help but have both eyes glowing at this moment. As it turns out, no matter how cool or big, female creatures have no resistance to bling. Finally, I've finished counting, and I'm so happy to be counting money until my hands cramp up every day. Senior nephew Li, these are my brother's spirit stones. Don't enrich yourself. Your brother and I sleep under the same blanket. What's his is mine. This bag of spirit stones is for you to take and buy candy. After Li Mengxian put the bamboo basket into her storage ring, she placed a bag of spirit stones in front of Lin Wanner, unspeakably pleased with herself. Lin Wanner's teeth itched with anger. This fat woman really treats her like a child. Can a mere bag of spirit stones get rid of her? Alright, here's a bag. Thank you sis. It goes back 7 days. Lu Fan broke the golden crow with a sword, and Zhao Yan was already exhausted of spiritual power and unable to fight again, so naturally he could not beat the externally attached Lu Fan. Originally, this matter would have ended here, but unexpectedly, someone had recorded the entire process of the two fighting with a shadow retaining stone. 25 spirit stones per retained shadow stone. Is 25 spirit stones expensive for a disciple of the Yin Yang Holy Land? Expensive, but affordable. But the operation that made them curse was the fact that the entire fight was recorded in segments, divided into 4 parts, A, B, C and D, as well as the uncorrected version. For you to see the entire process, you need to purchase 4 retention stones, each worth 25 spirit stones. 4 would be 100 spirit stones, but these 4 parts are not including Lu Fan's spitting fire as well as the limited picture. To see you still have to buy the uncorrected version. 50 spirit stones. The full set costs 150 spirit stones. It's definitely not a small amount anymore, but for those disciples who had come to gild the lily, 150 spirit stones was still something they could afford, and those disciples who don't have the money can also buy them in segments and slowly collect all 4 segments. The fight between the two was not only a hilarious thing to watch, but also a video teaching material to study their fighting styles as well as their fighting techniques. Retaining stones are available and the people who sell them are readily available. Lin Tianqi Fan Backup Team is the best sales. Each sale can extract 20% commission. The sales champion can also get Lin Tianqi recorded exclusive stay stone. The top 10 have autographed portraits. The result was that in just 7 days, there were tens of thousands of spirit stones coming in every day. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Lu Fan closed the door after this battle. He lost a lot of money on this battle. As everyone else has said, is it any surprise that you, a 4th, beat a 5th? If there was an accident, it was the fact that you won surprisingly hard? I can see that your record of over 200 total victories is a lot of water. Instead, it set off that Zhao Yan very well. Instead of a boost to his prestige, this battle has raised more questions. That's just one. Secondly, that damn staying rock singled out the image of his ass spewing fire, clearly humiliating him. The story would spread wider and wider with those shadow-retaining stones, and he got a chill just thinking about the countless people who were going to be watching his big white ass. And why did he suddenly have an uncontrollable burst of spiritual energy at that time? Someone must be out to get him. and 99% of the murderers are the ones who videotaped it. Lin Tianqi. Thirdly, he had exposed many of his cards in this battle, and the yin-yang spiritual eyes had originally been prepared by him to challenge Lin Tianqi, and the broken sword that came with a huge head. That broken sword was a spiritual treasure, and it was also an innate spiritual treasure. Those disciples of the yin-yang Holy Land didn't know what they were talking about, but those elders who were watching the battle from the shadows must have seen it. The value of an innate spiritual treasure could no longer be measured by a specific number. There was also the presence of the remnant soul master. He wasn't sure if it had been exposed or not. The remnant soul master had fallen into a deep sleep after he had helped him win the challenge, and he couldn't even ask about it or find someone to discuss it with. Now that 7 days had passed, the higher-ups of the yin-yang Holy Land had not approached him to talk, which made Lu Fan's heart grow more and more flustered. Fear stemmed from the unknown, and a sword hanging over his head that could fall at any moment had made him jittery these past 7 days. In the past, there was still Lu Xueqing, his cousin, who enlightened him, but ever since he left Lu Xueqing behind when he came to the immortal Ascension Road, there was a clear rift and estrangement between the two. Lu Xueqing worshipped the sixth elder and studied formations, and the two had met less than 5 times in the past 2 years, and he had also heard that Lu Xueqing had joined Lin Tianqi's backup group, which was even more reason for Lu Fan to see it as a betrayal. But Lu Xueqing still has a 1,000-year-old elixir in her hands, if she can get her hands on it. Inside the Qian Palace's council hall, the Holy Lord as well as the 8 elders were all present. Even the 3rd elder who was in seclusion was invited out, and at this time, he was trimming his nails with an irritated face. Everything has to be about evidence. What evidence do you guys have that Lin Tianqi poisoned Lu Fan? Do you have any? Even if he poisoned him, you guys can't talk to me? Look for the 9 ancestors to say. On the contrary, that Lu Fan is full of doubts. Are you all blind? The Holy Lord was filled with helplessness, and the other elders were even more eye-catching, nose-catching, and mouth-catching, with an attitude that it was none of their business. Offending the Holy Lord was nothing but a bad face, but having offended the 3rd elder, being poisoned to death isn't so bad, but there are scenes that are worse than death. Ahem. Senior sister, don't be so resentful, this time summoning everyone over, isn't it, to discuss this matter? The yin-yang Holy Lord picked up his teacup and took a sip of it and continued. Although Lu Fan is my disciple, I will never indiscriminately protect him. As for Lin Tianqi, since he worshipped under you in front of the ancestor statue, you naturally have the responsibility to teach him. It's not like we have to hold him accountable for anything, but something like this should never happen again. How much does it affect the harmony? Senior sister, do you think it's the right thing to do? Yin Yang Sacred Lord said a few words of the 3rd elder is not good to refute, and Lu Fan's situation she knew as soon as she heard that it was Lin Tianqi that boy did it. The two of them spent time together to engage in research for a year. The understanding of Lin Tianqi has also increased a lot. This kid wilting. I still say that everything should be about evidence. You guys can't easily jump to conclusions without evidence on this matter. I will also look for him to confront him after I go back, and if it's really his doing, I will educate him on behalf of the 9 ancestors since then. Zhang Jingxiang said, for Lin Tianqi poisoned things even if the conclusion of the coffin. Otherwise what else? As for Lu Fan, what do you all think? At the mention of Lu Fan, the elders who were pretending to be dead all opened their eyes, their essence light raging. Chapter 27 Lu Fan is good, a top-quality whetstone. Yin Yang Sacred Lord could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. As the saying goes, a man is not guilty, and the crime of harboring a jade, that half of the broken sword in the hands of Lu Fan, as if a 3-year-old child holding a treasure. How can one not let people red in the eyes? On a personal level, the yin-yang Holy Lord had to protect his disciple even if he had to give up his old face, but besides being Lu Fan's master, he was also the Holy Lord of the yin-yang Holy Land. He had to consider the gains and losses from the position of the yin-yang Holy Land. Lu Fan was only at the beginning of the Yuaning realm. What if he was robbed? That shadow-retaining stone had been rumored everywhere, and all the great clans in the entire Tian Yuan realm knew that Lu Fan had a broken sword in his hand. Anyone who was not blind could see the power of this broken sword. He believed that as long as Lu Fan stepped out of the mountain gate of the yin-yang Holy Land, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him, and such things as killing and seizing treasures happened every day, every moment in the Tian Yuan realm. If it was an ordinary magic treasure, with the prestige of the yin-yang Holy Land, those people would still have to weigh it. But that broken sword is a spiritual treasure. It's still an innate spiritual treasure. Although it had been broken, its value was also immeasurable, and any holy land that got it would add a piece of its heritage. Lu Fan has cultivated the yin-yang spiritual eyes. His talent and enlightenment can be ranked among the top among the young disciples, so he deserves to be rewarded, and I suggest rewarding him with a top-grade immortal peak as a sign of encouragement. But that broken sword has disadvantages and no benefits for him right now. It's better to hand it over to the Holy Land for safekeeping. I agree with the decision of the fifth elder. It's not that we're greedy for treasures. You've all watched the battle from the shadows as well. Although Lu Fan has cultivated the yin-yang spiritual eye, he hasn't truly utilized its power as it should be. Instead, he's overly reliant on the might of that broken sword. We can't just stand by and watch him go astray. Well, as the saying goes, if you don't break it, you can't stand it. With the help of external power to go with the wind and water, where is the solidity to withstand countless winds and rains? Wait until he cultivates into the cave void realm. At that time he has the ability to harness this treasure. In return to him is. The third elder listened to the several other elders' speeches with a slight look of contempt in his eyes. If you have a crush on someone's spiritual treasure, you can just grab it. Why say a bunch of grandiose reasons? The yin-yang sacred lord listened to the other elders speak and did not express an opinion, instead observing a few of the elders. When he saw the third elder's disdainful face, the corner of his mouth rose slightly and he said, "Third elder, what do you think?" The third elder sniffed and glanced at the yin-yang sacred lord and said, "The good words and bad words are all for you guys to say. What else can I have an opinion on? If there's nothing going on, I'll have to go back to my seclusion. There's a kung fu effort to count the spiritual treasures of the juniors here. It would be better to cultivate myself properly." After the third elder said that, he had already disappeared into a fragrant wind. The other elders, conditioned reflex generally, have used their sleeves to cover their mouths and noses. After a while the fifth elder flung his sleeve and said, "Humph, the third elder is only living the days of the gods. Unlike me and other will have to worry about a million mouths up and down the Holy Land. Third senior sister has a straightforward personality, and she doesn't mean any harm." Sacred Lord, has the third elder recently had some kind of epiphany? I observe that it seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough. The Holy Lord heard shook his head, slightly despondent said, "Maybe. I am very envious of the third sister. The disciples under the door, although not many, but each extraordinary, but also do not need to do this to her as a master of the trouble. Although I have not Holy Lord, but even their own disciples cannot protect." When these words came out, the other 7 elders couldn't help but look at each other. What exactly did the Holy Lord mean? According to past experience, whenever the interests of the Holy Land were involved, no matter if it was right or wrong, as long as they worked together to pressure the Holy Lord, he would always fall in line. You want to protect Lu Fan this time? I'm old. How come I'm still sentimental? Don't blame the elders. Don't blame them. Since everyone feels that it would be better for the Holy Land to keep that broken sword, and I have no problem with that, then which elder will keep it for them? Or do you mean to put it into the treasury? The elders couldn't help but look at each other again. Unlike just now, at this time there were a few more points of suspicion in their eyes. After the yin-yang sacred lord said that, he picked up his teacup again and waited for the elders to speak. They really, as they said, for the sake of Lu Fan's development. Then the spiritual treasures are collected and kept in the treasury, waiting for Lu Fan to break through the cave void realm to return it. But, is that what they set out to do? If they were to propose that they keep it, wouldn't it be obvious to everyone that Sima Zhao intentions were well known? The bunch of grandiose reasons mentioned just now had all turned into a big mouth slapping on one's own face. The elders instantly figured out the yin-yang Holy Lord's calculations, but this was a young plot. He was completely following the words of the elders down the line, and the decision was left to you all. So what else did he want? To make any more excessive demands would be to be ignorant of the human condition. Oh, we also just put forward their own views. Deliberations is to express their views, but the final clabbered still have to you, the Holy Lord, to take the idea. Although Lord Holy Lord is Lu Fan's master, we believe that Lord Holy Lord will make the right choice between his personal feelings and the interests of the Holy Land as always. What do you mean, Holy Lord? Yin-yang sacred lord then put down the teacup in his hand and said, "Hey, my person, you all know well. Back then, if it is not forced by the master, I would not have been willing to do the sacred lord. After doing the sacred lord, after all things are discussed with the brothers and sisters to do. To be honest, the sacred lord to do should be the most wimpy sacred lord. What is the Holy Lord's intention?" The yin-yang sacred lord's words caused the several elders to be a bit unable to sit still. Man, what if someone hears about this? Although they are a little strong, but not to the point of the following offense, threatening the Holy Lord. For that Lu Fan, this old man bitter meat trick are used. I don't know what's wrong with me lately. I always talk nonsense. It's really useless. When the 9 ancestors return from their distant travels, I'd better apply to her old man to resign from the position of sacred lord and follow the example of the third senior sister. Not so much. Senior brother is setting us up for injustice. If you really want to resign from the 9 ancestors, how can the few of us still be good? Just tell me straight, what do you want to do about Lu Fan? Only then did the yin-yang sacred lord say with a straight face, Lu Fan, this child's perseverance, character, and enlightenment you have all seen. Spiritual treasures all have a spirit. Lu Fan being able to obtain it shows that Lu Fan himself has great fortune in his body. For us to forcefully include this sword in the Holy Land is against the will of the heavens. Lu Fan has secrets in his body that the 9 ancestors have known for a long time. As long as he doesn't do anything to jeopardize the Holy Land, we shouldn't interfere with him. When the several elders heard this, they cursed MMP in their hearts. This old man is using this matter to hammer them. Humph, eldest brother is really good at what he does. Admire, admire. The elders have left the table with an iron face. Whoever was played as a monkey for half a day. The mood is not good. After the elders left, the Young Holy Lord's face did not have the joy of victory, and he could not help but think of what the 9 ancestors had said about Lu Fan. Lu Fan is good. A good whetstone. Chapter 28. I have a fist named Breaking Delusion. Master. Lu Fan finally waited for his master's summons. He had thought a lot about it in the last 7 days, and had even thought about just running away. But in the end he had rejected them all one by one. If the Young Holy Land wanted to kill him, no matter where he escaped to, it would be difficult for him to escape death with his current cultivation level, and after so many days, if he wanted him to die, he would have gone to Hades long ago. Thinking about this, there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as you don't die, everything can start over. Invisibly, Lu Fan's state of mind had been elevated by a large margin after this battle. The Yin Yang Sacred Lord sat on a high place, looking at Lu Fan, who was kneeling down in the main hall, and couldn't help but let out another sigh in his heart. What a good kid. If he hadn't met Lin Tianqi, his future achievements would definitely not be lower than his own. Sadly, get up. Thank you, master. Lu Fan stood up, still maintaining a half bow as a sign of respect. No need to be formal. Make yourself comfortable. The voice of the Yin Yang Holy Lord was calm and cordial, and he was already very appreciative of Lu Fan. Plus at this time, he had compassion in his heart, and his attitude was so good. When Lu Fan heard this, his heart rejoiced. At the very least, from the master's attitude, the result would not be worse than what he had thought. Everyone has their own secrets. We cultivators are even more so. You don't need to have any psychological burden. Yin Yang Holy Land inheritance for tens of thousands of years. This point of broad-mindedness is still there. As long as you don't make things to betray the Holy Land, you are a disciple of the Yin Yang Holy Land lineage. Understand? Lu Fan couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard this. The result was so good that he didn't even dare to think about it. In his heart, he said, worthy of being the Yin Yang Holy Land. He still underestimated it. A broken innate spiritual treasure is not enough for it to lay hands on itself, and the residual soul master should not have been discovered. It's perfect. Apprentice, thank you for your master's understanding. Apprentice once again swears that he will never do such a treacherous thing as betraying his master. Lu Fan's heart stirred and he raised his hand to swear. Such a clan was worthy of his service. The Yin Yang Holy Lord nodded at his words, feeling more and more indebted to this disciple. You have cultivated the Yin Yang spiritual eye. You are destined to only follow the path of Yin and Yang cultivation in the future. This path is difficult. This Yin Yang Pei was bestowed to me by your ancestor back then. It is able to regulate the power of Yin and Yang. Take it. Only to see the Yin Yang Holy Lord take out a jade pendant with a black and white Tai Chi pattern from his sleeve. This Tai Chi pattern was not spliced and carved, but a rare Yin Yang spiritual jade refined. A beloved possession of the Yin Yang Holy Lord. Lu Fan's heart is even more joyful. Really can't imagine that he was scared for so many days. Not only is it fine, but also got a treasure. Apprentice, thank you for your master's reward. Apprentice will live up to your master's expectations. Good. You go back and cultivate well. 1 year from now will be the day when the barbarian demon mystic realm opens. At that time, the entire heavenly Yuan realm containing cultivators below the out-of-body realm will enter the mystic realm to practice. At that time, you will be fighting with cultivators exceeding you by one large realm for resources. The dangers are heavy. Do not take the enemy lightly. Don't worry, master, my disciple will not disgrace the Holy Land. At this moment, Lu Fan had a sense of belonging, a sense of identification with the Yin Yang Holy Land. How could he not identify with the fact that the sect had treated him so well, and that he had such a good master? Hey! Lu Fan left with energetic steps, and the Yin Yang Sacred Lord actually felt a sense of guilt. Even for the first time, he had the idea of disobeying the 9 ancestors. Such a good child. Even if he could not compare to Lin Tianqi, why should he be so cruel to him? Mte Ching Yun. After handing over the shadow retaining stone and how it operated to Li Mengxian again, Lin Tianqi had been practicing his fists at the top of the mountain. Lu Fan's battle with Jiao Yan had inspired him in many ways. In the past, he thought that as long as he was strong enough and fast enough, all other gimmicks were useless. However, whether it was Jiao Yan's 9 days transforming the Golden Crow or Lu Fan's one sword transforming 9, both of them had left a deep impression on him. There was nothing wrong with extreme strength and speed equating to extreme power, but gimmicks weren't exactly all useless. Speed. strength is the root and the backbone, and the other means are the green leaves that assist the root and the backbone. A perfect fusion of all power in one punch. The sky was misty and all was silent. Lin Tianqi had been on the top of the Independence Summit for several days. The mountain wind howled angrily, as if it wanted to roll the single-fin body into that endless void. However, his heart was as firm as a rock, unperturbed, and in the midst of this frenzy, he actually entered the realm of enlightenment that people who cultivate immortals can only dream of. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Lin Tianqi. The realm of enlightenment, which was 1,000 times more difficult for others, was not a family affair for him, but he could always come to it every now and then. At first, he thought it was because of his pure yang sacred body, but from Jiang Lingyun's sideways prying, he found out that the pure yang sacred body was not that divine. It would have to be his own superb enlightenment. This discovery made Lin Tianqi wonder if the earth before his rebirth was really an end time as written in the novels. Otherwise, with his enlightenment, high or low, he would be a cultivation seed that would not be found for 1,000 years. At this moment, Lin Tianqi, who was immersed in enlightenment, seemed to have entered a colorful world that was only his own. All around them were five-colored divine light, like a twisted rainbow, silent and all. At this moment, his Yuanshan seemed like a bird soaring freely, a fish swimming freely in the water, without any constraints. Suddenly, the sea of the heart rippled, and the spirit was in the air. It was as if there was a meditative sound that came from the ancient flood, traveling through the long river of time and reaching the depths of his soul. Lin Tianqi slowly raised his hand, 5 fingers like hooks, seemingly wanting to capture the heaven and earth, arms lightly relaxed, muscles, sinews and bones, a majestic and inexplicable force. In the center of the fist, like a submerged dragon in the abyss, slowly awakening, at first subtle, then surging, and finally surging. Make a fist. Boom! The fist has not moved. The surrounding space has been vaguely distorted, seemingly afraid of the power of this fist, but also seemed to cheer the birth of this transcendent power. Lin Tianqi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze like a torch, piercing through the layers of clouds and fog, looking straight into that underworld. The past seems to have become a cloud of uncertainty. In a flash, the fist comes out, like a star falling to the earth, like a rainbow through the sun. Fist wind whistling, even turned into a substantial dragon shape, teeth and claws, roaring gallop, wherever, space as if fragile glass, inch by inch cracked, issued a chilling wail. At the same time, the wind and clouds in the sky and the earth changed dramatically. Above the dome of the sky, the dark clouds like ink surging, but also washed away by the fist power, from which blossomed 10,000 channels of sunshine, such as the god's plumage, brilliant and eye-catching. The sun and the moon lost color. The stars trembled chaotically, seemed to be pulled by the power of this fist. There are stars faltering, crossing the sky, dragging a long tail flame, as if the meteor fire rain falling. The power of this fist is not just the power of the physical body and the power of the kung fu. It is the supreme condensation of will, faith, and soul. This fist, let's call it breaking delusion. Chapter 29, The Secret Realm will open. Potential dragons gather. Pa pa pa. Great punch, great name. About 50 meters away from Lin Tianqi, the third elder applauded with a smiling face. The more she came into contact with Lin Tianqi, the more she felt as if Lin Tianqi was a large box filled with treasures. You never know how much treasure he has packed into his body. However, one thing could be confirmed. The pure yang sacred body was just one of the many treasures. Why is Master free to come to my place? Lin Tianqi turned around and walked, and when he walked about 10 meters, he could smell the ethereal fragrance emanating from Zhang Jingxiang's body. What? Interrupting your duo? Or is it a threesome? Zhang Jingxiang smiled and clasped her hands in front of her chest, and Lin Tianqi was very skeptical that she could see the road beneath her feet. This is not a joke. One heir is the daughter of my adoptive father and I am her elder brother. Then a certain love-struck little girl is going to be sad. As he spoke, Lin Tianqi had already approached. His naked upper body muscles were not exaggerated, but the lines were extremely clear, and a piece of muscle that was not too big was full of explosive power. Zhang Jingxiang really didn't expect that Lin Tianqi, who looked a bit on the thin side, had such a perfect body under his clothes. But thinking about the punch that Feng had seen, it made sense. The temperature at the top of the mountain was extremely low, and although they couldn't feel this cold for the two of them, the heat emanating from Lin Tianqi's body rose up in channels of white smoke. Ahem, you'd better get dressed. I'll wait for you inside. Something to say. Zhang Jingxiang was a bit unable to stand the great temptation Lin Tianqi had on her at this moment, and her face flushed a bit. In his heart, he said, which woman can stand this? No wonder the 9 ancestors would rather sacrifice such an outstanding seed as Lu Fan to Lin Tianqi as a whetstone. The corners of Lin Tianqi's mouth couldn't help but rise as he watched Zhang Jingxiang flee as if she was burrowing into his grass hut at the top of the mountain. If you can endure the first day, can you endure the 15th? Taking out her clothes and putting them on, she entered the grass hut. Zhang Jingxiang had already adjusted her mindset and suppressed her desires with her powerful cultivation. Her face was no longer smiling and appeared very cold. Lin Tianqi sat down around 2 meters from Zhang Jingxiang. Then he heard Zhang Jingxiang say, "I don't want to pursue the matter of you drugging Lu Fan. I believe that you have your own measure. I still have to shut down. So today, I will give an account of the matter of opening the secret realm a year later." Good. Lin Tianqi also squared his shoulders when he heard this. He hadn't read a lot of books before crossing over, and the secret realm could be considered the exclusive upgrade treasure of the protagonist. The protagonist goes through a secret realm once, and their cultivation level rubs up, and there are treasures in the secret realm that are specially prepared for them, so it's just not too good to be true. He had already confirmed that Lu Fan was the protagonist, so as long as he followed Lu Fan, he would take his chance for himself. Let Lu Fan become his exclusive treasure-hunting mouse. Jia. The barbarian demon secret realm is a corner of the barbarian demon realm that was shattered 10,000 years ago during the Great War between the human race and the demon race. Although it is a secret realm, it is actually a small world. The barbarian demon mystery realm is drifting between the Tian Yuan realm and the barbarian demon realm, and next year is the closest point in time that it will be to the Yin Yang Holy Land, at which time we will open a spatial passageway and send you in. The barbarian demon secret realm has many remnants of the barbarian demon and demon clans of that year, and has become the master of the barbarian demon secret realm over the past 10,000 years of prosperity. But because of the limitations of the secret realm itself, the secret realm can only accommodate the cultivators of the realm below the out-of-body stage at the highest level. In addition to practicing yourselves in grabbing the resources that the barbarian demons have accumulated over 10,000 years, you will also have to kill as many barbarian demons as possible when you enter the barbarian demon mystic realm. This is your proving ground towards the true battlefield. Lin Tianqi was silent for a moment when he heard this. This barbarian demon mystic realm was a bit different from what he had imagined. What kind of secret world is this? This is clearly a frontline post for the two worlds to engage in war. They, the trialists, were like new recruits going into battle for the first time, and they were first given to arrange a good fight to practice the promised harmony and immortal cultivation. How come all of a sudden it got involved with the barbarian demon? Lin Tianqi first arrived at the Tianyuan world and wondered. Such a big world, but there is no demon race, which makes him want to find a nine-tailed maid dream has not been able to realize. It turns out to be held back. Savage demon realm. A whole big world of demons. How long are we going to stay in the barbarian demon mystic realm? 3 months. So short? It's not short. It's the result of blood experience. More than 3 months is too high a casualty. Master, I will miss you. After this farewell, maybe we later will say goodbye forever. I have a small request, can you agree? Lin Tianqi's sudden change of heart put Zhang Jingxiang in a whole lot of daze. Although there are a lot of deaths and injuries entering the secret realm, but you have the demon refining gourd given by the 9 ancestors, and you're still afraid of the barbarian demon? That's what upgrades are for. You. Before she could slow down, Lin Tianqi suddenly sat in front of her and even grabbed her small hand. You. What little request? Can I give you a kiss? Half an hour later, only to see a figure quickly fly out of the grass hut, straightening his messy lapel while flying. Your bibs, sis. The figure stumbled in the air and almost fell off. Lin Tianqi beautifully tucked the blue background and white flower bib in his hand into his sleeve. Hiss, this is wild. Lin Tianqi touched his bitten lips, and there was some sweet and fishy taste in his mouth. The tip of his tongue was bitten. Time flies. For a year, there was only one topic of conversation in the entire Tian Yuan realm, and that was the barbarian demon secret realm. All the great sects, all the great clans, were rubbing their fists and preparing supplies for entering the secret realm, forming teams for core family disciples. There is a kind of dingo and iron horse, swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger's bravado. In order to maximize the stimulus for the trial participants to kill the barbarian demon, they could exchange the years of the barbarian demon by virtue of it into battlefield points that were recognized by all the major powers in the entire Tian Yuan realm. As long as you have enough points, even if you're not their disciple, you can still exchange the major powers techniques. This was a huge temptation for those cultivators from small and medium-sized sects, especially some of the older cultivators. They were limited by their own qualifications and were unable to successfully enter the Holy Land for cultivation in their early years. Now that he had survived to the Yuaning realm or the out-of-body realm, there was no possibility of advancing any further, so it would be better to go to the barbarian demon secret realm to put up a fight. It was just as well to die, but if he could get lucky and not die, and exchange a high-level technique from the Holy Land, he might even be able to go further. Although they knew that compared to the proud sons of heaven among the Holy Lands, they were all cannon fodder characters, but couldn't cannon fodder splash sparks? Death is not scary for them. What is scary is hopelessness. As the day to open the secret realm got closer and closer, 90% of the Yuaning cultivators and out-of-body cultivators in the entire Tianyuan realm were all gathered near the Yinyang Holy Land. Quickly look! It's Yi Wushuang from the Violet Sky Holy Land. Wow, Yi senior brother is so handsome, this is the charm of the world's most beautiful man. Humph. You haven't seen our Yinyang Holy Land's Master Lin. Our Master Lin is just too low-key. Otherwise there would be nothing for this Yi Wushuang. What's the use of just talking about it? Let your senior brother Lin come out and compete with senior brother Yi? Not only is senior brother Yi handsome, he's also the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. Your senior brother Lin is only third. Stop it. Don't argue. What's senior Lin? Senior Yi, senior compassionate brother of the Thundersound Holy Land, is really handsome, alright. Those who were named on the subterranean dragon list were different from those scattered cultivators who could only temporarily land outside the Yinyang Holy Land. They, on the other hand, could enter within the Yinyang Holy Land. The Yinyang Holy Land had specially prepared 3 spirit peaks as hospitality for these heavenly prides. Before the potential dragons gathered and waited for the opening of the secret realm, they naturally had to inevitably discuss wine. Chapter 30. Yi Wushuang, Shen Zhang, ignored Lu Fan, Nte Don Lai, the highest peak of the Altai Mountains, one of the extreme grade spirit peaks of the Yinyang Holy Land, a grade higher than Lin Tianqi's top grade spirit peak. Even in this Yinyang Holy Land, it would only be opened when receiving important guests and when organizing major events, showing the importance that the Yinyang Holy Land placed on these young prides. Immortal grass everywhere. The aura is like dense mist, a variety of rare and exotic beasts accompanied by the left and right, really is the residence of the immortals. At this moment, the young celestials who had entered the Yinyang Holy Land gathered here, talking about the scriptures and discussing the Tao with great vigor. For them, it was also quite difficult for so many geniuses of the same level to have the opportunity to get together. Brother Zhang, how about you and I still act together this time? That's natural. The last time the secret realm you and I brothers fought side by side and killed the enemy in blood. The scene for my brother is still vivid in my mind. This time I also invited Zhao Yan Zhao senior brother. Come, let's get to know each other. Yes, when people get together, apart from discussing the Tao, there is also the practice of ganging up. The barbarian demon mysterious realm was incredibly dangerous, and all of them, the clan progenitors or family heirs, had their own teams, but compared to those barbarian demon natives, their numbers were still too small. Moreover, besides fighting against the savage demons, they also had to watch out for the other heavenly prides who were also trialists. Killing for treasure happened far too much in the barbarian demon mystic realm that didn't have any restrictions. People, far more dangerous than demons. Right at this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the hall, and the proud celestials drinking and talking couldn't help but look out. A purple-robed young man stepped in the air, a purple robe on the purple and gold lines like a winding thunder dragon. Silken wisps are permeated with the purple sky divine thunder of the violent and majestic, and from time to time there is a subtle purple aura flickers jumping. Seems to want to choose people to eat. The face is like a knife and axe chiseling. The outline is clear. The sword eyebrow oblique fly into the temples. The eyes are as deep as the abyss. The deep purple eyes seem to hide the endless purple sky stars. Yi Wushuang, the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. Although he was less than 100 years old, he was already at the peak of the out-of-body realm. And this time's barbarian demon mystery realm was also the last time he participated. Yi Wushuang's figure was tall and upright, like a purple heavenly divine sword plunging straight into heaven and earth, bringing with it a lingering yet transcendent aura. There were rumors that Yi Wushuang was the reincarnation of a positive god of the thunder department of the heavenly court of the immortal realm, and that he was born with a heavenly mark in his mouth. Another reincarnation to the Violet Sky Holy Land that specializes in thunder law. It can be said that from birth, he had already stood on the shoulders of the giants, and early on, he was set up as a holy son by the Violet Sky Holy Land. Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang's appearance instantly caused a commotion. In his body, any title was enough to press the people present to straighten their backs. The gazes thrown at Yi Wushuang were not only awe but also worship. Greetings, senior brother Yi. Please take your seat. When Yi Wushuang had not appeared, the hall was like a plate of scattered sand, with 3 or 2 familiar ones gathering to discuss the matter of entering the secret realm. However, with Yi Wushuang's appearance, he instantly became the center of attention, and all of them stood on both sides unanimously, as if they were courtiers worshipping the king. Even Jiao Yan, who had an arrogant personality, looked at Yi Wushuang with the eyes of a little fanboy. Yi Wushuang nodded. His attitude was not arrogant to say the least, nor did he deliberately draw closer to these people as he walked to the upper seat and sat down. There were disciples from the Yinyang Holy Land who had prepared drinks and spiritual fruits for them. They also couldn't help but compare Lu Fan, who had made a name for himself this year, to it. There is absolutely no comparison. Whether it was looks, aura, or cultivation, Yi Wushuang had crushed Lu Fan. As much as they don't want to admit it, the fact is that comparing the two, for Lu Fan, it's already lifting him up. Yi Wuxiang had just sat down for less than a quarter of an hour. There was another clamor outside. The holy daughter of the heavenly sword Holy Land, Xinjiang, had also come. Small Gong. Her face was as white as jade, with a faint cold light, and her features were as exquisite as if they had been finely carved by the most skillful artisan. Willow eyebrows like a sword, slightly upward, through the valiant heroism. Lips such as cherry, not point in jus, but always tightly pursed, like a seal hidden sharp sword language. A head of black hair like a waterfall, smoothed down to the waist, a few strands of broken hair hanging on both sides of the cheeks, adding a few points of spontaneity. Tall and slender posture, a blue and white sword robe wrapped body, robe on the silver line embroidered on the sword pattern of fine intertwined, seems to have strands of the sword gas escaped. The flow of glory, a long sword carried behind his back, its hilt inlaid with translucent cold jade, was the heavenly sword Holy Land's crushing spiritual treasure. Soaring, Xinjiang's innate sword body. There were rumors that when Xinjiang was born, 10,000 swords came to the heavenly sword Holy Land. The heavenly sword Holy Land's crushing spiritual treasure flying sword, and it even took the initiative to recognize its owner. If it wasn't for Yi Wuxiang's immortal reincarnation being too mysterious, it would have been a real dilemma as to which of the two of them would have been able to ask for the top spot. Yi Wuxiang. The crowd still dared to go up and strike up a conversation, and facing Xinjiang, the crowd was the ones whose eyes didn't dare to aim at her. If you dare, you'll be greeted by Xinjiang with a friendly, "What are you looking at?" Whether you answer or not, you will be humiliated or bedridden for 3 months. This is a lesson learned by countless undying predecessors. Xinjiang gazed at Yi Wuxiang in the upper seat and walked his long legs to sit beside Yi Wuxiang. The two did not talk to each other. A heavenly fairy-like great beauty was sitting beside them, and Yi Wuxiang seemed to be completely unaware of it. Alone there, drinking to himself. With these two present, the other heavenly prides appeared somewhat ashamed of themselves, and were careful when talking, not daring to be too loud so as not to disturb these two. Yi Wuxiang, Xinjiang, and the top two of the subterranean dragon ranking all came, making this originally ordinary party instantly become extraordinary. The disciple of the Yin Yang Holy Land went forward to inform the elder in flames. When the elder got the news, he immediately sent a disciple to Lu Fan. He told him to go to Donglei Peak as the host to receive Yi Wuxiang. Xinjiang. This year, I don't know if it was because of the guilt in the heart of the Yin Yang Holy Lord, but he had become more and more important to Lu Fan. Not only was he given a master class every 3 days, but he was also allowed to attend to many of the affairs of the Holy Land. This gave Lu Fan what he craved the most: recognition, the respect of others. It could be said that this year in the Yin Yang Holy Land, Lu Fan was the red-hot fried chicken, while Lin Tianqi had another year of silence. After 3 years of silence, even many of those female fans from the beginning were shaken and began to turn their attention to Lu Fan. Lu Fan was receiving guests at another immortal peak at this time, and when he got the news he didn't stop for a moment and headed towards Donglei Peak. Senior brother Yi, senior sister Shen has come to visit. I was unable to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. Before the people arrived, Lu Fan's voice had already entered the great hall. Master Lu is here. It is truly an honor for me to be seated with a few of you today. To say that the newcomers of this subterranean dragon ranking are really Master Lu and the unattended Master Lin. In a moment, Master Lu will have to drink Master Lin's portion as well before he can do so. Yi Wuxiang. Xinjiang looked at Lu Fan who was greeting the crowd. Then he continued to drink and did not respond to Lu Fan's words just now. The scene instantly went cold. The people's after-images glanced at the two people sitting in the upper seats, then looked at Lu Fan, and somewhat awkwardly resumed their seats. The smile on Lu Fan's face froze as well. This feeling of both familiarity and strangeness returned. He was being ignored. Chapter 31. Go and ask Master Lin to do something. The spirit wine in the hall was fragrant, but the atmosphere was so cold that it could condense frost. Lu Fan had the humiliating feeling of being played like a monkey. Yi Wuxiang. Xinjiang just glanced at him, making the crowd that had greeted him with smiling faces just now turn a cold eye on him. But, this is Donglei Peak, the Yin Yang Holy Land. The sense of belonging, the sense of honor that had been built up this year towards the Holy Land, towards the division, made Lu Fan more and more angry. Lu Fan was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. He represented not only himself, but also the Yin Yang Holy Land, and the two were so oblivious this was a naked humiliation to him. To the Yin Yang Holy Land. He took a deep breath and took a step forward, causing the stone slabs on the ground to tremble slightly. Did you two grow up with no one teaching you how to be a guest in someone else's home? Or are you self-conscious of your superior strength, and your guests are bullying your hosts? Once Lu Fan said this, the rest of the crowd felt a chill in their hearts and looked at Lu Fan with complicated eyes. Just now, when they said that Lu Fan and Lin Tianqi were newcomers to the subterranean dragon ranking, they weren't just showing off. Rather, the potential dragon list in 3 years ago has not been changed for a long time. 3 years ago, Lu Fan. Lin Tianqi 2 strong list. The first list on the top 10 in the 5th place. The 3rd place. It didn't seem to have much of an impact in the Yin Yang Holy Land, but it really shocked the young ones from the other forces enough. A year later Lu Fan even advanced 1 place to become the 4th of the submerged dragons, strongly defeating Zhao Yan who was the 5th of the submerged dragons, but no one ever thought that Lu Fan could challenge Xinjiang. Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang held the wine cup and drank it calmly, seemingly pondering for a moment before raising his head to look at Lu Fan once again and faintly said, "You want to teach me?" Xinjiang, who was drinking and pecking to himself, laughed out with a pff as if he had heard a joke. This smile was like an invisible slap on Lu Fan's face, like an invisible person plunging straight into Lu Fan's lung tube. Lu Fan's eyes widened angrily, the power of yin and yang surging majestically within his body. "Alright, since senior brother Yi is vain enough to ask for advice, I'll teach you well on behalf of your family's elders." Wow! The people in the room rose to their feet and stepped aside to make room. How many years has it been since anyone challenged these two? When it's really a newborn calf, it's not afraid of tigers. Persuade? It's impossible to persuade. Who would do such a laborious thing who is not a relative? Moreover, they also wanted to know just how strong Yi Wushuang, Xinjiang's strength was nowadays. After Lu Fan spoke, his hands formed a seal at a rapid pace, and the yin and yang yuan power converged in his palms, transforming into 2 ancient compasses, which rotated at a rapid pace, releasing a black and white intertwined ray of light, crisscrossing across the sky, covering Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang didn't even have the intention to get up, he just smiled blandly. "Early yuaning, I will defeat you with early yuaning." Purple spiritual energy like electricity, instantly in front of his body to build a purple electric light curtain. The black and white light rays crashed up, crackling and popping for a while, but even that light curtain could not shake the slightest ripple. This kind of power, you are afraid that you can't teach me. Yi Wushuang's faint tone was the strongest mockery. Xinjiang sat on the sidelines, and even more so, he did not even make a move to resist, and the yin and yang forces that approached her were cut down by the harsh sword chi before they could even get close to her. The crowd of onlookers looked at Lu Fan with pity. This would surely be another genius who had his Tao heart shattered by the two. Lu Fan tried one move, then he knew the gap, and he definitely did not have the possibility to win. But, there are many ways to lose. 2. Boom! Lu Fan's eyes suddenly changed, instantly transforming into one black and one white, with his left eye as dark and deep as the endless black night, and his right eye as white as the radiant white sun. The 2 currents of yin and yang ran out from his eyes, spinning and intertwining in front of his body to form a taijutsu, slowly rotating and sucking in the majestic aura of Donglai Peak. Compared to a year ago, with the piece of yin and yang jade pendant sent by the Holy Lord, Lu Fan had become more and more comfortable with the use of the yin and yang spirit eyes. However, this was not enough to move Yi Wushuang. Yin and yang spiritual eyes. "It's okay." As he spoke, he picked up the wine cup and splashed it outwards. The few drops of spirit wine remaining in the wine cup flew out, and Yi Wushuang's purple robe with purple and gold patterns sounded as if it was resounding with thunder. The purple sky in his hand was as powerful as a furious dragon roaming around, and a few drops of wine flickered with purple aura in mid-air, suddenly changing. 3 purple thunder unicorns with entwined thunder and lightning. Boom! The 3-headed Qilin was like 3 divine thunderbolts that crashed into Lu Fan's Taiji diagram in a raw manner. The light was blinding. The Qilin collided with the taijutsu. The ripples of energy stirred up as if it had smashed a boulder on the water surface, and the crowd watching the battle around was lifted by this vigorous force and tilted to the east. "It's too strong." Yi Wushuang's strength was undoubted. However, Lu Fan's strength really surprised them a bit. The sleeves of Lu Fan's arms had disappeared, and his little arms were even scorched black, emitting a burst of roasted meat aroma. But his eyes grew brighter and brighter. So what if he was the first of the subterranean dragons? Lu Fan shouted as the yin-yang taiji diagram rotated faster, and the aura was wildly swept in, forming a raging storm of spiritual energy. The 3 Qilin were as if they had entered a meat grinder, being torn into countless purple ability fragments that were sucked into the taiji diagram. The taiji diagram grew bigger and bigger, and Lu Fan pushed it with both hands, crushing towards Yi Wushuang, who always sat in the upper position. The space along the way was squeezed and twisted out of shape, emitting a whimpering wail, facing the approaching taiji diagram. Yi Wushuang still had the leisure to turn to Xinjiang and said, "Does senior sister Xin want to evade? I'm afraid of splashing blood on you." Xinjiang did not pay any attention to it, and as he looked at Lu Fan, who was walking step by step below, suddenly his heart felt as if it had been touched, but then that touch was cut down by a sword light. Man, it only affected the speed of the sword. "Yin Yang Holy Land, Lu Fan, please enlighten me." Lu Fan let out a loud shout. The taijutsu in his hand pushed towards Yi Wushuang. No matter what this strike was, no one would dare to underestimate him. Lu Fan, and even more so, the Yin Yang Holy Land. Boom! However, Yi Wuxuan just stabbed out a palm. The battle was then over. This palm not only penetrated the Taiji diagram that seemed to be able to tear apart heaven and earth, it also penetrated Lu Fan's left shoulder. If he had wanted to, the penetration would not have been in the left shoulder, but in the heart. Ahem. Lu Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood, and for a moment it seemed as if he couldn't accept the result. Why? Why is the opponent so strong in the same realm? Thumbs up. Yi Wuxuan withdrew his palm. His warm jade-like fingers were stained with bright red blood. Lu Fan, in the past 50 years, out of all the people who have challenged me, you can be ranked in the top 10. Not bad. Today, after drinking the wine from the Yin Holy Land and making an exception to keep you alive, do you still think I don't know how to be a guest? Yi Wuxuan shook off the blood in his hands, stood up and walked outside. I had wanted to meet that Lin Tianqi, but it seems that there is no need to meet him. Born Ni Yi Wuxuan. All of you are like entering the long night? Boring. Ah. The crowd looked at Yi Wuxuan and only felt that the road ahead was dark. Being born in an era with such a demon was destined to only become his backdrop. Xinjiang looked at Lu Fan, who had fallen into a stupor, and his heart could not help but be touched once again, and he could not help but frown slightly. Just at this moment, Yi Wuxuan, who had walked to the entrance of the main hall, stopped in his tracks. I only heard. Where did the pretender come from? You still have to look at the master when you hit the dog, and you still want to leave after hitting the junior master's senior brother? Chapter 32 3 years without a sound. The clock dialed back to Yi Wuxuan's. Xinjiang's disregard for Lu Fan after he arrived at Donglai Peak. The disciples of the Yin Holy Land took a look at the bad things that were about to happen, and Master Lu Fan's face made people use him as a shoehorn. Immediately went back up to the elders. The elder went to Qin Yun Peak again without stopping to look for Lin Tianqi, hoping that Lin Tianqi would step in to calm the scene. Lin Tianqi, who considered himself to be a villainous setting, had little interest in such things as pretending to hit his face. From his experience of exposing books, the villain's failure, besides the script forcibly lowering his intelligence, is that he likes to pretend to be a good guy, and he keeps stacking upgraded buffs on the protagonist in the early stages, and in the end, the protagonist gets smacked in the face and kills him back. Become a stepping stone to the top for the protagonist, where villains who are low-key and good at disguise, hidden behind the scenes, high and low can live to see the big finish. If the disguise is good enough, it's not impossible to take out all the protagonists one by one and finally succeed in getting to the top. Before he crossed over, he had read a novel by the three crazy Taoists, in which the protagonist, Qin Tianzhou, could be considered one of the best, so why should he be obsessed with the identity of the villain? As long as the main characters are killed off, who's in favor of him saying he's the main character and who's against it? Anyone opposed to continuing to kill off isn't just fine. The secret realm was about to open, taking this opportunity to have a little encounter with Lu Fan, the treasure-hunting rat. It would be better if the other party was grateful to him. Accompanying the fall of Lin Tianqi's voice, Lin Tianqi swept in sharply as if he were a black lightning bolt. A year had passed. Lin Tianqi's height had grown a lot more, close to 1.9 meters with an athletic and upright posture. A head of black hair flying recklessly, just like a proud eagle. Yi Wuxuan stood at the entrance of the grand hall, looked at Lin Tianqi and said indifferently, "You are Lin Tianqi?" Lin Tianqi straightened his wind-blown hairstyle. "That's right, it's exactly Little Master me. Who are you?" "Little Master doesn't fight nameless people." The hearts of the people in the hall called out. This Lin Tianqi really does not know how to write the word death. Just because Yi Wuxuan let Lu Fan off the hook, it doesn't mean that he really doesn't dare to kill you in the Yin Holy Land. Yi Wuxuan, surname Yi, barely qualified enough for Little Master to make a move. When he said that, he quickly operated the sun scripture. In an instant, his body's yang qi surged and surged, and the blazing light was as if he wanted to poke a hole in the sky. A round of dazzling pure sun slowly rose behind him. Wherever the light reached, the air instantly boiled. Zizi sounded. The ground stone slabs were baked dry and cracked. Wisps of the sun's true fire fell from the sun in the sky, falling behind Lin Tianqi as if it were a ribbon of crimson flames. At this moment, Lin Tianqi seemed as if the god of the sun had descended to the mortal world. Yi Wuxuan's violet eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. "You are stronger than the one inside, and have the qualifications to make me slightly more serious." The hands danced violently, and the seals were unpredictable. In an instant, the vault of the sky in clouds rolled in. Layers and layers of the sun in the sky were covered, so thick that it seemed like it was going to collapse the heaven and earth. Purple thunder shuttled and saved in the clouds, and from time to time, it bloomed with piercing purple aura, just like a thunder and lightning dragon. The crowd lay down on the windows of the great hall and looked out, unable to help but all gulp. Is this still a Yuaning stage fight? That's ing bull. This Lin Tianqi is too strong. It actually forced senior brother Yi to get serious. No matter what, He's still the third in the subterranean dragon ranking, it's just that he's never made a move in these 3 years. 3 years without a sound. One sound is amazing. You said. Impossible. Lin Tianqi has only been practicing for a long time, and it's only the realm that is suppressed in a battle at the same level. How can senior brother Ye's combat experience and combat skills be compared to his? Lu Fan listened to the crowd's comments and snapped back from his stupor, plopping down on the ground and completely fainting. Xin Zhang looked at the unconscious Lu Fan, and surprisingly, there was some heartache within his heart. Ever since she had met Lu Fan, her sword heart had reacted in all sorts of abnormal ways, once again chopping up the distracting thoughts in his mind. Xin Zhang transformed into a swordlight that pierced through the roof of the Great Hall and stood in the air. Something's not right. What's going on? Originally, she wanted to watch the battle properly and divert her attention, but after she saw Lin Tianqi, a stronger stirring unexpectedly arose within her. Mind flips to 2 guys in one day, and this time it actually tugged at her heart to beat a few beats faster. Could it be? Impossible. My pursuit is only the way of the sword, and apart from the way of the sword, everything else will only be a burden. Xin Zhang once again chattered away his inner thoughts and no longer dared to stay again, turning into a swordlight and disappearing into Donglai Peak. Purple heavenly thunder. Yi Wuxuan let out a bellowing cry, and a water tank thick purple heavenly thunder wrapped with the power of extinction, tore through the sky and ruthlessly chopped down towards Lin Tianqi. This thunder was extremely fast. Along the way the air was ionized, flooded with ghostly blue arcs, emitting crackling and popping sounds. The corners of Lin Tianqi's mouth rose, and he advanced instead of retreating. It was known that the thunderbolt was a good thing. Thunderbolts that matched one's strength were even more rare body refining extras. The muscles of his legs were tense, and every step he took left a charred black footprint on the ground. Good coming. Facing the violet thunder, Lin Tianqi let out a loud cry and allowed the raging violet thunder to smash down. The long shirt on his body instantly exploded into pieces, leaving only a pair of special shorts. Thunder light illuminated every inch of his skin, fine electric currents like spiritual snakes swimming. Flesh in the violet thunder bombardment, not only did not lose, but more and more tough. Muscles pancake, flooded with a metallic luster, as if it had been thousands of hammered and refined by the divine iron. Ha ha, yes, again and again and again. Yi Wuxuan snorted coldly. His hand seals did not stop. The purple heavenly thunder split into thousands of thunder vectors, densely shooting towards Lin Tianqi like rain. Before the thunder vectors arrived, the destructive aura had already made the crowd's scalp numb. Lin Tianqi was undaunted. His hands danced like dragons, stroking rapidly in front of his body as he recited words under his breath. Behind him, the majestic and hot pure yang blazing sun, with its bright and dazzling light, hardened itself against the thunder vector invasion. When the two collided, strong light burst out, 100 times brighter than the blazing sun, and energy overflowed in a deafening roar. Donglai Peak countless exotic flowers and plants, chic boulders were blown to pieces, rustling and falling stone chips in the bright light is like bright stardust. Now not only were the foreign prides here to watch the battle, but the disciples of the Yin Yang sacred land were all in the mid-air of Donglai Peak to watch this battle between the top of the subterranean dragon ranking and the third of the subterranean dragons. Senior brother Lin is so strong. I told you that if senior brother Lin doesn't put up a fight, it's just that he hasn't met an opponent worthy of him. I want to apologize to senior brother Lin for questioning him. There's only one person in my heart from now on, and that's senior brother Lin. Go for it, senior brother Lin. Do whatever you want to do to me if you beat him. The crowd instantly cast contemptuous glances, and the abacus beads crumbled to the sky. The faint smile on Yi Wuxuan's face had already been withdrawn at some point. A battle of the same rank is evenly matched. This is it? I thought how powerful you are. Tugging like 2.5 million. Have any pressure box bottom hurry up to use out? Don't tell me didn't remind you. Little master seriously, you won't have a chance. Lin Tianqi's words were very arrogant, but none of the people who were watching at this moment felt that he was crazy. Pretending without ability is arrogance. Pretending with ability that is confidence. Arrogance. I'm standing right here. I'd like to see what you can do when you get serious. Yi Wuxuan's purple robe flashed with electricity, and his purple eyes seemed to be emitting arcs of electricity. Already enraged by Lin Tianqi's cynicism, no one had dared to talk to himself like that in how many years. Lin Tianqi laughed in his heart. This kind of person who stood too long in a high place. His brain was really prone to wind. Taking a deep breath, the pores of his body stretched, and the blazing sun behind him all merged into his body. In an instant, his essence climbed to the peak, the surrounding aura as if crazy, spinning towards his fist convergence. Fist body light is big. The internal seems to hide the Qianquan beginning of the scene. There is a star flashing, misty, but also vaguely through a crush all the hegemony. It is to break the delusion. Yi Wuxuan felt the surging fist intent and his face was as heavy as water. He didn't dare to have any more reservations. Pouring out all of his spiritual energy, the purple aura condensed into an impenetrable shield around his body, on which purple electricity swam and shrieked. At the same time, manipulating the remaining violet thunder into a violet lightning spear. The head of the spear flashed with cold light, locking onto Lin Tianqi. The lightning spear was quick, but Lin Tianqi's punch was even faster, breaking paranoia. With a bellowing cry, his fist wrapped in destructive power and ruthlessly smashed onto the purple mango shield. With a crunching sound, the shield instantly shattered and dissipated into a bit of purple aura. The residual force had not yet dissipated, and it directly hit Yi Wushuang's chest. The strength contained in this punch was so powerful that Yi Wushuang's chest was instantly dented, and his entire body flew out horizontally, knocking down several palaces along the way, and finally smashed heavily on the mountain wall. With a rumble, the mountain wall cracked as if it were a spider web, and dust filled the sky. The crowd of onlookers had their mouths open that could fit into a large-sized egg for a long time, unable to regain their senses from the image they had just seen. At the same time that punch smashed into Yi Wushuang's chest, it seemed to have smashed into everyone's heart. They recalled the excitement of sensing spiritual energy for the first time, the exhilaration of being airborne for the first time. The first, countless firsts made them what they are today. But time has also made them forget that first time and their beginnings. Lin Tianqi's punch woke up the countless people present. Yi Wushuang looked at the sunken chest and grinned. Breaking delusion. What a good name. Chapter 33, Li Mengxian, Auntie is born to enjoy happiness. Lin Tianqi is on fire. To be more accurate, it should be on fire out of the circle. Defeating the young generation's supreme level character Yi Wushuang in a battle at the same rank could be considered a stone-cold shock. This marked the rise of another young supreme. 3 years without a bang. Now there was a common popular saying in the outside world that Lin Tianqi hadn't met any characters worth fighting in these 3 years at all. Ask the god elephant if he would be interested in having a fight with a mole cricket. This was like a resounding slap in the face of those in the Yin-Yang Holy Land who had yin and yang over Lin Tianqi. What's more, Lin Tianqi's battle was a hasty strike after that punk Lu Fan was beaten without the ability to fight back, proving not only himself, but also redeeming the face of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Xingyun Peak, as if it were a Beijing subway station in the morning rush hour of the latter day. It was packed with disciples who had come to show their loyalty, and there were even quite a few heavenly pride level figures. Lin's personal photo album, as long as 99 spirit stones cannot buy Fool Ah, contains Lin's 3 years ago to ascend to the immortal road. Precious images. Oh, do you want the bath towel that Master Lin used? It's from the official channel. Master Lin, do you want a pair of original socks? I'll give up the pain for only 999. Only one pair. The business backbone of Lin Tianqi's fan support group weaves in and out of the crowd, selling all kinds of Lin Tianqi's peripheral products. Never underestimate the power of fans. Nowadays the spirit stones earned by selling these peripherals immediately. There are tens of thousands of them every day. Lu Fan's fire-breathing stay stone. A year time has passed. The heat has gone down. The sales have been sharply reduced. It is good that the Battle of Lin Tianqi opened up a new way of wealth. Li Mengxian was someone who had already eaten crabs, so naturally she wouldn't miss this opportunity to make money. Nowadays, Li Mengxian wasn't just an ordinary inner sect disciple. She was the person behind Lin Tianqi's fan support group. Super rich woman who was already worth millions. Even Lin Wanner was now calling one Xian sister after another, so it could be said that she had already reached the peak of her life. With Li Mengxian's drunken words, I Li Mengxian, sleeping the most handsome man in the whole Yin and Yang Holy Land. Open your eyes as a few tens of thousands of spirit stones into the account. Auntie was born to enjoy the blessing of life. Inside Green Cloud Peak, Lin Tianqi lay on Li Mengxian's round and tender thighs, eating the immortal fruits Li Mengxian fed him and resting his eyes, because even with his eyes open, he couldn't see Li Mengxian's face with the two large mountains in front of him blocking it. I have to say, the girl has changed a lot since she became a woman, even for an older girl in her 30s. This 3 years Li Mengxian seems to be the second development of the general. Even the height has grown 10 centimeters, has been close to the height of 1 meter 8. Even more amazing is that this 10 centimeters seem to be long legs up. That slender tight long legs really let Lin Tianqi love. Li Mengxian sent a piece of spirit fruit cut 4 square into Lin Tianqi's mouth and said, You stayed in the picture all the time on the Immortal Ascension Road? When was that? How come I don't know? You were rolling around, so what the hell could you know? Lin Tianqi closed his eyes and mercilessly mocked. When he was with Li Mengxian, he was always able to reveal his truest self. Even with Zhang Lingyun, he could not do this, because he knew that Zhang Lingyun must have something to ask for in his place. As for what it was, for the time being, he wasn't sure, but he trusted his intuition and judgment. You're the one who even rolled. No more food for you. Ha! Li Mengxian stuffed the spirit fruit that was brought to Lin Tianqi's mouth into her own mouth, and the sweet spirit fruit made her squint her eyes. Wouldn't it be nice if time stood still in this moment forever? Humph, don't dream. With your current qualifications, without borrowing the power of my father, it won't take long for you to be left behind by him, and you can only watch his back going further and further away. The small Tianyuan realm can't let him go. When he is immortal, you are mortal, and this is the separation of heavenly beings forever. TSK, this father thinks about it. It's just heartbreaking for you. There are many fairies in the sky, more beautiful than you, more than you wave like crushing carp. The key is more than you can do. With your little lover's lustful nature, to the immortal world group of beauty surrounded by you forget in the back of your mind, and you can only be in this small Tianyuan world day and night longing for loneliness, and ultimately turned into a handful of yellow earth. Shut up! Li Mengxian let out a shout, startling Lin Tianqi. He opened his eyes and rolled over to sit up, only to see Li Mengxian's face pale, with tears in her eyes, looking like she was in shock. What's wrong? Lin Tianqi took Li Mengxian's hand, and her small hand was cold. That thing is out again. Hearing this, Lin Tianqi pondered for a moment and said, you don't have to worry. If it can really control you, why would it waste words with you? You just need to stick to your heart and not listen to his compulsion. Li Mengxian shrank into Lin Tianqi's arms, feeling the heat from his body gradually warming up her cold body. So you're going to leave me alone? Don't worry, even if I ascend to the immortal realm, I'll still give you my old age first. Who made you my master? Hiss, loose your mouth. Li Mengxian bit Lin Tianqi's chest flesh and grunted. You sinful disciple. This time you know how much it hurts when you bite me. Lin Tianqi grimaced in pain, but then said with a straight face, good you demoness. How dare you scare my lady? Eat my stick. 1 month later, a mega-sized spell formation had already been erected in the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, and a Yin-Yang Sacred Land Elder would then activate the teleportation formation to open the spatial passage to the barbarian demon mysterious realm. The people who participated in the trial were also orderly lined up in columns under the organization of the disciples of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. The portal consumed a large number of spirit stones every minute and every second, and all preparations had to be done well before opening the portal, striving for the fastest speed for these trialists to go in. The Yin-Yang Holy Land Square where Lin Tianqi was located had a total of over 700 trialists, which could be said to have surpassed the number of people in any previous year. More than 400 of them were at the peak of the outbreeding stage cultivation. These people had only one mission, to protect Lin Tianqi, as well as Lu Fan. Lin Tianqi had made too much of a splash this time, and on the night he defeated Yi Wushuang. The latest version of the potent dragon ranking had been updated, directly placing him at the top of the list. Yin-Yang Sacred Lord convened a high-level meeting overnight. This move is really a move to kill the heart. There is a suspicion of cupping Lin Tianqi. Had to be defended. Although Lin Tianqi had won against Yi Wushuang, that was under the situation where Yi Wushuang had suppressed his cultivation to the same realm as Lin Tianqi, and so there were these extra 400 peak outbreathing stage disciples. Although they couldn't compare to those geniuses who were famous on the subterranean dragon list, they were also real top combatants as guards in the barbarian demon mysterious realm. The response of the Yin-Yang Holy Land senior management proved to be very timely and correct. Unconsciously there are already several hundred more loose cultivators of the peak out-of-body realm among the trial team. The fifth elder of the Yin-Yang Holy Land was speaking, and apart from the various precautions, he was announcing the rewards for the ranking of the number of savage demons killed. Lin Tianqi stood in the middle of the line as if he had returned to the high school campus life before he crossed over. Only the podium became the sky, and the vice-chancellor became an elder. This month, Li Mengxian was extraordinarily obsessive, and I don't know if it was because Lin Tianqi told her that she scares you, but you can also humiliate her, since she suggested that you are one. Wouldn't it be the same as humiliating her if I humiliated you? When Li Mengxian thought about it, it seemed like such a thing. It was a joy to fulfill all of his requests without fail. Turn on the formation. Prepare to enter the teleportation formation. The half-an-hour-long speech finally came to an end, and the elder let out a loud shout, waking Lin Tianqi from his pink memories and wiping the corners of his mouth to look ahead, only to see the teleportation formation explode with sky-high white light under the urging of the 9 elders. The white light then solidified, and a huge light door 100 meters high and dozens of meters wide appeared. Enter! With a command, the disciples in the front row quickly soared up and threw themselves into the light gate. The disciples behind them followed closely behind, and the neat team instantly rushed towards the portal as if it were a torrent. After only a quarter of an hour, tens of thousands of trial disciples all entered the teleportation portal. Lin Tianqi only felt his head spinning. His body seemed to have passed through an invisible membrane, and his feet had already stepped on the ground. An earthy smell, mixed with a pungent fishy odor, nearly sent Lin Tianqi away on the spot. Lin Tianqi hadn't even had time to get used to the otherworldly air that smelled like poop before he felt countless icy cold killing intent fall onto his body. Beside the fellow senior brother looking at the sky has been stagnant. Muttered, finished. Chapter 34, landed in a box? Bloody battle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it too late to go back? Lin Tianqi was shocked by the scene in front of him. Tens of thousands of human cultivators were almost about to become boxes when they landed. Roar! Only in the sky. Countless flying demonic beasts covered the sky like dark clouds of doom. The roar was deafening. Their huge wings flapped madly. The wind was like a sharp blade whistling, and their sharp chirps seemed to penetrate the soul's magic sound, making people's scalp numb. Each demonic beast's eyes were filled with ferocity and bloodlust. At the instant the portal closed, the demonic beast with a huge body like a small mountain and speed as fast as lightning swooped down from the air. This was undoubtedly a carefully prepared killing game against the human trialists. The flesh and blood of the human race. How nostalgic. I can already smell the meat. And the human woman. Zip. The flesh and blood of the human race. And the white body of a human woman. They can't wait to get a good taste of it. The sudden appearance of the barbarian demon army caused the human cultivators present to be thrown into a panic. Even those veteran cultivators who had fought hundreds of battles had never experienced the scene of being surrounded by so many barbarian demons. Not to mention those young cultivators who entered the barbarian demon mysterious realm for the first time. It was as if they were actively delivered to the mouth of the savage demon, waiting for the most vicious attack from the other side. There must be a mole within us. How else would the barbarian demon know the exact location of our teleportation? Don't panic, everyone. What are we here for? We are here to do these things. Brothers, don't be afraid. We have been betrayed. We are all victims. Just in the nick of time, a loud cry was heard. Son, come and save your father. As the saying goes, you depend on your wife in the Holy Land, and you depend on your son outside the Holy Land. Demon refining gourd transformed into a small gourd child instantly flew out, stepping on the shoulder of Lin Tian where to look at the demonic beasts in the sky, shedding crystal saliva. So much meat. It's been a long time since I've seen so much meat. Daddy, you're so nice. Good son. You let go and eat. As soon as Lin Tianqi heard the little gourd child say this, he thought, steady. My son is a spiritual treasure that specializes in dealing with barbarian demons. The appearance of the little huckleberries instantly rekindled the fire of hope in the panicked crowd. It's our Yin Yang Holy Land's spiritual treasure demon refining gourd. It specializes in overcoming these brothers. Don't be afraid. We are saved. Anum. Crashing sound. The little gourd child's little feet were a little bit, already flying into mid-air, and the 10 fingers of his 2 little hands instantly turned into 10 emerald green divine chains. The hundreds of demonic beasts that swooped down were like falling into a heavenly net, and the moment they were entangled in the divine chain they were ripped into their mouths without resistance. Just now was also scared of the crowd, only to see the mid-air small gourd waifu manipulation of the 10 divine chain as if supporting a dragnet. A beast into the mouth. Frozen did not let a demonic beast rush to the crowd below. It's vicious. This is the power of a spiritual treasure. How did such a small doll manage to eat such a large savage demon? Grass. You? How did your mom give birth to you? But the sky's demonic beasts seem to be endless in general. Any small gourd baby eat as much as there is how much to make up for it. A rally to eat and be eaten begins. In a few moments at least thousands of savage demons were swallowed mercilessly. Hiccup, daddy, I can't eat anymore. I'm so sleepy. When the little gourd child said that, his little head was planted, and with a bang it turned into a palm-sized green gourd that flew back into Lin Tianqi's hands. It exuded a flickering bright light, as if it was breathing. The mood of the crowd was as if they were on a roller coaster. Just now it was as if they had rushed to the top of the mountain, followed by an accelerated descent. The demonic beasts in the sky let out deafening animal roars, celebrating this hard-won victory. That little thing won't work. Victory is ours. Brothers, charge. For the tribe. Eat meat. Grab a woman. But, no more zucchini wahoo. Yi Wuxuang stepped forward, like a thunder god descending. Thunder light flashed in his purple eyes, and thunder light shone above his purple Dao robe. The human race, the last thing it lacked was people who could stand up for themselves in times of life and death crises, only to see his hands fiercely raised. The sky was immediately covered with purple thunder, like countless augurs rolling around. Purple divine thunder. As he let out a furious cry, purple thunder poured down like a torrential rain, and those flying demonic beasts that pounced were instantly blasted into charcoal. The lightning method had a huge restraining effect on these demonic beasts. A huge peak-out breathing stage demonic beast tried to resist. Yi Wuxuang's eyes flinched. A wrist-thick purple lightning shot out like a lance, directly penetrating it and falling from the air. Although Xinjiang did not have the big scene of Yi Wuxuang, his white sword robe fluttered with the wind, just like a Tianshan snow lotus blooming in the battlefield. A cold sword chi spilled down like a galaxy, and wherever it passed, everything was chopped. Yi Wuxuang. Xinjiang stepping forward instantly stabilized the panic of the tens of thousands of human cultivators. Kill! The human cultivators shouted angrily in response. They weren't discarded trash. They had the most powerful young supreme beings in the entire heavenly Yuan realm as their vanguard. The light of the magic treasures shone like bright star explosions, and the spell seemed like brilliant meteor showers across the sky. Countless demonic beasts were beaten into a pile of broken meat in midair, and the sky was filled with broken meat and blood as if it was raining a scarlet rain of blood. But there were just too many demonic beasts. Not only did they accurately know where the human cultivators had teleported to land, but they had made ample preparations for an ambush well in advance. It could be said that this was an ambush battle that mobilized the power of the entire barbarian demon mystic realm. Consumption would also consume this group of human trialists to death. A Yuaning stage cultivator had his head crushed by a black hawk's claw, and before the Yuaning in his body could escape, it was swallowed into his stomach with a fling of the spectral glowing claws. Grass. Lin Tianqi had traveled for more than 10 years, but he had never seen this kind of battle. Even before crossing over near the new year, his family's slaughterhouse could not kill so many. A fresh life was scratched to pieces or torn in half by a demonic beast in front of him, and this kind of impact was by no means comparable to the glibness of the novels he used to read. The kill. It has to be said that being born into a family of butchers with 3 generations of ancestors has had more or less a positive effect on things like killing people. The sun meridian had already been operated to its limit by him, and his eyes resembled 2 rounds of radiant divine suns. Dazzling. In an instant, it appeared as if a Taiku divine sun had risen from within his body. Endless golden light erupted out like a raging divine flame, and the blazing aura caused the surrounding space to distort violently, as if it was going to be burned into nothingness by this extreme heat. But that giant eagle was still immersed in the delicious taste of human flesh and blood, when suddenly a golden light attacked, and before it could react, it had already been torn in half. The still undigested human corpse in the stomach rolled down with it. Lin Tianqi seemed to have a fire burning in his chest at the moment. His brain didn't know what to think, or nothing at all. Just trying to kill all these stinking people. Just taking swing after swing. His punches were getting faster and heavier, as if he had become a swinging machine without any emotion. Every time he swung his fist out, it was like a shooting star crossing the sky, carrying an unrelenting majestic momentum. The light on his fist shone brightly, as if thousands of stars were exploding in it, releasing a heaven-destroying power. An extraordinarily huge demonic beast noticed Lin Tianqi. This out-of-body stage savage demon roared and lunged. Its sharp claws were like sharp blades forged from divine iron, glittering with a chilling light. It was going to crush this human brat's head. Boom! The fist collided with the claws of the demonic beast, emitting a deafening roar as the powerful chi overflowed in all directions, and the surrounding space collapsed like broken glass. The demonic beast was unable to let out any cries before it was blasted into a pile of broken flesh, a mere out-of-body. And you dare to show your face, looking for death. But there were simply too many demonic beasts to kill the endless enemy heads. In addition to the demonic beasts in the sky, all around the ground, the densely packed demonic beasts that could not be seen at a glance kept approaching them. 30% of the tens of thousands of cultivators have already lost their lives here, and several breakouts have been unsuccessful. There were more and more demonic beasts around Lin Tianqi, and these savage demons weren't all cuties. The combat power displayed by Lin Tianqi, Yi Wushuang, Xinjiang and the others was too strong. These people were undoubtedly the seed-level players of the human race, and the source of their courage to continue fighting. As long as their heads were taken, the human race would be crushed in a single blow. If we make a great achievement in this battle, the several lords from the barbarian demon ancestral realm will surely have a heavy reward. Maybe it would grant superior feats that could transform into forms. The demons in the barbarian demon mysterious realm only cultivated the demon form. Not that they didn't want to transform into a Dao body, but they didn't have a gong method. Back then, when the two worlds were at war, the barbarian demon secret realm was shed from the barbarian demon realm to form a small world of its own, and the tens of thousands of years of constant warfare had long since severed the inheritance, and the demon race also treats this place as a practice ground. Only those who have made great achievements will have the opportunity to give the top-grade skills to form a Taoist body, and return to the ancestral land of the barbarian demon world from this place. The uninterrupted killing had been going on for several hours, and the entire battlefield was like a giant millstone of flesh and blood. The blood flowing on the ground, mixed with the broken flesh and blood, was like a blood-colored swamp. Lin Tianqi only felt his fists getting heavier and heavier, and the clothes on his body were as if they had been fished out of the plasma, so he couldn't tell if they were the enemy's or his own. A head full of black hair was soaked with blood, messy paste in the cheek, eyes as bright as the sun is now also a little dim, as if the sun has passed noon, and gradually fall in the west. He didn't know how much longer he could hold out. Right at this moment, the demon refining gourd hanging on his waist suddenly blossomed with a brilliant haze, accompanied by the clattering sound of water as Lin Tianqi swung his fist. Chapter 35 Breakout. The missing Lu Fan. Lin Tianqi's face was delighted. Even his tired spirit was revitalized. The demon refining gourd suddenly shone with a great deal of light around it, and it seemed as if there was a raging force rushing inside. Lin Tianqi smashed the demonic beast in front of him with a punch. removed the gourd and pulled open the gourd mouth, and a tantalizing fragrance emanated from it. Spirit liquid. As soon as Lin Tianqi brought the demon refining gourd to his mouth, he tilted his head and poured down the spirit liquid. In an instant, a hot and majestic power went straight down his throat. As if the parched earth had received a sweet rain, the depleted yuan power was instantly nourished, and the feeling of depletion was swept away. Spiritual liquids were different from spirit stones, which needed to be refined and required careful concentration when refining, whereas spiritual liquids not only contained a higher purity of spiritual energy, but were also very simple to use. However, the spiritual liquid was very scarce, and only some cavernous blessed places had a small amount of output. Not only did the entrance of the spiritual liquid instantly replenish his depleted spiritual energy, he also felt a raging power continuously strengthening his physical body. Tun 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 tun. Lin Tianqi was like a gluttonous child, a wine-hungry drunkard, holding the demon refining gourd to his mouth with one hand and drinking it in staccato, while forming a fist with one hand, repelling the attacking demonic beasts one after another. In an instant, most of the gourd of spirit liquid was hidden in his stomach, and Lin Tianqi had the feeling of having drunk too much. The demonic beasts in front of them became more and more blurry, but their movements were slow as if they were late old men. In the eyes of the outside world, the light around Lin Tianqi's body suddenly brightened, and the golden light emanating from his body was like a white sun. Fawn's somewhat depleted aura climbed upward. At this moment, Lin Tianqi was as if he was reborn. His eyes once again lit up with fiery battle intent, and his figure shuttled through the demonic beasts like a ghost. Every time he swung his fist, it was wrapped in even more domineering power. The breaking delusion fist blasted out as if it could smash holes in the void, and the demonic beasts surrounding him were killed in an instant. At this moment, Lin Tianqi seemed to have entered a magical realm. He only felt as if he had returned to his childhood, running happily on the grass in his hometown. Only that obnoxious little bugs would always appear around him, and as he ran, he swatted at the little bugs that came up to him, and when he got tired, he drank a mouthful of spirit liquid, and his stamina instantly returned to full strength. Pieces and pieces of demonic beasts were killed, and whales rose and fell, and as his aura grew stronger, his cultivation level was even promoted from the early yuaning stage to the mid-yuaning stage. When the last drop of spirit liquid from the demon refining gourd was swallowed, Lin Tianqi also detached himself from that magical state, and without realizing it, those surviving trialists had already gathered around Lin Tianqi. This guy is so fierce. Fruit Ninja isn't even as sick as him. Those barbarian demons were all chilled by Lin Tianqi's kills, and they began to cower in fear in the face of Lin Tianqi, as if Lin Tianqi was a ferocious beast that was even more ferocious than them. What made these savage demons even more desperate was that the green-skinned gourd shifted and reverted back to its gourd form. "Daddy, I'm hungry again." Hulua's tender voice was like heavenly music in the ears of the crowd. As cold as Xinjiang was, she couldn't help but show a smile of relief. As the battle still couldn't kill its way out of the barbarian demon's encirclement, even she couldn't help but feel a sense of discouragement. Then let go and eat. Only then did Lin Tian weapon realize that the demon refining gourd could be more than just a killing weapon. It was also a supporting artifact. Lin Tianqi looked at Yi Wushuang, Xinjiang and the others and said, "Let's break out separately, as many as we can get away. If we don't break out there's only a dead end." "Yes." Yi Wushuang, Xinjiang nodded their heads. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tianqi with some admiration. Lin Tianqi, unlike them, had been famous for a long time and had experienced many crises. To be able to perform like this even after encountering such a desperate situation in his first trial was really difficult and valuable. With the strategy set, and with the demon refining gourd as a great killing weapon, the situation instantly changed. The demon refining gourd as well as the Lin Tian weapon were like an arrowhead, and the cultivators following around him saw the hope of surviving, and the magic treasures they harnessed in their hands all increased in power by 3 points. Lin Tianqi's sight attracted most of the savage demon's firepower, and the pressure on Yi Wushuang, Xinjiang and the others plummeted, leading the two teams to break out in two different directions. The night was not quiet. The human cultivators had been fighting for a whole day since they arrived at the barbarian demon mystic realm. Tens of thousands of cultivators had survived less than 3,000 to this day, which was a great rout that had never been seen before. Luckily they broke through the barbarian demon's encirclement and survived. Lin Tianqi had about 1,000 people gathered around him at this time, and people would instinctively cling to the thickest piece of wood in an extremely dangerous situation. Lin Tianqi, who possessed the demon refining gourd, was undoubtedly the thickest of all the trialists. Where did Lu Fan go? At this time, the biggest crisis had been lifted. Lin Tianqi's divine sense swept. The people from the Yin Yang Holy Land were on his left and right, but Lu Fan was not among the crowd. Death is impossible. It's well known that the world ends and the protagonist doesn't even die. In the midst of danger, disappeared into thin air. This plot was a bit familiar to him. is senior brother Lu Fan available? Lin Tianqi deliberately asked, and after a small commotion appeared in the crowd, Lin Tianqi painfully said, I can't just ignore Master Lu's death. You guys retreat first, I'll go back to look for him. Upon hearing that Lin Tianqi was going to return to find Lu Fan, the crowd exploded and quit. What will they do when Lin Tianqi is gone? If they were surrounded by an army of barbarian demons, who would lead them to escape? People are so complicated. When caught in a heavy siege, they, as human beings, have the courage to fight with each other in the face of savage demons, but when they have hope of survival, the first thing they think of is themselves. Senior brother Lin, you can't leave. What are we going to do if you leave? Are the lives of so many of us still no match for one Lu Fan? Senior brother Lin, my family is a mining company in the Tian Yuan realm, and my family has plenty of spirit stones. As long as you take me out, I'll give you 10, 000, 100, 000. Being rich is marvelous. My aunt's husband is an elder of the 5 elements sacred land. Lin Tianqi, you take me out. My aunt's husband will definitely thank you heavily. Do you guys still want to be shameless? Our senior brother Lin fought to the death to kill a path of escape for you, and you're still relying on us? Do we, the Yin Yang Holy Land, look like we're easy to bully? Sound of a crash. The disciples of the Yin Yang Holy Land stood behind Lin Tianqi and angrily rebuked him. They might not care about Lu Fan's death or life in their hearts, but in front of outsiders, they had to remain united. When the crowd took a look at the fact that the Yin Yang Holy Land actually had so many people still alive, and all of them had high cultivation levels, they were a bit abashed. We're also looking out for senior brother Lin. It's so hard to stand out. Is it worth it to get ourselves involved again for a Lu Fan? That's right, there's strength in numbers. We're all willing to take Master Lin as our master, and follow his edicts for these 3 months. Senior brother Lin, you are the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. It is said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You must not leave us behind. This group of people directly gave Lin Tianqi a whole speechless. This is the rhythm of preparing him to be a saintly mother. Then I'm afraid it's the wrong person. What you guys think is your business? Little Master is not your father? If Little Master really had a bunch of pussy sons like you guys, he might as well just fling them against the wall. Lin Tianqi said, turning his head to look at a peak out-of-body senior brother of the Yin Yang Holy Land. And before that person could even wait for Lin Tianqi to say anything, he said, Senior brother Lin, don't worry about going, I'll take good care of them. Lin Tianqi pulled out a palm-sized porcelain bottle from his sleeve and said, this is the poison I configured. When you encounter a large-scale barbarian demon team, it can help you get out of danger. Remember to always stand upwind. With that, he leapt and sped off in one direction. Little man, do you think you can get out of my master's control? Lu Fan had the poison under Lin Tianqi in his body, and as long as the poison was not dissolved, it was not difficult to find his whereabouts. As for the antidote, don't tease, he doesn't even have one himself. Lin Tianqi took out a thing like an insect chrysalis from his sleeve and placed it in his hand to run his spiritual power. The insect chrysalis shattered into a butterfly. Lin Tianqi also took out a small medicine bottle and placed it in front of the spirit butterfly and shook it. Spirit butterflies flapped their wings in one direction. Chapter 36, Did the treasure-hunting mouse find a treasure? Compared to the bloodshed of the other race cultivators, Lu Fan's luck could be said to be as good as it could be. The beginning of the great battle was still somewhat dangerous, but because of a senior sister surnamed Su, the situation took a huge turn. This surnamed Su's sister, according to her self-introduction for a small sect of casual cultivators, although not good at fighting, but the 5 elements of recluse, yin and yang gossip is very good at. Under her leadership, the 2 men in fighting and retreating, surprisingly all the way through the layers of barbarian demons surrounded by the army without danger, as if the trapped bird flying high, regained freedom. At this time, Lu Fan and this Su surname sister all the way to escape, although encountered a few strands of savage demons, but were solved by Lu Fan. A day's work has run out of thousands of miles. Senior brother Lu, you're so powerful, worthy of being a personal disciple of the Holy Land, unlike me, who can't help with anything except for a little bit of transportation technique. Sister Su's full name was Su Shishir, and at this moment, she was flashing her big eyes and folding her hands in front of her chest, looking at Lu Fan with a face of adoration. Lu Fan's heart beat a little faster as he was looked at. Su Shishir gave him a strange feeling. Obviously the 2 of them had just met today, but it was as if they had known each other for a long time. Su Shishir's glances and smiles always made his heart beat faster, and he couldn't help but want to get closer to her. Her voice, her smile, and one of her unintentional movements all made Lu Fan a little addicted to it. Lu Fan was busy saying, Sister Su, don't say that. You are also very good. Without your help, how could we escape so smoothly? There are specialties in the arts. Everyone embodies the same value even though they are good at different things. Master Lu, you are so knowledgeable. Lu Fan was complimented with his chi and blood rising a bit. His head was a bit hot, and he laughed a bit at a loss for words. He, let's go. We also need to find a place to land and condition ourselves to recover our spiritual energy. The two men went back and forth, not really talking much, but with the sour rot of a relationship. Lu Fan was more than a little giddy with the feeling of not being able to find his way. Psyche, let's just settle in here for the night today. I'll listen to Brother Van. Ha! Lu Fan giggled and took the lead to enter the cave. The cave was quite clean. The rock wall of the cave was very dry, and when he went in from the entrance and turned a corner, there was even a not-so-big stone cave. Compared to the outside, the environment of this inner stone cave was even better. With the shelter of the rocks in front, there was no wind at all, but it was breathable. This stone cave seemed to be a natural one-room chamber. Wow, this environment is also too good. Following Brother Fan is really right. After Su Shishir looked around in surprise, I'll go outside and set up a concealment formation, so I won't be afraid of being discovered by those damn savage demons. Lu Fan looked at Su Shishir, who had bounced out to set up the array, and his eyes went straight. The vivaciousness, beauty, loveliness and understanding in Su Shishir was simply all the fantasies he had for his other half. Even Lu Xueqing he has never been moved. Lu Xueqing is more like a stepping stone on his road to success. Only possessiveness, and no true love. Lu Fan looked around. Although it was only a temporary landing, he didn't want Su Shishir to sit directly on the ground, and took out the broken sword and clicked a few swords against the rock wall. The hard rock was chipped down as if it were tofu, and with one operation a simple square stone table, and two small stone benches were ready. Although the darkness couldn't affect anything with the cultivation level of the two of them, Lu Fan still dug a few holes in the rock wall around the cave and put in a few glowing gems. Instantly the whole cave becomes extremely moody. Meh. Su Shishir, who was setting up the formation outside the cave, lowered her head and let out a cold laugh from the corner of her mouth. Then she clapped her hands and bounced into the cave. Wow, so beautiful, how can you be so capable? Brother Van, whoever can be your companion must be happy to death. Lu Fan heard a sudden surge of impulse in his heart. The sentence, "Are you willing or not?" has reached the edge of the mouth, and was swallowed back. Smiling awkwardly, she said, "Sister Shishir, you sit and rest for a while. I'm digging a stone bed so that you can still lie down and rest if you're tired of sitting." With that said, he copied the broken sword and gave an output to the stone wall. Su Shishir looked at the broken sword in Lu Fan's hand. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. Then she lowered her head and pretended to be shy and said, "Brother Fan is really considerate, but you've already done a lot this way. Let me help you." No, I'm not tired. Ha! As he dug, he suddenly felt that the broken sword seemed to be light, and the entire broken sword was lost into the stone wall. Lu Fan drew out his broken sword, only to see that there was actually a haze of light coming out from within the holes of the sword. "Sister Shishir, come look, there's something behind this rock wall." The moment Su Shishir saw that haze, her eyes bloomed with a light as if it were substance. In the dim light, the reflection reflected on the stone wall is a drastic change. The shadows of the six tails swing on the stone wall. "Brother Fan, you are truly a blessing to me." Put. A white-haired claw stained with Lu Fan's blood penetrated through the heart from behind. Lu Fan was a little confused for a moment. Looking down at his chest, the power in his body was rapidly draining away, and the Violet Mansion's Yuan-ing were all completely sealed by a force. "You, who are you?" "Why, Brother Fan, I'm your Shishir sister." Ha ha. Su Shishir's eyes had turned a golden color, and two white fluffy ears burrowed out from under her black hair. Six fluffy tails wagged behind them. Pulling his hand out of Lu Fan's chest, he slapped his palm on Lu Fan's back. The sound of cracking bones rang out, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Lu Fan, who was already dying from serious injuries. "Stupid bastard. I really can't figure out how a commodity like you could be a traitorous luck, causing my mother to spend 3,000 years of her lifespan to project a ray of heaven." Su Shishir took out a piece of paper from her bosom and opened it to the very portrait of Lu Fan. This thin piece of paper was exchanged for 3,000 years of her mother's life. The nine-tailed demon emperor, one of the 9 demon emperors of the barbarian demon realm. The barbarian demon mystery realm had a big secret. 10,000 years ago, the human race and the demon race had a shocking war, and the barbarian demon mystery realm was exactly the place of the duel at that time. Legend has it that back then there was an object from beyond the heavens that descended and eventually landed on this piece of land in the barbarian demon mystic realm. But the human cultivators also projected that there was a heavy treasure coming out, and so that shocking battle took place. In the end, the Fire Emperor, one of the 9 demon emperors of the demon race, and a Mahayana stage supreme sword cultivator of the human race's heavenly sword Holy Land died together. It was because of the desperate battle between the two great powerhouses that knocked the barbarian demon mystic realm down from the barbarian demon realm. In the 10,000 years that followed, both sides continued to send outstanding young disciples to search for the mysterious heavenly object, as well as the burial site of the two supreme powers, but they all came up empty-handed. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Slowly the higher echelons of the two realms had given up, and the barbarian demon mystic realm had become a testing ground for the young disciples of the two realms to train. Until 10 years ago, Su Shirshir's mother, the nine-tailed demon emperor, had a feeling in her heart, and under some calculations, although she was always in the clouds, she still grasped a hint of heavenly opportunity, and finally, at the cost of 3,000 years of life, she saw a corner of the future. She saw a young race cultivator with a broken sword digging up the burial ground. I have to thank you though, Brother Van. When Su Shirshir mentioned Lu Fan's broken sword, the joy in her eyes became even more intense, not expecting that in addition to finding a treasure that had been buried for 10,000 years, she had also obtained a divine weapon. This was a broken sword, but it was worth a spiritual treasure. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel disheartened at this point. Why was his life so bitter? Why did the woman he fell in love with at first sight stab him in the back? Snort! Su Shirshir was holding a broken sword, and the sword aura released by this broken sword in her hand was unknown how much stronger than Lu Fan. Endless haze gushed out, and the rich aura had liquefied into a watery mist. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. Cultivators who had cultivated to the demon emperor as well as the Mahayana realm were huge treasures in themselves. It's all hers now, Su Shirshir. Just then, a light comparable to the blazing sun flashed. Su Shirshir only felt a heat on her body. The light had already flown in. No way. I clearly set up the formation. How is it possible to break the formation without a sound? Lin Tianqi said, Yin and Yang heavenly diffusion technique to understand? Engage in technology, you demon race is not even worthy of the human race's shoes. Chapter 37, Getting Rich. Getting Rich. Su Shirshir returned to her senses with a strange cry, turning into a white rainbow and drilling into the cave. The rich sweet fragrance made her instantly only feel as if she had drilled into a rouge circle. Crap! Poison! Su Shirshir only felt that the scene in front of her was still constantly rotating and changing. She couldn't perceive any direction, only that the entire heaven and earth were circling around her. All sorts of strange images keep not appearing in front of our eyes, and in our ears are inaudible murmuring voices. This was Lin Tianqi's masterpiece, named 6 Roots of Impurity, which infinitely amplified and distorted the 6 senses of the poisoned person. Lin Tianqi twisted his head to watch the fox spirit spinning around at the cave entrance, pulling out a handful of insect chrysalises to catalyze a swarm of spirit butterflies to fly towards the depths of the cave. The more we flew, the thicker the aura became, and we didn't see any danger. After flying like this for almost a quarter of an hour, the sky opened up in front of him, and an endless haze of light came into his eyes. Only see a huge underground palace. Exactly how big? Lin Tianqi's eyes are not ruler. Where to know? Only felt very big. Inside the underground palace was like a dragon's palace, with colorful and brilliant light everywhere, and a colorful crystalline stone pith ticking on the rock wall above continuously dripped milky white liquid, which had converged into a small pond below. And in the center of the underground palace there is a huge skeleton, although I do not know how many years, but the bone is still crystalline as jade, and in its bone cracks, a strain of spirit medicine haze lingers, emitting a burst of medicinal fragrance. The entire skeleton of the spirit medicine, at least tens of thousands of numbers, and all around the underground palace, the various gemstones embodied by the 5 elements of essence were all 3 to 5 meters tall. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Getting rich. Dog Day Lu Fan. Life is too good, but now all of this is mine. Jia jia jia. Lin Tianqi stood at the entrance of the underground palace and water flowed all over the place, but he did not directly break in. As we all know, the treasure place must have a guardian treasure leader. Lin Tianqi royal spirit butterflies first fly to the underground palace. These spirit butterflies are his cultivated spiritual pets, can be entrusted with a trace of his soul. The spirit butterflies are all he saw. Even if the spirit butterflies killed, the loss of a trace of the soul of the impact on him is not big. Flying inside the underground palace was far more shocking than what he had just seen. The skeleton looked like a huge, large bird, and there was surprisingly a very small skeleton on its back. Skeletally, it's a human race no different. The human was still holding a huge sword in the bones of his hand, which was inserted into the big bird's sternum. Just by looking at the bones, Lin Tianqi could imagine how tragic the great battle had been. Ha! What's that? Only to see that within the big bird's sternum, there was a ball of icy blue bright light. There was haze everywhere here, and it was blocked by the giant sword, so Lin Tianqi didn't notice it at first. However, the possessed spirit butterfly seemed to have sensed the power of this icy blue bright light and was very uneasy, constantly feeding back signals of danger to Lin Tianqi. Lin Tianqi maneuvered the spirit butterfly toward the ice blue light mass. Lin Tianqi only felt his vision darken, and his native head felt as if it had been stabbed by a needle, stinging with pain. It really isn't that easy. Lin Tianqi slowed down and released a few more spirit butterflies. Unlike the party's deeper penetration, this time it was from the periphery that he kept exploring while he stepped into the underground palace. Ka-ching! The 3-meter-long stone pith that had been nurtured for an unknown number of years was broken off by Lin Tianqi and stuffed into the storage ring. Lin Tianqi was like a hard-working farmer uncle, and the stone pith at the top of that cave was like a large upside-down radish. The clicking sound kept ringing out, and the stone pith in the outermost circle of the underground palace disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gul'dan. After collecting a circle of stone pith, Lin Tianqi plopped down in the small pond of milky white spirit liquid below and just started drinking. Sweet, warm, and unlike the water's blandness, this milky liquid is somewhat viscous and has a silky feel to it when you drink it. Yes, this milky white spirit liquid named earth milk is the spiritual power of the earth veins. Take a drop outside are going to be a few hundred spirit stones. This a moment of effort, a few million spirit stones have been under the belly. After drinking his fill, Lin Tianqi's entire body was glowing, and the pores on his skin were spilling out spiritual energy. The mid-Yuaning cultivation was even more towards the late Yuaning stage. There is still a gourd of spiritual liquid in the demon refining gourd. This secret realm is really a worthwhile trip. Lin Tianqi was slightly emotional, and then he took out a large jade bottle and put the ground milk in the small pond into the bottle. 2 bottles, triple, enough to collect 8 bottles, thanks to Li Meixian's ample preparation. Otherwise Lin Tianqi would have to set up camp here and drink up all this ground milk before he could go out. The spirit butterfly kept exploring, and Lin Tianqi followed behind to collect the treasures. 3 meters high and 1 meter in diameter. The various essence of 5 elements was the least valuable, but it couldn't help but be big. Lin Tianqi was going to go back and use these essence of the 5 elements to build a toilet at the top of Qingyan Peak, next to his straw hut. Whoever sees it can't help but praise the bravado. It's that cheesy. The closer he got to the skeleton, Lin Tianwei felt as if the thing was staring at him, making him a little uncomfortable. But the treasure is present, and as long as the thing isn't a swindle, it's not a problem. The highest combat power in this world is the peak of the out-of-body stage, and he has the demon refining gourd in his hand, so he is not afraid to fight alone. 3,000 years old Ginseng King, 2,000 years of He Shou Wu, 5,000 years of Lingji King. Is this Shugua? Will it just explode in place if you eat it? Lin Tianqi drooled as he put these precious medicines into the sealed brocade box. This feeling was no different from countless beautiful girls who were nominally already your wife, but you could only look at them, not them. Lin Tianqi could only turn his grief and anger into motivation, frantically beating all of these charming little goblins into the cold. In the blink of an eye, all the treasures around the underground palace skeleton were swept away by Lin Tianqi. This guy even suspected that the underground is not also what the treasure froze to dig a 3-meter deep pit did not gain this only to stop. But the problem in front of him now was that this skeleton always gave him a feeling of something evil, and his intuition told him that as long as he moved this skeleton, something extremely bad was bound to happen. But the precious medicine on this skeleton is better than the surrounding ones. There was also the giant sword in the hands of that human skeleton, that ice blue mass of light. It was a good treasure at first glance. On ringing the bell, Lin Tianqi rubbed his chin. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he already had an idea in his mind. Instead of advancing, he flew directly toward the outside. A long way away, he saw the vixen spinning around as if she were in a ghostly wall. Lin Tianqi passed by her without her even realizing it, and outside the hole, Lu Fan, who had already breathed in less and out more and was almost cold, was lying on the ground, with a big hole in his chest and all the blood underneath him. Master Lu, wake up, I've come to save you. But Lu Fan was unresponsive and had completely fainted. Snap! Lin Tianqi snapped 3 big mouths. Lu Fan's face instantly swelled up and his eyes became smaller, but he finally regained some consciousness. Lin, elder brother, save. It was as if Lu Fan had seen the hope of life. Don't worry, Master Lu, I've traveled thousands of miles to bring you home. The night before I left, Sister Xueqing asked me to take care of you. Lu Fan's eyes, which had already swollen to a slit, suddenly widened by another 3 points at night. Lu Xueqing, the 2 key words added to the heart that had been ripped out of him. Puffing out a mouthful of old blood, he sprayed out and completely fainted. Hey, why are you so angry? I haven't finished yet. Xueqing's sister is begging me to take care of you, but the little master didn't promise. Jia. Lin Tianqi took out a golden rope and tied Lu Fan up. This golden rope was also a magic treasure that could block his spiritual energy. After all this, carry Lu Fan and fly to the underground palace. Chapter 38, Lin Tianqi, isn't this my chance? Lin Tianqi's strategy was simple. Back to the essence of all issues, so to speak. Since this treasure was prepared for Lu Fan himself was the key to unlock this treasure. Why don't you just take this key and open it? Thinking so, he did the same. Flying to the vicinity of that giant skeleton, Lin Tianqi lifted Lu Fan on his shoulder into his hand and threw him over as if he were tossing a sandbag. Boom! The force used by Lin Tianzi was too great. Lu Fan flew over in a straight line, but before he could get close to the skeleton, he was stopped by an invisible curtain of light. Immediately afterward, as if it had triggered some hidden switch, the entire gigantic skeleton began to vibrate, and the precious medicines that grew at the crevices of the bones seemed to be frightened and swayed. But again, he was bound by a force that shook him desperately, but he still couldn't break free. Chirp! Suddenly a cry rang out, and the skeleton unexpectedly burned with a blazing flame. The icy blue mass of light in the middle of the sternum was actually a fire. Boom! The huge skeleton trembled as if it were coming to life. Right at this moment, the giant sword in the hands of the human skeleton on its back released a morose sword chi. The sword chi was like a coffin nail, so it nailed the skeleton to the ground in death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you have to be a monster when you're dead? An angry voice rang out, only to see the ice blue flame constantly jumping, resembling a blue bird with a long tail trailing behind it. With me, you'll never be able to turn around. Lin Tianqi had already withdrawn to the entrance of the underground palace at this time, and could run away at any time if the situation was not right. Asterisk 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 is actually a cultivator of the Mahayana realm. Is this ing unplayable? Although Lin Tianqi was only at the Yuaning realm, he was not at all unfamiliar with the aura of a Mahayana cultivator. This is if the party's own greed forced to take the treasure. At this time I am afraid to have already seen too much milk. Lu Fan closed his eyes. Well, at this time his breath had indeed weakened to the extreme. Pretending to be dead was flawless. Master, you have to wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, we'll have to renew our master-disciple bond in the netherworld. Wake up, old man. Useless punk. Old undead thing. Wake up. Lu Fan was frantically calling for the remnant soul master inwardly, as long as those two ghostly things that he didn't know what they were. Just one random moment and he would be completely cool. Nowadays, the only thing he could count on was for the remnant soul master to help him. He doesn't want to die. Those dog-eyed guys from the Lu family haven't retaliated yet. Su sure this he must let her know the price of deceiving herself. There was also Lu Shueching, his cousin, who used to pretend to think highly of herself, but once he tried to kiss her surprisingly she avoided him, and as a result, when he came to the Yinyang Holy Land to meet with Lin Tianqi for the first time, he was held in his arms, and after 3 years of hard work, he slept in his bed. And there's Lin Tianqi. It wasn't enough to steal the limelight from his immortal ascension road, but the subterranean dragon ranking was dead on his head. He himself challenged Yi Wuxuan to maintain decency for the clan, and in the end, he became a laughingstock while he became the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. Why? God is going to tease him like this. If you are born mortal, why are you born a vessel? You sinner, who are you calling old and undead? A slightly weak voice resounded in Lu Fan's mind, and compared to before, now the voice seemed a bit cold. The residual soul of the old grandfather is to see out. This Lu Fan pure white-eyed wolf, more than 10 years of care, did not exchange him for his respect and love, but instead of their own become to wipe his ass of the handkerchief. 3 years after coming to the Tian Yuan realm, how many ing days was he awake? Lu Fan also heard the dissatisfaction of the residual soul master, busy saying, Master, do not blame. Disciple's heart is anxious. A moment of mouth. Master, look at that. All our precious medicine. With these precious medicines, you will never fall into a deep sleep again due to energy depletion. This remnant of the soul's divine sense sweep. The heart called out, little thief. You horse, is too late for the old man's soul to be dispersed, is not it? Although they were both remnants of souls, those two remnants of souls could be much more fierce than the current him. If he was in his heyday, overpaying these two remnant souls would be like pinching 2 ants. But at this time, he didn't even have 100,000th of what he had in his heyday, still being madly squeezed by this sinful creature. Now against them, the soul is bound to fall apart. But those precious medicines are indeed coveted. After that blue flame and the remnant soul of that human sword cultivator fought against each other for a while, it seemed as if the soul power was going to be exhausted, gradually going to fall back into silence. Lin Tianqi lay on his back at the mouth of the cave, always feeling that things wouldn't end so easily. Just then, the skeleton unexpectedly exploded without warning. The precious medicines on its body crashed down in all directions like a heavenly maiden, and the blue flame managed to break through the confinement of the sternum, actually rushing towards Lu Fan, who was lying on the ground. The blue flame move was clearly something that the human sword cultivator hadn't expected. The giant sword was pushed out by the huge energy, and when she came back to her senses, the blue firebird had already disappeared into Lu Fan's brow. Who are you? I'm your father. The scene at this moment made the blue firebird a little confused. She spelled a fish to death to enter this youth's sea of consciousness, just wanting to take over him and temporarily obtain a body to get rid of that crazy woman, only to come in and find that there's actually a ing one in here. The old grandfather of the remnants of the soul did not think that there would be people who came to break into the house to rob. Thumbs up, as if the giant sword was controlled by an invisible person. A shocking sword chi pierced through the void and split towards Lu Fan's head. Clank! In the nick of time, The broken sword in Su Shirshi's hand transformed into a shocking wave to block that sword chi. Old Grandpa Remnant is the master of this broken sword. While Lu Fan's body was ablaze with raging blue flames, the ropes on his body seemed to be very afraid of the flames, as if they were spiritual snakes that quickly retreated and drilled into the sleeves of Lin Tianqi. And Lu Fan's pair of eyes had turned azure. Haha Yunshi, you can't trap me. Today this seat will let you lose your soul. At this moment, Lu Fan's Yuanshan was shrinking in a corner of the sea of consciousness shivering, and the control of his body had been completely lost, and it seemed that old Grandpa Remnant and the Blue Firebird had reached a temporary cooperation agreement. Half of Lu Fan's control of his physical body was attributed to old Grandpa Remnant's soul, and half was attributed to that mysterious Firebird. The giant sword seemed to realize that she was in a bad situation as well, but no matter what, she couldn't let her opponent leave the area. Demon Clan 9 Emperors. The most belligerent is this Fire Emperor. Back then, he had to leave the other party even if he had to fight to the death. How could he let her leave? The giant sword released a shocking sword chi to battle with the Fire Emperor, the remnant of his soul, who was controlling Lu Fan's body. The Fire Emperor who had gained a physical body kept releasing that icy blue flame in his hands, and the remnant soul maneuvered that broken sword. 2 against 1, and soon the giant sword was at a disadvantage being pressed. Haha Yunshi, aren't you known as the strongest sword cultivator of the human race? Why can't you do it anymore? If it wasn't for my seat's carelessness back then, would I have let you have your way? This seat won't kill you. Aren't you icy clean? This seat will seal your residual soul onto a sow and make you suffer humiliation. Will you shut the up? Only a girl in the middle of the giant sword was heard to say angrily. The Fire Emperor had been suppressed for 10,000 years, and in his heart, he could be said to hate this sword cultivator called Yunshi to the bone. The remnants of the soul only felt that this was talking endlessly. Don't you understand that villains die from talking too much? Lin Tianqi had probably restored a version of his self-understanding at this point. The remnant of the soul that was manipulating the giant sword was obviously a decent person, and that Fire Emperor was the divine soul of this big bird. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to swap roles with Lu Fan? Labeling Lu Fan, the protagonist, as a villain completely, and he, Lin Tianqi, will be the future hope of the human race. Anum, Bruji. Chapter 39, Is there any ing justice? Lin Tianqi's sword finger was raised, and his mouth simply spat out one word, explosion. What's going on? Lu Fan only felt as if thousands of landmines had been detonated in his abdomen. The blue flame on his body was like a candle flame that had been crippled by a strong wind, trembling at once. The spiritual energy in his body was even more like a headless fly running around. Old Grandpa Remnant said, "This image is familiar to me." Immediately after that, Lu Fan's back door was as if it was a dike that had been breached by a flood. Put! A blue flame instantly erupted. This time is more powerful than last time. And then a blue flame aura was sprayed out behind it. The whole person was even more like an out-of-control missile. Whoosh! Lin Tianqi smiled sorrowfully. This time, he had detonated all the poison he had given Lu Fan for a year. But soon after, the gloomy smile on his face withdrew and he jumped out with righteousness and shouted, "Senior, I'll come to your aid." That giant sword has long been aware of the cave entrance someone, but also only as a Yuaning realm of small cultivator, did not put on the heart, did not think that he still had this kind of consciousness to give up their lives. This bit of your cultivation, pure yang sacred body? Yunshi wanted to tell him to run away, but then realized that this little cultivator was actually a pure yang saint body, the pure yang sacred body. In the eyes of the righteous, it was a model sacred body that was born to slay demons and uphold justice. You can say that people of the pure yang sacred body are fraternal and even promiscuous, but you can't say that people of the pure yang sacred body keep company with evil demons. Moreover, the divine soul of a person with a pure yang sacred body was unbelievably rigid, and the power of pure yang in her body had an extremely positive effect on a remnant soul like hers. Not only could it replenish her depleted soul power, it could also warm up her residual soul, so it could be said that they were a natural pair. Junior, lend me your body. Muscovite, mica, used in TCM. Having made up his mind, Yunshi, as a sword cultivator, would never drag his feet, taking advantage of the Fire Emperor's self-consciousness. A silver phantom appeared from the giant K immortal sword and drilled into Lin Tianqi's brow. It was as if Yunshi had plunged headlong into the Yihong courtyard, only to see that Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness was either filled with images of fighting with Jiang Lingyun or various role-playing with Li Mengxian in a colorful manner. Yunshi only had one sword in his life. How had he seen this kind of flowery world? For a moment there was a billion doubts about the notion that all people of pure yang were moral role models. Senior, do not be distracted. These two are both wives of my family, and the pleasure of the boudoir is just that. Yunshi secretly said, it really shouldn't be a big deal for people to play by themselves behind closed doors with their wives, but how is one of them a bit like little Lingyun from the Yinyang Holy Land? At this critical moment, Yunshi did not have time to dig deeper into this kind of gossip. I'll lend you my body for a while. Your divine soul can observe from the sidelines. How much you can realize depends on your enlightenment. Yunshur is the 6th generation ancestor of the heavenly sword Holy Land. A sword cultivation is heavenly. If not for the 2 worlds war back then, killing Red Eyes, she killed the Fire Emperor with her own body, and used her divine soul to firmly suppress it in this secret realm for tens of thousands of years. She would have long ago flown the immortal realm. This time, he had also nudged Lin Tianqi a bit, and had returned the karma of borrowing his body. But Lin Tianqi wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and busily said, Senior, I cultivate the sun scripture, which has a restraining effect on the spirits and monsters, so perhaps I can be of some help. Good thing too. Yunshur is not in the nonsense. Control Lin Tianqi's body. Immediately feel a pure yang power straight to the soul. This pure yang power in her is not easy to be parched for 10,000 years of mulberry fields get a sheer spring rain. Ah, comfort. Yunshur felt as if he had just taken a hot bath, and with a hook of his finger, the giant K immortal sword flew into his hand. Lin Tianqi operated the Sun Sutra to its limit, as if the sun god had descended to the world. Snort. Even that giant K immortal sword burned with a blazing inflammation. What an afterthought. Yunshur secretly praised. A young age will be the sun meridian cultivation to such a profound realm. In her era is also enough to dominate the young generation. Lu Fan finally stabilized his body with the help of old grandpa No Remnant Soul as well as the Fire Emperor's Remnant Soul, but the entire backside of his clothes were burned to ashes, as if he was wearing a pair of crotchless pants, so he was really in a sorry state. After seeing the appearance of Lin Tianqi, as well as the reappearance of the classic scene, Lu Fan then solved the unsolved case from a year ago when he fought with Zhao Yan. Lin Tianqi, you scumbag. Lu Fan, who was originally suppressed in the corner of the sea of consciousness, was as if he had eaten a small blue pill and violently batch. Storming up violently, he wanted to take back control of his body to Lin Tianqi. Since you are anxious to die, this seat will fulfill you. The Fire Emperor snorted coldly, and the ice blue flames rolled towards Lu Fan's divine soul, wanting to directly devour Lu Fan's divine soul and completely control this physical body. Although old Grandpa Remnant Soul was extremely dissatisfied with Lu Fan, he couldn't watch the Fire Emperor destroy Lu Fan's form and spirit. Otherwise, with this guy's dominance, he'd be the next one to have his soul scattered. Unexpectedly, accidents occur. Lu Fan had the protagonist's aura to protect his body. How could he be easily devoured by this meddlesome person of the Fire Emperor? Apprentice, I'll help you. Old Grandpa Remnant had once again and again become Lu Fan's charging treasure. With the reinforcement of the old grandfather of the Remnant Soul, the Fire Emperor realized that the guy who was like a mole in his eyes was suddenly like a different person. Using the 2 Qis of yin and yang like a god, and beating him to a standstill, Lu Fan surprisingly took back control of his body. However, Lu Fan soon realized a problem. Where had Lin Tianqi gone? As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. Lin Tianqi's despicable tactics he had already suffered twice. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt an eerie coldness behind him, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Grass. Lu Fan tries desperately to twist his body, but it's too late. Only to see Lin Tianqi holding the burning giant K sword at his end. Majestic sword chi rushed out from the tip of the sword, directly pointing at the red burning exhaust pipe inside Lu Fan's open crotch pants. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Despicable and nasty. Lu Fan really couldn't figure out how Lin Tianqi was having trouble with this place of his. He's also the top of the ING's subterranean dragon list. Even if he sneaks up on you, he's still so obscene. Spiritual eyes open. At this time, Lu Fan was no longer the ordinary Lu Fan, but the Lu Fan who had turned on the protagonist's aura. With a loud shout, his eyes had turned black and white chi immediately surged around him. The yin and yang spiritual energy entangled with each other and coalesced into a plate-sized yin and yang taiji quickly moved behind them, forming a yin and yang taiji shield that blocked the exhaust pipe right in front of them. Boom! The crimson sword chi collided with the yin and yang taiji, and Lu Fan only felt a huge force hit him, and his body flew forward uncontrollably, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Blocking it, he managed to guard his back door, which not only marked the failure of Lin Tianqi's despicable home-stealing plan, but also meant that he held on to his dignity. Asterisk 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 mud. Beep beep beep. Obviously, Lu Fan was too happy too soon, only to see a palm-sized zucchini child in front of him, baring its teeth at him. One little short arm had shaken out the stump, and although he blocked the sword chi's attack, his body moved forward uncontrollably, as if he had sent himself to the door. Boom! Lu Fan let out a miserable scream. His eyes almost glared out. Intense pain swept through his entire body. The whole person was like a big shrimp in the air. Even his soul was short-circuited. The suppressed Fire Emperor could not let go of this opportunity to turn the tables. The fight for control of the body began immediately. Lu Fan was powerless at this point, and could only watch as the Fire Emperor retook his body. This seat. Breaking paranoia. Boom. As the saying goes, take him while he's sick. How could Lin Tianqi let go of the opportunity to beat up a fallen dog? 10,000 swords return. After a punch, Yun Shi followed. In an instant, the sky was covered with sword shadows, like the Milky Way flowing down, and like bright stars falling into the world. With a destructive aura, he locked onto the Fire Emperor who had regained control of Lu Fan's physical body. Lin Tianqi incarnated as the supreme expert in fist and sword dual cultivation. Lu Fan's cultivation itself was one small realm lower than Lin Tianqi's, and at this time, he was being pressed by Lin Tianqi. The flames that the Fire Emperor was proud of could not be said to be useless to Lin Tianqi, who practiced the Sun Sutra, but only few. Get the outta here. Just when Lin Tianqi felt that this wave was stable, he only saw Lu Fan's face suddenly turn incomparably fierce, and his eyes instantly changed. Lu Fan, who had slowed down, once again suppressed the Fire Emperor once again, and from its body even more earth-shattering power erupted. Dang! Holding the broken sword in his hand, he sparred with the giant K immortal sword for a single blow without losing the slightest bit of ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is there any ing justice in this? Lin Tianqi just couldn't figure it out. These protagonists are the bastard children that God threw on the wall. Ha! At the drop of a hat, they could explode and kill off the Jedi. How could they let those who worked as hard as he did live? Chapter 40. Hard-working people never complain about the injustice of the world. Lu Fan was not satisfied as he felt the power surging within his body. He knew deep down that he couldn't kill this despicable villain Lin Tianqi with just his current strength. He still needed a stronger power. You guys are forcing me to do this. Click. With a crunching sound, the yin-yang jade pendant given to him by the yin-yang sacred lord turned into two halves. Only his yin-yang spiritual eye was seen trembling continuously, and the yin-yang qi that surrounded his body was no longer well organized, but had turned very violent. This is. Lin Tianqi was also confused at this moment, but fortunately Yun Shi promptly solved his confusion. He broke his yin and yang equilibrium and is going to enter the devil. As we all know, once a protagonist blackens into a demon, his fighting power can immediately increase up to 10 times. Sure enough, only to see the white qi representing the yang dao becoming less and less and the black qi becoming more and more. And in an instant, Lu Fan had completed his magnificent transformation. Just as Lu Fan's entire body was about to be assimilated by the black gas, his eyes shook and trembled, then turned into two white eyes. Boom! The black gas that was like smoke and ink seemed to instantly become no longer violent, and even more so, it coalesced around Lu Fan to form a black idol that was more than 10 meters high. Protecting him, the idol's face was hideous, permeated with unrivaled chaotic evil intent. It was as if one more glance would send one's divine soul into chaos. However, Lu Fan, whose eyes were stark white, was clear as a bell. Lu Fan looked up to the sky and laughed. He had never felt such a majestic power before. At this moment, he felt like he was the master of this place. And you, regardless of how you were in life, at this time, you are nothing more than a mere lingering remnant soul. How dare you covet my physical body? If you want it so much, then fuse with me as one. No, the Fire Emperor was terrified, but he was swallowed by a black vortex without putting up any resistance. Boom! The blackened statue of the evil god instantly burned with ice-blue flames. Although it was a flame, it was like the fire of the 9 hells, bone-chilling cold. Land, full body, Van, can still ing play? It's okay to force a hang-up, but it's even better to have several ing hang-ups at once. Haha Lin Tianqi, my good senior brother, top of the subterranean dragon ranking? I can crush you to death with a single finger. At this moment, the entire underground palace was enveloped by this raging demonic aura, and a layer of blue ice crystals had condensed on those treasures that had not yet been collected. Lu Fan cloaked himself and looked at Lin Tianqi, the man who had robbed him of everything that was supposed to belong to him. As a result, the faster he got, the angrier he got. Why did the heavens favor him so much? Not only did they give him the pure yang sacred body, but they also gave him unparalleled enlightenment. And they also ing grew to be more handsome than him. The Lord said, "It's so hard for me. Obviously I have given you so much. How come you all scold me in the end?" White mist rose around Lin Tianqi's body, and the sun meridian operated to its limit, expelling the piercing demonic chi from his body and refreezing it into ice crystals. At this moment, Lin Tianqi was like the winter sun, except for himself. He was warm, and the surrounding situation had fallen under Lu Fan's control. However, Lin Tianqi had no intention of panicking, and even lamented, "I really didn't expect you to be such a junior brother Lu." A personal disciple of the yin-yang sacred ground actually took the initiative to become a demon. It's really pathetic. How can you stand up to the sacred lord's teachings to you? You've forgotten about the oath that you made before the statue of the ancestor at the time of your initiation. Don't pretend to be a good person there. You're the most despicable and shameless villain. If it wasn't for you secretly poisoning me, wouldn't I have made a fool of myself and been laughed at by the world? and you were secretly recording the staying shadow stones to earn a large amount of spirit stones. It's funny how many other dumbass idolize you. LOL. You're dead today. No one can save you. AI. Lu senior brother, you are now hanging on to the cliff. It's not too late. I can plead for you with the elders of the division and give you a chance to be a new man. If you are stubborn, don't blame me for not speaking about the friendship of my fellow disciples. Lin Tianqi's attitude of not being afraid of danger had once again angered Lu Fan. He was already so strong. Why wasn't he afraid? Shouldn't he be kneeling in front of him at this moment, begging himself to leave him alive? What makes him act like he's so high and mighty that he's going to let himself off the hook? Lu Fan laughed back in anger. At this time, he was not in a hurry to get Lin Tianqi killed. He wanted to crush all of his backbone bit by bit. He wanted to watch him despair. I'd like to see what other cards senior brother Lin has. Why don't you show them all? And let senior brother open his eyes as well. Maybe he can scare me a bit? In that case, if you want to die, I will fulfill you. Mother, save me. Ha, 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 ha. Lin Tianqi's voice had completely blinded the living and dead present, but immediately after that, Lin Tianqi pulled out a jade pendant and crushed it. Boom! A vortex appeared out of nowhere, twisting space into pieces. Then a white bare foot stuck out from it. Lu Fan's entire body had been frozen. How the hell could it be like this? If you can't beat them, you can still call for outside help? This is the barbarian demon mystery realm. Nope, not real bodies, just energy bodies. But, why does this guy look so familiar? Looks familiar, doesn't it? Why don't you obediently kneel down and bow to the 9 ancestors? 9 ancestors? 9 ancestors is your maiden? Lu Fan's face was so grim at this time that he had lost his expression management. What kind of character was the 9 ancestors? That was the supreme emperor of the entire Yin Yang Holy Land. The true controller. It was even one of the few most powerful figures in the entire Tianyuan realm. That was a divine figure standing at the top of the 9 heavens, ignoring mundane matters. Turns out she's Lin Tianqi's maiden? Lu Fan had never seen the real body of the 9 ancestors and had only seen their idols. But from the idols, he could also glimpse the charm of the 9 ancestors. The thought of that kind of woman being pressed by Lin Tianqi underneath her body in a wanton display of joy was even more difficult than when he heard that Lu Shueqing had gone to seek Lin Tianqi at night. Young Prime Minister, Jiang Lingyun's energy body was somewhat illusory, but it had its own consciousness. Although Lin Tianqi was very dissatisfied with this description, but this was not the time to be concerned about this. Pointing at Lu Fan, he said, Lu Fan has already become a demon, and he has been possessed by the remnants of the Fire Emperor's soul that Senior Yunshi suppressed here, and he is completely heading towards the evil path. It's already impossible to persuade him back. Elder Yunshi? Jiang Lingyun was a bit surprised. Senior Yunshi had fallen in a battle 10,000 years ago, and at that time, she was still a junior, and she was not qualified to participate in the final grand decisive battle at all. In those days, that man didn't adore Cloudshade Sword Immortal, and that woman didn't regard Cloudshade Sword Immortal as her idol. When he learned of Yunshi's fall, Jiang Lingyun even cried uncontrollably. At that time, the major forces of the Tianyuan realm were not as close to each other as they are now, and with the savage demon realm as the great enemy of the alien race, the major forces formed joint armies and the major forces were closer to each other. But in that battle 10,000 years ago, both realms suffered heavy losses. This 10,000 years since the rest, peaceful environment, instead of the major forces between the birth of many things unhappy. The Yin Yang Holy Land's then Holy Lord and Yunshi were close friends, and Jiang Lingyun, as the future seed of the Yin Yang Holy Land, was fortunate enough to have met Yunshi a few times. Little Lingyun, I really didn't expect that we would still be able to meet. Let's catch up on the small talk later. Let's finish him off first. Yes. Jiang Lingyun turned into a little fangirl in a second, and now Lu Fan was in bad luck. Although he had utilized the plugin to raise his strength to close to the limit of what the secret realm could accommodate, his combat skills as well as his gung-fu were like a glowing fire versus a white moon in front of Jiang Lingyun, the 9th generation grandmaster. The difference was just too far. Lu Fan was like a bulky tin doll, beaten without any power. Yin and Yang reversal, a leftover trick from my old mom's year. Yin and Yang stripping, only to see Jiang Lingyun's hands together. The two chi of Yin and Yang converging and fusing towards the palms of his hands. When completely fused, it was as if he had returned to nothingness. Boom! But immediately following it, a shocking energy shot out from his hand as if it were a laser cannon. Wherever it passed, everything along the way seemed to be disintegrated. Yin and Yang give birth to the 5 elements, and the 5 elements give birth to all things. Everything in the world belongs to Yin and Yang in a broad sense. Lu Fan's eyebrows jumped. Getting hit will definitely kill you. I'm not willing to. Chapter 41, The Sky is Falling. This isn't what I thought it would be at all. Right at this moment, Lu Fan suddenly felt a huge force surging out of his body, continuously coalescing towards his back. A pair of ice blue wings unfolded as if a butterfly had broken out of its chrysalis. Lu Fan decisively gave up the evil god statue, which had amazing defense but was too bulky. The statue shattered. He swung his wings and in an instant it was as if an azure blue spirit butterfly had dodged the necessary strike. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Too shameless. Aura turning into wings. How many ing extras has this stacked up? Lin Tianqi stood behind Jiang Lingyun, spitting madly while watching the show. If he also had so many hang-ups, coupled with his unremitting efforts and insignificant personal charisma, it would not be a handful to hang up all the heavenly prides and shake up all walks of life. This god was really blind. He didn't choose such a good person like him, but had to choose Lu Fan, this handicapped person. Get up there and help. Lu Fan's tenacity was also repeatedly breaking through Yunshi's cognition. This was simply the undefeatable little strong ah. If she had half of this kid's hard life back then, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't worry, senior. Just leave it to my mother. The way we're fighting now, at most a quarter of an hour little Ling Yun's energy will run out. Elder, feel free to rest assured. I never fight battles I'm not sure of. Lin Tianqi's self-confidence. All of a sudden, Yunshi dry silence. Suddenly have a change in the sea. They cannot keep up with the feeling of the times. With the wings, Lu Fan's speed was 100 times faster, and he had also noticed that Jiang Lingyun's attacks were weakening in both power and speed, which meant that his most dangerous time had passed. That's what I'm afraid of. Lu Fan's spirit was suddenly shaken, and he felt like he could do it again. Haha, Lin Tianqi, is this all you can do? This is your bottom card? It's nothing more than that. But when he took a look at Lin Tianqi's still unflustered and accomplished look, the scorn on his face couldn't help but stiffen, and his heart was suddenly a bit bottomless again. This was the drawback brought about by temporarily raising one's strength with the help of external forces, never truly becoming strong. Without a truly strong heart, it was difficult to have the belief of invincibility. Oh, Senior Lu, what do you see here? Lin Tianqi had already cupped a jade pendant in his hand. As the jade pendant shattered in his hand, a powerful energy instantly drilled into Jiang Lingyun's energy body. Master Lu, although I don't have many jade pendants like this, it's enough to use for 3 months. Ha ha. Although Lin Tianqi had to maintain his decent image at this time, he already couldn't help but jia when he saw Lu Fan's look of having eaten Shang. In addition to 2% effort, 98% of a person's success is due to external forces. Backed by the mountain of the 9 ancestors of the Yin Yang Holy Land, Lin Tianqi still had so many billions of means to save his life. Enough for 3 months was purely to scare Lu Fan, but 100 or 80 was still there. Jiang Lingyun's spiritual body was energized and instantly returned to its full strength. At this moment, Lu Fan only had one thought in his head, and that was to escape. How can this be a fight? His spiritual power was not unlimited, and after sparring 2 sets he had consumed a lot of it, and the residual soul master had been drained and could not be counted on. Now it's all on the Fire Emperor's back and the twin-cylinder engine becomes a single cylinder, not to mention, he himself got his tank popped by a precision chicken shot. If it weren't for the protagonist's aura looming over him, he'd have been reunited with Taichan a long time ago. And in the middle of the underground palace, a ghostly sun-obsessed elixir kept moving its body, secretly pocketing the treasures scattered on the ground. Lu Fan was left to fend for himself, and Lin Tianqi was watching the show while getting close to Yunshi, and was always on guard against Lu Fan's escape. For a moment, he actually forgot about Su Shirshir at the entrance of the cave. Although Su Shirshir was momentarily inattentive, she was caught in Lin Tianqi's backstabbing. But when Lin Tianqi brought Lu Fan in, it wasn't long before she was out of the illusion. The nine-tailed sky fox is good at changing and charming illusions. As the daughter of the nine-tailed sky fox, Su Shirshir was very good at illusions. But what she didn't expect was for those 2 humanoids to be so perverted. She simply disguised herself directly as a spirit herb and sat back to watch the tigers fight. Isn't there a saying among the human race that snipers and muscles will win? While the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is at the back, she was just collecting treasures disguised as elixirs. Suddenly among the dirt next to a large 3-meter deep pit, a glittering stone caught her attention. This place was filled with the essence of the 5 elements, and although the stone shone but didn't stand out, it was as if a voice in the underworld was telling her that it was a treasure. Su Shirshir moved slowly until she pressed the small rock underneath with her body, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She just needs to be discovered and face those 2 perverts. Absolutely vicious. At this moment, Su Shirshir was similar to a passerby stepping on a $100 bill on the street, carefully observing and swiftly grasping the small stone in her hand. What the hell? As a result, the small stone that had just been grasped into his hand unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. Ding! Bindable host detected. Maid system begins binding. 5%, 12%, 36%, 70%, 100%. Ding! The system has completed binding. The initial binding will be centered on the host, scanning for targets within a kilometer in diameter for 1-to-1 matching binding. Ding! 2 matching targets met. Ding! please make a choice for the host. 2. Half-body photos of Lu Fan as well as Lin Tianqi captured at the scene then appeared in his mind. The series of voices in her head directly confused Su Shishir. With so many words, she only understood 2 words. Maid. What's all this other nonsense? What's the system? And what does one-to-one pairing mean? Choose one of the 2 as your servant? But why is it called the maid system? Ding. Host, please make your choice as soon as possible. Countdown 10, 9, 8, What happens if I don't choose? Ding. Failure to make a choice will be considered abandonment of the system, and this system will initiate a self-destruct program. Ding. After testing, the host's divine consciousness is unable to withstand the damage caused by the system's self-destruct program, and a lightweight soul will be scattered. 3, 2, I'll take this one. In a panic, Su Shishir directly chose Lin Tianqi. Who made this guy handsome? Ding. One-on-one matching complete. Ding. The host to choose a pair of 1 permanent master. Friendly reminder. The host must not appear any betrayal of the master's behavior, must not disobey any of the master's commands, otherwise will be punished. Light will suffer flesh and blood, heavy will be life-threatening. Pairing master has been completed. Reward, newbie gift pack *1. Ding. The host has gained maid system novice privileges. Ding. Trigger task, ask the host to complete the first contact with the master and kiss the back of his hand to show respect. 50 maid points for task completion. I'm a maid? Ding. Host, please don't doubt yourself. The host is a maid. The host is a maid. The host is a maid. Please host complete the task as soon as possible. Maid points can not only be directly exchanged for cultivation, but also for various powerful techniques as well as treasures. Me. Woo woo, the sky is falling. Chapter 42. Thy mother is the nine-tailed fox? I'll be your father, okay? Her own son of the nine-tailed demon emperor, one of the 9 demon emperors of the demon race, had been reduced to being a maid of a human race. And it was still all because of her. She wants to cry. I've never been so wronged in all my life. Good thing this master she chose seems pretty sick and good looking. After slowing down for a long while, Su Shishir then organized herself. As the demon emperor's own son, since she was a child, her mother had taught her that she must think about things, think deeply. In the first place, that human doesn't know about the fact that he's already his maid, and as long as he doesn't say anything himself, he mustn't know anything so bizarre. Secondly, this thing called the system seems to be very powerful. The points from completing a mission can even be directly exchanged for cultivation as well as treasures. If utilized properly, wouldn't it be a shortcut to the top? Mother used to say that a truly strong person never complains about the moment, but only finds ways to solve these difficulties. Su Shishir has made a wave of peace for herself, and immediately felt that the dark clouds weighing on her heart dispersed most of the way, and the road of warm sunshine sprinkled into her heart through the haze. The newbie bundle. How does it work? The host has made a conscious connection with the system. Is the newbie gift package to be used? The service was pretty good. Using the newbie bundle. Ding. The newbie pack has been used. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a newbie maid outfit and a 3-piece set of essential maid skills. Newbie maid's costume, upper grade magic treasure charm is increased by 5%. Note, the item level has been adjusted according to the host's current world. Maid basic skill, master culinary arts. Maid basic skill, master massage. Maid's basic skill, master sense and sense. A novice maid outfit is a top-grade magic treasure? This young lady's charisma is still enhanced with a dress? Kissing the back of the master's hand. However, this task was a bit of a problem for Su Shishir, and in observation. At this time, Lin Tianqi had already crushed 3 jade pendants, and Lu Fan was somewhat unable to carry on under the aura of the protagonist. His several attempts to escape ended in failure, which made Lu Fan more and more impatient. Luckily, this fire emperor was quite a bit more powerful than the remnant soul master, and a steady stream of power poured into his body. At this moment, a blue brand that was like a rune had appeared on Lu Fan's body, as well as on his face. His eyes had also turned from white to blue. Haha, little doll of the human race. If you fight with me, you're still young. A little bit of azure blue color suddenly appeared in Lu Fan's sea of consciousness, and then the power of Lu Fan's whole body seemed to be controlled by this bit of azure blue. Lu Fan's soul shook and his body couldn't help but stagnate. So Jiang Lingyun's spirit body couldn't let go of this opportunity. Lin Tianqi, who had been waiting for a long time, was like a viper that had been lurking for a long time, and instantly moved. Put. One on top of the other. One sword penetrated the heavenly soul cover and hit the divine soul directly, and one sword penetrated the purple mansion and Yuan Ning. Lu Fan's face was livid, his entire body crawling with blue divine lines as he stared at Lin Tianqi dead in the face. Ha ha, Lu Fan burst out laughing as if he had lost his mind. Boo! Then he blew up. Lin Tianqi's pupils couldn't help but shrink. There was no blood and water mutilated corpses coming at him. There were only countless blue sparks as if they were fireworks. Where was Lu Fan's figure? Lin Tianqi, you won this round. But, I didn't lose either. Ha ha. Lu Fan's voice resounded within the underground palace, but there was no trace of him for a long time. Asterisk 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 nigga. This can run? It's the aura of the Fire Emperor. Their divine souls have fused. How can the divine souls of the human race fuse with the demon race? Yunshir felt like she had encountered more rare things in one day than she had in the thousands of years she had been alive. Lin Tianqi secretly said, "Is this the treatment of a protagonist? What a damn unreasonable stinking shamelessness." But looking around, the mood picked up again. No matter what, he had won this game. Not only were the treasures in this underground palace that originally belonged to Lu Fan his, but he had also completely nailed Lu Fan to the identity of a devilish villain. The Tian Yuan realm would no longer have a place for him to stand. Jiang Lingyun's spirit body felt disgraced. The spirit body of a Mahayana cultivator had suppressed his realm, but not taking down a latecomer. It was really a disgrace to his grandmother's house. Nor did they greet each other. And with a bang, they had dissipated into the underground palace. Su Shishir, who was watching the battle in the dark, saw that the battle had been decided and said, "This young lady's chance has come." Boom. Only to see a pure white six-tailed sky fox that was the size of a puppy suddenly appear in the middle of the underground palace, and there was also a crescent-shaped mark on its brow, which was simply adorable to the point of bursting. When Lin Tianqi saw this little fox, the giant K sword in his hand chopped over without the slightest hesitation. Boing boing. Lin Tianqi's unorthodox behavior startled Su Shishir. It's not said that the human race can't walk away from a cute little animal. Leaping forward, he dodged a sharp sword chi and spat. "Young warrior, please slow down. I don't mean any harm. This is the bloodline of the nine-tailed skyfox. The nine-tailed skyfox is one of the savage demon realm's demon emperors. Don't be gullible." Yunshir had fought with the barbarian demons of the barbarian demon realm for his entire life, and for the barbarian demon clan that did not have the slightest bit of compassion. Nine-tailed skyfox? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianqi's eyes not only lit up, he had envied Diyu for a long time. As a member of the human race, I should learn from the predecessor of Diyu and think for the sake of all the people in the world. If you want to learn from Diyu's predecessor, start by getting a nine-tailed skyfox as your wife. Cecilia Su, 1970. Hong Kong actress. Lin Tianqi carried the giant K sword and said, "Is it alright for you to recognize my stepfather?" Su Shishir reacted for 3 seconds, and the white hairs all over her body instantly exploded as if they were electrified with high voltage. You're unreasonable. Ding. The host must not be rude to the master. Remembering your first offense, 50 million volts of electricity will strike you for 3 seconds as a warning. Crackle. Ah. Before Su Shishir could react, she was electrocuted by a huge electric current that made her eyes roll over in white, and the white hairs on her body were like a steel needle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? So much anger? Lin Tianqi was shocked. This temperament was too big. He just said one thing and rolled his eyes and twitched. Lin Tianqi shook his head. There was nothing he could do then. Walking towards Su Shishir, he raised the giant K sword in his hand and prepared to enter. "I'll scream." Su Shishir's trembling voice, condescending as stepfather. Really is the hearer sad. The hearer tears off. The large tear-filled eyes seemed to discharge electricity at Lin Tianqi. Lin Tianqi's eyes couldn't help but appear 2 small red hearts. In looking at the little fox, how cute it looked. It was at this moment that a cold snort in his head woke him up like a dream. Humph. Your family has 2 dainty wives are still not satisfied, but also want to think of the 9-tailed demon fox. A little fox charm cannot handle. Really see the 9-tailed heavenly fox. How to die do not know. Lin Tianqi was secretly annoyed in his heart, and let out a cold laugh. I am not a ruthless person. You first rest and rest. I will collect these treasures. We 2 masters in a good communication. After Lin Tianqi finished speaking, a golden rope in his sleeve flew out quickly as if it were a golden snake. The little fox was electrified all over his body, and he couldn't even avoid it. Tying it up, Lin Tianqi took off his shoes again and balled up a pair of original socks and stuffed them into the little fox's mouth. Woohoo! Su Shishir looked at Lin Tianqi. Her heart was cold. This master is changing. To heart? Chapter 43, Tragedy in the Secret World. All parties gather in the Yinyan Holy Land, Heavenly Realm. In just one day, the entire Tian Yuan realm exploded. Countless immortal cultivation clans, the life tags of the disciples participating in the trials within the clans shattered one after another. Although he had prepared for it, there were simply too many shattered fate cards this time, and there were also quite a few young juniors who had inherited the mantle. This unusual number of deaths made the major powers realize that something had gone terribly wrong with this trial. They have traveled to the Yinyan Holy Land, looking for sayings and discussing countermeasures. Within the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, many of the top echelons were also bloomy, but fortunately, Lin Tianqi and Lu Fan's fate cards were all still intact, which made them slightly relieved. It's really outrageous. If we hadn't been well prepared, Lin Tianqi and Lu Fan would have been victimized by them. Sacred Lord, has it been too long since my yin-yang sacred ground has shown off its front for them to think that we're easy to bully? They wouldn't be unaware of the importance of Lin Tianqi to my yin-yang holy land, and they still dare to be so heartless. This matter can't just be left alone. Old lady's words first put down. If anything happens to my disciple, none of the ones on the submerged dragon list will want to live. The third elder smiled and said the most poisonous words. At this moment, the elders of the Yin-Yang Holy Land thought that Lin Tianqi and the others were being besieged by people from other forces, and that was what caused such a huge loss. However, as more and more forces came looking for them, the executives of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land realized that they had thought wrong. With so many disciples dying in less than a day, there's only one thing that can happen, and that's our teleportation coordinates being leaked early. And it was leaked early. The other party had plenty of time to lay an ambush well in advance, just waiting for these disciples to die. A traitor has appeared amongst us, and with a high status. A Sacred Land elder's red eye said angrily. His personal disciple's life card had been shattered, and there was no more possibility of survival. How suffocating this death was. This teleportation array was opened within your Yin-Yang Holy Land, and no one knows the coordinates of this teleportation except for the 9 Holy Lands, and the traitor came out of your 9 Holy Lands. Although we are humble, we cannot help but ask for an explanation for our dead descendants. The face of the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord was very ugly when he heard this, and it wasn't just the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord. The representatives from the other several great Holy Lands that had come also had ugly faces. This was no longer just a matter of some dead junior disciples, but a hard fall on the face of the 9 Holy Lands. As long as the traitor was not found, the authority of the 9 Holy Lands would be questioned. But how easy is it to find the traitor? There were at least 100 people in the 9 Holy Lands who knew the transmission coordinates, and every one of them was in a high position of power in the Holy Lands. So how could they dare to arbitrarily make accusations without sufficient evidence? What's even scarier is that this whole thing is fine-tuned. This kind of identity of the traitor is by no means the first day as a traitor. Must have been lurking for a long time. Then, in addition to him, how many traitors lurking in the top of the human race? The Yin-Yang Holy Lord said in a deep voice. Gentlemen, to say that a traitor has appeared within our ranks before the matter has been investigated clearly is not a proper or responsible statement. No matter what, the matter of traitors appearing in the 9 Holy Lands could not be recognized. The other elders of the Holy Land heard the sound and knew the elegant meaning. They also said, some casualties are inevitable in the trial. We can't think that there are traitors just because more disciples died. Maybe they just happened to encounter the demon army? We sympathize with your feelings. Our best disciples are also in the barbarian demon mysterious realm. Nowadays, what we need to consider is how to get that poor child back, not in blaming each other. Reopen the portal and send in a rescue. Good. We, the 9 Holy Lands, will bear the spirit stones for opening the portal, but the barbarian demon mystic realm can only accommodate cultivators at the peak of out-of-body experience at the highest, so we also need all of you to go back and gather people. The faster the better. The barbarian demon mysterious realm had many barbarian demons, and this time, the other party had prepared for it, so it was bound to be the demon clan from the barbarian demon realm side that had struck. All of them knew that the most important thing at this time was to rescue the trapped survivors, and although they were reluctant, they could only put down the matter of traitors first. The elders of the 9 great sacred grounds stayed at the end, and although they couldn't openly admit it, they couldn't help but investigate themselves. Barbarian demon secret realm. In the middle of the underground palace, Lin Tianqi had already scavenged the entire underground palace of heavenly treasures, leaving only the skeletons of the Fire Emperor and Yun Shi. In order to get out of the trap, the remnant soul of the Fire Emperor blew up his own corpse, and along with it, Yun Shi's corpse also suffered. Lin Tianqi could only look for them in this underground palace and put them together one by one. Elder, this is your sternum, right? Elder, this is your pelvis, right? It's kinda small. Senior, this is your crotch shaft, isn't it? You shut up, good rascal. Senior, don't worry, this assembling skeleton I have never done, but dismantling the bones I am a good hand. This reasoning is all figured out. I guarantee to put it together for you in one piece. Yun Shi didn't speak, and Lin Tianqi was the only one left in the underground palace talking. Along with the whimpering of the little fox, Lin Tianqi took out an outer robe from his storage ring and carefully placed the pieced-together corpse of Yun Shi on the robe. Do you want to take a look, Senior? I'll make you a sarcophagus first to get by, and when we return to the heavenly Yuan realm, my senior will definitely build a large tomb for Senior. The big tomb is even better. I don't want to be in a position to have the coffin boards lifted. Just send it to the heavenly sword sacred ground to be buried after returning. How about if the latecomer builds a closed grave for you? Anyway, in my heart, your divine soul has not been extinguished. You are still alive. You watch. Lin Tianqi sniffed and secretly rejoiced. Did he count this as relying on his own efforts and succeeding in getting a residual soul granny for himself? 3 times. Make a good sarcophagus. The corpse and the clothes will be wrapped up and put into the sarcophagus. After the income space ring, Lin Tianqi looked at the fire emperor that full of bones did not waste, although the past nearly 10,000 years, but these bones are still crystalline as jade, contains a strong power. Go back to the third elder and study it. Maybe you can research something new? Cleaning up all the loot. Lin Tianqi walked to the little fox and squatted down in front of it, touching the smooth fur of the little fox and said, "As for you, I'll ask you to answer. If you dare to lie, I don't mind having one more fox scarf. Understand? Ding. Trigger the task. Answer the master's questions. Do not lie and hide. Task completion reward made collar, top grade magic treasure. Made points 100 points. Woo woo." The little fox was stuffed with a sock and tied up. This golden rope has the ability to seal the cultivation. A cultivation is sealed. Can only keep nodding. Lin Tianqi yanked the sock out of the little fox's mouth, looking at the drool on it in disgust, and threw the sock aside. "You're a demon from the barbarian demon realm?" "Yes. My mother is the nine-tailed demon emperor of the barbarian demon realm." Lin Tianqi nodded, agreeing with Yunshi's statement that this little fox hadn't lied, and continued to ask, "Besides you, how many other savage demon realm goblins are there? And how did you guys know the coordinates of our teleportation?" Chapter 44, Grass. "You're testing me with this? Aside from me there are also 6 demon emperor's own sons, and roughly 500 or so elite disciples from various clans. We were informed of your teleportation coordinates before we set out, and as for how we obtained them, I don't really know, but for this to happen can only be due to the presence of a traitor in the higher echelons of your human race." The little fox's level of cooperation surprised Lin Tianqi a little. Is this selling out a teammate so easy? How does that make the later part of his execution any better? Damned traitors! Yunshi did not know what had happened to Lin Tianqi and the others. She had fought with the demon race all her life, and even died with the fire emperor, and when she heard that a traitor had appeared in the human race, she was enraged. AI. The hearts of the people are not ancient, the world is going downhill, and the senior's temperament is all the more rare and precious. Lin Tianqi's small shot of horses as obviously shot to Yunshi's heart. Sniffing, although you kid is a bit more horny, your essence is still good. Lin Tianqi continued, "And how did you get together with Lu Fan?" "My mother projected that Lu Fan had opened the treasure of the underground palace. I entered the secret realm this time for the treasure of this underground palace. I found him when the barbarian demon army ambushed you all and took him out of danger. Then I used illusion to confuse him, utilized him to find the treasure, and you know all the things that followed." Well, Lin Tianqi couldn't help but frown slightly at what he said. If he didn't show up, then the probability was that this underground palace treasure would also be obtained by the vixen in front of him. Can it be an ordinary character who can take a tiger's bite out of the hands of Lu Fan? The protagonist? Could it be that the vixen in front of us is also a protagonist? The little fox's legs tightened as she was stared at by Lin Tianqi's glowing eyes. If he made any excessive demands, she wouldn't be able to refuse. Pitifully, he said, "Any more questions? I will definitely tell you everything I know. If you have physical requirements, I only have one request, which is to let me take human form. Otherwise I can't accept it. Asterisk 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 say it like I can take it." Lin Tianqi pondered for a moment and said, "What have you gained in this underground palace?" The little fox stared at Lin Tianqi with wide eyes, her head full of just one thought. Is this guy a devil? How could one be so stupid as to choose him as a paired master? If we pick Lu Fan, won't we eat each other to death? But there was no medicine for regret in this world, and she was silent. 3,000-year-old elixirs 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 plants. No, the 4,000-year-old elixir. I advise you not to play tricks or I don't mind checking you for foot and mouth disease. The devil. This guy must be the devil. Somebody save the baby. The little fox looked up at the sky at 45 degrees, and her big eyes couldn't help but slide down 2 lines of clear tears. From now on, freedom will be a permanent luxury, right? But the other guy must not know what the system was, and even if he told him, what could he do? I got a system. The little fox did not say what the name of the system obtained was. Anyway, the other party did not ask, not considered to hide him, right? System. Lin Tianqi almost jumped up when he heard this, but then forced himself to calm down and said, "Wait, I'll stroke." He knows the system? The little fox saw the shock in Lin Tianqi's eyes. It was hard to disguise a person's demeanor when they were too shocked. Lin Tianqi secretly said, the treasure should be Lu Fan's, but the little fox's mother opened up to obtain the heavenly opportunity, so that the little fox to intercept. If he does not come, the last maybe Lu Fan will be able to obtain the addition of the Cloudshire. The Fire Emperor as a demon will naturally help the little fox, the human race and the demon race to start a big war. But the little fox has gained the system again. What's your system like? The little fox smiled and basically confirmed that Lin Tianqi must know about the system. Could it be that the other party also had a system on them? Little fox knows there are no more flukes, so he might as well get his act together. Mother said. A wise man never eats his words. The maid system. Elaborate. The little fox told the maid system one by one. Shocking Yun sure. Is there anything so deranged in this world? Could the heavenly object that triggered the war between the Tian Yuan realm and the barbarian demon realm back then be this? Lin Tianqi connected the inferences he had just made with the little fox's system, and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Although little fox had obtained the system, without his appearance, the one who would end up being cheaper would only be Lu Fan. Not only did Lu Fan get the treasure of the underground palace and Yun Shu's inheritance, he also got a maid with a system. It's outrageous his mom opened the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Hanging open to such a degree. Lin Tianqi before crossing over to read novels have not seen. Thinking about what Lu Fan said when he escaped. He didn't lose either? Could it be that he got other chances? It's a pain in the ass. I also do not know whether a Jiang Lingyun can protect himself. Really can not only go to other holy places to play the field. That. Master, may I kiss the back of your hand? The little fox called this master. Simply bursting with shame. She hauled Demon Emperor's own son, but called a human master. If the mother knows, we'll certainly clean up the door. Is this your mission too? Well, pretty fancy play, but you've got to be licking like that, right? Master, this magic treasure has sealed my spiritual power. There is no way to take human form. Why don't you loosen it for me? I won't harm you. Lin Tianqi's fingers stood under his lips and recited a phrase, and the golden rope flew out from the little fox as if it were a spiritual snake, drilling into Lin Tianqi's sleeve. Bang. A puff of pink smoke enveloped the little fox, 6 tails covering key parts of her body, and with a thought, the junior maid suit was already on her body. When the smoke cleared, a tall and leggy woman with a very flattering face stood in full view, especially those eyes seemed as if they could hook people's souls away. This is what Sushi really looks like. Master, Su Shishir is courteous. Su Shishir made a graceful obeisance that could not be described. Lin Tianqi also straightened his face and clasped his fists in return. After a salute, Su Shishir walked forward and somewhat shyly pulled up Lin Tianqi's hand, printing her red lips on the back of it. In addition to being a bit embarrassed, Lin Tianqi really did feel a strange sense of exhilaration. Ding! Mission completed. 50 maid points earned. Ding! The know-it-all mission has been completed. Earning the maid collar, a top-grade magic treasure, and 150 maid points. Ding! The maid points mall authority has been opened. The host can check it out by himself. Maiden's collar, top-grade magic treasure enlightenment increases the host's enlightenment by 20% after wearing it. The maid collar's ability surprised Su Shishir. It actually boosted enlightenment, which was much stronger than this set of clothes on her body that added charisma. Whether it is a person, a demon, the cultivation of a road, the importance of enlightenment is even higher than the talent. The story of a fool who once enlightened. A leap into a dragon is not a false rumor, only to see a flash of light. Su Shishir's slender neck had an additional red collar, 1 finger wide and not too abrupt. With this outfit, it simply pulled the temptation full circle. Grass, test the cadres with this? Lin Tianqi's throat trembled and he couldn't help but gulp. It's not that my heart is not solid. Which traveler can stand this outfit? Chapter 45, Su Shishir's submission. Lin Tianqi pondered for a moment, a rough plan gradually taking shape in his mind. The demon race was able to plant spies amongst the human race, and didn't they have an object of excellent status in front of them? As long as there was a pitch, even if she wanted to betray it later, it wouldn't be that easy. Although Su Shishir said that he was the master and wouldn't betray him, but nothing could be taken for granted absolutely. It was always right to be careful. Su Shishir was also playing a little game in her heart. This master was far more difficult than he thought. Too perverted. It was tragic in terms of the identity of the demon race, and the more powerful the other party was, the greater the threat to the demon race. But from its own point of view, this is not a bad news. Whether it is the human race or the demon race, the most talented, the highest status of so a small group of people, becoming mortal ascension is far more important than the race. Su Shishir guessed that the traitors lurking amongst the human race should have been turned in this way. Some things, once done, there's no turning back. You've come with 7 demon emperor's own sons. Who else is there besides you? And what are their abilities? Tell me about them, the more detailed the better. And first change your clothes to what you usually wear. Lin Tianqi said and took out a shadow-retaining stone, which was one of the proofs of Su Shishir's betrayal of the demon clan. Su Shishir looked at the shadow-retaining stone and pulled the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile that was worse than a cry. Not only was this master perverted, he was also so cautious. Standing up, he was ready to find a place to change. Where to? Just change here. Su Shishir sniffed a small face burning hot, but she couldn't disobey Lin Tianqi's order. With the rustling sound, Su Shishir bit her lower lip, her shame bursting. Lin Tianqi was not avoiding suspicion at all, and looked that bright. That little fox does have something unique about him. In terms of body shape, Li Mengxian's body was not inferior to Su Shishir's, but there was less of that seductive flavor. After changing her clothes and sitting down again, Su Shishir felt her legs go a little soft, and Lin Tianqi didn't rush her, only slowly speaking after a quarter of an hour. In addition to me, there is also the youngest son of the Qingshao Demon Emperor's own son, Ao Chan, who is very prestigious amongst the younger generation of the barbarian demon realm and has the largest number of followers. Su Shishir's speech was half an hour, and the origin, ability, and even character of each demon emperor's own son was talked about. There is no good end for snakes and rats, and since she has reached the situation now, she can only cut herself off from the demon race and pursue the maximization of her own interests. After listening to Su Shishir's intelligence, Lin Tianqi couldn't help but fall into deep thought after putting the shadow retention stone away. 7 demon emperor's own son, that is 7 mobile treasure trove, come all the way, empty-handed back, is really not his character. In just a moment's time, it seemed as if Lin Tianqi had already forgotten that he had just collected the treasures of the entire underground palace. Among the demon royals, Ao Chin is the most difficult to deal with. Chin in the 12 earthly branches corresponds to the dragon. Ao surname is also a dragon surname. 2 dragons superimposed to form the name. Visible Qingshao Demon Emperor light on how much it is valued. The demon clan's imperial son. His status was even higher than the holy sons of the 9 holy lands. The holy sons of the 9 holy lands were not born, but were the heirs chosen by the holy lands, and it wasn't as if the position wouldn't change. But the demon race's royal son was a noble status that was inherent to the race. Their bloodline, as well as the education they obtained from a young age, and their resources were the best in the entire barbarian demon realm. How could they produce mediocre talents? Just from the fact that the ambush set up this time almost wiped out the entire human trialists, Su Shishir was bound by that strange system. Otherwise no one present would have discovered her previous disguise. More than anything else, he had tricked Lu Fan, the protagonist. Now that Lin Tianqi had Su Shishir's trump card in his hand, the inside and the outside were working together. The enemy was in the light and he was in the dark. He had the advantage of the first opportunity, and the success rate of making a big wave was extremely high, and it could also brush a large wave of goodwill and reputation value in front of Yunshir, as well as those trialists, cemented the persona he had portrayed once and for all. The benefits brought by his persona had already eaten up all the benefits after he came to the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, and after this secret realm, his Lin Longshou's prestige would spread from the Yin-Yang Sacred Land to the entire Tian Yuan realm. Jia. Su Shishir looked at Lin Tianqi, who frowned from time to time and laughed softly from time to time, and couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. In terms of looks alone, even Ao Chen, who was the most popular in the barbarian demon realm, was inferior to Lin Tianqi, especially those peach blossom eyes. It's just a dog looking at him and thinking he's deep in love. Now that he has become one-on-one bound to him again, he has no other choice but to commit himself to him. She couldn't help but think of the look in his eyes when she was changing just now, burning her with little goosebumps all over her body. Thinking about it, his face, which had just cooled down, heated up again. You can go. Hey, Su Shishir said somewhat incredulously. What did you say, master? I said you can leave. Do you still want to follow me back to the heavenly Yuan realm? Lin Tianqi said. As if he suddenly remembered something, he took out a large string of about 100 or so space rings from his space ring and threaded it into a necklace. He took 2 of them and threw them to Su Shishir and said, for you, what to say when you go back? You think about it yourself. Take this jade tablet, I will use it to contact you. Su Shishir received the spatial ring and understood that Lin Tianqi was asking her to go undercover. Ding! Triggered mission, lurking within the demon race to gather intelligence. Task completion earns made points of 300 points. 300! Su Shishir immediately patted her peaks and said, don't worry, master, I will definitely complete the task. Let's go! And spread the news that Lu Fan has obtained the Fire Emperor's treasure as well. Understood. Su Shishir stood up and bowed with a flourish before flying outward. Flying out of the cave, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. This trip to the secret realm had really changed the entire trajectory of her fox life. But so far, it seems to be fine. Although Lin Tianqi was difficult to handle, but letting go of a great beauty like her, it was even possible not to indulge in desire. Although Su Shishir's mind did not reach the point of worship for Lin Tianqi's ability, she was already very impressed. What's more, the other guy is still handsome, young and has endless possibilities. After Su Shishir left, Lin Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xiaohui wasn't that good. That was 6 tails. Shedding? A white light flashed and coalesced into an illusory figure, which was none other than Yunshir. A white swordsman's uniform. Extremely plain and dry. But even such clothes could not hide Yunshi's proud figure and amazing beauty. This was the first time that Lin Tianqi had a clear look at Yunshi's full face, and it was a hard control for 3 seconds. With a straight face, he said, "All people have the desire to love beauty, and naturally I am not exempt from it, but compared to the righteousness of the human race, what is this? The demon race set up an ambush to trap and kill 10,000 of my fellow human compatriots. I can't just let it go." Yunshi appreciated. "That's right, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Although you are a disciple of the Yin Yang Holy Land, but I am now a dead man, and the rule of the law not to be spread out can't control me anymore. Would you like to worship me as your teacher? Put, Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance." "Yes." Yunshi reached out to help Lin Tianqi up, and with a hook of his finger, the giant K immortal sword flew into his hand and said, "I saw you use that punch just now, and I've already touched the shadow of the Tao, punch or sword, but it's just a different path to where the Tao is. Practicing the sword and refining the fist makes no difference to the Tao. Differences in techniques and stances are only superficial. From now on, forget about all the sword techniques you've learned, and just swing the sword in the way you're most comfortable with. When you wield a million swords, the way of the sword naturally becomes a reality." Yunshi handed the giant K immortal sword to Lin Tianqi, who solemnly took it, receiving the sword, and also Yunshi's inheritance, the way of the sword. Chapter 46, The prettier the woman, the more she lies. Tian Yuan Realm, Yin Yang Holy Land. Everyone in the entire Holy Land looked grave as they prepared for the restart of the teleportation array. Opening the teleportation array was not as simple as just piling up spirit stones. The array also needed to be repaired and perfected, and the location coordinates of the barbarian demon mystic realm had to be projected. The Yin Yang Holy Lord was even busier. After such a big incident this time, no matter what the final result was, the reputation of the Yin Yang Holy Land would have to be affected. It couldn't be helped. Who let them be unlucky enough to have an accident while the Yin Yang Holy Land was hosting this trial? He was really walking on thin ice when he was this holy lord. Back then, if it wasn't for the sudden and violent death of the Yin Yang Holy Son, it wouldn't have been his turn to be this holy lord. The prestige would not have been enough to overpower the previous elders, as well as the brothers and sisters, before they ascended to the throne. If it weren't for Zhang Lingyun sitting in on the scene, the Yin Yang Holy Land wouldn't know how much trouble it would have caused. But because of this, it made those people look down on the Yin Yang Holy Lord even more. And although they didn't dare to explicitly sing against him, they didn't really buy it either. It was so hard to get over it. As long as Lin Tianqi rises up and smoothly takes over, he won't be subjected to this nonsense. But as a result, such a big thing has happened. Lin Tianqi, Lu Fan's fate card was still in place, but who could guarantee that they would make it through to rescue? If Lin Tianqi died, the 9 ancestors wouldn't go completely insane. I don't know if his disciple can come back alive without any problems. That kid had a hard life. The secret realm of the barbarian devil, Harry Potter. Lu Fan finally managed to escape with the Fire Emperor's divine ability, but the situation was really not good. Outside, all the barbarian demons were hunting the human trialists. This time he was not lightly injured. The protagonist's explosive aura temporarily faded. A deep sense of powerlessness filled his entire body, especially since his crotch was a bloody mess from a punch from Zucchini, and he had to find a place to nurse his wounds first. Lin Tianqi, I will kill you in the future. Inside a cave, Lu Fan took off the clothes on his body, gritted his teeth and used the broken sword to dig away all the rotten flesh that had blurred between his legs. The piercing pain made him shed 2 lines of manly tears. Luckily, it was only an external wound, and after taking a few top-quality elixirs and crushing a few more to sprinkle on the affected area, the blood quickly stopped. I do not know if it is afraid of the quality of the new growth out of the little guy cannot. Lu Fan took another strain of elixir, crushed the compress in the affected area. Taking care of his injuries, Lu Fan couldn't help but think of the uncountable number of spiritual medicines and treasures in that underground palace. Now it's all cheap Lin Tianqi that. But, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, only to feel his chest rise, his throat sweetened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Ahem, it's just some elixir. It's nothing. Lu Fan hurriedly gave himself an amenable wave, or else he would be pissed off even if he thought about it further. This time is not considered fruitless. The inheritance of one of the 9 demon emperors of the demon clan. There is also the inheritance of the remnant soul master. The inheritance of the Yin Yang Holy Land. 3 major inheritances in one. The treasures can be found again later. The inheritance is the root. It's not a loss, I have to say. The belief thing is literally the source of energy for the protagonists to get off the ground. The protagonist can always start over again as long as his faith remains intact. Lu Fan concentrated and began to study the Fire Emperor's inheritance. The Fire Emperor's main body was a divine bird with the bloodline of a vermilion bird, and that blue flame was its innate fire. Now that his divine soul had completely fused with the remnants of the Fire Emperor's soul, It was only a matter of time before he could refine this innate fire. In the center area of the barbarian demon mysterious realm, it was different from other places where there were ancient tree jungles everywhere. Here, on the other hand, is an ancient city. The tall walls were a bit dilapidated, but you could vaguely see that it used to be a majestic city. These ancient cities, or ancient city ruins, were built 10,000 years ago when the barbarian demon mysterious realm had not yet been detached from the barbarian demon realm and the demon race had settled here. As 10,000 years passed, the demon race in the secret realm gradually degraded into savage demons, and the ruins of this ancient city became the palace of the adults from the savage demon realm. At this moment, 100,000 savage demons were 10 kilometers away from the ruins of the ancient city, patrolling around the ruins of the ancient city, but did not dare to take a step closer. The ancient city was bustling with activity, compared to the barbarian demons in the secret realm that were often more than 10 meters tall, or even dozens of meters tall. The demons from the barbarian demon realm were much more petite, and most of them didn't differ much from the human race in appearance, except for being taller. There is also a small portion that retains some of its demonic features, such as horns and tail. Several hundred demon clans were gathered within a large hall in the middle of the ancient city ruins. At the head of the group were none other than the 6 demon emperor's own sons besides Su Shirshir. There were also hundreds of other elite descendants from various other clans, pushing their glasses. The clean food is brought to the table and it is a bloody feast. It's really delicious. I've been waiting for 10 years to eat it this time. This demon race said, picked up a thigh, opened his mouth and bit on it fiercely, full of sharp teeth like 2 rows of jagged teeth, even the meat with the bones biting cackling. The 6 emperors sitting in the first place, each with a human woman sitting in their arms. Although they were wearing gorgeous clothes, their eyes were dull, and their bodies were even more frightened and constantly shaking. But compared to the demon race below, these 6 were much more civilized. Brother Ao, please, please, the white tiger demon emperor's own son, by crack, raised his cup to invite him, and Ao-chan responded faintly, somewhat distracted. Su Shirshir broke away from the group and acted alone, making him smell a hint of something unusual. Several other emperors could also see that Ao-chan was distracted and knew that he was thinking about that little vixen Su Shirshir. The Heavenly Fox clan was full of beauties, and as the 9-tailed demon emperor's own son, Su Shirshir's bloodline was pure, and in the entire young generation of the barbarian demon realm, there was no one who could compare to her in terms of beauty. Ao-chan was interested in Su Shirshir. Whoever knew it was unknown, but the bad thing is that both of them are the sons of the demon emperor, and the bloodline is too pure, and the offspring conceived has a great probability of being of mixed blood. The demon race is most concerned about the purity of the bloodline. If Su Shirshir is just an ordinary fox, it's just that, but then again, if Su Shirshir is an ordinary fox, with Ao-chan's arrogance, how can he look at her? This banquet is over. It's time for us to go out and move around. Xinjiang that has been on my mind for decades. The speaker had purple hair, his eyes flashing with electricity. It was the youngest son of the Qilin demon emperor, Qi Baodian. Brother Qi is forgetting the pain after the scar. If you hadn't insisted on capturing that alive last time, how would you have let her escape? This person has a head of blonde hair like a burning golden flame, his eyes are sharp and incomparable, and he is not at all polite to Qi Xietian, which is the Golden Rock Demon Emperor's own son, known as the Little Rock King. Seeing that these two were about to argue, Ao-chan said in a low voice, either you guys go out and have a fight right now, or shut up. The 2 men grunted as neither one of them turned their heads to get out of sight. Just at this moment, a pink haze came from far and near, and Ao-chan's cold day finally thawed. It was just that Su Shirshir had just flown to the main hall when she fell directly into the middle of the hall in an unsteady manner, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. This scared the crowd of demons eating and drinking in the middle of the main hall, and they hooted and hollered and gathered around. Get out of the way, all of you. Ao-chan let out a loud shout and came to Su Shirshir with a long leap, only to see Su Shirshir's face pale, her breath weakened, and she was not lightly injured. Treasure. I looked for the treasure, Su Shirshir said and fainted with both eyes rolled back. The 6 imperial princes looked at each other in dismay. You should finish before fainting. Chapter 47. You, a demoness, were defeated by a human with a demonic spell? Ao-chan took out a green-colored elixir from his sleeve, which seemed to have a small green dragon wrapped around it, and it was precisely the quasi-immortal elixir that the Qingxiao demon emperor had personally refined. Not to mention that Su Shirshir had only suffered some injuries. Even if she only had half a breath left, she would still be able to come back to life with this one. The other 5 emperors couldn't help but secretly say, this loser, he's really willing to put down money in order to pick up a girl. Ao-chan is also a need pain. This elixir is only 3 per prince. Use one less one. Even when he was injured himself he didn't even bother to use it, keeping it for life preservation. With a flick of her finger, the elixir had already been sent into her mouth. The elixir melted in her mouth, and then a greenish-green energy completely enveloped Su Shishir. Su Shishir's face became flushed with flesh, and she opened her eyes in less than half a minute. She had absorbed less than 1% of the medicinal power contained in this elixir, and hurriedly sealed the remaining medicinal power within her body. Sister Shishir, the treasure you just mentioned is the remains of the Fire Emperor found? King Rock was a standard straight man, and as good-looking as Su Shishir was, she wasn't as important as the treasure. Who would have thought that the remains of the Fire Emperor, which had disappeared for 10,000 years, would be found? Su Shishir stood up and said gratefully to Ao-chan, "Many thanks to Brother Ao for his help." Ao-chan's face was delighted, but he still nodded in a calm manner, continuing to maintain his high-flying persona. "I don't know, but this woman, she likes the bad ones. It's hard to like him as a love-struck original, but it's the kind that's going to be driven into a scrapyard that will love it. Yes, I found where the Fire Emperor's remains are, but..." Su Shishir processed what had happened in the underground palace, replacing Lin Tianqi's existence into her, turning it into her fighting with Lu Fan. In the end, he was even defeated because of the Fire Emperor's remnant soul. The demons listening to this were dumbfounded. How was this human race more demonic than the demon race? It shouldn't be. There's no reason for the Fire Emperor to choose a human race instead of you. Ha! The youngest son of the Xuanwu Demon Emperor said honestly. There is something evil about that human. It seems like something extraordinary is sealed within his body. He can still remain completely conscious after the yin-yang reversal, and his spiritual power is as boundless as if it were endless. So maybe he has used some demonic method to bring the Fire Emperor Senior under control. Otherwise, how could I have lost to him? All the demons look at Su Shishir and call straight. You, a demon girl, was defeated by a human race with demonic methods? Su Shishir met the gazes of several people without fear and said, "If you don't believe me, I'll take you guys to see if you don't know. Can I still lie to you? There's no harm. A mere human race can't make any big waves. We'll just snatch it back." After Ao-chan opened his mouth to relieve Su Shishir, he turned to face the demons and said, "Get ready. We're leaving now." When the group of demons heard Ao-chan's order, they wailed in excitement. "Kill all the people. I'm going to eat it alive this time." Half a day later, the entire demon race in the barbarian demon mystic realm was mobilized once again and began to march in a net to hunt down human cultivators. In the middle of the underground palace, Lin Tianqi was like an ancient deity, sitting quietly. The surrounding aura seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, like a furious sea of waves, crazily spraying outward from his heavenly aura. The aura in the underground palace was like volcanic ash erupting from a volcano, and above Lin Tianqi's head, a gigantic and incomparable aura vortex was clearly formed. The vortex rotated crazily, emitting sharp whistles that seemed to want to roll the world into endless chaos. At this moment, Lin Tianqi's Yuaning was suspended above his heavenly spirit, shining brightly. The Yuaning's body was surrounded by flickering runes, like an ancient deity, and with all its strength, it swallowed as much of that abyssal aura as it could into its stomach. A day ago Lin Tianqi drank a gourd of spiritual liquid from the demon refining gourd in the middle of a great battle and broke through to the middle Yuaning stage during the battle. The reason why the pure yang sacred body was called the half-immortal body, the cultivation speed was not only fast, but more importantly, there was the power of pure yang to protect it. And any problems such as unstable foundations and going off the deep end had been ruled out at the root. Lin Tianqi hadn't realized at this point that this pure yang saint body of his wasn't a bit too perverted. After Su Shishir left, Lin Tianqi played the sword in front of Yun Shi for half a day. But in the end, he did not resist the temptation of the red vermilion fruit. And as soon as he saw that vermilion fruit, he always thought of Li Mengxian. "It's been a day since I knew the taste of meat." As a result, when one Jubo went down, the huge aura almost didn't directly burst for him. Even though he had already used all his strength to absorb it, the aura contained in that Jubo was too much, and in the end, with Yun Shi's help, he expelled the excess aura from his body. It's better to be wasted than propped up, and his cultivation level had already reached the great circle from the beginning to the middle Yuaning stage under this aura. At this time it was even more critical to break through. Lin Tianqi operated the sun meridian. The major points of the whole body were as bright as the stars. Each point was like a mouth that was crazily devouring a huge amount of spiritual chi. Pounds of majestic spiritual energy, like ancient beasts roaring within, launched one fierce impact towards the late-stage Yuaning barrier. Each impact caused him to be struck by lightning, with severe pain drilling through his heart. This was the price to be paid for a forced breakthrough. Boom! A loud sound that resembled the opening of the heavens and the earth exploded in the depths of the sea of consciousness. A tiny crack finally appeared in that sturdy and incomparable barrier. In an instant, the cracks spread wildly like a spider web, covering the entire barrier. The sound of clicking was endless, the barrier collapsed, and a majestic and vast, hot power like a great sun surging out. It instantly swept through Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness and his entire body, and wherever it passed, the meridians were dyed gold. rapidly widening and growing, and the bones clanked, as if they were remodeling the body of pure yang. As Lin Tianqi entered the late stage of yuaning, the aura gushing outwards from his body was rapidly decreasing, and the yuaning above the heavenly spirit became more solid, as if it was a scaled-down version of Lin Tianqi. As time slowly passed and the aura vortex gradually subsided, the light of the yuaning above Lin Tianqi's head inwardly converged and slowly returned to his body. Late yuaning. Less than 2 days to advance from the early stage of yuaning to the great circle of yuaning realm. The speed was so fast that Yunshi, a 10,000-year-old monster, called out, "Unbelievable." The pure yang saint body was not the only one in Lin Tianqi. Yunshi had seen it before, but it was not as perverted as this kid. A realm a day. A ghost wouldn't believe such a thing. Lin Tianqi opened his eyes. The light in his eyes flashed, counting the time. The little maid should have found the organization as well, right? Just to be on the safe side. This place just can't stay. Right at this moment, Lin Tianqi seemed to hear the hissing of a savage demon vaguely coming from outside the cave. Lin Tianqi lifted the giant K immortal sword and flew longitudinally towards the outside of the cave. Flying out about 5 miles, he saw an army of barbarian demons, about 1,000 demonic beasts, attacking a few hundred human cultivators. The leader of them was still considered an acquaintance, and it was none other than Xinjiang of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. When the three of them broke out separately, the most people followed him and Yi Wushuang, which showed that in front of life and death, the attraction of beauty was still slightly behind. There were advantages to having a small number of people, and these people could be said to be Xinjiang's diehard fans, and their cohesion was very strong. Xinjiang escaped by relying on the spirit sword soaring in his hand and the concerted efforts of the crowd, and the casualties were not too great. However, the loss of a great battle was too great, and was chased all the way, not getting enough time to rest and recuperate. The physical condition was getting worse and worse, and was still being chased by the barbarian demon. Fairy Shun, escape on your own. Leave us alone. Fairy Shun, you've already done a lot. We'll help you rush out. Just take revenge for us in the future. Cut the crap and gab like a pussy. Save your strength to kill the enemy. Xinjiang's swordsman's uniform had been dyed a deep red, but his eyes were still firm and cold, and his hands holding the sword were still powerful. Escape? The word escape was not in her vocabulary. Chapter 48. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. Once Lin Tianqi saw that it was Xinjiang, he secretly said that this opportunity had come. It wasn't that he was trying to be heroic, it was for the sake of his persona. Xinjiang was born out of the Heavenly Sword Holy Ground. Yunshi was the 6th generation ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Holy Ground, and he worshipped Yunshi as his teacher. And although he had not yet been initiated, it could be said that he and Xinjiang were half of the same family. When a fellow disciple is in trouble, is it not something that the light of the righteous path should do if they don't come to their aid? Moreover, he could also use Xinjiang's mouth to make the matter of Lu Fan joining the devil's path completely true. One doesn't even need to take a stand. Demon, look at my Dawei gourd. With a loud shout, Lin Tianqi took off the demon refining gourd at his waist and threw it out. Innate sword body? Ascension. There's a successor. Yunshi also noticed Xinjiang. This girl child was very much like her back then. What pleased her even more was that Lin Tianqi didn't hesitate to strike in the face of thousands of savage demons, worthy of being a pure yang sacred body, the light of the righteous path. It's Master Lin from the Yin Yang Holy Land. What Master Lin? It's Dragon Head Lin. We are saved. The appearance of the demon refining gourd caused the barbarian demon army to instantly panic. The divine might of the demon refining gourd was something they had seen with their own eyes. Eating up the demon race was a mouthful. Lin Tianqi held the giant K. The power of pure yang flowed through his body to the great treasure sword, and the sword instantly lit up with the fire of pure yang. His body was like a ghost, charging headlong into the barbarian demon army. None of his swordsmanship could be called swordsmanship. There was only one style, slashing. The giant K immortal sword was like a large flaming machete, fast, precise, and hard. Again, the advantages of the huge K sword's calmness and heaviness were thoroughly utilized to the limit. A sword was swung out as if it was chopping and slicing, splitting the demonic beast in two. The body was still hot when it was burned to ashes by the fire of pure yang. Any demonic beasts that died at the hands of Lin Tianqi really did turn directly into flying ash. It's too fierce. Lin Longzhou is still at the Yuaning realm, and a demonic beast at the out-of-body stage can't even catch a single sword, worthy of being in existence that can surpass Yi Wushuang to top the subterranean dragon ranking. My human race is greatly fortunate to have Master Lin. Great fortune. How blind we were in the past. We all owe Dragon Head Lin an apology. After only half an hour, with the addition of the demon refining gourd and Lin Tianqi, this one demonic pursuer was annihilated. Lin Longzhou. The crowd of cultivators gazed adoringly at Lin Tianqi. Lin Tianqi put the giant K sword behind his back, wiped the hard-earned sweat from his face, and revealed a sunny and bright smile. All of you have worked hard. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Let's first find a safe place to rest and recuperate. The group ran for several hundred more miles in one breath and came to a valley. The valley was not safe in terms of terrain, but at this time, there were barbarian demon pursuers everywhere, and the two sides of the valley were separated by mountains, so the chances of being discovered were at a minimum, and all things considered, it was most appropriate to make a short rest. With the addition of Lin Tianqi, the tightly tensed string in the hearts of the crowd finally loosened. The exhaustion of the group made them sit down and feel like they didn't even have the strength to move a finger. The injuries were starting to hurt. Xin Zhang was staring at the sword behind Lin Tianqi the entire time. The giant K immortal sword had been lost for nearly 10,000 years, and the young people of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land rarely heard of this immortal sword anymore. But Xin Zhang was a man who loved his sword like his life depended on it. The innate sword body gave her a special affection for swords. The immortal sword had a spirit, if not for the fact that its owner was Yun Shi, and Yun Shi's divine soul was residing in Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness. The sword would probably have already been Xin Zhang's licking dog. Senior sister Xin has been looking at this sword, so she must have recognized it. Lin Tianqi stuck the giant K sword on the ground and sat on his butt next to Xin Zhang. When Xin Zhang saw the word giant K, he confirmed the idea in his heart. I really didn't expect the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's greatest treasure to fall into his hands, the giant Quack immortal sword. Xin Zhang looked at the giant K sword, his dry, cracked red lips slightly opening. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land's most precious treasure. It is the sword of the first generation of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's ancestor, and the ancestor left this sword behind after he ascended, passing it down from generation to generation. However, it was left here 10,000 years ago with the 6th generation ancestor, Ancestor Yun Shi. This sword is in your hands. Did you find the corpse of Ancestor Yun Shi? Well, this matter is a long story. You are not lightly injured. Drink some spirit liquid first. It will help you recover from your injuries. Lin Tianqi took off the demon refining gourd, took a jade cup, poured a cup of spirit liquid and handed it over. Although he had ground milk taken from the dungeon, it was completely unnecessary. The spirit medicine of the demon refining gourd is a renewable resource, and with enough demonic beasts here, this spirit liquid is naturally inexhaustible. Thanks. Xin Zhang was not polite and picked up a sip and drank it, only to feel a strong spiritual energy seeping into his body, and his body was recovering rapidly. Lin Tianqi didn't engage in differentiation, but rather took the gourd and everyone present was given a mouthful of spirit liquid. Lin Longzhou. The crowd was moved to tears as they looked at Lin Tianqi, who was weaving in and out of the crowd. They had never seen such a subterranean dragon ranking leader before. Not arrogant and cocky, extremely righteous. Not only did he save them in a time of danger, but he also shared such a precious spiritual liquid with them. A friend in need is a friend in need. It is only at the most dangerous juncture that one can see the truest nature of a person. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. At this moment, 1,000 words could not express the gratitude that the crowd felt towards Lin Tianqi. After distributing the last mouthful of spirit liquid, Lin Tianqi looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, don't be so excited. I'm just doing what's right for my conscience." Lin Tianqi's gentle words, warm smile, an image of not seeking a single thing in return, as if he was a savior, was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the crowd. If anyone dared to say a bad word about Lin Tianqi in front of them, they would absolutely fight them to the death. To people like Lin Longzhou are denigrated, then what kind of dirty mind they have? They have a conscience. Lin Tianqi rejoined and sat down next to Xin Zhang. With so many people dead, the sect should soon launch a rescue and open the portal in advance, and without accident. The location to open the portal will still be in the same place, so senior sister Xin can take them to slowly meander over and wait for the portal to open. Xin Zhang said, "Aren't you coming with us?" "No, I'll move faster on my own. I don't know what's going on at senior brother Ye's place, and if there are any more left behind, count how many I can save." When Xin Zhang heard this, his gaze finally shifted from the giant K sword to Lin Tianqi, gazing into Lin Tianqi's eyes for a full 10 seconds. "Good," Lin Tianqi added. "I met Lu Fan in the underground palace where I found the remains of Senior Yun Shi. He was possessed by the demon emperor and had already stepped into the devil's path. I used numerous means but failed to leave him behind, letting him run away. Senior sister Xin mustn't believe in his bull asterisk when she meets him." Xin Zhang could not help but be taken aback by what she heard. With so much padding in front of her, Lin Tianqi's words, she did not doubt them at all, and solemnly nodded her head. "I'll spread the word to the others." "Well, senior sister Xin, take care. After I go back, I still have to pay a visit to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and I'll be talking to you in detail instead. Senior sister Xin must take care of herself. Heavenly Sword Holy Land, I won't see you there. Not to be seen." Xin Zhang's heart could not help but be tugged again as he watched Lin Tianqi's figure grow further and further away. The four short words "don't see each other. Don't see each other" are the best blessing in this desperate situation. The crowd looked at Xin Zhang. Previously they felt that only Yi Wuxuan could match Fairy Shen, but the two didn't seem to be coming together. Now look at Fairy Shin's eyes. It seems to be a little different for this Lin master brother. Under Ao Chen's orders, the demon race's army began to gather towards the ambush of the human race's battlefield. He judged that the human race would definitely reopen the teleportation array because of the changes in the secret realm. Yi Wushuang, Shen Zhang, and other leading figures of the younger generation of the human race were all in the secret realm and would not sit idly by. Then as long as the army guarded this place, it could cut off the passage for all the remaining human trialists to return home, and if they wanted to go back, they had to go through the blockade of the demon army. What's the difference between that and shooting yourself in the foot? The only risk is the human support army, with the survivors attacking them on both sides. However, they wouldn't be heartbroken for a single point even if more of the savage demons in this savage demon mysterious realm died, but it's just some lowly still presumed to enter the barbarian demon world's ancestral land? What a delusion! Each of the 7 demon emperor's own sons led a large army and surrounded 2 layers of blockade lines, 100 miles and 50 miles away from the teleportation portal. 100 kilometers is the first line of life and death that prevents the survivors from returning home, and even if they make it past the first line, there is a second line waiting for them, and the second line of defense at 50 miles could in turn become the first line of defense to block the human rescue army. So in terms of army layout, it's a loose outside and tight inside layout. Demon races are all 4-legged. Simple-minded fools? If that were true, there wouldn't be a word for many wits and demons. Lin Tianqi had also received information from Su Shishir after he left the valley, as well as the demon race's marching arrangements in all directions. His target was not those ordinary barbarian demons, but those high-level goods from the barbarian demon realm. He found that the demon refining gourd retained some of the characteristics of the demonic beasts in the spiritual liquid that devoured them and refined them. It was only that the bloodline of the demonic beasts in the barbarian demon mysterious realm was too low-grade, and the amount of special energy that could be extracted was really a bit low. Lin Tianqi had already passed the experimental test, devouring a kind of bull-type savage demon. The spirit liquid produced would increase the strength of the flesh body a little bit, although not much, but it did increase. What about devouring the demon emperor's own son? Their bloodline power was so strong. Did it mean that he could also get the spirit liquid by refining them and get their bloodline power? 49. Striking out and taking the initiative. Su Shishir was traveling in a luxuriously decorated flying boat, and there were 2 waiting fox maidens. The tens of thousands of barbarian demon armies below were marching to reach the designated area to set up. Holding a jade tablet in his hand, he was waiting for news from Lin Tianqi. The completion of this mission of delivering intelligence gave 300 points, and counting the 2 previous missions added up to 450 points. She'd already seen the points mall, and now her little heart was thumping indisputably when she thought about what was in there. As the demon emperor's own son, she had seen the world, even immortal weapons she had seen. However, seeing the things in the points mall, she was still shocked and her heartbeat slowed down a few beats. There were breakthrough pills for various realms, even those that broke through to the immortal level. All sorts of immortal level techniques, immortal weapons, simply brightened her fox eyes. This system was far more powerful than she had ever imagined. It's just being a maid for Lin Tianqi. What's that compared to these things? At this time, what racial interests, human and demon are not 2 sides, were all left behind by Su Shishir. She only had one goal, which was to get points. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The infiltration mission has been completed, earning 300 made points. Su Shishir was delighted in her heart, already looking forward to Lin Tianqi conveying her next task. But after waiting for a long time and not seeing the next quest triggered, it was a bit hard for Su Shishir, who was so motivated nowadays. The jade medallion kept reversing direction in his jade-like fingers. Lost in thought, passively waiting is not her character. Since you don't take the initiative, then as long as this lady takes the initiative. Ahem. Sushi cleared her throat and tried the pronunciation in a very imaginative voice, bringing her emotions into full swing. Only then did she say to the white jade sign, "Master, please make slave harder. Don't pity slave. Slave likes it." After saying that, Su Shishir touched her little face. So hot. In the middle of a dense forest, Lin Tianqi was busy, and based on the information provided by Su Shishir, he chose Qi Bantian, who had the bloodline of a Qilin. Qi Badian was good at thunder technique, while he had fought with Yi Wushuang and was considered to have some experience against the enemy. The first business is a safe bet. An army of tens of thousands of barbarian demons, charging straight in. Killing was endless. This wasn't the same chasers they had encountered before. Those could only be considered stragglers. The combat power of the demon emperor's own son would never be much worse than Yi Wushuang's. It could only be taken by wits, not by brute force. Right at this moment, Lin Tianqi detected that the jade had received a new message. "Master, please make slave harder. Don't pity slave. Slave likes it. ********. What the hell? In the middle of the empty jungle, suddenly remembering this gossamer sound, Lin Tianqi almost didn't throw the jade tablet in his hand, and instinctively reacted by looking around in general. Nine-tailed Sky Fox clan, the power of seduction can be not only the technique, appearance, their movements, voice or extremely seductive power. With just this one sentence, Lin Tianqi already had a strong posture. Mud, letting a little vixen molest me. Lin Tianqi listened to the sounds vaguely coming from the distance and put away the jade tablet, taking out a set of special clothes from the spatial ring and putting them on. His whole body was wrapped tightly. This was the protective suit given to him by the third elder. Top quality poisons are not only effective when inhaled or eaten, they can poison the target whenever any part of the body comes into contact with it, truly killing people invisibly. This is the level of the great accomplishment of the poison road. In order to hunt Qi Baodian, Lin Tianqi had taken out all of his inventory this time, which amounted to 300 pounds, only to see that Lin Tianqi was armed from head to toe, with a huge package behind his back, which was covered in pockets and filled to the brim with pockets, and had already begun to continuously waft pink mist in all directions. This medicine is called Dragon King Hate. After being hit by this medicine, even a strong and robust being like the Dragon King would have to drink. Lin Tianqi jia laughed, and between vertical and horizontal, he flew high into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Qi Zhaotian was currently sitting on top of the head of a huge savage demon that was more than 30 meters tall, and in his mind, he was constantly deducing the battle that would take place after he encountered Xinjiang. Ever since he had met Xinjiang in the middle of the barbarian demon mysterious realm 50 years ago, he had been attracted by Xinjiang's unique charm. Remember her first words, "What are you looking at?" The look on her face when she said, "What are you looking at?" It was so cool. What's that smell? Suddenly a faint sweet fragrance made Qi Baodian instantly alerted, only to see a stream of light in the sky flying by at an incredibly fast speed, but also from time to time from the air smashed down a parcel with a pink mist floating in it. Having been inexplicably attacked, the demonic beasts quickly counterattacked after a brief moment of panic, but in just 3 breaths of effort, they felt as if their bodies had been emptied. The flying demonic beasts didn't even have the strength to fly anymore. Snapping down. All hold your breath. Poison. Qi Zhaotian let out a loud shout, but it was obviously useless. This mist spread extremely quickly, and tens of thousands of troops were hit in an instant. The giant savage demon under Qi Baodian's body fell directly onto the road as its limbs went limp. Roar! The moment he fell, Qi Baodian had already appeared in his original form, only to see a purple qilin trembling stood up. A bottle of elixir was swallowed into his stomach, but what made him despair was that these precious elixirs could not cure the poison. Lin Tianqi put all the poisons on his body clean, folded back only to see a purple qilin trembling limbs, to kneel or not to kneel struggling appearance. The demon emperor's son, nothing more than that. Lin Tianqi leapt up in the air, the giant K immortal sword in his hand sliced through the sky, the sword aura like a crimson string moon. Put! A large unicorn head with a shocked look was already in a different place. Before it even landed, it had already been put into the storage ring by Lin Tianqi. Rustle of skirts. Immediately after that, a small purple qilin flew out of the remnants of its body in panic. Jia, where to run? The small gourd baby hands crossed, learned Lin Tianqi Jia strange laughter. Hands into a diffuse sky god chain as a net, will be dragged into the demon refining gourd. Boom! Right at this moment, a purple light suddenly rushed out from the little qilin's brow, and the divine net constructed by the demon refining gourd was unexpectedly torn open. That purple light wrapped around the little qilin immediately turned into a purple light and rushed out, not forgetting to put down the harsh words, "I won't let you go. Remember, the one who kills you, Lu Fan." Lin Tianqi had wanted to go after him, but the purple light had already disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianqi whispered, "The demon emperor's own son really isn't very good at killing." Putting the qilin's corpse into the storage ring, only waiting to refine it into a spiritual liquid, and not knowing how many % of this flesh was still effective. Hey! Back to my old job. Lin Tianqi copied the giant K immortal sword, as if he had returned to the slaughterhouse in his hometown before he crossed over, and killed one head of the sour and feeble limbs of the barbarian demon with a single stroke of his sword. The demon refining gourd also kicked into gear, sucking a demonic beast into the gourd and practicing it into spiritual liquid. These demonic beast bloodline power was refuted, and Lin Tianqi was too lazy to bother for that bit of characteristic power, and directly brazed it in one gourd. If there is a live broadcast, at this time I do not know how many people's jaws must be shocked off. Others come to be a life and death test. He is running this into the goods. As Lin Tianqi rolled up his sleeves to get into the goods, the other 6 emperors had already received Qi Baodian's message. But how does this message look twisted? Qi Zhaotian, I was ambushed. My physical body was destroyed. So you guys be more careful. The group of demons were shocked, now that the reinforcements from the human race had not yet arrived. How could they ambush tens of thousands of savage demons with just a few thousand human cultivators? And they didn't hear a fight. The first question was even more shocking. One person ambushed tens of thousands of barbarian demons? When Qi Zhantian said that the person who ambushed him was called Lu Fan, Su Shishir almost spat out the spirit wine in her mouth. The master is really bad. He was busy sending a message. Lu Fan has obtained the Fire Emperor's inheritance, and he is surprisingly so good. Surprisingly, Brother Qi is not even an opponent, so it seems that my worship wasn't very unjust. Yuck, that used an unknown poison. All the antidote pills I brought with me can't solve it. A square fight. How can I lose? Alright, you guys be careful. I'm going back to nurse my wounds. The hearts of the group of demons sank, and they immediately sent orders to send out all the scouting demon soldiers in case of any mishaps. Su Shishir picked up the white jade tablet and daintily transmitted her voice to Lin Tianqi. Master, you're so bad, but Luanjia is liking you more and more. Chapter 50, Little Master has a lot of fire. Lin Tianqi put away the jade token, and in his mind, he couldn't help but think of Su Shishir's appearance in a maid's outfit. Then there was Li Mengxian's long legs of 122 centimeters. Jiang Lingyun's overwhelming face. He hadn't known the taste of meat for 3 full days. Anyway, he's on fire right now. This. Really that big? Yunshir hid in Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness and watched for free what could only be viewed for a fee. Especially when he saw Li Mengxian's unreasonable figure. He directly doubted life. Is this something a normal person could have? My body is the perfect body for sword fighting. Yunshir wanted to be strong all her life, and in her lifetime, other than the sword in her hand, it was hard to arouse her interest. She doesn't give a damn about her beauty or her figure. Does it make her faster? Will it make her sword faster? Will it make her sword more skillful? But after 10,000 years of being trapped in the underground palace, she had thought a lot and reflected a lot. Why did she die when other Mahayana experts didn't die in the Great War between the two worlds back then? Those people have all ascended to the immortal world by now, right? She, on the other hand, was a remnant of a soul. Nowadays, it was impossible to ascend by oneself, and the body of a remnant soul would not be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. Either reincarnate and start all over again. This was the path that many people with no hope of ascension chose to take the most. Either that or turn to loose immortality and go one way or the other. However, there was a shortcut nowadays, and that was to pin her hopes on Lin Tianqi's body, and when Lin Tianqi ascended to the immortal realm, she would take a ride and find a way to remake her physical body when she arrived at the immortal realm. And with Lin Tianqi's current performance, this path seemed to be much easier than the above two. To be strong all her life. Now Yunshir would like to be lazy. She also wanted to experience what those lives that she once disdained were really like. However, after looking at Li Mengxian, Jiang Lingyun and the others, Yunshir was a bit self-conscious. Lin Tianqi was tickled by the little fox, and it was hard to dispel the fire for a while. The power of pure yang in his body was like rolling magma rushing, burning him with some irritation. The special nature of the pure yang saint body, although it wouldn't cause him to advance too quickly with unstable roots, the sudden surge of power still had an effect on Lin Tianqi's senses. Simply put, it's not adapted to the massive power of the body. Just 3 days from the early stage of yuaning directly dry to the late stage of yuaning, even such as Yi Wushuang, Xinjiang and so on also used more than 10 years' time, while he only used 3 days. And he is the most rigid and young physique. The fire cannot be too big. Little fox, do you have the 9-tailed demon emperor's fruit photo? When Su Shishir received Lin Tianqi's transmission, her small silver teeth clenched. This guy is really a thief. I'm such a big beauty in front of you. Why are you always thinking about my mom? Although my mother is a little bit more beautiful than me, the body is a little bit better. But I'm young. How could I have that kind of thing? But if master needs it, you can satisfy you if you ask Luanjia. See you in the underground palace at midnight tonight. No more pretending. Being horny is horny. As the saying goes, a man's true colors. Master Yunshir will surely understand himself, right? Yunshir said, I understand you a grandmother Lego. I just want to know what they eat to grow so big. Lin Tianqi said and put away the jade card. Tens of thousands of barbarian demon refining demon gourd simply cannot be eaten. The rest can only be all packed away. After processing, the direction of the underground palace sped away. That little vixen had to be done tonight. Su Shishir put away the jade card. Her face flushed, and she still carried a drop of smugness that she had succeeded in her plot. This girl is so beautiful body. You can endure the first day. You can endure the 15th well. This lady a little tease cannot hold it. Ding. Triggering the mission. The wall will not obey you. Mission accomplished. Rewarded with 10,000 points. 10,000 points. The little fox was shocked. 10,000 points. This had to be earned by doing dozens of quests. This could all be directly exchanged for a divine separation stage breakthrough. The little fox's eyes were glowing. but she wasn't overwhelmed by the generous rewards. The richer the rewards, the more difficult the task must be. 10,000 points reward. Master, that's strong? It seems like more preparation is needed to get it right. In a remote old forest in the barbarian demon mysterious realm, an inconspicuous cave was hidden within it. The entrance to the cave is tightly hidden by layers of dense vegetation. Stepping into the cave, a strange breath of cold with blazing heat came over, actually making it impossible to distinguish whether it was cold or hot for a moment. The stone walls all around were slightly reddened by the scent, yet condensed with a thin layer of blue frost. A 1-meter diameter thick green big snake coiled up its body to guard the entrance of the cave, and its upright upper body even had a demonic-looking woman's head. With such an image, if the good man surnamed Su saw it, he was afraid that he would not be reunited with his tits on the spot. However, at this moment, the face of the woman on this green giant snake was permeated with a sense of anxiety and worry. In the depths of the cave, Lu Fan sat cross-legged, his stance as upright and resolute as a pine, and although he didn't move at all, he exuded a powerful aura that couldn't be underestimated. In a short period of time, all the injuries on his body had been recovered. Dressed in a yin-yang sacred ground prototypal uniform, at this moment, the robe had been soaked with sweat for a large portion of his body, and it was tightly attached to his body. His eyes were closed tightly, his face was cold, and his black hair was tied behind his head, with a few strands of hair breaking free and swaying lightly with the wind. In front of his body, there was an ice blue flame suspended, which was precisely that Fire Emperor's innate fire. The flame is like a blue bird sealed by ice. From the inside out exudes a deep icy blue light. The flame jumps between, seems to have fine ice crystals flashing, crackling tiny crackling sound constantly, showing it's cold and violent. This fire as if it has a spirit. Keep tossing and twisting. Every time you flap your wings, it rolls up a wave of cold heat, making the surrounding air as if it was instantly frozen and ignited, presenting a bizarre and twisted state. Although Lu Fan's divine soul had completely fused with the remnant soul of the Fire Emperor, he knew exactly how to refine this fire. However, the flesh of his human body made this fire somewhat resistant. Lu Fan was immersed in his own cultivation world. His hands were on his chest and he was not slow in making seals. When the seals changed, a black and white light of yin and yang escaped from his fingertips and drifted towards the natal fire. Humph. Today, you have to obey even if you don't. Lu Fan steeply opened his eyes, and a black and a white essence burst out from his eyes, just like the sun and the moon that penetrated the dark night, instantly lighting up the dim cave. The corners of his mouth hooked up in a cold smile, not moving, his hands covered with the two chi of yin and yang quickly probed out, grabbing straight towards the natal fire. In an instant, nuisance sounds rang out, and even with the protection of the power of yin and yang, the hands were still instantly scorched to the point that the skin was scorched, revealing the white bones. But he was as if he had no sense of pain, and his 10 fingers were ruthlessly embedded in the flames, letting them burn. The pain in his hand was nothing compared to the pain Lin Tianqi had caused him. Refine me. Lu Fan tilted his head and roared. His voice was like a loud bell, echoing inside the cave, shaking the cave walls and causing the rubble to rustle and fall. The majestic spiritual energy in his body was like a raging river, breaking through the obstacles and surging towards his hands, surging into the essence fire. For a moment, blinding light bloomed, illuminating the cave, only to see the color of the original fire slowly from ice blue, gradually changed to dark blue. Lu Fan face because of the pressure and twisted hideous. Forehead veins rippled, beads of sweat like rain, but clenched his teeth, not a step back. Right at this moment, Lu Fan suddenly felt an extremely powerful force surging out of his dantian, instantly flooding his entire body. At the critical moment, the protagonist unsurprisingly turned on his aura again, and his cultivation broke through from the early Yuaning stage to the middle Yuaning stage. Ha ha! With this boost, Lu Fan's black hair danced wildly, and his hands fiercely compressed toward the essence fire in his palm. Lin Tianqi, this is heaven's destiny. God is helping me. The green giant snake guarding the cave entrance looked at the unusually martial Lu Fan, and his eyes couldn't help but be infatuated. Chapter 51 Kirin's Precious Medicine. Don't do it. I don't want it. I don't want 10,000 points. Woo, leave me alone. I'm done with this mission. Lin Tianqi grabbed Su Shishir's ankles with both hands like a vice and dragged her back. Is a mission something you can do if you want to and not if you don't? The fact that this little fox had gone out of her way to tease him made him suspicious. Although he was well aware that he was charmed out of nowhere, it was also a bit unusual for this little fox to be greedy like this. Then there was only one possibility. This little vixen was using him as an NPC in order to complete the quest for a reward. Although he didn't have a system, he had read more than 100 system texts before crossing over. The routine is familiar. Some forced questions, and the little fox did not dare to hide. The value of 10,000 points made Lin Tianqi instantly said, this task must be completed. This little fox was like his doryman. Little fox, you're holding out. 10,000 points don't want to earn anymore? Besides, your 10,000 points now have my 5,000. If you give up now, you compensate me 5,000 points? Lin Tianqi's face was crimson, and bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his body. Are you the devil? I'm like this and I still owe you 5,000 points. I'm going home to my mom. Su Shishir didn't know that she was looking for a reason to release her excess emotions, and she directly cried for her mom. However, it was obvious that distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire, and even though the nine-tailed demon fox was how great it was, it couldn't help her. And this statement really adds a bit of fuel to the fire. One day and one night, Lin Tianqi rubbed his somewhat sore waist. It wasn't easy to earn these 5,000 points. Su Shishir was even more miserable. Even though she was already tired and couldn't close her legs, she still had to rush back. It had been a day and a night since she came out. Disappearing for too long would cause suspicion from the demon race. It's so godless. The good thing is that the maid suit from the system doesn't need to be cleaned up by yourself, and it only costs 5 points to be as good as new. I wish I could bite that big asshole to death. After the little fox left, Lin Tianqi headed to the large bed behind him and couldn't help but nod at Li Mengxian's thoughtfulness. The fire in his body had completely disappeared, and he took out a 3,000-year-old ginseng king from his storage ring, not daring to eat more, only taking off a small section of the ginseng beard and putting it into his mouth. The rich aroma of the medicine has a bit of a faint bitter flavor, quickly replenishing the energy lost throughout the day and night. After resting for an hour, the medicinal power of the ginseng king's beard was all absorbed, and the rejuvenated Lin Tianqi took out the giant K-sword and started practicing swordplay. Playing is fun, fooling around is fun, but there must be no ambiguity about what you need to settle down. Seriously slashing out the sword 1,000 times, he put the sword away and continued practicing. Whether practicing sword or fist, Lin Tianqi pursued simplicity, and the phrase, "the way is simple," was something he deeply believed in. The boxing was practiced and the morning was over. Yun Shi would speak her personal feelings to Lin Tianqi, and it would be up to Lin Tianqi to weigh his own decision as to whether to adopt it or not. Although she had been a supreme sword immortal with a Mahayana cultivation 10,000 years ago, she wouldn't ask Lin Tianqi to necessarily do what she said. Otherwise the one who teaches it will only be the second Yun Shi. You're good to go. Lin Tianqi made a slight repair, and the demon refining gourd at his waist finally blossomed with a brilliant purple haze, emitting a palpitatingly majestic aura. At a glance at the color, Lin Tianqi said, "Stable." Lin Tianqi followed the third elder's closed learning of the poison art, which poison making was actually similar to alchemy. For the use of various spiritual medicines, energy efficiency, Lin Tianqi was still very clear. In addition to Qi Boshan's Qilin flesh in this gourd, Lin Tianqi also added some 1,000-year-old pill kings that could stimulate the power of the purple heavenly thunder, practicing it into a gourd of Qilin treasure pill. Purple is thunder. Looking at the rich color, the thunder spiritual power contained in this spiritual liquid was very strong. Lin Tianqi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement surging within his heart, and slowly pulled open the gourd's mouth. In an instant, a wisp of auspicious qi that resembled substance rose up, transforming into a Kylan silhouette roaring up to the sky. So, this battle really stunned Lin Tianqi. Brother Kirin, thank you so much. I'll make sure to set up a plaque for you when we get home. Lin Tianqi sat down on his knees and tilted his head back to drink the Qilin spirit liquid. A majestic power raged through his body, rushing through his limbs and bones like divine thunder in the ninth heaven. His body was even flooded with a purple arc of electricity. The electricity numbed his entire body. Hurriedly collecting his mind, he operated the Sun Sutra, the hot pure yang power guiding this brand new power. But this power was just too furious. The meridians were like dry and cracked earth. A crack appeared, and every inch of the meridians endured a tearing and severe pain. Lin Tianqi gritted his teeth and roared lowly. His yuaning glowed brightly in the violet mansion, pulling spiritual energy with all his might. However, the power of the Qilin treasure pill was too overbearing, like a reined-in wild horse that was difficult to tame, running around inside his body and constantly destroying his physical body. Master, help me. Through his own efforts, Lin Tianqi also enjoys the treatment of a protagonist, who is indecisive when it comes to matters and calls on his residual soul master. Let's see if you dare to be so reckless next time. Yun Shi sincerely wanted to teach Lin Tianqi a lesson that the path of cultivation was like walking on thin ice. With some accomplishments there is no reverence, and sooner or later things will go wrong. This gourd could burst him with just 1,000 years of medicine king, not to mention a Qilin. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Tianqi had long ago counted this part of her. Apprentice knows I'm wrong. Master, you should move quickly. As an overpowering force surged out, it joined the battle between the power of pure yang and the power of thunder. Now that he was fighting 2 against 1, The pure yang power in Lin Tianqi's meridians was instantly strong, suppressing the raging thunder power like a giant wave. It was clear that the balance of power between the two had broken. Faced with a power twice as strong as his own, the power of thunder had only one outcome of being refined. As the power of thunder was continuously refined, Lin Tianqi's pure yang sacred body underwent astonishing changes. Between the flow of golden light on the surface of his body, arcs of electricity jumped, and the power of pure yang and the power of thunder intermingled with each other to reshape his physical body. The whole body was as if it had been reforged, making crisp popping sounds. The muscle lines became more and more rigid, containing a destructive power. This wave is a real moneymaker. Lin Tianqi wanted to say that classic pretentious line, but it was a great pity that there was no audience. The fusion of the two astral yang overbearing forces of the pure yang sacred body and this power of thunder. His physical body was not 1 + 1 = 2, but it was enhanced by at least 10 times. Between the clenched fists, purple thunder flashed, and the surrounding space trembled. Without seeing how he moved, an electric light flashed and Lin Tianqi's figure had already appeared dozens of miles away. This kind of speed was an extreme experience he had never had before. Little darlings of the demon race, Little Master is here. Chapter 52, Lu Fan who wants to do something big. Run away. That demon is here again. Only a loud roar was heard, and immediately the entire jungle was filled with demons fleeing in all directions as if they had blown up a nest. The ones running on the ground left tears of envy when they saw those demonic beasts that instantly flew out of sight. I just hate that my fifth leg is too short to reach the ground to add an extra boost. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Running pretty fast. Damn ouch daddy, why are you hitting me? You don't learn the good ones. You learn the dirty ones pretty fast. Lin Tianqi was very depressed. This little zucchini child seemed to have let him take him off course. What depressed him even more were these demonic beasts. You are demonic beasts. Seeing him such a tender skin of the human race should not be wailing to pounce on it. The results were indeed owlish, but they were owlish escapes. Lin Tianqi is not afraid of demonic beasts to surround him, but running around like this, although his physical speed is now comparable to lightning, but the revenue is always going to fall. This production is low. Can be happy. Now that these savage demons had been killed by Lin Tianqi, although they wanted to take credit for the chance to enter the ancestral land, but with their lives gone, everything was over. When you see a man and a gourd, you run faster than a rabbit. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Lin Tianqi ended the battle, and there was still time to categorize these demonic beasts into different storage rings. AI. People's hearts aren't ancient, and demonic beasts aren't stupid. The little gourd sat on Lin Tianqi's shoulder, its mouth quietly chanting what Lin Tianqi had just said. Even its tone mimicked a perfect resemblance. Son, were you particularly bored when you followed Zhang Lingyun? Zucchini cocked her head and thought, it's okay, when I followed my mother, I didn't have many sober moments. My mother always filled me with spirit wine. I always couldn't help but sneakily drink 1 billion dots. So true about her. So true. Lin Tianqi was completely speechless. This really wasn't a family. No wonder Zhang Lingyun was able to do the female bully hard riding thing to him. It is really unreliable. Let's go. This time it's a contest based on real skill. The poisons that Lin Tianqi had stockpiled had all been used for Qi Baodian, and this time out, it was going to be the real deal. However, he already had a plan to exterminate the enemy with a 99.8% success rate. A giant wolf demon was frightened and panicked, and the screams of its companions behind it even made it not dare to stop its escape. A sudden teasing voice came from the front, which brought this wolf demon back from its fear. Yo, is this a wolf, or a lost dog? The wolf demon stood still, only to see a 1-meter thick green Lin snake in front of him, wrapped around a large tree, poking out its upper body, spitting out its letters and taunting. Qing Lin, how dare you come out, disobeying your lord's edict? As long as those adults discover your whereabouts, you're dead. Oh, adults? Bull asterisk 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 grown-ups, just some second-generation people who came here for gold plating, and only you fools are still delusional enough to return to the ancestral land. We're just the watchdogs they keep here in captivity. So what? Who doesn't know how to say pretty words? If we have the means, who would want to lower our voices and be subjected to the fecklessness? Have you rammers ever wondered why the inheritance of our clans was broken? Do you really think they were all killed by the human race? Let me tell you, it's those adults you talk about who did it. If they didn't, how could we be good dogs for them? How can we be their dogs and guard this dead land for them? Do you know where all those out-of-body stage demons that suddenly disappeared have gone? I'll tell you. They were captured and refined into elixirs by the adults you're talking about. Either we die in battle or be practiced as a potion. This is our fate. The huge body of the green forest serpent swam between the trees, and its upper body had already probed in front of the wolf demon. There was mockery in his eyes, and more than anything else, there was indignation. The wolf demon's front body crouched low, its animal instincts causing it to let out a guttural low growl. Haha, you see, As long as you haven't transformed into a human, you won't be able to control your instincts, and you'll always be the lowest of beasts. Enough, I'm a lowly beast in your. Ha, what do you think? Only a puff of green smoke was seen, and that huge green Lin big snake had turned into a half-man, half-snake appearance. The entire upper body does not differ from a normal woman. The green forest great serpent's erect eyes blossomed with demonic light. It won't be long before I can shed my serpentine body and transform into a Dao body. How did you do that? The wolf demon asked in shock. Naturally, I have met a nobleman, and the opportunity is given to you by this lady, whether to continue to be a watchdog, or, I'm coming with you. Without waiting for the green forest snake demon to finish speaking, the wolf demon hastily took a stand. It's all about being a dog. For whom is it not? It depends on who gives the most favors. Very well, let's go. You won't regret it after meeting the master with me. He's the king who is worth following. A snake and a wolf came to the outside of a cave, and the great green forest snake said, wait here, I'll go and inform. Trouble fellow Taoist Cheng Lin. The snake demon twisted its body and swam inside the cave in an S-shaped walk, only to see a handsome youth sitting on a stone platform. A blue ice crystal-like mark in the center of his brow added a third of divinity. Master. Cheng Lin's gaze looked adoringly at the other party, and the pressure emanating from its body, as well as the suppressive power of its bloodline, caused it to go limp. The man opened his eyes, the divine light within his eyes. If it wasn't Lu Fan, which else could it be? After refining the Fire Emperor's essence fire, Lu Fan was truly transformed. Even the face that wasn't particularly handsome was now 50% as beautiful as Lin Tianqi's, but it's his demeanor that I would say has changed the most. Although Lu Fan was born in a rich family, but it is the most unseemly illegitimate child. From the birth of the family shame 4 words on his body. Even if the treatment was later promoted because of the appearance of the old grandfather of the remnant soul, who displayed excellent cultivation qualifications, the inferiority complex of the mind in the early childhood could not be erased. This inferiority complex was the undercurrent buried within Lu Fan. It's that no matter what position he takes, it doesn't change the nature. However, after fully merging with the Fire Emperor's remnant soul, the inferiority complex within seemed to have completely disappeared. The Fire Emperor is him, and he is also the Fire Emperor. The two have become indistinguishable. The Fire Emperor, as a demon emperor who had been roaming the savage demon realm for nearly 10,000 years, completely made up for Lu Fan's inner shortcoming. You pass down the first half of the Book of Gongfa to it. There should be quite a few savage demons like it in this secret realm. You pick some of the loyal ones, pass down the Gong method, and this seat will take you to do a great thing. Yes, the gaze in the eyes of the great green Lin snake was fervent. The demon race in this savage demon mysterious realm had finally seen a king of their own. Lu Fan looked at the green Lin big snake, and with a sudden frown, he took out a piece of his own clothing from within his storage ring. Not in human form as a human being. Put on my clothes first. It's not decent to show your breasts. Thank you master for the clothes. Cheng Lin took the clothes and put them on. The robes covered the upper body, but the snake tail on the lower body could not be hidden. Lu Fan waved his hand, and Cheng Lin twisted his S-shaped stride and went out of the cave. That's not right. When Cheng Lin left the cave, Lu Fan suddenly realized what was wrong. Although Cheng Lin is a snake demon, her upper body is the same as a real woman. Is it abnormal to see no reaction at all? Lu Fan undyingly pounded for a quarter of an hour, and the result was that no matter what, the newly grown dick was unresponsive and became a look-alike. Ah, Lin Tianqi, I'm going to kill you. Achoo. Mother asterisk 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 her. Who's the little lady chanting about little master again? Lin Tianqi rubbed his nose, cat-like, and crisscrossed the jungle like a predator in the dark night. And this time, the target is Chapter 53, if you're going to do it big. Lin Tianqi, who had already gotten a taste of the sweetness, was now a bit desperate. The thought that there are 6 more out there. No, it was 5 demon emperors' kindred sons that could evolve his physique. And his heart itched. It's like the fruit tree in the neighbor's yard that grows 5 big fruits. The fruit is big and sweet. All the time exudes a strong fruit flavor. You say greedy ah. The little fox's side had already passed on the intelligence that after Chi Badian had lost his physical body, the vigilance of several other demon emperors' relatives had already been drawn to full strength, and many means of coping had been done, and advised Lin Tianqi not to do it. It was too dangerous. The difficulty of this operation was too great. Each demon emperor's own son had already embraced the group, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of barbarian demon armies. The reason Chi Badian was able to get it so smoothly was firstly, the poison he configured was powerful, and secondly, it was a surprise attack. The third was that they were divided into 7 groups and their strength was spread out. None of those 3 conditions hold true now. If he strikes out rashly, he will only fall into the heavy siege of the demon race's army. But the little fox knows nothing of Lin Tianqi's insidiousness. There had long since been countless crossing seniors who had used their own practice to find the best way to defeat 10,000, or even 100,000, with one. Unfortunately, nowadays, Lin Tianqi's cultivation was right at the peak of the Yuanying realm, and he could launch an attack towards the out-of-body realm at any time. The out-of-body realm served as an important watershed for cultivators to go from refining qi to refining God and returning emptiness. And since Lin Tianqi's physique had gone through another wave of tremendous improvement, the power of the heavenly tribulation that arose at the time of the breakthrough could be imagined. In this barbarian demon mysterious realm, the highest cultivation level is the peak of the outbreathing stage, and it can be said that when faced with an outbreathing stage apocalypse, 99% of demonic beasts will not be able to carry it. As the saying goes, how bold is a man, how productive is the earth. If you want to do it, do a big job. Going the protagonist's way and leaving the protagonist with no way out. Lin Tianqi adjusted his state to the limit and took out a vermilion fruit and held it in his mouth. As soon as he flew into the sky, he charged towards the demon race army. In the sky, the sharp eyes of the hundreds of giant eagle demon beasts responsible for the scouting mission could not help but shrink. It's the demon. He's crazy. One person dares to charge into an army of hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, immediately followed by a loud and clear eagle cry that instantly resounded through the sky. Hundreds of giant eagles sounded the alarm at the same time. The demonic beasts below instantly stirred at the news. Snort! With a seemingly random wave of the giant K immortal sword in Lin Tianqi's hand, a half-moon-shaped blazing sword aura flickered away. In the next instant, a giant eagle was instantly reduced to ashes. Lin Tianqi swallowed the vermilion fruit in his mouth, and the huge energy instantly exploded within his body. The power of pure yang was like 10,000 horses galloping in the meridians. Thunder flashed around his body, and the powerful qi and blood was like red wolf smoke that shot straight up from the top of his head to the clouds. The Sun Sutra was already operating at its limit. At the Dan Tian, a small golden sun slowly emerged, releasing endless light and heat, flowing upwards towards the sea of consciousness. The first infant resides in the violet mansion, and the first spirit resides in the sea of consciousness. As the saying goes, essence and spirit, the out-of-body realm is the beginning of cultivating God. Upon reaching the out-of-body realm, one could use a very famous divine ability, Yuan Shen out-of-body. When one reaches this step, one has initially stepped into the ranks of high-ranking cultivators. When the Yuan Shen is gradually solidified, it has no fear of external influences and can perform some of its divine abilities. In the formation of the demon clan's army, a few of the demon emperor's own sons gazed at the rapidly rushing Lin Tianqi, their eyes filled with shock. Something's not right. Ao Chen gazed at Lin Tianqi, who was like a god or a demon, and flew up to meet him, a long spear in his hand, stabbing towards Lin Tianqi's brow. When the other demon emperor's relatives saw this, they couldn't help but be even more surprised. People who could make Ao Chen sulk were too rare. Within Su Shirshi's gaze, only that one figure remained. The courage of one man to face hundreds of thousands of enemies head-on is too mind-blowing. Facing the imposing Ao Chen, Lin Tianqi stepped on the void and flickered slightly as the two crossed paths. However, Ao Chen still saw the wildly rising corners of Lin Tianqi's mouth. A feeling of impending catastrophe instantly struck his heart. Turning his head to lock eyes with Lin Tianqi, his pupils could not help but shrink. He knew what this guy was trying to do. He's going to invoke a heavenly calamity. Disperse quickly. But, how could hundreds of thousands of demonic armies be dispersed just by saying so? At this moment, a golden haze had begun to bloom on Lin Tianqi's brow. And at this stage of the breakthrough for him who possessed the pure yang sacred body, as long as there was enough energy, it wasn't much more difficult than drinking cold water. Lin Tianqi only felt a roar in his sea of consciousness, like the opening of the heavens. The golden energy in the sea of consciousness began to coalesce, and a small golden man identical to him sat in the center of the sea of consciousness, blossoming with an infinite amount of golden light. The sea of consciousness was expanding as the golden light shone. The size of the sea of consciousness is related to the amount of energy that the cultivator can carry to cultivate the Yuan Shen. The larger the sea of consciousness, the more power it can hold, and the greater the natural benefits for the growth of the Yuan Shen. 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, 100 times. Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness expanded to 100 times the size of an ordinary cultivator before stopping. Yunshi's remnant soul looked on in disbelief. Is this guy really human? This sea of consciousness is a bit too much. When I was in the out-of-body realm and my sea of consciousness was 10 times bigger than that of an ordinary cultivator, I was called by my master as a genius that would not be encountered for 1,000 years. And this guy even has 100 times more. Is the heavens crazy or am I blind? Rumble. As Lin Tianqi was about to make a breakthrough, in an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky above the secret realm suddenly changed. The dark swirls of lead clouds covered the sky and were 1,000 miles in circumference. A purple thunder like a thunder dragon roamed over the clouds, and the powerful heaven and earth pressure caused the demonic beasts below to let out bursts of wails. Su Shishir looked at the sky and muttered, "This guy is crazy. I'm going to take back all the words of concern for him." With that, he started running straight away. A few other imperial princes couldn't help but start cursing. The heart of this human race is too damn black. This was preparing to pull the entire barbarian demon mystic realm's demonic beasts together to cross the tribulation. Su Shishir has already run first for respect, and they naturally will not stay here to carry the heavenly apocalypse with a group of lowly people. However, the heavenly tribulation came even faster than they expected. Boom! A water tank thick purple thunder imitated an open heavenly sword, wrapped in a heaven-destroying momentum, splitting straight down. The target was precisely Lin Tianqi. Before the thunder arrived, Lin Tianqi's head of long hair was already rooted upside down, as if a peacock was opening its screen. The thunder seemed to blow a charge. A streak of thunder in the huge vortex in the sky slammed down as if it was raining, and it was as if it was equipped with precision guidance, hitting every living being under the cover of the robbing cloud with precision. The demon race in the barbarian demon mysterious realm did not have superior techniques or powerful magic spirit treasures, so how could they carry this perverted heavenly tribulation of Lin Tianqi? 90% of the demonic beasts were cleaved into flying dust when a wave of thunder came down. It's good to come. Today, I'm giving you this great gift, so if you can't eat it, you'll have to take it with you. Lin Tianqi's entire body was possessed by golden light, and the power of pure yang was like a burning golden flame. There were even countless tiny purple thunder flashes in it. Bucket-thick purple thunder smashed into Lin Tianqi's body, instantly drowning it. This sourness, Little Master's whole body in addition to a steel gun, and is the hard mouth. District Thunderbolt but so Chapter 54, Slaying the White Tiger Emperor's Son. Advancement, Dual Yuan Shun. Only to see Lin Tianqi dragging the thunderbolt running towards the White Tiger Demon Emperor's own son. White fracture, retreat, back. Only to see that White Split had already appeared in its original form, a two-winged white tiger that was nearly 100 meters long. Dragons from the clouds and tigers from the wind. The white tiger incited its wings and stamped its feet on the gale, desperately fleeing. But, as fast as the wind is, it can't be as fast as lightning. Lin Tianqi's body was enveloped within purple lightning, and he directly rode on top of White Fracture's body. Boom! Another bucket-thick purple divine thunderbolt descended from the sky. The white cracked tiger whistled repeatedly, but Lin Tianqi stuck to him as if he were a dog's skin. Roar! Thunder landed and all of White Crack's white fur split into black. Lin Tianqi wasn't doing well either, but his holy body had absorbed the energy of the Qilin controlling lightning, and his resistance to lightning was far higher than by Crack's. Jia, Tiger Bone, Tiger Whip. Little Master will take it. Go to hell. Lin Tianqi raised the giant K immortal sword and thrust it at the top of Bai Crack's head. Clank! A sound of gold and iron was heard, only to see a golden giant sword above Bai Crack's head resisting the giant K immortal sword. Friend of the human race, as long as you let me go, I'm willing to give away a spiritual treasure, and you'll also receive the friendship of the White Tiger Demon Emperor. Wherein Lingbao is the fragrance of Tiger Whip. Boom! Another bucket-thick thunder landed. White Crack trembled, and the huge golden sword above his head trembled, and Lin Tianqi saw his chance and plunged his sword straight into the White Tiger's heavenly spirit. Roar! Human clan! The White Tiger clan will not let you go. White Crack was truly afraid at this point. Unlike Qi Badian, at this time, he couldn't even keep his Yuan Shun. The Yuan Shin of the out-of-body realm was exposed to this heavenly calamity and was directly split into flying dust. Boom! Roar! The giant K immortal sword in Lin Tianqi's hand was inserted 3 more times, and the immortal sword was ablaze with a blazing flame. Don't! As long as you spare me, I will recognize you as my lord. Please, Slave Master Jr. Only wants females. You're not good enough. Die for me. Put! The brilliant sword went straight through the top of Bai Crack's head and pierced through his chin. At the same time, what was penetrated together was also the Yuan Shinin Bai Crack's sea of consciousness. Completely dead. Boom! The huge white tiger's corpse smashed into the ground. Lin Tianqi collected the white tiger's corpse, and there was no breathing under the entire calamity cloud except for him already. A few other emperors had already run away, leaving hundreds of thousands of barbarian demons to be swarmed. Boom! It hurts. After a full 9 bucket-thick thunderbolts had passed, the robbery clouds began to slowly disperse. 1,000 miles around seemed like the end of days. The earth was deeply sunken and covered with a thick layer of black ash. Put! A mouthful of purple golden blood can no longer control the gushing out. The whole body is as if beggars. A horrible wound flowed with purple gold blood. Gutun! Breakthrough! Lin Tianqi drank a bottle of earth milk and let out a long whistle. His breath climbed steeply. The shackles of the late Yuaning stage were broken, and he successfully stepped into the early stage of out-of-body. The moment he broke through the early stage of out-of-body, his yuanshan actually slowly changed in the sea of consciousness, gradually transforming into a purple-gold unicorn. Roar! The qilin rushed out from Lin Tianqi's head and transformed into a phantom thousands of meters in size, roaring up to the sky. A streak of purple thunder landed in a 10-mile radius of Lin Tianqi as if it was a small heavenly calamity. Chirp! Suddenly, a sharp bird call pierced through the clouds, only to see another golden divine bird rushing out from above Lin Tianqi's head. This bird was three-legged and burned with golden flames all over its body, and each feather seemed to be condensed from the pure power of the sun, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Golden Crow. Lin Tianqi had actually condensed 2 yuan shins when he stepped into the out-of-body realm. The purple gold Kirin and the three-legged golden crow crossed the sky, and immediately, a powerful pressure spread out in all directions with Lin Tianqi as the center, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Strong. It's too strong. Yunshi opened her small mouth and looked at the Lin Tianqi Yuanshan in the sea of consciousness, who was riding a purple and gold qilin and had a three-legged golden crow on his shoulder. Her mind was blank. This guy is so evil that he has no boundaries. She had never seen, or even heard of, such a perverted existence. You've picked up a treasure for yourself. Lin Tianqi had made such a big commotion. Yi Wushuang, Xinjiang and the other survivors naturally noticed it as well. The only one who could induce a heavenly calamity of this magnitude, with conditions that allowed it, was Lin Tianqi. The purpose of his doing so is self-evident. All the survivors were silent. Lin Tianqi was using his own strength to break a bloody path for all of them to live. With a lightning tribulation of this scale, without sufficient preparation, the ferocious difficulty could be said to be 10 deaths. Xinjiang clenched his parched lips and rushed forward as if he was desperate, having long since left the others behind. She didn't know why. Her heart hurt so much right now. Obviously, knowing Lin Tianqi for such a short period of time, it was still the last time he was saved by him that he actually spoke. But the thought of that Sino-evil pact between the two, and her heart hurt like hell. Whoosh! Lin Tianqi's mouth grinned up to his ears as he felt his power that had exploded and swelled after his advancement. The ancients are true to their word. Suddenly a sword light sped in the distance, and as Lin Tianqi fixed his eyes on it, it was none other than Xinjiang. Only to see that the powerful breath of Lin Tianqi, who had just stood upright like a pine, was instantly like a candle in the wind, fluttering and flickering as if it was about to go out at any time. Coupled with the fact that he was in rags and covered in dried blood at this point, a sense of sadness came over him. Lin Tianqi just fell straight back. Whoosh! A sword light instantly cut through the sky, and Lin Tianqi only felt as if the back of his head was resting on a soft cushion, and then he was embraced by a not-so-broad embrace. My face felt even more like a summer rain, snapping and falling. Lin Tianqi opened his eyes, only to see Xinjiang staring straight at him, the tears in his eyes as if they were broken beads. Neither spoke, yet it was as if 1,000 words had been spoken. Ha! Little master, is it awesome? Lin Tianqi was resting on Xinjiang's chest, and his whole body seemed to really start hurting. I wanted to pretend to be hurt, but it seems like I'm really hurt. Xinjiang still didn't say anything, just nodded vigorously and just hugged Lin Tianqi a little tighter. Ouch! Well, Lin Tianqi's eyes widened, and the two of them were so close that they could clearly see each other's eyes. At the lips, there was a hint of dryness in the softness. She kissed tactlessly, but hard. The robbery clouds dispersed, and a golden haze in the sky resumed the earth. Chapter 55, Return to Tianyuan, Legend of the Ancient Heavenly Court. All of the surviving trialists stood silently 100 meters away, with envy and more blessings in their gazes. Lin Tianqi could be said to have saved them all with his own strength, regardless of how they viewed Lin Tianqi in the past and in the future. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with gratitude. With hundreds of thousands of barbarian demons dead and wounded, the entire barbarian demon mysterious realm seemed to have become quiet. The human trialists returned to the location where the portal had opened and waited for it to open again. The imperial sons of the demon race were even more scared out of their wits by Lin Tianqi's madness. Shi Zhaotian's physical body was destroyed, and by crack was even worse, ending up with a flying soul. Su Shishir sent a message to Lin Tianqi that the demon imperial princes were ready to leave. That means she's leaving too, but the good thing is that this separation won't last too long. Lin Tianqi had also gotten a brand new piece of information from the little fox, the ancient celestial court. Legend has it that in the ancient times, since the opening of the sky and the earth, there were the first batch of living beings, and these beings were innately extraordinary, and were born with the great power to move mountains and fill up the sea. These beings are called gods. As a long period of time passed, gods united with gods and a second group of beings arose, and these offspring were born with the fruits of the Tao of longevity, immortal and undying, and were called ancient immortals. God, as the ruler of the entire cosmic flood, establishes the heavenly court, and this stage is called the immortal ancient. God's long reign gradually aroused the discontent of the ancient immortals, and so the fights began. Although the war eventually ended with the gods winning, the powerful forces of the gods and the ancient immortals struck the mountains and rivers to pieces, and the entire world was broken into 4 continents, as well as many small broken pieces. The betrayal of the ancient immortals has caused the gods to stop trusting even their descendants, but the vast world needs to function, and new forces are needed to replenish the vacancies of the ancient immortals. And so it came to pass that the great god of the gods, manhwa, created a whole new race, man. The gods also passed down the cultivation method and taught the human race to cultivate, and those who succeeded in their cultivation were called immortals. The gods named the 4 continents the divine realm, the immortal realm, the human realm, and the underworld. As for the small worlds formed by those fragments, the slightly larger ones became attached to the human realm, while the slightly smaller ones became unowned, floating in the void, either not yet discovered or becoming the heavenly paradise of certain magical powers. For example, the small world before Lin Tianqi came to the Tianyuan realm was a small fragment that was dependent on the human continent. The Tianyuan realm, the barbarian demon realm, is just a part of the continent of the human world. There were 3,000 worlds of this size on the human world continent. In order to prevent the immortals from going back to the path of the ancient immortals, the gods gradually decentralized and retreated behind the scenes, practicing in the divine realm, pushing the immortals to the foreground to manage the other 3 realms besides the divine realm. The ancient celestial court, as an ancient battlefield during the immortal ancient period, had also been refined by the gods with great magical power into a spirit-based world. Anyone who had cultivated to the realm of separated spirits could, with their yuan shun, sense the existence of the ancient celestial court, and through the southern heavenly gate they could enter the ancient celestial court to practice. Of course, not all cultivators at the divine separation realm could sense the existence of the ancient celestial court, and only a small number of those with outstanding talent could enter. The ancient heavenly court had also gradually become a place of trial and contention for young geniuses in the 3 realms. More than anything, it has become the cradle of the immortal court for absorbing the best talents. Legend has it that the ancient celestial court also contains the chances of the gods and ancient immortals, and those who have great chances can even ascend to the heavens in a single step. After Lin Tianqi got this information, he straightly exclaimed, "This plot is familiar to me. Isn't this similar to the realm of the void god in that your What's His Name novel?" Now that he had entered the out-of-body stage, advancing one major realm would be the divine separation realm. The little fox had earned 10,000 cave sweat points, which was also enough to exchange for a breakthrough dan for the fractal god realm. The two agreed to meet again in the ancient celestial court, and the little fox returned to the barbarian demon realm with reluctance. Lin Tianqi should logically go and see him off, but naturally, Xinjiang was like a different person, taking care of him every day without moving an inch. It's really kind of hard to get out of it. Now is not the time to publicize his relationship with the little fox. Just made a great effort to exterminate hundreds of thousands of savage demons, and then turned his hand to be found to have a leg with the demon emperor's own son. This is not yellow mud falling into the crotch of his pants. It is not possible to say it is not clear. The perfect persona, painstakingly created, is in danger of collapsing the house. At this point, there was no longer any danger, and the cultivators took materials from the ground and built many wooden huts here as a place to stay. I have to say, the human sense of form, that's planted in the genes. Lin Tianqi, the big contributor, and his injured body, naturally didn't need to do it himself. At this moment, Lin Tianqi was lying on a large bed that smelled of resin. The injuries sustained from this crossing were really not light, especially the traumatic injuries. Some of the power of the thunderbolt was still stored in the wound, causing it to heal much slower. Xinjiang naturally became the one who took care of him, cleaning, changing the medicine, without fail. "Hey, I'll wipe it myself." Lin Tianqi was really a bit embarrassed. Xinjiang's face was expressionless, but his eyes were full of persistence. "Done. Who? Dragon Head Lin, senior sister Shen. The portal is opening. We can go home." Ah, ouch. Lin Tianqi only felt a cone of pain as his life hammer took a bludgeoning. "I'm sorry, are you okay?" Why don't I blow you?" "No need. I must have owed you money in my last life. Quickly dress me." "Little master, the head of the Lin dragon. What is the decency of such an image?" "Oh." After some tinkering, Lin Tianqi put on his clothes, and Xinjiang acted as a humanoid crutch, helping Lin Tianqi out of the wooden house, only to see a huge vortex in the sky, tearing the void apart in general. A streak of white light shot out from the cracks, and then a huge space door slowly opened. This time the space gate was far larger than when they had arrived. The moment the teleportation door opened, only to see groups of heavy-faced cultivators flying out in dense groups. But when they saw that the thousands of trialists below them were cheering and leaping and waving their hands in greeting, while the entire barbarian demon mystic realm was silent, momentarily somewhat confused. What the hell? This doesn't look like a scene of being surrounded by demons in any way, does it? When they learned that Lin Tianqi had taken out hundreds of thousands of barbarian demons with his own strength, and that he had even wasted the flesh of the Kirin demon emperor's own son, and that he had beheaded the white tiger demon emperor's own son in front of the formation. The crowds of people who had come to the rescue only felt that either these people were crazy, or they themselves were crazy. But when Lin Tianqi placed the white tiger demon emperor's own son, by Crack's corpse, in front of the crowd, they finally believed this absurd fact. There were too many people who came to rescue them, and it was already half a day later when the crowd returned to the Yinyang Holy Land. Just as the crowd returned through the portal with the joy of going home, 100 miles away, a black-robed Lu Fan gazed at the crowd in the distance. Behind it were about 100 or so half-human, half-demon savage demons, and the loins of that great green Lin snake had all transformed into human forms. Lin Tianqi, you've won this round. I'll give you a surprise in 10 years, Lu Fan said, turning around and plunging into the dark jungle. As he left, more than 100 half-humans and half-demons followed behind him, and from today onwards, this land would have only one king. With the return of the crowd, Lin Tianqi's deeds spread by the dozens, by the hundreds, and by the millions. At this moment, the Yinyang Holy Land was gathering hundreds of thousands of reinforcements that were preparing to enter the barbarian demon mysterious realm. All of these people became sounding boards for Lin Tianqi's glorious deeds. When Xinjiang appeared in the square of the Yinyang Holy Land with Lin Tianqi on his frame, the entire Yinyang Holy Land completely exploded. Everyone was chanting Lin Tianqi's name. All were paying him high tribute. Countless female cultivators were so excited that tears flowed down their faces, and the cries of wanting to warm the comforter for Lin Tianqi went straight to the clouds. Those who cried and fainted were in the thousands, and the scene got out of control for a while. In the end, he really couldn't control it, so Lin Tianqi had to use the need to recuperate from his injuries and hurriedly return to Qingyun Peak, which gradually dispersed the scene. The revelry is over though, but the legend belonging to Lin Lonso has only begun. Chapter 56, White Tiger Treasure Pill, Dung Jin Killing Power, Mte Qingyun, the third day of Lin Tianqi's return. Finally have your own time. The first day of the return will be pulled by Jiang Lingyun to report work. Report a whole day. Tired waist and knee sore and soft this only released. I have to say, there is a strong Dao couple. Pleasure and pain coexist. The next day, it was natural to accompany Li Mengxian. As a result, in less than half a day, Li Mengxian became unwell and fell unconscious, giving her the opportunity to be unhelpful herself. The spare half-day is accompanied by Lin Wanner. Will he in the barbarian demon's secret realm of the feet, and after some artistic processing to speak to Lin Wanner, such as staged a sword kill barbarian demon millions of what? The little girl's eyes were full of little stars as she listened. What's more, as a younger sister, she had Lin Tianqi sign her name on hundreds of portraits of herself, and had thoughtfully prepared pen and ink. The little girl has learned to be treacherous nowadays and knows that it's better to ask for help than to ask for help. Instead of pleasing Li Mengxian for pocket money, it would be better to go straight to the source of his brother. Hundreds of autographs, and at least sell tens of thousands of spirit stones. Lin Tianqi to adoptive parents have a guilty conscience. Lin Weiner naturally want to take care of more. Lin Weiner's a degree of application, he is never stingy. It could be said that Lin Wanner's cultivation and treatment nowadays was definitely far beyond the level of the Holy Land's holy sons and daughters. The foundation is unbreakable. However, the little girl saw Li Mengxian's wasted and arrogant. Without a few million spirit stones in her pocket, she always felt that she was a beggar in front of Li Mengxian. The top of Green Cloud Peak, a stone platform constructed entirely of fire spirit essence stone, had been built next to the straw hut where the hut was knotted. The rich fire aura melted all the snow around the stone platform. Sitting on it to cultivate, the rich fire attribute aura spontaneously entered his body, and it also made Lin Tianqi find the feeling of a hot bed in his old home in the northeast before he crossed over. Lin Tian weapon was sitting on top of the stone platform this time, and the demon refining gourd in his hand was blooming with a platinum-like Gengjin Qi. Before opening the lid, the emanation of gung-gold gas will be like a sword to tear the void. The gourd is a burst of roar, as if there are thousands of horses in the gallop to kill. Lin Tianqi opened the gourd mouth. In an instant, the sound of the tiger's roar shook the entire mountain top of the snow, constantly shaking down. A powerful killing breath came to the face. The Gengjin power is transformed into thousands of sword visions, exuding a heaven-destroying killing power, with the experience of refining and absorbing the Qilin treasure pill. This time, when refining this gourd white tiger treasure pill, Lin Tianqi could be said to be much more comfortable. Previously, when he took the Qilin treasure pill, he was at the peak of Yuaning, and now that he was at the cultivation level of the out-of-body realm. So in pairing it with the other complementary treasure pills, Lin Tianqi slightly increased the amount of medicine. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the gourd and drank it all in one gulp. A majestic and sharp force exploded in his mouth, like a raging torrent of gung-ho gold, going straight down his throat and rushing into all his limbs and bones. This feeling was like swallowing countless divine weapons raw. But this was just the beginning. The Gung Jin power, As the representative of the most killing power, the degree of pain was even more than that of the Qilin treasure pill. The pure yang true flame on the surface of his body burned fiercely, and the power of purple thunder continuously stimulated to enhance the strength of his physical body. Soon, Lin Tianqi was wrapped in white golden gangjin power, and his entire body's clothes were instantly as if they had been cut into pieces by countless small knives. A thin wound appeared on the tough skin. The body was even more miserable, as the gangjin power transformed into countless fine sharp blades, rushing across the meridians. These sharp blades were like miniature scalpels, traumatizing him while removing impurities and whitening his veins. Each impact was accompanied by a sharp pain that drilled into his heart, and at the same time, it represented that he was getting stronger. Gradually, the power of Gangjin began to merge with the physical body under the suppression of the two forces of pure yang and purple heavenly thunder. Unlike the mutual fusion of the power of purple heavenly thunder and the power of pure yang, the power of Gangjin directly rushed into the bones of Lin Tianqi's entire body. As the fusion deepened, Lin Tianqi's bones emitted a thunderous crunching sound, and every inch of bone marrow was baptized by the Gangjin power, glowing with a white gold light. The strength of all the bones in this body was enough to be comparable to a top-grade magic treasure. After a full 3 hours, Lin Tianqi's eyes snapped open, and two white gold rays of light shot out like two overwhelming sword chi, cutting two huge cracks in the void in front of him. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle, his voice containing gung gold killing and pure sun blazing heat, shaking the entire mountain top and trembling. All the spirit beasts in the entire Yin-Yang Holy Land were all trembling and kneeling on the ground in worship. The disciples also couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Qingyin Peak. This is Peak Master Lin, isn't it? It's so strong. Just by listening to this whistling sound, it seems like 1,000 swords are chopping towards me. Other than Peak Master Lin, which one could be so powerful? With Peak Master Lin, it's only a matter of time before my Yin-Yang Sacred Land reaches number 1 in Tianyuan. Although Peak Master Lin is very strong, and the gold content of the top of the subterranean dragon ranking is there for all to see, but Peak Master Lin is still too young now, and it will take some time to carry the banner of the Holy Land, so you guys are cudgeling him. Have you ever seen a 20-year-old at the out-of-body realm? Have you ever seen one person exterminate hundreds of thousands of barbarian demons? Those people in your mouth may be geniuses, but they can only be eclipsed in front of Lin Fengmaster. It's not that I'm blowing smoke up Lin Fengmaster's ass, but his strength simply doesn't allow him to keep a low profile. You're awesome. I can't beat you. The two of them parted on bad terms, and since Lin Tianqi's return, the talk about Lin Tianqi had never stopped. Before the battle with Yi Wushuang, everyone was full of doubts about Lin Tianqi, the third of the subterranean dragons, and after the battle, the doubts about him being the top of the subterranean dragons list became even greater. But with the trip to the barbarian demon mystic realm, everyone had to admit that amongst the young people of the Tianyuan realm, no one could see Lin Tianqi's back anymore. Even Yi Wushuang, who was claimed to be the reincarnation of the Heavenly Thunder Ministry's righteous god, became dim in front of him. Yi Wushuang was even more glad that he was about to break through the split god realm, and breaking through the split god realm automatically removed his name from the potential dragon list, while the human list of the divine separation realm, the earth list of the harmonization realm, and the heavenly list of the cavernous void realm all required a one-on-one challenge, with only 10 positions on each list, and a victory over a formidable opponent with a minimum ranking of 10th place was required to get on the list. It could be said that every strong person on the list was an absolute ruler among the same realm, a veteran who had gone through hundreds of battles. Unlike the potential dragon ranking, the human ranking, earth ranking, and heaven ranking had no age limit anymore, just talking about the same realm battle power. For example, Li Changshu, who is now the 9th in the human ranking, elderly. This old guy is now 2,000 years old, still at the peak of the divine separation realm without a breakthrough, although it looks like it is already old and decrepit, but by virtue of the super rich combat experience, it firmly occupies the position of the top 10 of the human list. He was a famous nail in the list of people in the heavenly Yuan realm. The challenger would rather challenge the 8th strongest than face this awful old man. So for Lin Tianqi's view, it was roughly divided into 3 factions. The younger generation was Lin Tianqi's absolute iron powder. It was more like the existence of a totem in general. In their eyes Lin Tianqi was a god. There was another faction that was sensible. They didn't deny that Lin Tianqi was strong and had unrivaled talent, but at the same time, they also felt that the current Lin Tianqi was overhyped and mythologized. There is also the last disparaging faction. These people are the least, but as extreme as the young faction. Most of these people have some strength, but depressed, trying their best to be a little short of success of the miserable people. They would angrily retort whenever they heard about Lin Tianqi's success, even threatening that Lin Tianqi was a look-alike, a product of the Yin-Yang sacred ground's belief in god-making, and that he wouldn't be able to hold up a single move in their hands. There were even extreme people who even let out harsh words that Lin Tianqi had better shrink in the Yin Yang sacred land, or else he might die just as soon as he left the mountain gate of the sacred land. As a result, this bastard was hung on the mountain gate of the Yin Yang Holy Land the next day, and the back door was also inserted with 3 large onions, and the tragic state of death was simply scandalous. That's what puts this kind of talk to rest in plain sight. In the Yin Yang Holy Land, within the Qian Palace, the 9 palace masters within the Yin Yang Holy Lord, the peak masters of the 36 main peaks, and the elders gathered together. Only now they could all only sit on their knees in the middle of the great hall, with their heads lowered to listen to the teachings of the one on the high platform. Only hearing her lightly opening her vermilion lips, her majestic voice enveloped the entire hall. I wish to enthrone Lin Tianqi as the holy son of the Yin Yang Holy Land. Who opposes? Chapter 57, Ordination of the Holy Son. A popular choice? The majestic voice resounded in the middle of this silent hall. Unlike the Jiang Lingyun that Lin Tianqi had seen, he always wore a loose robe, his bare feet sipping spirit wine and reading talk books in a lazy image. At this time, Jiang Lingyun is sitting on a high platform, wearing gorgeous clothes. Her whole body is covered with immortal light. Behind her, around a big sun and bright moon constantly alternating between rising and falling. She is the absolute master of this place. No, I should say the absolute master of the Yin Yang Holy Land. Jiang Lingyun didn't ask who was in favor of enthroning Lin Tianqi as a holy son, but rather who was against it. Which of the 9 palace masters of the following 9 palaces and the peak masters of the 36 main peaks dared to speak out against it? Not to mention that Lin Tianqi was a supreme genius. Even if he was an ordinary genius, they had to recognize that this was Jiang Lingyun, the authority of the 9 ancestors of the Yin Yang Holy Land. Voting for a holy son? What a joke! Since when does the world of practitioners speak of democracy? What's the point of practicing immortality when voting is good? Saint Lin's son is desired by all. Congratulations to the Holy Land and to the old ancestor for obtaining this talented person. After 2 seconds of silence, the group quickly strung together slogans and bellowed in unison. Jiang Lingyun nodded in satisfaction and said, "Declare the Holy Son to come and deliver it." The crowd below still couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. Even if they were to be enthroned as a saintly son, that would have to be done after the enthronement ceremony had been held before Lin Tianqi could formally enjoy the rights of a saintly son. The 9 ancestors were in such a hurry to push Lin Tianqi to the throne. Could it be that they were going to take the sacred lord to the top this time with the secret realm matter? The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but look at the Holy Lord with some complexity in their eyes. Although the strength of the Yin Yang Holy Lord was the weakest amongst the successive generations of Holy Lords, his character was not strong enough, and he formulated a conservative strategy for the sect, which caused the other Holy Lands to gradually look down on the Yin Yang Holy Land, and the status of the number 1 Holy Land of the Heavenly Yuan realm back then disappeared. It was false that they, the Palace Masters and Peak Masters, didn't have any complaints against the Yin Yang Sacred Lord, but for so many years, the Yin Yang Holy Lord had worked diligently, and they had likewise seen it in their eyes. As the saying goes, there is no credit but there is hard work. Look at that head full of gray hair, let a person's heart sad ah. As a result, close to retirement also caught up with this thing. Take out the top cylinder. If the late day is not guaranteed, the Yin Yang Sacred Lord felt a gaze, and his heart cried out, "What is the situation? Old me just wants to mix until retirement. Could it be that this small wish can't be fulfilled?" Xingyun Peak. Lin Tian weapon had just boosted a wave and was about to go see if Li Meng Xian had woken up when he was suddenly informed to go to the Qian Palace to deliver it. He came to the Yin Yang Holy Land for 3 years, which was still the first time a big girl went to the sedan chair and changed his clothes to Qiankuan. When he entered the main hall, he saw that the top management of the Holy Land was kneeling, and high above him, Jiang Lingyun was like a lord. The difference between Jiang Lingyun's image at this moment and the image lying in front of him was really a bit big. Disciple Lin Tianqi, meet the 9 ancestors, the Sacred Lord, and the elders. Come up. With a wave of Jiang Lingyun's veiled hand, a jade platform appeared in its lower left corner. Thank you, 9 ancestors. Lin Tianqi walked forward and sat on the jade platform. Looking up, he could see the crowd of bigwigs from the Yin Yang Holy Land kneeling below, even including the Yin Yang Holy Lord. It could be said that at this point, Lin Tianqi's position was already greatly overstepped. The Holy Son, the Holy Daughter called well, also has great power, but at the top, it was a little higher than the peak masters of the 36 main peaks, far less than the 9 palace masters, not to mention the Holy Masters. This position of Lin Tianqi at this moment was simply another old ancestor's position. The other people's hearts were in shock. The Yin Yang Holy Lord was indifferent. Others did not know, but he knew Lin Tianqi's true identity. The 9 ancestors Tao couple that was not the old ancestor? It was still that the 9 ancestors had tightened up. Otherwise Lin Tianqi would have had to sit with the 9 ancestors. Aside from the Yin Yang Sacred Lord, it was 3rd Elder Zhang Jingxian. This master teacher of hers was a front for the 9 ancestors to raise their young husbands, and it seemed that Lin Tianqi's performance in the barbarian demon mystic realm was just too heaven-defying, breaking the 9 ancestors' original planning and pushing Lin Tianqi to the forefront in advance. But this seat, it's not that good. The minds of the people in the Great Hall varied as they quietly surveyed the highly seated Lin Tianqi. This survey could not help but feel another shock in his heart. This guy's state was also too relaxed. A pro-disciple, who had first ascended to a high position, facing the center of power of the entire Holy Land, surprisingly didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness, of constraint. It's hard to pretend whether a person is really relaxed or not. Lin Tianqi said, "What is there to be nervous about?" Sitting at the top of the small master have written, "You kneeling, the small master sitting." Which sitting people see kneeling people nervous? Lin Tianqi's performance caused Jiang Lingyun to secretly nod. In addition to the talent of cultivation, a person who has become a great master is equally indispensable in terms of breadth of mind and temperament. The heavenly weapon, a great weaponizer. I know that there are some doubts in your hearts. The enthronement of a holy son is not a small matter, and the enthronement ceremony should be held. However, in the case of the secret realm, 1 out of 10 of the trialists will not survive, so it's not right to organize a ceremony at this time, both in terms of sense and reason. As for the matter of the traitor, what do you think, Jing Song? Yin Yang's sacred lord heard the words in his heart, knowing that this is ready to get on the main course, said, knowing the transmission coordinates of at least 118 people, the secret trial has never had a major accident in the past. The various sects over the years have not attached great importance to the secret trial, so it's not difficult to find out the transmission coordinates. After the Yin Yang Saint Lord said that, he was silent. The meaning is already very obvious. Young disciples to participate in the trial. There are nearly 10,000 years of time before, whether it is the demon race or the human race, still stored to find the Fire Emperor. Yunshi Corp's inheritance of the idea. As a result, the heir could not be found, and then it simply turned into a fight between the younger generation, but also all stored the tacit understanding of the trial. Who would have thought that this time the demon race had come straight to the dark side, wanting to directly trap all the trialists of all the races? The great holy places had not thought of it at all, nor had they any defense against it, and now that something had happened, where was it so easy to find the leaker? It was impossible for the 9 ancestors not to know this truth, but 9 ancestors still asked that, so it means there's something going on here. Then it was the right thing to do to say half of his words and leave half for the 9 ancestors to play out. As expected, seeing that the Yin Yang sacred lord didn't say anything on, Jiang Lingyun looked at Lin Tianqi and said, "What does the sacred son have to say?" The crowd was heartbroken for the Yin Yang Holy Lord for another 3 seconds. Today the Holy Lord is destined to be a stepping stone for the Holy Son. Lin Tianqi pondered for a moment and said, "Exactly who knew the coordinates? Disciple doesn't know, but whether there was a direct leaker amongst those who initially knew the coordinates, or whether he had no intention of leaking it to anyone else before passing it on to the demon clan. What is certain is that someone who initially knew the coordinates must have made a mistake, and now that things are out of the way, it's even more of a crime not to confess. Why don't we have all these people make an oath that whoever leaks the information will have bad luck? Everything will go wrong. They will lose their money and suffer disasters. Their cultivation will never improve, and they will be struck by lightning when they go out?" Asterisk. When the crowd heard Lin Tianqi's words and then looked at Lin Tianqi's handsome face, they were suddenly struck with a vicious chill. With such a good-looking face, how come your heart is so vicious? Jiang Lingyun almost didn't collapse, and her good-looking eyes under the immortal light even gave Lin Tianqi a blank stare. But on second thought, it's not like that's not an option. Knowing that the coordinates of the people are all high-powered, no evidence to arrest and try really not make the unrest, for no one's benefit, but let them take an oath. If they haven't done it naturally it doesn't matter. Don't do anything wrong. Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. If the thief is too scared to do so, then he is naturally exposed. If you harden your heart and make a vow, the great Tao vow is no joke, but it will be fulfilled one by one. Once out the door, the good guy was struck by lightning, or not. Good. Then, starting with you, make an oath. What the crowd didn't expect was that the 9 ancestors had agreed to this seemingly absurd solution. This is an iron will to help the Holy Son to the throne. It seems that we have to make good relations with this Holy Son Lord. Soon, the 9 palaces palace masters, and the 36 peak masters all made their vows, and Jiang Lingyun couldn't help but feel relieved in her heart. She didn't want this leaker to come from the Yin Yang sacred land. After the business was finished, Jiang Lingyun gave the order to disband. Wait, that I ask, how much power do I have as a holy son? Lin Tianqi had a coy look on his face, as if he was a college student entering society, asking him about his salary with innocent eyes. The crowd couldn't help but hold back a bit. This saint's son was really a superb one. You can't ask for power like that. Jing Song, How much power do you think is appropriate for the Holy Son to assign now? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could this saint's son be the bastard son of the 9 ancestors? This is too much to favor him. Jiang Lingyun's words completely soured the crowd. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord sighed in his heart, but in order to be able to enjoy retirement in the future, he also had to cooperate with this pair of adulterous, Taoist couples' performance. It's a skillful job to not only distribute power to the saints, but not let the other top brass cut their teeth. The Holy Son doesn't have experience in handling specific matters yet. Why don't we let the Holy Son take custody of the Holy Land's treasury first? You see? Lin Tianqi's eyes lit up at his words. Jing Song, this brother can get along. Zhang Lingyun took a look at the glowing eyes of Lin Tianqi, but could not help but secretly said, "Go back and also urge this little bastard. Do not empty the treasure trove." Chapter 58, Yunshi, am I even a mistress? Peak Master Lin has been ordained as a saint's son? Still called Peak Lord Lin. From now on, you'll be called Lord Saint's son. The position of Saint's son of the Holy Land has been vacant for hundreds of years, and we've finally waited for our chosen saint's son. I would like to call Saint's son Lin the strongest saint's son of all times. Hey, when did the atmosphere of the Yin-Yang Holy Land become so unpleasant? Everyone has become an ass-kisser. That Lin Tianqi is only 20 years old, and his cultivation is only at the out-of-body realm. Do you know what the cultivation level of the holy sons and daughters of other holy places is? They're all in the harmony realm, the same as the holy son, the holy daughter. The difference of 2 big realms. After the encounter still do not know to be made fun of into what kind. You these slips. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Who threw a rotten egg? I'm not going to be able to do that. Who the hell threw the, old man? Vomit. Don't throw it. I'm wrong. Lin Xingzi is the strongest. Saint Sun Lin's magic power is boundless, unifying Tian Yuan. Mte Qing Yun. Li Mengxian finally woke up. When she bathed, she was angry and ashamed to see the single finger mark on her body. This sinful disciple doesn't know how to pity her at all, but one's heart was happy again to have made that sinful disciple so loved. She was different from others, such as Xinjiang. In the line of the secret realm, Lin Tianqi was considered to have been honest and open, and Xinjiang had also settled for a kiss. But for her, the most important thing was still cultivation. This was clear to both Xinjiang and Lin Tianqi, including Jiang Lingyun. The same was true. The only exception was Li Mengxian. She had her peculiarities, the emotional foundation of 10 years of spending time together in the lower realms, and the abnormality of her own body, which allowed her to devote herself wholeheartedly to this sinful relationship. Her world was simple. Only Lin Tianqi. You. Who are you? Li Mengxian suddenly felt a gaze that frightened her and she hurriedly retreated into the bathtub, only to see a woman in a white swordsman's uniform float right in front of her, looking straight at her, more spectacular in person than in image. It's huge. Li Mengxian was dumbfounded. Although this woman was no different from a real person, Li Mengxian could tell at a glance that the other party was not human. Qin Yunfeng surprisingly haunted Ah Piao. You, don't come over. I'm good. My man is even better. You go now and I'll pretend nothing happened. Or else. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. By way of introduction, my name is Yunshi. I'm Lin Tianqi's master. I know you're her Taoist, you can call me master as well. Yunshi was very attracted to this somewhat droll oversized doll. Obviously grew so big. Look at the age is also much older than Lin Tianqi. But the heart of the heart is not Lin Tianqi, a string of zeros behind the zeros more. You're Lin Tianqi's master? Then you'll have to call me sister. I'm Lin Tianqi's first master teacher. He's only where he is today because of my devoted guidance. Oh. All that teaching in bed? You're finished. I'm telling you, I'm awesome. If you have the guts to wait for me for 500 years, I'll make you cry and call me sister. Okay. What happens after 500 years? Let's talk about it later. Right now I'm better than you. It's not like it's a loss for you to call me master. I'll teach you a set of sword techniques, and you tell me, how to get bigger there. Li Mengxian was shocked. Are all PPOs this curly now? Besides, I'm a natural at this. Cloudseeker didn't get what he expected and was upset. Seeing Yunshi's gloomy little face, Li Mengxian couldn't help but say, that, my sinful disciple said that rubbing it more will also make it bigger. Why don't you go back and rub it? You're telling the truth? It was as if Yunshi saw the colors of life again. Really? I didn't used to be this big. Whether it's useful to PPO or not though, I don't know. PPO? You're the one who's Apal. This seed is called the Undying Divine Spirit. Yunshi said, and directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. An indestructible soul? Isn't that still PPO? Li Mengxian skimmed her mouth. This woman is tiny everywhere and her mouth is still quite hard. Hey, didn't she say she'd trade for a set of swordsmanship? Sure enough, it's a deceitful ghost. This woman was a sword cultivator of the Mahayana realm in her lifetime. One finger is enough to kill a little piece of trash like you. Do you want her to kneel in front of you and call her sister? As long as you let me go, you and I are one. Not to mention the small Tianyuan realm. 500 years is enough for you to be called an ancestor in the immortal realm. You can blow her soul away with a single bite. Li Mengxian's mind remembered that woman's voice again. Li Mengxian had seen it all now. She realized that this woman had no way to take her except to tempt her every day, so she was still afraid of a hammer. Hammer is still pretty scary. Li Mengxian, what are you thinking? Rumble of a stomach. Li Mengxian shrank her head into the tub as if that would drown the sledgehammer in her head. Lin Tianqi received the secret key to the Yinyan Holy Land's treasure trove, and gathered the elders in charge of guarding the treasure trove, and the disciples for a meeting. The spirit of the meeting was just one: whoever came to apply for the treasure had to draw it himself before it could be withdrawn. Otherwise not a single spirit stone is allowed to be taken. After the meeting, opening the door to the treasury and closing it, Lin Tianqi let out the villain's exclusive laugh. GGG are all mine. But, after strolling around, Lin Tianqi realized a problem. This Yin-Yang Holy Land's treasure trove is also too poor, isn't it? There were only a few hundred precious medicines over 1,000 years old. Most of them are 300 years old, 500 years old, 800 are considered excellent, adding up to several thousand plants. The various heavenly materials for refining weapons added up to about 10,000 pounds. There were 30,000 to 50,000 top-grade spirit elixirs, but there were also a few gourds of pseudo-mortal elixirs, almost 100 or so. It was a far cry from what he had imagined. Immortal pills, immortal weapons, at least it's a holy land that has been inherited for tens of thousands of years. Is that all you have? There were tens of thousands of precious medicines over several thousand years old lying in his storage ring, the essence of the 5 elements that have to be counted by the ton. So poor. Lin Tianqi casually poured out 3 of each of those gourds of pseudo-immortal pills, packed them back up and took all the others away. Anything else? He really wasn't interested in. Let's take half of the elixir first. The materials for refining weapons he couldn't refine and wasn't interested in taking. 1 word, poor. 2 words, too poor. Back at Qingyun Peak, a white light sped up and drilled into Lin Tianqi's brow, and it was none other than Yunshi. Is the master finished with his excursion? Under the guise of having a good stroll through the scenery 10,000 years from now, Yunshi ran to Li Mengxian to ask for the secret. As a result, I tried it myself. Good guy. Directly screwed myself, and in my heart, I directly gave Li Mengxian the persona of a small wave hoof. Well, Lin Tianqi listened to this from Yunshi and couldn't help but lift his eyebrows. This nasal voice, why is it so heavy, so familiar? Could it be that, during his absence, Master? Yunshi couldn't help but blush as she looked at the image that had coalesced in Lin Tianzi's sea of consciousness, her eyes blazing with fire and her ears puffing out smoke. Sins, sinner, what are you thinking? For the master. For the master. Master doesn't need to explain. The apprentice can understand it all. You can have the idea of enjoying life. The apprentice can't wait to be happy. I really don't have the idea of ridiculing you. You understand a grandmother's leg? I really didn't do anything like that. I just wanted to try to see if what that big melon said was true. A big dangling melon? Who's the big gourd? That Taoist of yours. She even asked me to call her sister. Reverse Tiangang. As if Yunshi had found a lifesaver, she instantly shifted the topic to how Li Mengxian disrespected her as a master. Let you call your sister. If you are in order of priority, you are indeed the youngest, right? You sinful disciple. Master will return to the heavenly sword Holy Land. Haha, Master is still a bit cute. Did you really have a cold-faced sword immortal persona before? Get out. Chapter 59, Yunshi, I'm all for guiding him in his cultivation. The days pass in a dull and juicy way. In a flash, it's 30 sunrises and sunsets. The green cloud peak of Lin Tianqi has become a mecca for punching cards. The young disciples of the Yin-Yang Holy Land even got up every morning to pay homage to the direction of Qingyun Peak. What's more, every time he goes on a mission, participates in an examination under the door, and before confessing his love for the girl he loves, he has to pray to Qingyun Peak, and in order to express his sincerity, he has to kowtow 3 times and pray for the blessing of the Holy Sun Lord. It would be a lie for the executives of the Yin-Yang Holy Land to say that they weren't envious. All of them old guys will gradually grow old, and all of these young disciples will grow up. When these young disciples became the mainstay of the Holy Land, how far would Lin Tianqi's prestige reach? I'm afraid that only the founding fathers can be compared to them. The eyes of the female disciples of the entire Yin-Yang sacred ground were nailed to the Saint Sun, not being able to get his person, but it didn't affect them from swooning over the Saint Sun's portrait every day. Li Mengxian decisively caught the wave of business opportunities, and developed Lin Tian where 1-to-1 ratio of large dolls, a need to 1,000 spirit stones. Business is called a hot, because the price is too expensive. It makes those female disciples who are not very well off come up with the crowdfunding model that only exists in the latter days. 7 people pooled their money to buy one. each taking a day's turn. Lin Tianqi couldn't help but praise him when he found out. What a ing talent. Li Mengxian had stopped counting spirit stones nowadays. She simply couldn't finish counting them. The job had been given to her chief assistant, Lin Wan. Lin Waner eventually bowed her unyielding head to the evil Li Mengxian, suffering the evil of the human heart at a young age. It's because Li Mengxian gave too much. 20% commission on doll revenue. Lin Waner's pride only lasted for 3 seconds before it collapsed, hugging Li Mengxian's thighs and calling out, "Sister-in-law, you're my own sister-in-law." Li Mengxian was so enraptured by this call of sister-in-law that she gave Lin Waner another 5 percentage points on the spot. Lin Waner, on the other hand, had quietly set up a 3-3 plan within her heart. 3 years to learn from her sister-in-law, 3 years to surpass her sister-in-law, and 3 years to replace her sister-in-law. She, Lin Waner, is just strategically bowing her head now. Unbeknownst to this pair of living treasures, the battle of wits will continue for countless 3-3 planning. Lin Tianqi's freshness of being honored on the throne of the Saint's Son only lasted for a week, and aside from multiple Saint's Son titles and a treasure trove that he thought was poor, it seemed like there was no difference from what he used to have. As the black bear spirit asked Guanyin, the monk's dusty relationship has been broken, and the sea of gold has been dried up. Why can't the elder let go of one piece of clothing? Guanyin replied, "If I had not put on this garment, how would the world have known that my earthly ties had been broken and the golden sea dried up?" Lin Tianqi had collected the treasures of the underground palace nurtured by the fall of 2 Mahayana cultivators for 10,000 years, and in looking at the treasury of the Yin-Yang Holy Land, it was like wearing a brocade robe and looking at ordinary clothes, having slept with countless stunning beauties and then looking at mediocre powder. It is natural to be able to have a state of mind that is like stopping water. Lin Tianqi used a 3,000-year-old ginseng king, and caught Jiang Lingyun a chicken with the bloodline of a vermilion bird to make a ginseng cock. 2 pots of spirit wine went down, and Lin Tianqi pulled out a long string of storage rings, and Jiang Lingyun realized how rich the young prime minister was today. Originally thought that the staging should still be a domineering female president in love with a poor boy, but I did not expect that it would be a domineering female president in love with a super invisible tycoon. This made Jiang Lingyun incarnate as little Jiang that night, which really made Lin Tianqi happy and at the same time a little frightened. For 3 days in a row, by the time Lin Tianqi escaped back to Qingyun Peak, his legs were wobbling. Lying on the fire essence stone platform at the top of Qingyun Peak, he yelled at the immortal island in the sky, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't deceive the youth. Little master will one day make you unable to close your legs. Yunshi even couldn't help but be secretly staggered. 10,000 years ago, the little Jiang Lingyun was so cute little girl, but now she has turned into a great mill king. So scary. Yunshi suddenly had a sense of awe for time, for life. Although she 10,000 years ago is the Mahayana sword fairy, but the life experience is like a blank sheet of paper. In addition to practicing the sword, out of the sword is nothing else. This 10,000 years is trapped in the underground palace muddled. She shouldn't hold on to the mentality that she's a hooray old fart. She should try to reintegrate herself into the human world with a fresh mindset, to learn, to feel, and to enjoy the world in all its splendor. It's better to be comfortable in a hot bed. Lin Tianqi lay down on the fire essence stone platform, and strands of fire spiritual energy entered his body, moisturizing his already dried up body as well as the small flames in his body. Sinner, is doing that really so pleasurable? Lin Tianqi's heart tightened at his words, and he said with a straight face, "Master, don't be fooled by appearances. As the saying goes, it's too late. What are you nervous about?" "I'm just asking." "Oh, I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. How can I tell you about this kind of thing?" The disciple is a bit unable to speak. "Then you won't think. I can't see it if you observe it. How stupid. Lin Tianqi was immediately stunned by this proposal. Nima, the little gourd child, was brought crooked by himself. Opening his mouth is the beginning of Nima. Is it possible that my residual soul old granny is also going to be brought crooked? Is Master's villainous aura so powerful? The Master has mentioned it, and there is no need to put forth any effort, so it is just as well to lie down. Lin Tianqi closed his eyes and began to visualize. "Sinner, I told you to think about you and little Jiang Lingyun. You, how dare you plot against Master? Ahem, isn't this more immersive? Are you watching? If not, I'll go to bed. I've been tired for 3 days. You're only allowed to think if you dare to hit the Master. The Master will definitely clean up the door." "Ha!" Lin Tianqi laughed. "This Master is also a wonderful person. There are countless women in the world. All those I meet are people with destiny." This thought was for 3 hours, and Yunshi shrank within Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness, holding her head on her knees as if she were an ostrich. The whole thing was on the verge of becoming a shrunken pangolin. This sinful disciple must have done it on purpose. He didn't play so many tricks with Jiang Lingyun either. Bastard, shameless, sinful, jockeying master's stinking disciple. Lin Tianqi rested for 3 hours, his entire body energized. Take off your shirt and start practicing with your sword. In no time, the whole body began to steam up with gusts of white mist, and the flesh that had been strengthened by the 2 sets of reinforcements was even more so that Yunshi couldn't even look at it directly. Ha! Lin Tianqi let out a loud cry and slashed out with his sword. The snow in the sky flew backwards back into the sky. Can't look, can't look. This must be something he showed me on purpose. I'm his master teacher. How can I guide him in his cultivation if I don't watch? I'm watching it for his cultivation. Yes, that's right. Why is this sinful disciple in such good shape? Chapter 60. There are countless beauties in the world, and whoever I meet is destined to meet them. What? The third elder has been poisoned? Lin Tianqi was playing. Yuck! It's sword practice. Jiang Ling, who hadn't been seen for days, suddenly rushed to Qingyun Peak to seek an audience with the Holy Sun. By the way, Lin Tianqi had become a Holy Sun, and the Yin-Yang Holy Land had been allocated another extremely high-grade spirit peak to show off the status of a Holy Sun. However, Lin Tianqi was already used to living in Qingyun Peak, and he very much liked the snow-capped scenery of the top of Qingyun Peak all year round, so he didn't move there. But that extreme spirit peak Lin Tianqi of course still received. He cannot go to live, but cannot be without. Live and have are 2 different things. The extreme spirit peak didn't go to live, and the full set of security forces prepared for the Holy Sun were directly arranged to the Green Cloud Peak. So the current Qingyun Peak wasn't a place where anyone could come just because they wanted to. Jiang Ling was surprisingly a bit formal when he saw Lin Tianqi again, standing at a distance, head slightly bowed. 3 years ago the other party was still his own, brought from the lower realm, when he was only in the Jindan realm, and he still hugged his arm and pampered. In just 3 years, the other party was now in a position where she could only look up in humility. When the heart of that charming idea is even more to be hidden in the bottom of the heart. Lin Tianqi put away his immortal sword and walked over with his clothes on. The third elder is a connoisseur of playing with poison, and she was poisoned? It's more than a little comical. And even if it was poisoned, what's the point of having Jiang Ling come to him? Little master do poison never consider the problem of antidote. So how to antidote the poison? He is 10 know-how, 9 know-how, 1 know-how. Jiang Ling's heart was like a galloping pony as his footsteps approached, busy opening his mouth to explain. I'm not very clear. The master seems to have no life-threatening danger for the time being, but just let me come to seek the Holy Sun, saying that she was poisoned, and that only the Holy Sun can solve it. The more I hear about it today, the more confused I am about how it sounds and how it feels like he's being seduced. I treat you as my master, and you're all obsessed with my body? Yunshi stated. I didn't. I'm not. I'm all for guiding you in your cultivation. The worry in Lin Tianqi's heart instantly dissipated quite a bit, and it was only then that he noticed Jiang Ling's constraints. Keep looking down at your toes, but can you see your toes with that body? Lin Tianqi couldn't help but walk behind Jiang Ling, who was only about 1.7 meters, and suddenly looked a bit petite in front of Lin Tianqi's nearly 2-meter height. Lin Tianqi stood behind it and looked down. Well, it's true that you can't see the toes. Unbeknownst to him, this little curiosity of his had put Jiang Ling on edge. Only feeling Lin Tianqi's burning body behind her approaching her, she couldn't help but shiver a little nervously. Sister is cold? No, it's not cold. Why are you shaking if it's not cold? Since there's no rush, come inside and talk. It feels like it's been a long time since I've spoken with senior sister. Lin Tianqi draped the robe he was wearing over Jiang Ling and took the lead towards the grass hut. Jiang Ling bit her lip. This small gesture from Lin Tianqi moved her greatly. Lin Tianqi had not belittled her for becoming a saint's son, and while he was touched, his heart was even harder to bear. A man this good is not destined to belong to her. She had cultivated immortality for 200 years and reached the out-of-body realm. Her talent wasn't that bad, or else she wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple by the third elder. However, when compared to those top-tier heavenly prides, the gap became apparent. Jiang Ling's fall from grace was also the fall from grace shared by 99% of the cultivators in the Tianyuan realm. They stood out from the sea of people and became synonymous with genius in the eyes of mortals. But when they really set foot in this immortal cultivation world full of geniuses, they realized that they were just a mediocre person in this group, dancing like a firefly around a few of the brightest stars. There was light, but it was dull. Entering the grass hut, Jiang Ling put away the clothes on his body, carefully folded them, and sheepishly put them into his storage ring. If you can't have this man, it's good to keep a piece of clothing he wore as a souvenir to send your thoughts. He's a holy son, and it's hard to see him on his own without a proper reason. Senior sister, take this. Inside are 10 500-year-old portions of spirit medicines and 5 bottles of top-grade pills. Lin Tianqi took out a jade box and handed it to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling waved his hand repeatedly and said, I can't take it. It's too expensive. Saint, senior brother's thoughts are appreciated. Is senior sister too little? No, no, I really can't have it. Senior brother has just become a holy son and is in charge of the secret key of the treasury. Don't be caught in the act. Senior sister is still so concerned about me. Don't worry. I just got caught for 3 days and lost 10,500-year-old precious medicines for nothing. Such a little thing is nothing. Even if I move all the things from my treasure vault, no one would dare to say anything. Take it quickly. Lin Tianqi talked about this with some resentment. This man must not get drunk, or else he will be shaking out his family. Jiang Ling sniffed and felt self-conscious that Lin Tianqi was powerful to the heavens. 10,500-year-old precious medicines? Not to mention 10 plants. She hasn't seen a single plant. As for the matter of Lin Tianqi being caught in the act for 3 days, if Lin Tianqi didn't say anything, it was not good for her to ask. With the status gap between the two of them, what Lin Tianqi couldn't manage, she could not manage even more. Seeing Jiang Ling accepting the jade box, Lin Tianqi then laughed. Senior sister like this is not like the senior sister in my impression. 3 years ago, senior sister was like a celestial being descending from the heavens, but it made me adore her. Senior brother is laughing. Senior brother is heavenly talented. 3 years and walked in front of me, but I have used 200 years. In another 3 years, I won't even be able to see senior brother's footprints. If everyone gets along based on status and cultivation, then if the son's cultivation exceeds the mother's, does the mother have to call the son's father in turn? Am I, Lin Tianqi, that unsavory image in senior sister's eyes? Naturally not. I understand all of senior brother's meaning, but if I have to be self-aware and lean upwards without any self-consciousness, I'm afraid that senior brother will dislike it and wear away the few bits of good impression that I have. All blame me for these 3 years of drunken cultivation, but actually cold feet my nobleman, I can have today. Senior sister brought me to the Yin-Yang Holy Land. The credit cannot be ignored. If senior sister doesn't mind, how about recognizing me as a god brother? What senior brother said is true. Jiang Ling smelled the joy, simply to overflow. This surprise came too suddenly. Naturally, senior sister is naturally different from the others. I thought that senior sister would understand, but I didn't realize that this time when we met, senior sister was so formal, causing you and I to be so separated. If senior brother doesn't mind me embarrassing you, I'm naturally willing. Good, then you'll be my good sister from now on. Brother, Jiang Ling yelped, only feeling a little dizzy, as if his face was on fire. Sister, go back and pack up. Directly move to my this Qingyan Peak to live is. Dream fairy, one heir, plus you and I. We are still old folks, and now it is even more intimate. After Lin Tianqi said this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but sigh. This is fate. Just she did not notice. Her own small hand did not know when has been Lin Tianqi grasped in the heart of the hand. Chapter 61, The Third Elder. I am poisoned by you. After a long time, Jiang Ling realized that her small hand was being held in Lin Tianqi's hand, and when she looked down, her white and tender small hand was rubbed red. Oh, can't help it, can't help it. Lin Tianqi laughed. His face was so thick that it was comparable to a city wall, and even after being caught in the act, he didn't let go of the person's small hand. Jiang Ling also somewhat couldn't help but smile. You've changed so much in these 3 years. The only thing that hasn't changed is your love of taking advantage. At these words, both of them remembered the scene when they were in the lower realm, when Lin Tianqi grabbed Jiang Ling's arm and pampered him. Brother, let's go over there. If we delay too long, master teacher is afraid that he'll be angry with me. Although he was very reluctant, Jiang Ling was not like Lin Tianqi, and he was still very much in awe of the third elder. Okay, I'll change my clothes. Lin Tianqi took out a robe and fiddled with it for half a day pretending that he wouldn't wear it. How did this dress come to be? Jiang Ling sniffed and walked over without any good humor. You really are a young master's life. Usually it's Meng Xian who waits on you when you get dressed. Receiving the clothes on Lin Tianqi's body, Lin Tianqi stood and posed in a Tai Z shape. Not really, it's not as a saintly son. These clothes are a bit more complicated. There are several layers inside and outside. It's too unpleasant. You are in a blessed state and don't know how many people would dream of wearing and touching this outfit. Hey, then you can touch it more often, sis. Well, no, from now on sis will be in charge of helping me get dressed. You think so? Are you recognizing me as a god sister? Or are you looking for a maid to serve you? Competent sister. Those who can do more. The more you talk, the less decent you get. Sit down and I'll brush your hair. Aha. The scene was too cozy, and half an hour passed directly after this tossing and turning. Lin Tianqi was all primed and ready, directly making Jiang Ling look dumbfounded. It's so handsome. No, handsome no longer perfectly described Lin Tianqi. It's killing me. Lin Tianqi's usual piece of ordinary disciple's robe made those big girls and little daughters-in-law go crazy, and now that he had changed into the saint's son's fancy clothes, he was simply handsome without any reason. Handsome enough that God should arrange a rule that those who are handsome to such an extent must undergo a heavenly tribulation. You can't live until you get through it. Jiang Ling suddenly felt that waiting for Lin Tianqi to get dressed every day was not hard work. It was rewarding her. The women out there who want to do this job, together, could circle the Yin Yang Holy Land several times, right? Ahem. Look at you. You can't even wear clothes. Let me help you when I come. Who made me your god sister? Yeah. The corners of Lin Tianqi's mouth couldn't help but rise a little. Holding in his laughter was also hard. This damn charm ah. When the two of them arrived at the Kuan Palace, Jiang Ling's look of spring in the corner of her eyes was seen by the third elder. Jiang Ling felt his master's gaze and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, thinking that he was afraid that he was going to have bad luck. Senior sister Jiang Ling and I are from the same hometown. I want senior sister Jiang to move to Qingyun Peak, so that she can also be a companion to Meng Xian in one air. Do you think it's a good idea, master? Since the Holy Sun has opened his mouth, I have to make it even if I don't make it. I have something to discuss with the Holy Sun, so go down and get ready to go. The third elder waved his hand expressionlessly. Jiang Ling heard the displeasure in her master's tone, but seeing that Lin Tianqi gave her a look, she bowed her head and answered before exiting the great hall. After Jiang Ling left, the expression on Lin Tianqi's face changed a bit. Respect turned into naturalness and concern. What kind of poison did you get? Why are you so careless? Hearing the concern in Lin Tianqi's words, third elder Zhang Jingxian's expressionless face couldn't help but smile as if it was springing into bloom. I'm poisoned by wanting you. Ahem. Lin Tianqi was a bit dazed by the sudden earthy love words. Just kidding. No sense of humor at all. Zhang Jingxian couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Lin Tianqi's silly face. Stop it. Are you poisoned or not? Lin Tianqi said without a trace of anger. You help me take my shoes off. Zhang Jingxian shook her tiny feet. Lin Tianqi's gaze couldn't help but look over. A pair of embroidered shoes embroidered with lotus flowers was but the size of a palm. Is it nice? Good looking. Then what are you waiting for? Lin Tianqi secretly said. These pussy are a bit of stunts in the body ah. The third elder is surprisingly so good at teasing well. Having said this, Lin Tianqi did not need to be reserved. Dragging Zhang Jingxian's ankle with one hand and slowly removing the embroidered shoes. Only to see that the small feet that were originally supposed to be as white as jade were indeed covered with a greenish-black vein at this time. Is she really poisoned? You lift my skirt up further. Lin Tian were ruffled, only to see that this greenish-black vein had already reached the calf and was about to spread to the knee. This poison goes up 3 inches every day. I've tried all kinds of ways. I can't solve it. Now my feet and calves have blocked meridians. I thought I was dead this time. I didn't think you'd come back early. You're really a blessing in my life. Zhang Jingxiang spoke easily, but Lin Tianqi still couldn't resist the urge to give her an earful. Thus, Lin Tianqi put down Zhang Jingxiang's small feet. It was a blow to the door of her brain. Ouch! What are you doing? How dare you hit me? What's wrong with beating you? Did you secretly learn my way of making drugs? Did you even test the poison on yourself? Didn't I tell you? I was aiming to kill people, and the various toxins are constantly reacting with each other, so there's no antidote at all. Do you really think you're the poison fairy? What should we do now? I don't know how to cure it. You are heartbroken. Goo. I can still move my hands. I was wrong. Don't hit. I'll be honest. Zhang Jingxian covered her brain. I'm not a little cutie. I haven't even made it to the point where you said I was lying down. I only used 30 kinds of poisons, whereas you get hundreds of them all at once. People had planned to fight poison with poison, using this poison to directly weaken the barrier to promotion a bit, and when the poison is detoxified, it will be the day I break through the cave realm. As it turns out, like you said, the ideal is rich, but the reality is a little bony. Play off. And how can I help you? Lin Tianqi and Zhang Jingxiang had been in seclusion together for a year to study the poison art, and to say that the one who had spent the longest time with him in this Yin Yang Holy Land, other than Li Mengxian, was her. The two are also teachers and friends, a year together, and a little ambiguous, but no one stabbed through, just like the hazy love of the student years. How could it not hurt to see her like this? You sucked it out for me. What the? Say that again? Help me suck it out. You cultivate the Sun Sutra and are a pure Yang sacred body. The Poison Sutra I cultivate and the poisons I use this time are all Supreme Yin, so you can just suck out the Supreme Yin in my body with the power of pure Yang. Okay, I'll try. Lin Tianqi looked Zhang Jingxiang up and down for a moment, searching for a better place to suck. What are you thinking? Just put your hand against the bottom of my foot. I've already forced the toxin into my foot and leg with my spiritual energy. Oh, ha, so, you didn't tell me. I thought I'd have to sacrifice my first kiss to save you. First kiss? Lie. Hell no. Yinshur said, I really cannot believe. Light I saw not 100 times. There are 80 times. Chapter 62, Lin Tianqi, I want to experience the hardships of the world too. Easier said than done. but not at all complicated in practice. However, the disease had gone like silk. The toxin had completely fused with the spiritual energy in Zhang Jingxiang's body, and a single detoxification could not completely remove it. It took half a month of back and forth to completely remove the toxins. After so much steaming, Zhang Jingxiang was also blessed by the disaster. The shielding for breaking through to the cave void realm had already loosened a little, and only needed to nourish her body well, and it wouldn't be long before she could break through. The two of them have been spending time together for the past half month, and they have had skin-to-skin contact, and for a woman, her little feet are an absolutely private part of her body. The atmosphere between the two grew more and more ambiguous. Lin Tianqi's original stock has been consumed cleanly. Just take advantage of the antidote to the third elder. In the preparation of a few £1,000s, this thing is simply a necessary medicine for home travel. If you are poor, you will be attacked at many points, and if you are heavy, you will be covered by a sea of poison. Zhang Jingxiang was naturally happy for Lin Tianqi to stay here for as long as possible. Lin Tianqi, in addition to his appearance, breath to attract her, the two have common hobbies, topics, is also very important factors. The double attraction of appearance and soul made Zhang Jingxiang fall in love completely. In a flash, 3 months passed. Lin Tianqi left the Yinyang Holy Land with several £1,000s of the newly configured poison to kill you 3,000. Destination Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Send Yunshi's bones back to see Xinjiang. By the way, you can visit the great mountains and rivers of the Tianyuan realm. By the way, Yi Wushuang and Xinjiang had both broken through the divine separation realm and were completely removed from the potential dragon ranking. And Lu Fan, who had become possessed by the Fire Emperor after becoming possessed by the devil, had completely become the shame of the heavenly Yuan realm, and was naturally removed from the list as well. The top 4 of the subterranean dragon ranking had vacated 3 at once, but with Lin Tianqi at the top of the list, no one was paying attention to the second and third. Lin Tianqi had infinitely elevated the title of Young Supreme by himself. In the past, Yi Wushuang, Xinjiang, and other figures in the top 5 of the subterranean dragon ranking were all referred to with the phrase Young Supreme, but from now on, it was feared that this appellation would be hard to come by. If you're amazing enough, there may come a day when you raise your eyes and maybe see its distant back. Daxia Dynasty, 206 BC 220 AD. That's right, it was connected to the Great Xiao Dynasty, Lin Tianqi's old home. It was rumored that the founding emperor of the Daxia Dynasty was a descendant of the royal family of the Daxia Dynasty. Although the absolute controller of the heavenly Yuan realm was the 9 great sacred lands, the 9 great sacred lands didn't have the time and energy to manage the huge heavenly Yuan realm in every detail. Therefore, the disciples under his door continued to branch out, and there were the current major lineages, as well as imperial dynasties. On behalf of the 9 holy lands, he managed a huge territory. The founding emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty was a personal disciple of the Yinyang Holy Land. The Great Xia Imperial Dynasty had been passed down for thousands of years, and most of its royal family members had the status of disciples of the Yinyang Holy Land. Especially after abdicating the throne, the emperor would return to the Yinyang Holy Land to cultivate, and he would also be able to obtain the status of a personal disciple. However, this pro-disciple could not be compared to pro-disciples like Lin Tianqi and Lin Wan'er. Lin Tianqi's first stop was the capital city of the Great Xia Dynasty, Yanjing City. As a dynasty that had been inherited for thousands of years, and with the Yinyang Holy Land behind it as a big backer, the peaceful environment had shaped the prosperity of the Daxia Dynasty. But whether or not there was stability behind this prosperity was another story. Yanjing City, as the capital of the country, is even the best of them. Unlike the Yinyang Holy Land, which was full of the flavor of immortal, Yanjing City was as if Lin Tianqi had traveled from the world of immortal cultivation to the secular world in one fell swoop. The flying boat that Lin Tianqi was traveling in flew directly into this Yanjing City where flying was prohibited. Every 10 meters there was a Jindan stage cultivation featherwood guard expert standing guard in the air. It had been lined up from the city gates to the sky above the palace. Open up an airway. This battle had alarmed the entire Yanjing City. Such a battle they had never seen before. Before one of the elders of the Yinyang Holy Land came to guide the work, the royal family also did not put up this battle. As the flying boat flew into Yanjing City, the luxurious flying boat even lit up the titanium dog's eyes of a group of people. Not to mention them, this flying boat of Lin Tianqi's was counted among the most luxurious in the entire Tianyuan realm. When the Fire Emperor looked at it, he had to pout out all 18 generations of Lin Tianqi's ancestors. The main material of this flying boat was all the bones of the Fire Emperor, and Jiang Lingyun mobilized the refiners of the entire Yinyang Holy Land to build it. One could only see that the flying boat was like a huge spirit bird. Welcome, Holy Sun! Welcome, Holy Sun! With a crash, the Jindan stage featherwood guards standing in 2 rows were clad in iron armor. Kneeling down on one knee, the sound of armor rubbing together resounding. Lin Tianqi's flying boat didn't make any stops and flew towards the palace at a strangely fast speed, leaving only a crowd of dumbfounded people behind. One of the gentlemen dressed in fancy clothes, the envy in his eyes was overflowing. What does it mean to have a poker face? What is the meaning of identity? Today he sort of had an intuitive realization. Compared to this holy son, his own status as the son of the world was nothing. Grass. In the past, when I read novels, the holy son went out and even stepped on a horse to make a carriage. What kind of yakuza can come out to pick a fight? It's true that they are all made up by brainless authors. This kind of person's status bystanders simply can't get close to. The eunuch gazed at the long-gone flying boat, as if he had already fantasized that he would one day have this kind of scenery. How enviable. I wonder if it's that holy land's holy son lord. If it wasn't for the king sending you to Yen City, you would be a disciple of a holy land now. A boy beside the male was quite indignant in his words. The eunuch said in his heart, your family's worldly son doesn't come to Yen City, so how am I going to cross over to him? Gold shines wherever it is, whether or not you enter the holy land, whether or not you're a holy son, it doesn't change anything. That is, His Highness was born with divine strength. At the age of 3 he could lift 100 pounds of stone blocks. At the age of 9 he was able to subdue a tiger with his bare hands. Even the elders of that holy land said that His Highness was born with the body of a boudoir, and that the holy son might not be as good as His Highness. But, only to see this little boy's words fall. Before his mouth closed, a big good head flew out. The blood spurting out of his neck gushed out and splattered all over that Seiji. That Shiitzi's entire person instantly froze for a few seconds. Yelled, and ran away as if he was crazy. Never mind, that's Xiao Yan, the son of the king of Jinbei. Humph, really a tiger father and dog son. Jinbei king majestic in the north. A cultivation has reached the realm of the merged body. His men are even more capable people. This son of the world was even scared by the blood. The 2 featherwood guard experts watched Xiao Yan run away in a sorry state, and after sneering at him, they were not chasing after him again. It was fine for them to take the opportunity to scare this worldly son, but if they were to really take a shot at him, they really didn't have the guts to do so. Over the palace, Daxia dynasty emperor, empress, and many imperial sons, princesses, and many imperial grandson. All the royal family members can take the hand of all in this, just in case someone makes it into the eyes of the holy son. The Daxia royal family had a noble status in the world, but they knew how much they weighed. In addition to the founding emperor was a young holy land prodisciple. The cultivation reached the realm of the merged body, and then a generation is not as good as a generation. Although the emperor retired can still enter the young holy land cultivation, but also can be directly get a prodisciple identity, but it is more of a kind of honor. Nowadays, the highest cultivation level of the entire royal family was the old emperor, who was only at the peak of the divine separation realm. In the young holy land, they had been marginalized. When Lin Tianqi's flying boat hovered above the palace, the entire royal family was already kneeling on both knees. Great Xia dynasty, the Xia clan with its empress, descendants and children, welcome the holy son. We, the descendants of the Xia clan, welcome the holy son. Only then did the cabin door of the flying boat open, and Lin Tianqi, dressed in the splendor of a saint's son, stepped out of the cabin door, and behind her, a plump woman carrying a large sword almost as tall as she was Lin Tianqi's new godsister, Jiang Ling. He only saw Jiang Ling's face full of spring, his eyes watery as if they were a pool of autumn water, and he was happy with his spring. Lord Saint's son is a bit tired. Come someone to guide Lord Saint's son to rest. Lin Tianqi didn't speak. Jiang Ling had already commanded, but a few seconds passed and there was no answer from below, only to see the body of the Daxia emperor kneeling on the ground began to tremble, turning his head to glare fiercely at a wonderful woman. Only then did a clear voice ring out, Daughter Xiao Ruyan, take His Highness the Holy Son there. Chapter 63 Princess disease is a disease. It has to be cured. Only to see a young girl with a very beautiful face below raise her head, her demeanor unassuming. He even used the words His Royal Highness, the Son of God. There may not seem to be anything wrong with the use of these 4 words, but there is actually a great deal to learn. When the feathered guards welcomed them, they shouted the word Holy Son. When the royal family welcomed them, the cry was also for the Holy Son. Adding the word Your Highness means that you are only Your Highness, but there are people above you who are older than you, only to see the heads of the rest of the royal family instantly resting against the ground. In his heart, he couldn't wait to strangle this unfilial daughter straight to death. Obviously have already discussed, how dare you suddenly a whole mess, this is trying to get them killed. Lin Tianqi smiled not fuming, this chick's unusual performance had made him already smell a hint of the fragrance of a son of Qi. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Son. Xiao Ruyan stood up and walked towards a palace. Xiao Ruyan, 1916 to 1998, female revolutionary and martyr. Ling's face couldn't help but turn cold. How dare the tiny Great Xia dynasty be rude to the Holy Sun? I really don't know how to write the word death. Humph. Is this how your Great Xia imperial dynasty cultivates its offspring? Could it be that the emperor has been sitting there for a long time, forgetting his own identity and not understanding respect and inferiority? My lord, rest your anger. Little daughter, no harm. Young people, a little temper is normal. Sister, do not be angry. Let's go. Lin Tianqi smiled and rounded off the conversation, pulling Ling towards his residence. Only after Lin Tianqi left did the people of the Grand Xia imperial family breathe a sigh of relief, as if they were a puddle of mud that was soft. Father, Xia Ruyan is trying to get us killed. You must not favor her this time. Father, my sister and that Jinbei King's son are eyeballing each other, so she must have stored up the intention to provoke Lord Saint's son. I said that I would go to serve the Saint's son, but you let her go. Now it's good. All give me shut up. You, all of you, at this time, are still fighting among yourselves. Why did I give birth to a bunch of losers like you? Your Majesty, rest your case. Humph. When Ruyan comes back, tell her to come and see me at once. The Emperor of Daxia snorted coldly, stood up and whisked his sleeve away. The others saw that the protagonists had left the scene, since they were unwilling to look at each other. The palace that the Great Xia imperial family had prepared for Lin Tianqi could be said to have brought out all of their family's assets. Anything good you can get your hands on, use it all. Holy Son of God Sama. Holy Son of God Sama. Inside the palace were all beautiful maids in low-cut dresses. Lin Tianqi couldn't help but recite a poem when he looked at them. The palace willows are still in the dawn smoke, and the women are walking in a graceful manner to tease the spring. The cloud maid is half removed with beads and emeralds, and the embroidered sleeves are lightly raised to reveal the jade shoulders, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water rippling. The slender waist dances with no strength, just like a flying swallow leaning against the wind. What a treat for the eyes. A reward for you. Lin Tianqi made a grab and raise from his sleeve, and every courtesan couldn't help but have a few more cool wow spirit stones inside their low-cut dresses. It caused a group of palace maids to gasp. What's with all the yelling and screaming? Xia Ruyan turned around. Her eyes contained fury, and the palace maids immediately lowered their heads, not daring to say anything at all. Lin Tianqi couldn't help but frown. Give face. Then it was not his fault. Slap. You. What did you say? Your Holiness? Xia Ruyan stared incredulously. I said I'd let you slap me. Are your ears for gasping for air? I am the princess of the Great Summer Dynasty. You. Pow. Before she could finish, she only saw a stream of light had already arrived in front of her, snapping a big mouth, slapping her eyes. The slap really had some personal emotion in it. Jiang Lingfeng had looked at her with displeasure. A small princess of the Great Xia dynasty really thinks she is a dish. Xia Ruyan was even slapped and sat down directly on the ground. Both her eyes were a little disoriented. Since she was a child, she had been the pearl of the Daxia dynasty, the favorite princess of the Daxia emperor. When had she ever been slapped? Slap. Pow. Pow. Remember your identity. A slight punishment today. If you dare to spoil this saint's son's fun again, it won't be as simple as slapping your mouth. Lin Tianqi sneered. Princess disease? Just owes a beating. Do you really think that with a slightly prettier face, the world has to revolve around you? If you're better looking than you are, you'll be able to get 100,000 of them at a moment's notice. If not for the fact that you are somewhat related to the son of luck, I really want to show you to death with a kick. The entire palace maids looked at Princess Ruyan, who had already been beaten into a pig's head, and their hearts were screaming in pain. These royals, at last, had also experienced the plight of them, the courtesans. Xia Ruyan felt a gaze, if anything. Her face was hot and painful, and her heart was even more aggrieved. Climbing up, he covered his face and ran to find the Emperor of Daxia to complain. What did you say? You bastard. It seems that I've really spoiled you. At this moment, Emperor Daxia could not wait to kill this usually most favored daughter with a knife. Didn't think she was that stupid before. I am under so much pressure to send this heaven-breaking wealth to you. As long as you stretch out your hand and make a little effort, whoever becomes the emperor in the future of Daxia, you will not be walking sideways. And it turns out that not only did you not pick up this rich, you lifted it up and threw it on the ground and spit on it again. Oh father, you have to do something for your daughter. Daughter's face was beaten like this by that. Xia Ruyan is still selling misery. This trick can be said to be unbeatable. No matter how big a mistake she made, as long as this trick is offered, the Daxia emperor will always be soft. But this time, she blundered. The Daxia emperor is very fond of her, yes, but compared to this Daxia river and mountain, this daughter of hers is nothing. Who did she offend? The holy son of the Yin Holy Land, top of the subterranean dragon list, the absolute ruthless man who killed hundreds of thousands of barbarian demons by himself in the secret realm. With the information that he had spent a lot of money on, it was said that during the enthronement of the holy son, the 36 main peak masters, the 9 palace masters of the Yin-Yang sacred land, including the Yin-Yang sacred lord, would have to kneel in front of this one. This is not a holy son. This is the emperor of the Yin and Yang Holy Land. The more the emperor of Daxia thought about it, the more scared he became. Then look at Xia Ruyan's face that's swollen into a pig's head, which has a little bit of heartache. All anger. Pow, pow. A big mouth went up, and with the first, came the second. Xia Ruyan was instantly struck dumb. Father, don't fight. I'm your favorite Ruyan. Old me is really blind to favor a stupid bastard like you. I'll beat you to death. Ooh, don't hit me. Father, I'm wrong. I won't dare again. At this time, Xia Ruyan was really afraid. Her biggest backer was the emperor of Daxia. If this backer was gone, she would really be nothing. Phew phew. The Daxia emperor was gasping for air, and Xia Ruyan was even more cloaked, as if she was crazy. The corners of Xia Ruyan's eyes had swollen to the point where she couldn't earn her keep. Men, send this fool to the cold palace. Let her sober up. Hearing the word cold palace, as if the dead dog like Xia Ruyan instantly spirit, climbed over to embrace the great Xia emperor's thighs, shouted, Father, Father, I really know wrong. I never dare again. Please do not send me to the cold palace. Please, Father. Just then, a golden stream of light flew into the hall and stopped in front of the Daxia emperor. It was a note. The Daxia royal family received the note and looked at their daughter on the ground from time to time. Come on people, hurry up and restore the princess's face to its original state. Send it to bathe and dress up, and send it to Lord Saint's son. Wait. The Daxia emperor squatted down and stroked Xia Ruyan's face, full of heartache, but also shed 2 lines of hot tears. Daughter, Father just lost his head in anger. How could Father be willing to send you to the cold palace? Do you know how much pressure Father had to put on you to serve the holy prince? That's a lot of money. It's the kind of wealth that you wouldn't trade for a throne. Now you still have one more chance to remedy the situation. Never, never, never make Lord Saint's son angry again, or else, our whole family will have to accompany you. And that one surnamed Shao, I will definitely not let him go. Xia Ruyan's eyes had narrowed to a slit. Her father's face was so blurry and unfamiliar. This is not the same father who favored his. Send the princess to be treated for her wounds, bathed and dressed. Yes, your majesty. Come on a few. Slow down. The princess is a golden branch. Don't bump into her, as if she were a precious puppet. Xia Ruyan was treated with the finest medicines to heal the injuries on her face, bathed and changed into gorgeous clothes, and was sent back to this place where her nightmare began. Chapter 64, Torturing Their Minds and Strengthening Their Bones. Yo, if it isn't the noble princess. Lin Tianqi's voice caused Xia Ruyan's face to roll, water vapor rising again in her eyes. Standing at the entrance to the main hall as if she were a puppet, Lin Tianqi was half lying on a soft couch which came with a sloping backrest, like a large recliner, very comfortable. Surrounded by 7 or 8 palace maids, there are pinching arms and rubbing legs, but things like feeding fruit still have to come from Jiangling. Lin Tianqi poisoned others. He was also afraid that others would poison him. Defense is not an option. My little daughter, Xia Ruyan, pays her respects to Lord Saint's son. Xia Ruyan succumbed, lowered her noble head, and fell to her knees. Bean-sized teardrops snapped to the floor. Crawl over here, there's another spot reserved especially for you. Lin Tianqi shook his big feet and said without a care in the world. Xia Ruyan bit her lip. A great sense of humiliation made her want to snatch the door and get out, but her father's threat was fresh in her mind. Brother Shao, I'm sorry. Xia Ruyan had never felt that this palace was so big and that this distance would be so long. The scrape of her knees against the floor tiles was like a hammer to her heart, smashing her dignity, her pride, to pieces. Didn't eat? Heavy? You think this is a rock? The nails are hanging onto me. It's not comfortable at all. It's not as good as Little Red sister. Little Red, you go. Teach the honorable princess how to pinch her feet. Woohoo! Xia Ruyan completely collapsed, crying my heart out. Then, the spot where she pinched her feet was gone. After crying for a full 10 minutes, Lin Tianqi looked like he was ignoring her. Xia Ruyan choked and wiped away her tears. There was no doubt that this saint's son was deliberately humiliating her. He doesn't just want to see himself submit to satisfy his perverted desire for conquest. Get out of the way. Xia Ruyan squeezed away that little red courtesan and made a move that made the crowd of courtesans all call out, good guys. You're the expert. Oh, you're doing well. Looks like you're not useless. Xia Ruyan sniffed even harder and squeezed Lin Tianqi's feet, completely disregarding her $1,000 body. It even gave her a thrill of revenge, not on others, but on herself. Go down, all of you, and leave Miss Xia to serve. Lin Tianqi waved his hand and the many palace maids bowed their heads and retreated. The shock of what happened today was too much for them. Princesses on high do even lower acts than they do to please a man, and what they see as heaven is nothing but ground for some to step on. I just wonder, this saint's son has no grudges with you. It's not that little master is narcissistic. What a great grace it is for you to be able to come to your great summer imperial dynasty. What kind of stinky face are you putting on with little master? Lin Tianqi pretended to say in a very depressed tone. Xiao Ruyan is still kneeling at the end of the soft couch. If Lord Saint's son wants to kill or kill, my daughter will bear it. I only implore Lord Saint's son not to make things difficult for my father. For the great Xia. Ha, you're pretty ing noble. Have I ever felt sorry for your father? Did I ever feel sorry for your father? You're the one who made me unhappy by making a stinky face, and now you're acting like a victim? It's my daughter's fault for messing with the Holy Sun. Whatever the Holy Sun does, as long as you're happy, I'll do it. Fine. Then you'll be a maid to warm the comforter for little master for the time being. Warming the comforter is always a good idea, isn't it? Lin Tianqi clearly noticed that this princess's emotions fluctuated tremendously when she heard the 3 words warm comforter. A look as if he was sorry for someone, and after all that effort to try, he had finally caught the key. The status of the Holy Sun Lord is honorable. This sister beside you I don't know how much more beautiful than me. Can you? No, not you. Is it possible that you already have a favorite? Or do you have a favorite in mind? No. Lord Saint's son doesn't mind my daughter's thin willow posture. My daughter is willing to serve Lord Saint's son. Ha, look at you as if running to the execution ground like, small master to see how there is interest? I have always been bright and open, but also known as the light of justice, a beacon of civilization. If you really have a date, I will never force you. I didn't. Good. Since this is the case, little master is not considered to have crossed the line and struck the lovebirds. Then serve little master with a bath and rest. Yes, Lord Saint's son. Xiao Ruyan was suffering to the core, but she didn't dare to gamble. For the sake of brother Zhao's safety, she could only sacrifice herself. Consider it bitten by a dog. She will cut herself once this holy sun leaves. By the way, this saint's son wants to convene all the young talents of the great Xia dynasty, held a banquet, or listen to the voice of the people. Know what you all need. The people are fundamental. Have to pay attention to Please bother your sister to notify the emperor of Great Xia that 7 days later, this saint's son will be hosting a banquet at this palace, and ask him to make sure that all the famous young talents are gathered in place, so that he can't miss a single one. Yes, Lord Saint's son. Jiang Ling gazed playful glance at Xiao Ruyan, and white glance at this stinky brother. Support yourself away. Do not know what will do bad things. He then turned into a stream of light and flew out of the great hall. As for you, as a princess of the great Xia imperial dynasty, you should be no stranger to the young talents of great Xia, so be the host of the banquet. Yes, Lord Saint's son. Xiao Ruyan had a feeling that this saint's son, whom she had never met before, was just like a patient spider that kept weaving a big web, and she was the tiny fly that fell in the web. And what was even more frightening was that she was obviously defenseless, and the other party still didn't eat her into her stomach but was still weaving the web. But what is his purpose? He was the high and mighty Holy Sun, and with a single word he could change the rise and fall of the reign of the great Xia imperial dynasty. A single word can make countless people bow down. Why should a little man like himself need to make him go through all the trouble? Just for fun? You're going to make fun of me, the little guy? What are you still standing there for? Serve this holy son a bath. Lin Tianqi stood up from the soft couch and stretched. Yes, Lord Saint's son. As if that was all Xiao Ruyan would say, she stood up and guided Lin Tianqi to the bathing soup pool. Only a warm soup about 10 meters long and wide had long been prepared. Lin Tianqi straightened his arms, and Xiao Ruyan walked up and removed the layers of clothing for him. Lin Tianqi had to once again spit out the fact that this saint's son's costume was just too cumbersome. Xiao Ruyan had never done this job before. Her own clothes were all given to her by others. The warm soup was constantly bubbling with white mist. The room was hazy, and Xiao Ruyan didn't know if she was hot or in a hurry. Her forehead had already developed a layer of fine little beads of sweat. It was a good thing that asshole saint's son hadn't rushed her. It was not easy to get the clothes off. Lin Tianqi entered the warm soup, and before Xiao Ruyan had time to catch her breath, she heard that bastard saint's son say, "What are you standing around for? Come down and give little master a back rub." Chapter 65 Xiao Ruyan sinking. Jinbei or Northern Song Dynasty, 1644 to 1911. Xiao Yan was sitting in the middle of the hall, which still had the appearance of being scared out of his wits during the day. By its side stood a lewd-looking old man with unkempt white hair. It's a well-known fact that supporting characters in this guise are usually ruthless, either a Jedi Master who was wounded by love, or a Jedi Master who valued love and justice. In short, a Jedi Master who did not run away. This old man Xiao Yan do not even know what the real name, just the memory. The original owner from the north to Yanjing as a hostage the night before. The king of Jinbei will be this old man led to him, and urged to Yanjing. What do not understand the matter? All can be with this old man, and let him call the old man Huang uncle. Uncle Huang. The Yin Yang saint's son suddenly came to the great summer dynasty. Is it already? I don't think so. The king has not risen up in rebellion or betrayed his country to the enemy. Even if he wanted to deal with the king, he wouldn't have sent Lin Tianchi, the saintly son. Then it's just a coincidence? I don't believe that there are such coincidences in the world. Please ask Uncle Huang to investigate. And if it's really running towards father, we can also make some preparations. Your Highness is right. The old man will go and investigate. The king will be very pleased if he can see the growth of your Highness today. Uncle Huang fallaciously praised. I'm still far from it. Today during the day to see that holy son of the faction really put me down. Heard that the holy son of this year is only 20. Then I'm still 2 years younger than me, and that holy son of a comparison. And what is worthy of a good self-pride? His Highness, don't be presumptuous. That Lin Tianchi 10,000 years have not been out of this world. In addition to that, only the highest peak. There are also other peaks and peaks. The same have their own style. The boy is instructed. Your Highness, the world prince, should not associate with Xia Ruyan lately, so as not to cause any trouble. I will go and make some inquiries. You wait in the mansion for my news. Uncle Huang, be careful. After the old man surnamed Huang left, Xiao Yan stood up and paced in the middle of the hall. As a traveler, he had a good start. The son of the king of Jinbei. The king of Jinbei held nearly 1/3 of the army of the Daxia imperial dynasty, and all of them were capable of fighting in 100 battles. The king of Jinbei himself is also a powerful cultivator, and legend has it that he has a close relationship with the Sakya sacred land among the 9 holy places, and is suspected to be a lay disciple of the Sakya sacred land's senior monk, Hatta Marash. However, the sacred land of Sakya had never acknowledged it, and the king of Jinbei had never used the sacred land of Sakya's gong method, so no one knew whether it was true or not. But as the son of the king of Jinbei, he knew it was true. As far as I can remember, Hatta Marash used to live in the house of the king of Jinbei when he was very young. The rumor that Xiao Yan had an innate Vajra body was in fact that from a young age, Hatta Marash had used a secret method to toughen his body for him. The close relationship between Hatta Marash and the king of Jinbei is evident. Jinbei Wan used martial arts to enter the Dao. His fighting strength was very perverse. Over time, no one paid attention to whether he was a lay disciple of the sacred land of Sakya, and he used his own battle results to establish a foothold in Dixia. Jinbei Wang is a person and extremely righteous, followed by a group of old brothers, are now able to take charge of the general. This gets the low martial arts world. Maybe it's a Tenho opening. Unfortunately, stepping on a horse, this is a world of fairy cultivation. Not to mention the Jinbei king, even the Dixia royal family is just a dog of the Yin Yang Holy Land. Xiao Yan was so sad that he wanted to cry. Why do other people cross into the world sun? What all kinds of lying down? What hooks to listen to music? Either all kinds of pretend, all kinds of fly. One can even point at the dog emperor and curse him out if he's not happy, and play with the dog emperor's wife in the meantime. Not only was he a prince when he crossed over, his status was even more different from the top wave. Grass. Old son, if cross into the holy sun, how good. Directly win in the starting line. This row. It's really enviable. The scene Xiao Yan saw during the day in his mind appeared again in his mind. He was envious. He was even more jealous. Early the next morning, the emperor of Daxia summoned his ministers and gave orders to mobilize the entire Daxia imperial dynasty to make sure that this banquet would be the grandest event that Daxia had the strength to organize. It doesn't matter if you're a royal relative or whoever. Anyone who dares to drop the chain will be severely punished. All of the official government offices in the entire Grand Xia acted, and the entire imperial dynasty began to give orders quickly. Yin Yang Holy Land Holy Sun 7 days later will be in the palace in the feast of the great summer dynasty of young talent. Ability to outstanding can enter the eyes of the Holy Sun, will directly become the inner disciple of the Yin Yang Holy Land. When this news came out, the entire Great Xia dynasty was abuzz. The emperor of Daxia was even more excited and didn't sleep all night. This is simply a good thing that fell from the sky. The Great Xia imperial dynasty. No, it should be said that if the Great Xia royal family could embrace the big thick leg of the Saint Sun, no one would be able to shake their Xia clan's rule in the future within 10,000 years at the very least. After the court was dismissed, Princess Xia Ruyan was urgently summoned. The heart prayed that something must have happened last night. My daughter, Ruyan, pays her respects to. Behave yourself. Come and sit beside father. Thank you, father. Xia Ruyan looked up and saw the expectation in her father's eyes. Her heart couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted and even more contemptuous. In order to please that nobleman, he gave his daughter to others to play with. Still a man. What used to be a towering image of my father was shattered in just one day. At the latest, you and the holy Prince Sama? To my father's disappointment, the Lord Saint's son did not claim me last night. This way. No hurry, no hurry. Lord Saint's son will stay for some more days. There will always be an opportunity. You must seize this opportunity. Do you know how many people in the entire heavenly elemental realm want to climb into that bed of Lord Saint's son? One of Lord Saint's son's dolls is selling for 10,000 spirit stones. then the daughter has even earned it. If there's nothing else for father, daughter will take her leave. Xiao Ruyan didn't want to stay here for a minute, talking hypocritical words with this hypocritical father. Also, this is some of the top rouge and powder. There are also clothing, jewelry, you take it, dress up well. The Holy Son of the Lord beside countless beauties. Do not dress up how to get into the eyes of the Holy Son of the Lord. Thank you father for the reward. Xiao Ruyan took the things and turned to leave. The Emperor of Daxia's face was cloudy. How could he not see Xiao Ruyan's perfunctory attitude? Now the thing he regretted the most was giving this precious opportunity to Xiao Ruyan. Nowadays, even if he wanted to switch, he couldn't. Hey, I don't know what I'm doing when I'm in the middle of a blessing. Xiao Ruyan walked out of the lofty palace step by step, just as she had fallen into the spider's web and struggled helplessly. Yesterday's experience in just one day had turned her entire view of the world all upside down. In the face of great power, dignity, ego, and even love, which she considered the purest and noblest of all, was nothing. The one she clearly liked in her heart was Brother Xiao, yet she placed another man's foot in her arms. Obviously feeling sorry for Brother Xiao, he still stripped naked to serve another man's bath. It is clear that you feel humiliated, but you don't have the courage to cut yourself off. She had been too naive and overestimated herself and underestimated human nature before, and as the man had said, in his eyes, she was no different from those courtesans. Looking at the time, Xiao Ruyan walked toward the palace where Lin Tianqi was. It was time to serve that person a meal. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Yanjing, the capital city of the Great Summer, could be described as crowded. The bustling Yanjing city gathered the young talents of the entire Grand Xia. The young talents also had to bring their boys and girls to fill up the facade, and the inns in the entire Yanjing city were filled to capacity. The merchants were laughing and the girls in the land of smoke and mirrors couldn't keep their legs together. Everyone is singing the praises of the Lord Holy Son, who has brought them this splash of riches. The Daxia Palace, moreover, is brand new. In the middle of the huge royal garden, it had already been set up, just waiting for the banquet to open. Lin Tianqi was still huffing and puffing at this time, but he was holding a warm jade-like humanoid pillow in his arms. Only 7 days, Xiao Ruyan seemed like a different person. The resistance on her face had completely disappeared, and at this time, she was also closing her eyes. Her small face was flushed, her breathing was even, and she was sleeping soundly, so much so that it seems to have fully adapted to its new role. She didn't want it to be like this, but there seemed to be a special power in the Holy Sun that would gradually sink in as soon as she got close. It wasn't until the sun rose that Lin Tianqi moved his body, awakening from his deep sleep. The man of cultivation had long since departed from the need for sleep for physical recovery, and his sleep was not only a former habit, but also a kind of metempsychosis. He appeared to be sleeping, but in reality, the Yuan Shin in his sea of consciousness was cultivating. You're a good bed-warming maid. You sleep even better than little master. Lin Tianqi slapped on a full moon with a crunching sound, waking up Xiao Ruyan who was in deep sleep. Good morning, Lord Saint Sun. Get up and work it out. Yes, Holy Sun Sama. Chapter 66 Night Banquet. Xiao Yan's highlight. The moon is clear and the stars are bright. The palace was brightly lit, with colorful flags fluttering in the wind. With the arrival of Lin Tianqi, mountainous cheers erupted throughout the square. Those who came to participate in the banquet were all young talents who were famous in the Great Xia dynasty, and those who were over 30 years old were not qualified to be seated. Xiao Yan, as the son of the king of Jinbei, plus having a reputation for bravery and courage since he was young, was naturally among the invitees, and sit extremely forward. He hated to come, but he didn't dare. However, when he saw Xiao Ruyan, who was following behind Lin Tianqi and was being held by her small hand as she walked up to the high platform, a face became incomparably gloomy. Although his purpose of approaching Xiao Ruyan wasn't pure, but that man doesn't like rich white women, especially him, a traveler. Isn't that what princesses are for, travelers? He had long regarded this Xiao Ruyan as a forbidden domain, and now this woman was even being held by another person's hand, and looking at her expression was not even very resistant. How could he not be angry? But reason told him that by jumping out now, he would surely die. Between holding back and dying, Xiao Yan feels that a man is a great man, able to bend and stretch, and a man who has become a great man is able to endure what others cannot endure. We pay our respects to the Lord Holy Sun. With a loud clamor, all the people present all rose, kneeled down on both knees, and bowed their heads in obeisance. Xiao Yan's teeth were almost broken, but he could only stand up with the crowd, kneel down, and kowtow. Xiao Ruyan's sight didn't dare to throw herself at Xiao Yan, but the remaining light from the corner of her eyes still couldn't help but glance towards Xiao Yan's position. When she saw Xiao Yan kneeling and kowtowing like the others, her heart could not help but ache. She was not distressed that Xiao Yan had been wronged, but the beauty in her heart had been hammered hard by reality again. But then there was inexplicably some relief. It turned out that she wasn't the only one who was cowardly. Didn't Xiaoyan kneel down as well? He did something wrong to him, but the two transposed. Xiaoyan will also be the same as her choice of betrayal. Right, he will understand their own right. Get up, we are all young people. Today we don't talk about vulgar rituals. We play openly, drink openly, and talk openly. Before I became the Yin Yang Saint son, I was still just the adopted son of the boss of a cloth company in the lower realm. In terms of status and position compared to all of you, it's still far worse. So everyone don't be formal. Please sit down. Lin Tianqi's some words, said can be said to be very grounded. Instantly let the crowd present issued a burst of easy laughter. This holy son is not like the rumors of so godlike. Well, Xiao Ruyan secretly said in her heart, these big shots, raising their hands and throwing their feet, can make you feel like falling into hell with a few words, and can also make you feel like a spring breeze. The ability to play with people's hearts is truly terrifying. The day she first met Lin Tianqi, Xiao Ruyan would never forget it even if she died. But these 7 days, every day Lin Tianqi gave her a different feeling. She didn't even know which one was really him, or all of them were him. With Lin Tianqi's opening to set the tone, this scene instantly relaxed a lot. The wine after 3 rounds, the main show began to play. There are talented people 7 steps into a poem. In a moment, spilling a good article attracted the whole audience applauded. There are also capable people who demonstrate their uncommon cultivation. What with their mouths spitting fire dragons and waving their hands as thousands of pear blossoms bloom. Those who came here to participate in the banquet, in addition to showing their faces in front of Lord Saint's son and gaining more seniority in life, which one of them didn't save up for the possibility of being spotted by Lord Saint's son and obtaining the status of an inner disciple of the Yin Yang sacred ground? It's something money can't buy. Only those who had a destiny within could take that shortcut that led straight to the inner gate. Those immortal cultivation families, spending huge sums of money to send their family sons and daughters to the Holy Land to gild the lily, can only buy the identity of an outer disciple? The outer disciple and the inner disciple difference of 100,000 80,000 miles it. What do you mean by outer door? To put it bluntly, the disciples outside the door is not into the Yin and Yang Holy Land disciple directory. More seriously, that are not considered to be the Yin and Yang Holy Land disciples. The inner disciple is different, not only into the directory, but also to worship an elder under the door. Even the most ordinary elders that also have the peak realm of the split god. Some strong that will have the early stage of the realm of the body. If you get lucky, worship the 36 main peak that is the worst is the middle realm of the body. As for the 9 palace masters, there was no need to think about it. Their disciples were never chosen from the inner sect, but rather, like Lin Tianqi, they were directly accepted as their own disciples. As long as one worships the master, even if one is not popular, it is still a great source of support. When a disciple is bullied, the master will not stand by and watch for the sake of his own face. Otherwise how can you make a group of disciples under him happy and convinced? Lin Tianqi was watching that with great interest, as if he was watching a large party. Look at this juggling act. It's so exciting. What's the name of the one at the bottom? What does the family do? Lin Tianqi casually pointed. And when Xiao Ruyan took a look, her heart thumped. Lin Tianqi was referring to none other than Xiao Yan. The entire venue everyone was playing very high. Only this kid had a fake smile on his face, and his eyes were even aiming at Lin Tianqi from time to time, as well as Xiao Ruyan beside him. Lin Tianqi could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with this kid. When he asked this, Xiao Ruyan's instant expression directly betrayed her. Xiao Yan, the son of the Jinbei king. The Jinbei king holds a heavy army. The father emperor is worried that the Jinbei king owns his own army and has an insubordinate heart. 2 years ago, he decreed that the Jinbei king's son would be recruited to study in the state scholarship in the capital. So you're still in the same class? Yes, that's a good feeling. Tell me about this man. Since he's a fellow student, he should know him well, right? Lin Tianqi's smirking expression made Xiao Ruyan's heart flutter, as if she had returned to that day that she couldn't forget. Xiao Yan when he was a teenager was known for his courage in martial arts, with the general's tiger son described the most apt, and both literary and military, is a master of poetry. The other I do not know very well. Xiao Yan came to Yanjing for 2 years. The first year did not go to the state scholarship, the second year to go. I just realized. Xiao Ruyan tried to control her tone as if she was just talking about an ordinary fellow student, still a good seedling in literature and martial arts. In that case, why don't we let this worldly son write a poem as well? Lin Tianqi said and patted Xiao Ruyan's buttocks, and Xiao Ruyan trembled, not daring to disobey Lin Tianqi's orders. And this scene was all seen by Xiao Yan. Walking to the front of the high platform, he said in a clear voice, His Holiness has heard that the son of the Jinbei king has a reputation for poetry, so he has ordered his son, Xiao Yan, to compose a poem. Those unknown people below immediately looked at Xiao Yan with envy. It's heavenly rich. As long as you compose a poem that satisfies this holy prince, won't you climb up the ladder from now on? Xiao Yan could only suppress the anger in his heart when he heard this. This damn saint's son. How dare he slap Xiao Ruyan's ass, but he had even touched his hand once yet. Could it be that Xiao Ruyan has already been spoiled by him? Since the Holy Sun appreciates it, then I'll make an offering. Xiao Yan stood up, tilted his neck and arched his hand. Lin Tianqi was sitting on a high platform. Xiao Yan had to look up to see Lin Tianqi, but Lin Tianqi still noticed that he was slightly craning his neck a little bit, as if this was his last stubbornness. Lin Tianqi smiled without saying anything about this kind of trick. Xiao Yan held up his glass of wine and pretended to compose, but in reality, he was recalling the ancient poems he knew in his mind. Have to write one that's amazing enough, not for any other reason, just to fight in front of Xiao Ruyan. There, the poem will be called Chivalry. Xiao Yan drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and Lang recited. The Zhao guests are Aman who tassel. The Wu hooks are bright with frost and snow. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, soughing like a shooting star. 10 steps kills a man. 1,000 miles does not leave a man behind. The matter is over. The body and the name are deeply hidden. From Li Bai, Chivalry. After a poem was read, the crowd was all shocked by it, and the poem is just too fitting for this time and place. Yes, what a poem! What a poem! Xiao Shixi really deserves to be both civil and military. Martial arts can capture tigers and leopards with one hand at a young age, and literature can create masterpieces in a flash by raising a cup. Xiao Ruyan's pair of eyes were even more colorful. This was what attracted her to Xiao Yan. It was really too talented. Lin Tianqi also laughed happily, really did not expect to cross over and still meet a friend in another country. Chapter 67, Reversal comes so fast, it's like a tornado. Lin Tianqi never expected to meet his homelanders in this other world, and a classic plagiarized poem playing drama in front of himself. Pa pa pa. Lin Tianqi smiled and applauded, and as soon as the crowd saw that the saint's son lord had applauded, the shouts of approval became louder. The eyes that looked at Xiao Yan were filled with envy. Ruyan, what do you think of this poem? I've heard that you're fond of reciting poems. Comment on it. Lin Tianqi once again kicked the ball to Xiao Ruyan's feet. Xiao Ruyan couldn't figure out Lin Tianqi's purpose, but understood one thing. Complimenting another man in front of a powerful man is bound to cause offense, but even those who do not know poetry can hear that this poem is a good one, and the perfunctory will only enrage him more. So he thought a little and said, the poem is good, and the literary style and mood are excellent, but I think the pattern is small. When Xiao Ruyan said this, it was like a cold wind that blew the fire between the people cold. When Li Bai's song Chivalry is placed in the world of immortal cultivation, it is not unreasonable to say that the pattern is small. It takes 10 steps to kill a man and 1,000 miles to kill one. Xiao Yan, who had just succeeded in pretending to be a bully, sniffed and even threw a questioning look over to Xiao Ruyan, but Xiao Ruyan didn't even look at him squarely. How did he know that Xiao Ruyan was protecting him? And he still thought that Xiao Ruyan had climbed to a high branch and was disdainful of him. The anger he had suppressed all night burned his eyes red and his brain full of blood. This world sun's pattern is naturally no match for your highness, who in just a few short days has turned into a redoubtable person beside Lord Saint Sun. Xiao Yan coldly mocked. Xiao Ruyan's face turned white at the words. The hidden meaning in Xiao Yan's words was like a knife plunging into her heart. But, on the contrary, she did do that. It was like the scar that had been so hard to cover up had been ripped open again by Xiao Yan in front of so many people. Xiao Ruyan stood on top of the high platform, at a loss for words. It seemed as if everyone below was casting disdainful glances at her, all condemning her as a who had no shame in pleasuring men with her flesh. It's cold. Xiao Ruyan felt as if she had fallen into an abyss of 10,000 feet, and the entire world had turned into a cold wall. Just then, she suddenly felt warmth. She was like a drowning man grasping for the last straw. At this moment, who cares if the straw is black or white, polished or filthy? Xiao Ruyan jumped headfirst into Lin Tianqi's arms, hugging this person who made her feel warm with all her strength, itching to rub herself into him. All the emotions within these 7 days were as overwhelming as a mountain of rich corpses erupting. This scene directly dumbfounded all the people present. What the hell? Just now, they were still envious of the fact that Xiao Yan seemed to be about to soar due to a poem, but it turned out to be a huge reversal in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan said Princess Ruyan cried. And look at this situation. Princess Ruyan and the relationship between the Holy Son of the Lord seems to be, have so billion points of impurity so Xiao Yan can still be good? Not to mention them, even Xiao Yan himself was a bit confused right now. I just said one thing, do you have to cry like that? What? This cultivation world also per capita fairy okay, don't cry, don't cry. If you cry, you'll become a kitten, and everyone will have to call you Princess Kitten from now on. Xiao Ruyan sniffed and squeezed harder again. She didn't know what she was thinking at this point. It was obvious that all the grievances she had suffered in the past few days were all thanks to this person, but she was so at ease in this embrace. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were cathartic, and Xiao Ruyan's entire body felt lighter. Men, Take him down for the saint's son and send him to death row. Lin Tianqi's cold voice caused Xia Ruyan's body to stiffen again, but it quickly relaxed again. What alliance? What oath? Our flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water, cannot stand a little test. She is, Xiao Yan is also. Hell, perhaps, was originally supposed to be its own place. Besides, hell with him, it doesn't seem to be cold. Crashing sound. At Lin Tianqi's command, a group of feathered forest troopers immediately poured out. You guys are unbridled. I am the son of the Jinbei king. Who dares to arrest me? Xiao Yan was already about to be scared out of his wits at this point, and his only remaining sense told him that he could only pull up the banner of the Jinbei king and perhaps survive. The Jinbei king could suppress the great Xia dynasty, but he didn't even have the qualifications to touch it in front of a power like the Yinyang Holy Land. Boom! Put! The leader of the Feather Forest Army, surnamed Shangwan, named Chengdu, the official Feather Forest Army general, is a pure martial cultivator with a peak cultivation of the divine separation realm, where Xiao Yan is his opponent. Being punched on the Violet Mansion, the entire body's spiritual energy was immediately like a deflated ball. Shangguan Chengdu had actually abolished his purple mansion with a single punch. Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, and without even letting out a single harsh word, he was dragged down as if he were a dead dog. The people present all looked like they had their throats pinched, not daring to say a word. If before this holy sun gave them the impression that he was easygoing and very grounded, at this time it was for them to realize what it meant to turn their hands to the clouds and their hands to the rain. That's the Prince of Jinbei, the only heir of the King of Jinbei, said to be abolished, said to be put into the death cell and put into the death cell. Let you all be frightened. This holy sun punishes himself with a cup. Then play the music and dance. The crowd resumed their seats with trepidation, their bodies sobered by the shock. And don't dare to compose a poem. Something big is going to happen to the Grand Xia dynasty. The Jinbei king wouldn't let his son be killed and not care. But how could he be a match for this holy sun lord? The forces of the Jinbei king's lineage were basically certain to be completely eradicated. Then naturally the vacant power needs to be taken over by new people. Cultivate immortality. Cultivate immortality. Or don't have that unrealistic dream. It's better to grab something practical and rely on it. Lin Tian were a banquet, directly overthrowing the dream of becoming immortal of a group of young talents in the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. The banquet lasted late into the night before it broke up. When the Xia Emperor learned that Lin Tianqi had abolished Xiao Yan, he was shocked and jumped up 2 meters high, happy as a monkey. Everything was going the way he expected. It even went better than expected. The original plan was to wait for his daughter to hold the Holy Sun's thigh, and then make a move to cut down the Jinbei king's military power. As a result, it's now straightforward and completely resolved. As long as the Jinbei king made the slightest movement, there was no need for him to make a move, and the behemoth that was the Yinyang Holy Land would directly crush him into crumbs. Great! That's great! Pass on my decree that the Feather Forest Army and the Close Guard must strictly guard the guilty minister Xiao Yan. No one is allowed to visit without Lord Saint Sun's decree. Yes, Your Majesty. The chief of the Close Guard hastily led the order to go ahead and make the arrangements. Put. Xiao Yan was grabbed by both shoulders and thrown into the death cell. Death row is no more than a normal prison. The height of the death row is extremely low. People simply can't stand up upright. And there is water in the cell that is not over the knee. This water is not ordinary water, but specifically against the cultivator. Soaking in the water, the whole body can't run the spiritual energy. It can be said that directly into the death row, without the help of external forces. Want to escape? That is, the door is not. Xiao Yan's entire body was sprawled in the water, and the piercing coldness caused him to wake up directly from his stupor. You guys let me out. My father will not let you go. Aren't you afraid that my father will rise up? Ha, Xiao Shitzi, if your father rises up, it won't take more than a day for your father and son to be reunited here. You'd better save your strength. The two feathered soldiers locked the cell door and no longer cared about Xiao Yan as they turned to leave. The entire death cell was suddenly plunged into a dim, silent state. Xiao Yan was really scared at this point. Before he crossed over, he was just an ordinary college student, squatting in the dormitory to play games with the living expenses given by his parents every month. And now his cultivation has been abolished, and he can't stand, squatting with his whole body soaked with water, and a piercing coldness sweeps over his whole body. Who cried? Chapter 68. Choice is greater than effort. Xiao Yan's choice. The crying was so sad and snotty. Where is there any ambition at this point? After crossing over for a year, the confidence that had been built up through the identity of Seiji was instantly shattered. It's not like I wanted to come here. Woo-hoo-hoo. I have to suffer this when I come here. So I want to go home. I miss my mom. It's so unfair. Why am I not a holy child? Ding. Select system meets preliminary binding conditions. Start recognizing. Ding. Identification complete. Identified as super waste. Satisfy the binding rules of this system. Start binding. The system? Old me's plugin is finally coming. Xiaoyan haphazardly wiped a handful of tears and big snot from his face, instantly soaring from all thoughts to ambition, completely ignoring the fact that the system had identified him as a super waste. Due to the speed at which the joy soared was just too fast, Xiaoyan's expression was somewhat distorted at this moment. The big snot has not yet flowed well, and began to bow nosebleed. When he first crossed over, he had hit on the idea of a system, and that traveler didn't have a system? As a result, he waited for a long time without the system appearing, and he thought that his hang-up was the identity of the son of the world. It turned out that the system was actually activated in this desperate situation. Ding! The choice system has completed binding. According to the host's current situation, the degree of danger is judged to be certain death. The system is feeling pessimistic, so it raises the rewards for making choices in the hope that some miracles will occur. Please make a choice between the following two choices. The host must be careful to choose. Life does not have a return button. The host's every choice will affect the subsequent direction of life. Option 1, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Continue to endure and wait for rescue. Reward the first style of turtle breath technique. Although the divine turtle lives, practicing this technique can greatly enhance the physical body's chi and blood. Choice 2, The Wrath of the Pitbull. Live as a man, die as a ghost. Reward, restoration of the destroyed Violet Mansion in the first style of the Human Emperor's Fist. Open heaven and earth. Ding! Please ask the host to make a choice. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Isn't that cursing? Of course I pick. Xiaoyan hesitated the moment he made his choice. Xiaoyan, who has been mixing with various pirate websites for many years, can easily see that these two choices are two directions at a glance. One is almost Go Dao Flow, and the benefit of Go Dao Flow is safety. The other is Mangdao Ryu, which is one word for dry. Whether the enemy is stronger than you or not fearing, not keeping back for yourself, there is the path of my invincibility. Xiaoyan also read a lot of these two types of novels before he crossed over, and now the two very different paths are in front of him for him to choose from. It's just too difficult to choose. He wanted both the safety of Go Dao Ryu and the hot, cool feeling of Mang Dao Ryu, but, having to make a choice between the two, he preferred the second, and what man could resist a hot-blooded legend? But on second thought, Lin Tianqi was giving him too much psychological pressure. Whether it was the flying boat that covered the sky when he first met Lin Tianqi, the kneeling welcome of the Feathered Forest Army's experts at 10 meters a post, or Xia Ruyan throwing herself at him in front of his own face, this one piece, this one pile, all of them pressed Xiaoyan's heart to be timid. Is it any good to fight hard against such an opponent? And the system is feeling pessimistic. But being a teenage mutant ninja turtle, a sense of humiliation made him feel uncomfortable all over, especially when he thought of Xia Ruyan doing all sorts of lewd poses underneath that holy sun. Ding! Please make your choice as soon as possible. The system is starting to hyperventilate. Me? I'll take one. Ding! The host chooses one, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and releases the reward Turtle Breath Technique number 1. Though the turtle lives. As the system's voice rang out, an extremely powerful force surged directly from Xiaoyan's body. This power was not spiritual power, but was directly applied to his physical body. Although his Violet Mansion hadn't recovered, an extremely powerful force of chi and blood quickly filled his weakened body with a feeling of strength. My back is not sore anymore. My legs don't hurt anymore. And even this frigid, bone-chilling water has become a lot milder. This gong method automatically operated within his body without any need for him to manipulate it at all, enhancing his fleshly body chi and blood at all times. And he also realized that his physical exertion had all of a sudden become as if it was dispensable. So strong. The fact that this was such a strong technique for just the first stance made Xiaoyan feel as if the humiliation he had suffered was nothing. But immediately afterward there was some suffering. If the Go Dao Streams technique was this powerful, then the Human Emperor Fist didn't know how heaven-defying it would be. If he had chosen the Human Emperor Fist, would he have just punched that piece of Saint Sun in seconds? But, as that system said, there was no back button in life. He had made his choice and there was no chance to start over. In Lin Tianqi's palace, there was a spring and autumn drama being staged at this moment. Xia Ruyan showed extra initiative, and a gentleman like Lin Tianqi naturally wouldn't reject a woman's good intentions. There is a poem. The red candle burns high to reflect the jade face, and the depths of the bedroom are as warm as spring. The light veil dances and the fragrant wind sends. The mandarin ducks share the pillow and the words are entwined. It was only until the early dawn of day that Lin Tianqi was barely able to enjoy himself. Being too powerful is also a happy burden. Xia Ruyan shrank in Lin Tianqi's embrace like a bird. She realized that she had become attached to this embrace. It seemed that she could only find a sense of security, as well as warmth in this embrace. You continue to rest. I'll go and meet that Shitzi. Who on earth gave him the guts to sneer at little master's woman? Xia Ruyan sniffed and her heart was filled with a sense of security. With the arrival of Lin Tianqi, the thing she lacked the most was a sense of security. In the past, Her sense of security came from her status as a princess and the favor of the emperor of Daxia, but it was far less than the 4 words "my woman" now. At her most devastated, she had fantasized that her father would back him up, but he hadn't. At the time of her humiliation, she had also fantasized that Xiao Yan, her beloved who had a reputation for bravery and martial arts when she was young, could descend from the sky and take her far away, and he didn't. Now the one who can give it to her has appeared. Holy Son of God, call the mail. Your Excellency, I want to confess to Your Excellency that Xiao Yan and I are not ordinary classmates. You don't say little master can also see, but last night you have proved the innocence of your body. As for the heart, there has never been anyone who can take a woman's heart from the hands of little master. Duke. At this moment, Lin Tianqi was practically radiating a million rays of light in Xiao Ruyan's eyes. What Xiao Yan? Where is the comparison between the two? My lord, Xiao Yan came to the imperial capital 2 years ago and was still a martial artist who only knew how to dance with swords and guns. But a year ago it was like he had changed into a different person. And those poems he made, I asked the old gentleman of the state prince's eunuch to appreciate them, and they all said that these poems can't be made at all without decades of literary skills. I feel that there must be a secret in him. Lin Tianqi looked at Xiao Ruyan and couldn't help but say in his heart, could it be that Xiao Ruyan became his person and got rid of the descending wisdom stupid white sweet aura? The IQ has reoccupied the high ground? Chapter 69, Old Sakyamuni, Hatamaro ******A. Your Holiness, I just hope what I know will help you. If I'm wrong, you can punish me like you did last night. Woman, you're changing your mind to make me reward you. Xiao Ruyan sniffed. Her head was a bit turned around. I have pleasured you this way and that as well as that. How did it turn into a reward for me? Lin Tianqi saw the situation, patted Xiao Ruyan's little face. This ideological awareness is still to be improved, but it does not matter. This attitude is still worthy of affirmation. Well, do a good job. We must be rewarded. The great Summer Dynasty's imperial daughter want to be? What? Imperial daughter? Xiao Ruyan sniffed and her waist wasn't sore anymore. Her crotch shaft didn't hurt, and her knees were able to make the effort. Ignoring the fact that her spring light was leaking, she sat straight up. In the past, although she was favored, she never thought of inheriting the throne. Daxia has been passed down for thousands of years, and there has never been a precedent of a woman inheriting the throne. The surprise was too explosive for her. After you become this saint's son's woman, this great Xiao dynasty is a gift from this saint's son. Do you like it? Love it. Xiao Ruyan frantically nodded her head as if she were a chicken pecking at rice. By the time Xiao Ruyan dressed Lin Tianqi, half a day's work had already passed. And you go back and wait for news. Doesn't Lord Saint's son need the services of his little daughter anymore? Being crowned imperial daughter is a big deal for you. Go back and get ready. I have things to do as well. Well, then call out to summon me at any time when Lord Saint's son needs it. Go on. Lin Tianqi slapped at Xiao Ruyan's arse, and Xiao Ruyan returned to her palace with a joyful, petulant smile. Xiao Ruyan, what Xiao Yan? Who is Xiao Yan? I'm not familiar with him. Lin Tianqi also returned to the main hall. Jiang Ling served fragrant tea and wanted to speak. Sister jealous? Lin Tianqi picked up his teacup and said with a bad smile, I eat what kind of vinegar? Brother charm unlimited. The future of the confidant do not know how many. Who can eat over? I am just a little puzzled. That Xiao Yan although in the secular world is considered good, but stronger than him alone in Yang Holy Land no 10,000. There are 8,000. Why is brother targeting him? Sister thinks I'm doing something wrong? That's not true. I'll support you in whatever you do. Just a little curious. Lin Tianqi took a sip of the fragrant tea and put down the teacup. It's really nothing. The great Xia imperial dynasty, as a part of the Yin Yang sacred ground, although its influence within the sacred ground has been minimal over the years, its huge country, its population, is something that should not be lost. Xiao Yan's father, the Jinbei king, had an unclear relationship with the Sakya Holy Land, and the Sakya Holy Land's preaching of the Dharma in the northern part of Daxia was becoming more and more prosperous, so it could not be left unattended any longer. This time on the surface I'm out for fun. In reality I'm here to deal with this matter. This mission involves the two great Holy Lands. Very confidential. The entire Holy Land is informed by less than 5 people. Sister must not be leaked out. I shouldn't have asked. After hearing this, Jiang Ling really didn't expect her good brother to tell her such an important thing just to satisfy her curiosity. What kind of trust was this? As if Jiang Ling had made a mistake. He lowered his head and twisted the corner of his shirt, somewhat at a loss for words. The corners of Lin Tianqi's mouth couldn't help but rise. Where is this bull ****** mission? However, he did not lie. The Jinbei king did have ambiguous relations with the sacred land of Sakya, only that he did it very stealthily, and the Yin Yang sacred land did not even find out anything. But that doesn't matter anymore. Xiao Yan's identity as a traveler had been locked. so there was no possibility of either Xiaoyan or the king of Jinbei staying. Then their ambiguity with the Sakya Holy Land would naturally be completely solidified, and collusion with other Holy Lands with the intent to sell out the interests of the Yin-Yang Holy Land would also be verified one by one. I told you sister is not an outsider. She's an insider. And take advantage of sister. So many days all day long with that little girl to have fun. Eyes where there is still me this sister. And you say you're not jealous. Let me taste if this little mouth is all sour. Oh, I'm not one of those little girls. Want to taste it, and I'm still partial to not letting it. Jiang Ling twisted her waist, dodging Lin Tianqi's arm around her, leaving behind a string of giggles as she ran out of the hall. After Jiang Ling left, Lin Tianqi picked up his teacup again, took a sip, and said unhurriedly, "Did you catch the big fish? I don't see the person. I just hear the voice." Back to the Holy Sun. The Sakya Holy Land's Hadamarash has arrived in Yanjing. The oldest 2, oldest 3, oldest 4 are waiting outside the death row. As long as he dares to make a move, he will definitely let him. Don't talk tough, keep your head down. Yes. What realm? Hatamarishi? One man dares to come to the rescue? The peak of the cave void realm, cultivating the Lohan golden body. It's nothing more than relying on his thick skin and flesh. Don't worry, Saint's son. Our brothers have fought with that old monk quite a lot. With the 4 of us joining forces, he's by no means an opponent. Well, the more Lin Tianqi listened, the more bottomless his heart became. It's a well-known fact that the more the villain's lapdog blows awesome, the more this is going to go down 8 or 9 times. These 4 people were the bodyguards that the Yin-Yang Holy Land had arranged for him. As the Holy Son of the Holy Land, and a super holy son that far surpassed the previous holy sons, it was natural to travel with a protector in the shadows, and all of them were arranged by Jiang Lingyun, who was the Taoist protector. The entire Yin-Yang Holy Land only Jiang Lingyun, Lin Tianqi, and the 4 Taoist protectors know. These 4 cultivations were all strong in the cave void realm, and not just any cave void realm, they were all top-notch experts in the entire Tian Yuan realm. If that monk comes to the rescue, remember to never be careless. The old man understands. And is there anything unusual about Xiaoyan on death row? No, the purple mansion is broken, the cultivation is lost, but his flesh is indeed somewhat unique. The purple mansion is abolished, for the cultivator is not as simple as turning back into an ordinary person, but he quickly adapted. Rumor has it that he was born with the body of a vajra. Perhaps that's why that old monk wanted to save him even at the risk of his own life? Well, born diamond. If so, then why does the Sakya Holy Land not accept him into the door? If Senior is the elder of the Sakya Holy Land, would he let such a good seedling go unchecked? That wouldn't mean that the Holy Sun means that they have some kind of conspiracy, and that they started plotting when Xiaoyan was a child? I'm also guessing, but no matter what scheme they have, the key is this Xiaoyan. As long as we get rid of him, even if we don't know what scheme they have, we can crack it just the same. The old man gets it. Lin Tianqi placed the teacup back on the table, and the great hall returned to calm. Sakya Holy Land, these vultures are the most hypocritical. When the battle with the demon race, as a member of the human race, but on the grounds of the Sakya precepts, unwilling to take a shot at the demon race, but also beautifully said that the life of the demon race is also the life of the demon race, can't break the killing precepts. But back then, with your Yin and Yang Holy Land fighting for the turf, fight scalp and blood, then also do not talk about the precepts. The human word ghost words are letting them say. Yunshi rolled her eyes in Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness. She had an extremely bad impression of the monks of the sacred land of Sakya. The sacred land of Sakya had a conflict with the sacred land of Yin and Yang 10,000 years ago? That has to be more than 15,000 years ago. Right, the Sakya Holy Land to come to your Yin Yang Holy Land boundaries to spread the law. Yin Yang Holy Land naturally will not agree. The Buddhist sect is the most will be compelled to the people's hearts. Those believers themselves cannot afford to eat, cannot afford to wear, but also will be the best of all the best to supply their beliefs. With all these offerings, the Sakya Holy Land to develop very quickly. The loyalty of the believers is also extremely high. The strength is strong. The ambition is naturally also big. But they put forward the equality of all living beings. This set of rhetoric attracted the other 8 holy places are very dissatisfied. But their set of rhetoric compels the secular people to denounce the other 8 holy places. This behavior makes the other 8 holy places rare unity. 8 against 1. Ha! Awesome! That's right. Chapter 70. I am Linyud, Yanjing, an old name for Beijing. On the street a huge man who was 9 feet tall, naked and wearing a pair of yellow pants. His naked upper body was as if it was smeared with gold powder, glittering. There were also fist-sized Buddha beads hanging around his neck, attracting the crowd to gaze back frequently. This is not a person. This is clearly a golden tower. This monk closed his eyes, completely oblivious to the outside world, and walked towards the direction of the death cell without haste. In the middle of the death row, Xiao Yan was still thinking in his heart that if he chose the human emperor fist would he go straight to the top, repeatedly jumping sideways between self-persuasion and regret. Ding. Trigger choice. Sakat aid. Choice 1, refuse to leave with the rescuer and let him or her lure the enemy away completely before escaping alone. Rewarded with the turtle breath technique. The second style of the turtle breath technique. The use of the turtle breath technique can completely hide one's own contained aura. Valid for a quarter of an hour. Option 2, while the rescuer opens the death cell, the strongest dragon and tiger will have to break into it. Rewarding the first style of dragon subduing tiger. Pure world Brahma light. Brahma light shoots out from the center of the brow, piercing through all illusions, and disguises. The host is invited to make a choice. There is continuity in the rewards for continuing to choose the Godao stream. The second option is again the appearance of a brand new feat, the first avatar of the dragon subduing tiger, with both skills being supportive. Is it a one-way street, or do you switch tracks? It's not too late to change. If you continue to choose the rewards of the turtle breath technique, wait until the fourth, the fifth and the conversion of the track to start all over again. Then the loss will be too great. System, if I choose the second one, can I continue to choose the turtle breath technique for my next choice? Stinging, can't. Each choice the host makes will change the course of the future. Sure enough, each choice is like lighting up a skill tree. I'll go with the first one. Anyone who has played the game knows that one way is the way to go. With Xiao Yan's choice, the second style of the turtle breath grand technique had been fully mastered. When that rescuer draws away the enemy, by utilizing the turtle breath technique one can escape without God's knowledge. The success rate will be greatly increased. About to be rescued. Xiao Yan is both excited and a little uncertain. The uncertainty of the future always made him feel very unsettled. And if he could choose, he now instead kind of missed his college life before crossing over. It was so hard to cross over. But the princess didn't get soaked, and she almost lost her life. When I was in college, I at least went to order princess a couple times. Boom! Suddenly there was a shocking sound, which scared Xiao Yan and made him tremble. The person who saved him came, only to see that a large hole had been made in the dark death cell. It also allowed Xiao Yan to see a long-lost light. Old bald ass. You're crazy. The old bald donkey? It's the holy monk himself who has come to save himself. Then how am I going to get him to lead away the pursuers alone in a while? Xiao Yan felt as if this system was deliberately playing with him. Death Row. The Feathered Forest Army. The Close Guard. Thousands of people surrounded a golden giant in the center, but they didn't dare to go forward. This giant is 3 feet tall. The whole body is as bright as gold. The Phaline Army. The Close Guard's launched long-distance magic weapon is not close to the front by the bright Buddha light annihilation. His true opponents were those 4 Dao protectors of Lin Tianxi. However, at this moment, these 4 peerless powerhouses of the cavernous void realm were very gloomy, and their hearts sank even lower to the bottom. Is this old monk crazy? In order to save a worldly son, he had gone so far as to burn the power of his own origin and forcefully advance to the pseudo-Mahayana realm. Is that kid your bastard? So desperate. Why don't a few old friends give the poor monk a face? The poor monk doesn't want to start a killing spree. Ha, am I scared? How long can you burn your origin? Is it worth it to throw away thousands of years of bitter cultivation for an irrelevant person? A few old friends, thousands of years of bitter cultivation, but only for a command. And worth it? Buddha said all beings are equal. That irrelevant person in your eyes is no different from your holy son in the eyes of the poor monk. Then there's nothing more to say. 3 senior brothers. Set up the formation. Yes, as soon as the words fell, the 4 Dao protectors stood in 4 directions and instantly struck out. In an instant, the yin and yang qi in the heaven and earth instantly gathered crazily from the 4 directions, the clear qi rising, the turbid qi falling, a white and a black 2-faced taiji pattern, one up and one down, shrouding that 3-foot golden body. Each of the 4 Dao protectors had another small flag appearing in their hands, and one of the small golden flags unfolded against the wind, suddenly shining brightly, and that white taiji pattern was like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, and the endless power of the hot sun poured out, seemingly melting the 3 Zhan golden body completely. A small black flag in the hands of the other Taoist protector was clouded with yin qi, and the black taiji pattern seemed to transform into a bottomless abyss, seemingly dragging the 3-foot golden body into it. The other 2 elders also struck out at the same time. Infinite astral winds, as well as the power of ice and cold, filled the entire formation. The scene left the thousands of onlookers dumbfounded, although they were all cultivators as well, and were able to enter the Feathered Forest Army. The Close Guard, their cultivation levels were all in the Pseudo-Dan, Jin-Dan realm, and some of the officers were even Yuaning, out-of-body cultivators. But how had they ever seen such a scene before? The pressure emanating from that formation made their bodies soften. Being in a desperate situation, the old monk, but half of the color does not change. Look calm, whether it is above the hot flames, or blowing to the body of the wind, ice, or the foot of the dark abyss cannot let him retreat a little bit. Ba, my Buddha is compassionate. The old monk recited a Buddha's name. The Buddha's light around his body suddenly rose 3 more times, and a golden lotus flower behind him seemed to have the power to support the sky. The two sides just stalemated to see who would not be able to hold out and lose first, whether it was these 4 Taoist protectors or the old monk. They were all wary of each other's identities, and there was still a bit of wiggle room in their strikes. The cave void realm is that powerful? Damn! There's a long way to go if you want to completely turn over a new leaf and take the initiative to suppress it strongly. Lin Tianqi hid in the shadows, and in his heart, he had a whole new understanding of Jiang Lingyun's force value. Slightly emotional, Lin Tianqi took out an object from his sleeve, like a soft-made mask. Lin Tianqi hemmed and hawed and put it on his face. The mask instantly melted like water, covering Lin Tianqi's smelly, handsome face, and then a face belonging to Lu Fan appeared. Ahem, little master. My name is Lu Fan. Lu Fan. Oh, Lin Tianqi slightly adjusted his voice to sound like Lu Fan in general, before he laughed and lurked towards the death cell. In the death cell, Xiao Yan waited anxiously. Every movement outside made his heart instantly lift up, but after waiting for half a day, he did not see the holy monk come in. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. In case the holy monk was undefeated and ran away, wouldn't he be completely screwed? If no one comes to save them, they may still be alive. If you can't rob a prison, it's only a dead end. Tap tap. A footstep sounded, especially harsh in the quiet of the death cell. Xiao Yan was even more nervous in his heart, not knowing whether the visitor was the bodhisattva who saved him or the ghostly messenger who sent him to hell. But Xiao Shitzi? I am. And this gentleman is? My name is Lin Yud. I've come to save you. The master has held the enemy back. I've come to get you out. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You can't thank me for saving your life. No harm done. Helping others is a virtue. Not to mention that the master had been kind to me. Knowing the favor is also a virtue. Brother Ardent, as his name suggests, I admire you. As he spoke, Lin Tianqi had already cleaved open the door of the death cell with a sword, and Xiao Yan hurriedly climbed out as if he was a trapped beast. Lin Tianqi grabbed Xiao Yan's wrist and said with a change in his face, the son of the world has lost all his cultivation, and there are thousands of guards outside, so I'm afraid that it will be difficult to hide our movements. Let's change our clothes. I'll wear your clothes to lure the people away, and you'll be on your way out. Mr. Lin. Xiao Yan backhandedly grabbed Lin Tianqi's hand and was moved to tears. Quickly, don't make that daughterly gesture. Time is running out. Ding. Trigger selection. Chapter 71 Buddhist Relic. Power of Vajra. Option 1, change clothes with the rescuer and leave after he draws away the guards. Rewarding the third style of the turtle breath technique. Xuanwu True Body. Obtaining the Xuanwu Essence Blood and transforming oneself into the Xuanwu Sacred Body. Option 2, refuse the rescuer's offer to change clothes and leave alone. Rewarded with the first style of rock spreading wings, flying upwards, greatly increasing one's upper speed limit. Please make a choice. I choose 1. This time Xiao Yan did not dwell on it, and the third style of the turtle breath grand technique unexpectedly directly obtained the Xuanwu Saint Body. As one of the 4 great sacred beasts, Xuanwu's ability naturally did not need to be doubted. Moreover, he felt that by switching clothes with this Lin Yud and letting him distract the defenders, his success rate of escaping would increase a lot more. He still knew the truth that a dead friend of the road was not a poor man. Don't freeze, Seiji. Hurry up and change. Lin Tianqi clearly felt that for a moment just now. Xiao Yan became different again. The strength of his physical body was straight after the son of the demon emperor in the barbarian demon mysterious realm. Holy, these stinking chosen ones are casually open. He, on the other hand, can only spell it out through the hard work of his own hands. The real thing. Well, I'll spare you the pretense, and the great favor. As he spoke, Xiao Yan had already stripped himself clean, and it was so sharp, as if he was afraid that Lin Tianqi would back out. He grabbed the outer robe that Lin Tianqi had taken off and put it on. Lin Tianqi almost didn't collapse and hurriedly lowered his head to change Xiao Yan's clothes on. Seiji, wait for me to distract the pursuers. Yes. Lin Tianqi patted Xiao Yan's shoulder again with great force, and with a determined face, he rushed out towards the outside. What a man! It's Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan has escaped from death row. Give chase. Don't let him get away. Hooting and hollering, the thousands of generals on the sidelines were watching the show, when suddenly a sneaky figure, as if a big rat suddenly drilled out on the stage. At a glance at the dress, it was a shock. The Jinbei king's son was imprisoned here because he had offended that holy son of God, and if he were to run away, they wouldn't be peeled back a layer of skin? But on second thought, where is this what is the son of the king of Jinbei, is clearly a walking title. If he captured him, he would almost mean to be crowned a king or a duke. But a marquis would definitely not be able to run away. In front of the huge benefits, no one is a fool, and then thousands of people do not look at the bustle. all rushed over in great numbers, even the 4 Tao protectors, who were still in a stalemate with each other, and the old monk were taken aback. The old monk thought to himself, could it be someone sent by Battle Child? But why didn't he tell himself? The 4 Taoist protectors are also tight in their hearts, just swore that they would do a good job, and as a result, they let this bull son of the world run away in front of their noses. And this old face still wants to be gone? It's not that easy to run away. When the rightful owner had run away, the 4 Taoist protectors wanted to leave the old monk behind and go after him. But at this time the old monk can turn passive into active, directly to attack to defend. Hard to injuries for injuries do not want to fight, with their own strength to drag the 4 protectors of the Taoist life. Here's your chance. Xiao Yan, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately launched the second style of the turtle breath technique, concealing himself and touching the corner of the wall to run away in a puff of smoke. He only had a quarter of an hour of invisibility, and although his cultivation was ruined, he was now a Xuanwu saint body, and the strength of his body was something he had never felt before. One step was tens of meters. Lin Tianqi was wearing Xiaoyan's clothes, and the mask on his face changed like flowing water, changing in an instant to look exactly like Xiaoyan, adjusted according to Xiaoyan's voice, living another Xiaoyan. Ha ha, I really don't know how such a stupid traveler was chosen to be the chosen son. It's still 10,000 Lu Fan. Worse than Little Master. Lin Tianqi made a deep leap, and was coincidentally struck in the calf by a long-range magic weapon that came from behind him, and fell to the ground with an ouch. Ha ha, hit it! I hit it! One of the feathered guards was excited as if he had become a father, but Lin Tianqi flopped down on the ground and stood up, continuing to run forward. It's great, I did become a father, but I saw that the child looks just like the old king next door. It's so hard to bear. He's wounded. Brothers, kings and lords are better than men. Charge! Whoever catches it is the one who gets it. Be sure to catch him alive. Unsurprisingly, after a few dozen miles of pursuit, the son of the king of Jinbei was once again captured. The old monk felt that the delay was almost over and was about to retreat, but as a result, Xiao Yan was captured again. Ha ha, old bald donkey, lost your mind, didn't you? You exchange injuries for injuries and burn your own origin essence blood. Let's see how much essence blood you have to burn. Brothers, set up a formation, trap him. I really didn't expect that Sakyamuni Vajra would even give his life for a little child. It's really ridiculous. When the 4 protectors saw that Xiao Yan had been captured, their morale was boosted. On the contrary, the old monk was in a very bad situation at this time. The Buddha's light of his 3-foot golden body was already very dim, and the fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries had caused him to suffer quite a bit of injuries as well. But the most deadly thing is still burning essence blood, originally intended to fight a quick battle. But he really did not expect the other party to use 4 experts of the Cave Void Realm to guard him here. It was still 4 Cave Void Realms that were proficient in formations. It's a hell of a thing to say there's no conspiracy. But he couldn't help saving Xiao Yan. One could only fight to the death. If Xiao Yan was put back into death row, there was no chance of rescue. Amat Ba. The old monk mouthed the Buddha's name and folded his hands. The somewhat dimmed Buddha's light suddenly shone brightly once again, converging towards his hands. In an instant, it seemed as if a small sun had coalesced between the old monk's hands, while his flesh instantly dried up. Nirvana. Crazy. This old baldass is crazy. Boom. With a shocking sound, a heaven-destroying power instantly erupted with the old monk at the center. The formation of the 4 Tao protectors was instantly dispersed, and a bright golden light rushed towards the purple mansion of the captured Xiaoyan. Buddhist relics. A Buddhist treasure that only an accomplished monk can coalesce. It unites the fruits of a monk's life of enlightenment. Who are you? The Sherry drilled into the purple mansion of Xiao Yan and instantly realized that he had been tricked. This is not Xiao Yan at all. Ha ha, I am Xiao Yan ah. If you're here, don't even think about leaving. Master, help me. This Sherry still wanted to escape, but a shocking power instantly surged out. The power of pure sun, the power of purple sky thunder, the power of Gangjin killing, and finally a power that made his heart tremble. The Mahayana cultivator. Boom. Within Lin Tianqi's violet mansion was instantly like a small sun, and under the suppression of several forces, the old monk's relics were like a brute bull surrounded by lions. It's Lord Saint's son, protector. The 4 Tao protectors were so surprised that they almost bit their tongues off when they saw Xiao Yan turn into Lin Tianqi. However, when they saw the holy sun refining the relics, they instantly understood Lin Tianqi's layout, and their scalps instantly tingled. What kind of strategy and audacity was this? Using the Jinbei King's son as bait to hunt down the Peak Cave Void Realm great cultivator of the sacred land of Sakya. And Lord Saint's son is only in the out-of-body realm now, right? Ha ha, is this the Buddhist Vajra? Boom! Only to see Lin Tianqi's body immediately surged with infinite Buddhist light around him, immediately condensing a 10-foot-tall golden body. This old man's 1,000 years of hard cultivation ended up being cheaper for Lin Tianqi. and after only refining a portion of it, Lin Tianqi's cultivation level was directly promoted from the early stage of the out-of-body realm to the late stage of the out-of-body realm. If he refined all of this Buddhist relics and took the old monk's 1,000 years of cultivation for himself, he could instantly become a great cultivator of the cave void realm. However, the pitfalls of doing so were quite large, and it wasn't worth it for Lin Tianqi. Congratulations, Holy Son! Your cultivation has improved greatly. Congratulations, Lord Saint's son, on your great advancement in cultivation. The 4 protectors of the Tao started, and the thousands of cultivators present all of a sudden knelt down in unison and shouted. They didn't understand what was going on yet, but it didn't affect the nagging. Send a letter to the 9 ancestors. The Sakya Holy Land is plotting against us. The king of Jinbei is eating out of the palm of his hand, but in reality, he is a pawn of the Sakya Holy Land to penetrate into the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, intending to use the king of Jinbei as a gap to open up the blockade line for the transmission of the Dharma to the east, and the old monk has already been struck down by the 4 seniors. Lord Holy Son, where did the 4 Tao protectors have any contempt for this young saint's son now? In the past, they had obeyed Lin Tianqi's orders because they were looking at Jiang Lingyun, the 9th ancestor, but now they really felt from the bottom of their hearts that this saint's son of their own family's future accomplishments would definitely be stronger than the 9th ancestor. Lin Tianqi said, slightly sensed, he smile. This Xiao Yan ran quite fast, simply called Xiao Run. Chapter 72, Comrade Seiji, we meet again. Phew. Xiao Yan took a breath and ran straight to the outskirts of Yin City before stopping, heart beating like a drum. Not just tired, but nervous, frightened. However, it was quickly restored, and it had to be said that the Xian turtle sacred body's control over bodily functions was simply pervertedly fine and subtle. Have to leave the Great Xia dynasty as soon as possible. The northern land is also not safe anymore. Nowadays only the Sakya Holy Land can shelter me, with the Xuanwu sacred body. More importantly, there is also a system beside me. What a bull ******* Holy Son. And Xia Ruyan that, Laozi will not let you go. Xiaoyan gasped for a few breaths, and the expended strength had already been recovered. Vertical run. Just at this moment, a sudden sharp pain in the shoulder. Under the extreme speed, the body is unsteady, directly staggered forward. The shoulder was as if it had been stabbed in by countless small fine needles, and it was accompanied by a hot, sharp pain. Xiaoyan couldn't stand the pain, but thinking of his situation, he could only bite his teeth and endure it. What's going on? Xiaoyan peeled off the clothes to take a look. Good guy. The whole shoulder has been swollen into a big bun. A black slap mark has begun to fester out of the foul-smelling yellow pus. How did this happen? Xiaoyan was immediately frightened and his hands and feet were weak. His mind could not help but recall that Lin Yud had changed clothes with him. Only he had touched himself and he had patted his shoulder hard before parting. Why? If he was going to harm himself, why did he save him? It tickles. Suddenly the severe pain instantly turned into a strange itch. Itchy scratching heart and liver. Xiaoyan's hand that was intact, uncontrollably just went to scratch a hand. So cozy. Xiaoyan's hand that grabbed onto the festering shoulder and immediately grabbed a handful of rotting flesh as if he had grabbed a handful of shang. In no time at all, the entire rotting flesh of the shoulder was scratched away, revealing the bones inside. At this time the Xuanwu sacred body began to unfold to save itself, one desperately trying to grow outward, the other desperately grasping. Suddenly the hand on which he had scratched the itch tingled again, and the place stained by the yellow pus appeared blackened and ulcerated. Xiaoyan could no longer control himself at this point and started howling at the top of his voice. What broke him down even more was the fear inside. He got a nasty chill at the thought of festering and pus everywhere. His heart was scared to death. How he wished to go back to the peaceful life he had before he crossed over. Xiao Shizi, we meet again. Xiaoyan was startled by the sudden appearance of the voice and struggled to raise his head to look, only to see a handsome man dressed in fancy clothes standing about 10 meters in midair. Holy son, you did it all, didn't you? Why, is it Xia Ruyan that falsely accused me? Saint Sun Lord, I have nothing to do with her at all. It is she who pursued me hard, but I didn't say yes. I didn't even touch her hand. Saint Sun Lord, you are generous. Let me go. My father is the king of Jinbei. I can represent my father and serve Lord Saint Sun. Xiaoyan's desire to survive was completely bursting at this moment. He had changed back to the essence of the ordinary college student at this point. Lin Tianqi couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Just by crossing over with this kind of pussy he could hang on to all the local heavenly pride? Shen Zhang, Yi Wushuang, and even Lu Fan are all stronger than him. So it's really all about the plugins? Damn, the little master is so good. Why don't you give me a plugin? Hanging walls, all damned, but it's a good death. Lin Tianqi took off the gourd on his waist and shifted, and the little gourd child shone. What the hell stinks? Goo. Don't hit. Lin Tianqi's face was dark. This little thing was completely hopeless. At a young age. Open your mouth and shut up, Nima. The son does not teach the father. See that one? Eat it. Crouch. Father, you can't do this to a child. I'm still a 30-centimeter child. You let me eat stinky meat. I'll get sick. Don't worry. Daddy will take care of it for you. Add more spices and it won't stink. But he's a human being. You can't eat me. I'm human. I stink. And I don't use paper in the bathroom. Xiao Yan listened to these two discussions on how to eat him, and his face was black with fear, and he quickly said that he was not delicious. Who asked you to eat him? I'm asking you to give him a chance to start over. After it's done, Daddy will find you 10 big steamed buns to eat. Really? The little zucchini child's eyes lit up at the words. Really? The real deal. Absolutely original and authentic. Tai, you stinking human demon. A humanoid demon is also a demon. The little huckleberry baby crossed its arms and let out a bellowing cry, opening its mouth and shooting its tongue as if it were a lizard towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan used all his strength, but for some reason, he couldn't use any of his strength. Eyes wide open, he watched as the little thing's tongue wrapped around his body as if it were a boa constrictor. Then, something that surprised Lin Tianqi happened. Only Xiao Yan instantly turned into a large snake with a turtle shell. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Grip super. With a flick of its tongue, the little gourd baby directly ripped Xiao Yan into the demon refining gourd. It then shifted and reformed into a gourd. Surprisingly, it's Xuanwu. There's a hangout and you're still fixing yourself up to be a big wanker. What the hell? Deserved your death. Lin Tianqi thought about it and hurriedly took out dozens of spirit medicines from his sleeves, among which there were 3,000-year-old precious medicines and the rest were 100-year-old spirit medicines, and put them into the demon refining gourd. He was going to refine a gourd of Xuanwu treasure pills. I really didn't expect that I would be able to get Xuanwu in this heavenly Yuan realm. This wave of harvest was just too rich. Sons of Qi are really all big fat sheep. This wave is not as good as the harvest from the barbarian demon mystic realm, but it's still quite a lot. A pseudo-Mahayana realm Buddhist monk's relic, and a gourd of Xuanwu precious medicine. Jia. Master, a high monk of the Sakya Holy Land actually risked his life to save the demon race. Could it be that the Sakya Holy Land has been infiltrated by the demon race? Don't rule that out. The sacred land of Sakya must give a statement. Hey, the world is going downhill. People's hearts are not ancient, just because of a traitor. Tens of thousands of trialists from my human race died in the barbarian demon mysteries. The high monk of the Sakya Holy Land actually got involved with the demon race. It's really chilling. Heartache. Heartbreaking. I don't know if Lin Tianqi's play was too good, but Yun sure was a bit unable to catch it at once. Senior, I will send a message to the 9 ancestors, and when I arrive at the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, I will also need you to explain the situation with the seniors of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and your words will be more convincing. The sacred land of Sakya may be colluding with the demon race. The 8 great sacred lands have to be on guard. If you didn't say it, I would have done the same thing. Everyone in the demon race should be punished. Lin Tianqi nodded and leapt towards the palace. As the night passed, Yan City was bustling as usual. However, the entire Tian Yuan realm was at this moment like the night before a storm. The high monk Hadamarash of the Sakya Holy Land. His status is even higher than the 9 palaces palace master of the Yinyang Holy Land, which is sort of backward. It is the real third hand of the Sakya sanctuary. It turned out to be GA by the Yinyang Holy Land in the middle of a secular imperial dynasty. What made all the forces even more puzzled was that before the sacred land of Shakyamuni spoke out, the 9 ancestors of the Yinyang sacred land took the lead and asked the sacred land of Shakyamuni to give a statement. And Siddhartha's sanctuary really gave it. The Sakya sanctuary stated that Hadamarash ceased to be a Sakya sanctuary 3 years ago, so his behavior is only on behalf of his own personal behavior. This tawdry operation Lin Tianqi looked at all straight, insider ah. Chapter 73 Xuanwu Treasure Medicine. Vajra Unbreakable. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, I am a tiny body, the king of the world, conscientious, lest I fall. The foundation of a nation lies in the succession, and all generations have emphasized the establishment of an heir in order to secure the gods of earth and grain and set the hearts of the people. Royal daughter Xiao Ruyan, born in the palace, intelligent and sensitive, filial and pure, since childhood, study of history, and collected works, in the way of governance, quite insightful, and loving heart, often sympathetic to the suffering of the people, inside and outside the clan, have a good name, his virtue and talent, can be a model for the world. I am very pleased. Now I have thought it over, especially follow the ancestral system, in line with public opinion, the royal daughter of Xia Ruyan for the Dowager Empress, into the main East Palace. I hope that you in the future, more diligent, to the world for themselves, to be friendly and harmonious, respect for the wise and courteous, deep understanding of my intentions, not to live up to the entrusted. In the future, if I am 1,000 years later, the queen's daughter won the great system, the king of the world, to ensure that my dynasty forever, the people's well-being. Chin up. When the chief chamberlain finished reading the imperial decree, Xiao Ruyan still had an unreal feeling. Is it really that easy to become a royal daughter? Your Highness, take the decree first. With a fawning smile on his face, the chief chamberlain kindly reminded. People like them who ate palace food knew the slightest breeze in the palace and were extraordinarily sensitive. Princess Ruyan accompanied Lord Saint's son for 7 days, and immediately after that elder of the Yin-Yang Holy Land passed an oracle from Lord Saint's son to the Emperor of Daxia, and Princess Ruyan became the imperial daughter. The successor of an imperial dynasty was nothing more than a word from Lord Saint's son. This made the other princesses so envious that they could not wait to immediately strip naked and get under the quilt of the Holy Sun Lord. The princes, on the other hand, were biting their teeth into their stomachs, especially Xiao Ruhai, the eldest son of the emperor, as the first son, should have been established as the crown prince, but his mother fell out of favor. The Daxia emperor moved several times to abolish the idea of the queen, were suppressed by the group of ministers, but this also led to the Daxia emperor for Xiao Ruhai to become the crown prince. Has always had reservations, is a word drag. Now it's good. It's directly delayed until Xiao Ruyan has become the imperial daughter. The emperor of Daxia even abolished the queen in flames and established the mother of the imperial daughter Xiao Ruyan as the empress. This time none of the group of ministers objected. Lin Tianqi naturally didn't know that his own words had not only allowed Xiao Ruyan to rise to the throne, but had also caused the queen of a country to fall off the throne of the empress. Lin Tianqi had become a geek who didn't leave the front door these days, and he was terrified that someone out there would try to harm him. The 4 Dao protectors had all suffered some injuries that day and needed to adjust to their best. More importantly, Lin Tianqi was a bit uneasy about their fighting ability. 4 against 1. If not for the fact that he had used a trick, he hadn't been able to do much against that old monk. If he meets a stronger one, won't he have to give up his life? Although their own means of preserving life there are so many million points, but with the same is less. Some means that is to see the light of death, used once behind to greatly discounted. Therefore, apart from waiting for the 4 Dao protectors to recuperate from their injuries, as well as for the Xuanwu treasure pill to be refined, Lin Tianqi was also waiting for new helpers. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Without 10 or 8 whole Void Realm experts to protect them secretly, Lin Tianqi always feels that there will be people in the dark to put cold arrows, poison and so on. If you're always on the river, you've got to protect your shoes. Outside the Great Hall, the 4 protectors of the Dao were divided into 4 directions. Inside the hall, the demon refining gourd trembled violently, emitting a dark green haze. The Xuanwu treasure pill was finally refined. The demon refining gourd trembled violently as a majestic aura awakened like an ancient beast and exploded. The 4 cavernous Void Realm experts outside the hall hurriedly made their move and set up a large formation to block off this energy in the hall. Lin Tianqi opened the mouth of the gourd, and immediately the runes flourished, and a dark green light shot up into the sky, and in the light, the Xuanwu silhouette loomed. The Xuanwu turtle body is as thick as a mountain. Each tortoise armor pattern seems to carry the order of heaven and earth. Snake tail winding like a dragon. Swimming exudes endless pressure. Qilin, golden crow, white tiger, Xuanwu, good guy. Another green dragon can make up the 5 sacred beasts. How can the golden crow be stronger than the vermilion bird? Lin Tianqi ate the bowl, has begun to think about where to get a green dragon bloodline. The barbarian demon secret realm did not take down that Aochen. Really a pity. This was already the 3rd time that the precious medicine had been refined. There was little hesitation, picking up the gourd and pouring it down. The entrance of the precious medicine was like hot magma going down the throat and straight into the dantian, instantly erupting into a mountainous and majestic power, like a raging torrent, impacting the peripheral meridians with a destructive force. Lin Tianqi was instantly in full state. A purple and gold Qilin roared on its head, and a purple thunderbolt was added to its body. A 3-legged golden crow let out a shocking cry, and the fire of pure yang surged. The bones of his entire body emitted a platinum-like gangjin force. The power of Xuanwu was suppressed by these 3 forces, as if Big Strong had encountered 3 grumpy and unmartialized smelly hooligans, and instantly became honest and decent. The power within the Xuanwu treasure pill began to be released, wave after wave, as if it was a wild wave, one wave higher than the other. Lin Tianqi's meridians continued to widen under the rush of this power, and the energy converged into the Violet Mansion, which was enlarged dozens of times. The originally majestic qi and blood, surging wildly, seemed to be about to break through the surface of the body and spurt out. The speed of the flow was even several times faster, as if it had transformed into a long river of rushing spiritual energy, constantly delivering majestic power to all parts of the physical body. The increase in the strength of the physical body was even more astonishing, and the skin became like wearing a layer of invisible armor, as if it was able to withstand all of the world's harsh attacks. The muscles were like gnarled dragons coiled around, power surging madly in them. Every inch of muscle seemed to contain endless explosive power, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, there was the momentum of a mountain and a sea. In addition to the strengthening of his physical body, chi and blood, and strength, Lin Tianqi was also pleasantly surprised to find that at this time, his recovery ability had also received a huge boost. The Qilin treasure pill granted him control over thunder and lightning, as well as speed, and the white tiger treasure pill allowed his entire body to shed its bones and mastered the Gung Jin killing power. The Xuanwu treasure pill boosted his chi and blood ceiling, strength as well as his powerful recovery ability. Of course, there was a carrier for all of these powers, and that was his pure yang sacred body. At this point, his physique might not be able to be called a pure yang saint body anymore, because there had never been a pure yang saint body in history that could absorb all kinds of strengths and evolve like he did. The cultivation level of the late out-of-body stage didn't even seem to feel the barrier directly breaking through to the peak of out-of-body, rapidly filling the gap at the peak of the out-of-body realm. He charged towards the barrier of the divine separation realm. Boom! Over the palace, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Countless black as ink clouds began to coalesce. My God, it's a thunderbolt! Lord Saint Sun is going to break through the divine separation realm? Lord Saint Sun is still at the early stage of the outboar realm from the Yin Holy Land, and he's going to be distracted in just a few days? Lord Saint Sun should be the top of the subterranean dragon ranking with the shortest time on the list in history, right? Just as the 4 Dao protectors were preparing to run away, or else with the 4 of them around, the difficulty of Lin Tianqi's heavenly tribulation would be raised countless times. The heavenly tribulation in the sky unexpectedly dispersed. Lin Tianqi gathered his mind. How could a great killing weapon like a heavenly calamity be wasted in such a place? Chapter 74, The True Identity of the King of Jinbei. The Dixia Emperor was also startled when he saw the robbing cloud. The Lin Tian where barbarian demon mystery realm where he used the thunderbolt to exterminate hundreds of thousands of barbarian demons could be considered a household name. Now the savage demon is no more. If directly the great summer royal family all destroyed, can really lose the daughter and fold troops, picking up the new queen and scampering off. As long as he and the queen were still around, he could still create a new royal family. Your Majesty, the robbery cloud seems to have dispersed. The Emperor of Daxia was only focusing on running in a bored manner, and when he heard the Empress's words, he raised his head to look at the sky, only to see that the dark clouds were really gradually dispersing. Where had the Emperor of Daxia seen a heavenly calamity that had been unleashed and could still be held back? But not saying something made him look a bit disgraced in front of his beloved consort. Truly a marvelous talent. Your Majesty, do you think the Holy Sun Lord can treat Ruyan well? This Empress was none other than Xia Ruyan's birth mother, and with Xia Ruyan being crowned imperial daughter, she became the new Empress Dowager as expected. Pitifully, she had seen the power of Lin Tianqi, the Holy Sun, but she couldn't help but feel a little worried about Xia Ruyan's future. The more powerful men are, the more women are like shiny clothes to them. But there comes a time when the clothes get tired or worn out. A man like the Holy Son of God, there are many warblers and swallows around him, and he may treat his daughter better now because of the freshness. But once the freshness is over, he doesn't know how to look at his daughter again. A woman's opinion. What kind of status does the Holy Prince have? As long as Ruyan is involved with the Holy Prince, who wouldn't sell Ruyan a few favors? As long as she doesn't kill herself, she'll have all the glory and riches she can think of. If we can extend the bloodline of the Holy Prince, the Xia clan will be completely different. It's not for your sake that I have to leave the opportunity to Ruyan even under so much pressure. The Daxia Emperor's words moved the Empress to tears. Your Majesty, since the heavenly tribulation has dispersed, let's go back. Slave wants to. Ha! The Daxia Emperor sniffed with a bad smile. A long-lost impulse made him pick the Empress up by the waist and fly in the direction of his bedchamber. Xia Ruyan was dressed in a bright yellow colorful dress, and was enthroned as a royal daughter. The difference between the dress and the princess is still very big. A long hair was also tied up and dressed in a very English manner. It's just that Lin Tianqi has a kind of unreasonable preference for this kind of girl-male-look English dress. And Lin Tianqi once even self-doubted whether his own orientation was a problem or not. It was only later, after a deep dissection of my own heart, that I discovered the root cause. Before crossing over, at the age of 13 or 14 when he was in the throes of love, he had once watched a movie titled Oriental Undefeatable, and he had been attracted to that actress, also with the surname Lin, who played the role of Oriental Undefeatable. Though he had long since forgotten the stirring within his heart at the time as he grew older, the shadow deep within him still affected him when the familiar images appeared before his eyes again. Slave girl Xia Ruyan. Don't call yourself a slave girl, just refer to yourself as Ruyan. Ruyan pays her respects to Lord Saint Sun. Call the male. Ruyan pays his respects to His Excellency. Red suits you better. Good. Xia Ruyan promised, directly pulling open the belt around her waist, taking off the yellow Chinese dress that represented the imperial daughter on her body, and picking out a big red dress from among the storage rings to put it back on. Xia Ruyan, who had changed into red clothes, besides being even younger, her appearance was already very similar to that image in her mind. Bruji, Bruji, Bruji. Every teenager has a dream buried in his heart, and Lin Tianqi has realized him through his own efforts. Far away in the northern part of the Daxia imperial dynasty, a short period of time seemed to have gone through the vicissitudes of the world. The king of Jinbei abandoned the city and fled, and the generals under his command fought to the death against the army of the great Xia imperial dynasty. But the king of Jinbei had already run away, and although there were great generals to defend the enemy, the morale had already fallen to the bottom. With the Yin Yang sacred ground pushing behind, how could a small Jinbei king's legion resist? In just 3 days, the great Xia imperial army had already pushed it across the border. Grand General of the Near Guard, Shangguan Qingdu picked off the 13 generals under the account of the king of Jinbei in a single battle. The Holy Sun heard, very praise, award, the king of Jinbei. The ministers are dumbfounded. The Daxia imperial dynasty in just a few days. The establishment of the imperial daughter, the new Jinbei king, 2 big events. The whole with the family like, many knowledgeable people. The supervisors of the state prison took to the streets to protest against the Holy Sun for being too childish, in order to put the country's society in jeopardy. Before Lin Tianqi could say anything, the Daxia emperor, who had been honeymooning with the empress in the past few days, was directly frightened and almost yang-wei. A decree to directly lynch these educated people who read stupidly. The Jinbei king, who should have appeared on the battlefield to fight against the great Xia, had unsurprisingly appeared at the sacred land of Sakya. In the middle of the hall, before the statue of Buddha, an old monk looked at the king of Jinbei sitting in front of him without any sorrow or joy and said, "The red dust is like a cloud of smoke, no longer detained in the heart. Daily morning bells and drums, the sound of Brahma, the mind can be purified. Transcendence of the world. The path of spiritual cultivation is a long one, but it is also a leisurely one. Chanting sutras in front of the Buddha, I realized the depth of Buddhism, and the light of wisdom gradually shines in my heart. All things in this world are empty, only inner peace and tranquility are eternal." In this way, day after day, year after year, the mundane thoughts of the world gradually subside, and the Buddha nature gradually reveals itself. One day, one will attain great freedom and realize supreme enlightenment. Master, as a human son and a human father, if you cannot avenge the death of your father and son, where can you begin to talk about supreme enlightenment? Can one avenge the murder of a father and son by chanting in front of the Buddha? And what brings you here? Please, Master, pass on the supreme Buddhist teachings to me, and after avenging the blood feud, I will inherit my father's duty to protect the sacred land of Sakya and never ascend. Ba, Yin Yang Saint's son, we'll settle our score later. No one would have thought that the king of Jinbei would be the son of Hattori. It's like doing the job of a beggar with a golden key. There is something hidden in this, and with the death of Hattori, Xiao Yan, it doesn't matter so much. Daxia Palace. Lin Tianqi played for 3 days in the east. Cough. Lin Tianqi chanted poems and strengthened his body for 3 days, and the injuries of the 4 Dao protectors were healed, and they also each received a 1,000-year-old precious medicine. It made these 4 men call out to the Holy Son of God that he was open. Yin Yang Holy Land's treasure trove. There are not many thousand years of precious medicine. Within the Holy Land there are still a lot of Mahayana period of the old things to rely on them to renew their lives. Cave realm can only eat some hundreds of years of portions. How can you not be happy when you get a big one? I don't know if the desire for survival in Lin Tianqi's words was too real, or if Jiang Lingyun felt that Lin Tianqi was too inviting and was afraid of being widowed. This time is even more directly out. Sent 2 senior very high old seniors. Early Mahayana cultivation. Extreme sublimation can briefly reach the late Mahayana. 4 cave void. 2 Mahayana. For this configuration to kill Lin Tianqi, unless one wanted to completely lift the table. Late Lin Tianqi, meet the 2 seniors. These 2 Dao protectors with Mahayana stage cultivation also had a very loud Dao name. The name was Qingfeng Mingyue. Before entering the door is a good girlfriends. Together into the Yin Yang Holy Land, all the way to support each other. Repair to the Mahayana realm. This kind of touching sisterhood, Lin Tianqi touched always feel that there is something wrong. Are tired of nearly 10,000 years, but also hand in hand together? The sacred sons matter of the 9 ancestors has already told us. Not bad, bold, daring. Yin Yang Holy Land has not seen a heavenly pride like the sacred son for a long time. To give you as a protector of the Tao, no shame. It was obvious that they were still very satisfied with Lin Tianqi. The 2 old ancestors please have tea. Jiang Ling suppressed his inner tension and placed 2 cups of tea in front of Qingfeng Mingyue's table. Your mate's qualifications are too average. This is a root foundation pill that will solidify her foundation, and with luck she might be able to break through to the harmonization realm as well. Jiang Ling, Chapter 75, Setting Off. traveling 10,000 miles in one day. Elder's reward. It's just for sister to take it. Thank you senior for the reward. After Lin Tianqi said that, Jiang Ling took the elixir and was happy in her heart. It wasn't just because of an elixir. It was Lin Tianqi's defense of himself in front of the two Mahayana stage cultivators. If it was to please the two seniors, it was perfectly fine to acquiesce to the status of a maid as they said. But he didn't. Even though it was just a title, Lin Tianqi corrected the two Mahayana cultivators to their faces. Qingfeng Mingyue also didn't expect this woman with mediocre qualifications to be the sister of the Saint Sun, and for a moment, she was also a bit embarrassed. It wouldn't be Lin Tianqi's character if he refuted the face of two women just for the sake of one. The two seniors don't know. The reason why the late generation was able to come from the lower realm to the Yin-Yang Holy Land was due to this sister, and since she and I came out of the same lower realm, the same secular dynasty, and were very much destined to be together, I recognized her as a god-sister. So that's how it is. The Saint Sun's heavy heart is admirable. It's our misunderstanding. This flying sword is what I used when I was young, so I will give it to you as an indemnity for the rudeness of the party. Qingfeng said, took out a chilly flying sword. The flying sword was but the size of a palm, but the sword intent that drew but did not send out was really a bit amazing. I can't have it. Senior discounted the late generation. Jiang Ling was taken aback. A Mahayana cultivator giving her his own flying sword as a compensatory gift was of a different nature than giving it to her directly. Elders give. Do not dare to resign. This flying sword was used by the predecessor when he was young. Sister treat it well. Let it reappear in front of the eyes of the world is. Thank you senior for the sword. Jiang Ling knelt down on one knee and received the flying sword very solemnly. Sister will first sacrifice this sword, and I will discuss something with the two seniors. Jiang Ling nodded and gave the two seniors another salute before leaving. After Jiang Ling left, Lin Tianqi took out two jade boxes from his sleeves and with a single hand, the jade boxes flew in front of Qingfeng Mingyue. This is a little bit of the late generation's intention. Seniors don't be polite. Qingfeng Mingyue smiled secretly at the words. They are in this realm. The general treasures they already do not see. Plus there is no hope of ascension. Has long been no desire. The Holy Sun was in charge of the treasure trove of the Holy Land. And there was nothing in the treasure trove that they could look at except for those 1,000-year-old elixirs. 1,000-year-old spirit medicines were supplied to them every year by these aged Mahayana cultivators, which was more than enough. We appreciate the Saint Sun's thoughts. Any more treasures for us to use would be a waste. The Saint Sun staying for his own use is. Why don't you two seniors open it and take a look? This? Lin Tianqi's calm and collected attitude made them a bit puzzled. The Saint Sun was definitely not a stupid person. It was impossible that he couldn't hear the meaning of their words. He even insisted that they open it. Could it be that there's really some extraordinary treasure inside? Qingfeng Mingyue opened the jade box in front of her, and instantly two streams of haze shot out onto their faces, accompanied by a powerful fragrance of vitality and medicine. 5,000 years of precious medicine. 5,000 years of precious medicine. The two exclaimed in unison, their eyes even brighter. The entire hall was shaken violently. When the two of them came back to their senses and hurriedly collected their auras, they then saw that Lin Tianqi was still drinking tea with a smile on his face, and not a single drop of the tea in his teacup had spilled out. Holy Sun, this is too expensive. This is not a precious medicine. This is simply longevity. Two complete 5,000-year-old precious medicines would allow them to prolong their lives by at least 3,000 years. 3,000 years can add so many variables to their future. Ascension, that goal that was close at hand but out of reach, seemed a little clearer at this moment. There is no need for you two seniors to be like this. Since the ninth ancestor was able to invite you two as my Dao protectors, it is natural that he trusts you both very much, and those whom the ninth ancestor trusts are truly his own people. When Qingfeng Mingyue heard this, her eyes changed as she looked at Lin Tianqi. It was a responsibility to protect the Dao for the Holy Sun, but guarding the path for one of your own is not only a responsibility, but also a care for those who come after you. Good. We won't excuse ourselves either. If the Saint Sun has any orders in the future, just ask. Qingfeng Mingyue put the precious medicine away solemnly. The two seniors shouldn't call me Saint Sun, just call me Heavenly Weapon. I'm counting on the two seniors for the safety of Heavenly Weapon. Don't worry, watch your life unless you step over our corpses. With two Mahayana stage Dao protectors, Lin Tianqi's back was hardened again. 3 days later, under the royal family of Daxia, as well as a dynasty full of civil and military officials, and enthusiastic masses of people cheering them on, the huge flying boat cut through the sky and flew off into the distance. Xia Ruyan looked at the flying boat that was gradually moving away, extremely reluctant. The short time they spent together was far more exciting and stimulating than her last 20 years. However, when she thought of the words Lin Tianqi had said to her last night, her gaze gradually strengthened. Father, let's go back. Xia Ruyan was dressed in a large red Chinese dress, which was embroidered with a golden phoenix, and already had a few points of majesty. Well, did the Lord Saint's son have anything to say? The Daxia Emperor looked at his daughter who had changed greatly, and his heart was a little complicated. He was hoping to embrace the Holy Son's thighs through his daughter, but in the end, the biggest beneficiary was the royal family, him as the emperor. As a result, now he, the emperor, seemed to have become a supporting role. There are quite a few things that Lord Saint's son has explained, and my daughter will have to go back and organize them, and I will need father's full support at that time. The Emperor of Daxia's face couldn't help but change at the words. This is trying to make the emperor by virtue of the Holy Son. We are all family members. What is not a strong force? Your father can still not help his own daughter. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the Empress Mother hurriedly stepped in to round up the situation. The other imperial princes and princesses couldn't wait for the Daxia Emperor and Xia Ruyan to be at each other's throats right now, preferably to die together. Yes, you are my favorite child. Who else can I help if I don't help you? Let's go. It's been a long time since our family sat down for a meal together. Let your mother personally cook and make a good meal. Yes, Ruyan? The Empress looked at her daughter with some pleading in her eyes. She had nothing else to ask for now but peace and quiet. Good. It just so happens that Lord Saint's son has bestowed a demon beast of the divine separation realm to my daughter. So my daughter will just borrow the flower and offer it to the Buddha. A demonic beast in the realm of the fractured spirit. I'm blessed with a mouthful. A family of 3 suddenly father and daughter filial piety up. Just about to hold hands and sing, we are a happy family. This could make those royal sons and daughters look so angry. What do you mean? You're a family, and we're all from the side of the avenue. Demonic beasts of the divine separation realm we'd love to try, too, but, until the 3 left, no one invited them. Fleet, Lin Tianqi picked Zhang Ling's jaw. Zhang Ling's eyes and Lin Tianqi against the moment as if they were burned hurriedly moved away. Zhang Ling secretly pinched his thighs. How could he be so indisputable? I've already pounced on my stinky brother countless times in my head. Why are you such a coward when it comes to the real thing? Sister, didn't she even volunteer to warm my nest in the lower realms back then? At that time, I was looking at your handsome and delightful appearance, and wanted to tease you. How could I imagine that you are a big colorful wolf who eats people without spitting bones? There is a poem. One day the river Ling traveled 10,000 miles, and the blue waves reflected the light of the sky. The willows on the shore are draped with green ribbons, and the beauties on the boat are lightly made up. The clouds and shadows go with the waves, and the wind curls up with the song. It's hard to describe this scene. I wish I could stay in this water town forever. Chapter 76, Human Ranking 11, Bastard Sword Li Ji. Dream Fairy, how did you stand this brute? Before Jiang Ling passed out, he issued his last question before waking up. I have to say, there are some abilities, that have little to do with physical age. Li Mengxian would not choose to rely on her body to harden, but 18 martial arts, taking turns, all kinds of means all used. Jiang Ling still suffered the loss of inexperience. A flash has been 3 days. The flying boat and the cloud shuttle. Under the far view, the scenery is not bad. See more than some tired. No matter how good something is, it becomes tasteless when it's not fresh. What a world! Lin Tianqi lay on the soft couch and watched the flying boat as the clouds rose and fell. 3 days, with the speed of this flying boat, I don't know how many thousands of miles it has already flown. And it hasn't even reached the boundaries of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land yet. And this Heavenly Yuan realm was only 1/3 of a thousandth in the entire human realm. Lord Saint's son, there is a fractal god realm minor cultivator in front. Should we? No harm done. It just so happens to be boring. Daring to come and stop my flying boat at this time? Just don't go out. Sister, I'm going to move my muscles. A cultivator of the divine separation realm, a large realm higher than him, was just the right place to test how strong he was nowadays. According to the settings of those sons of Qi, the sons of Qi are usually able to cross a large realm to battle the villain and win, so his guaranteed strength should also exceed that standard to be able to do so. Jiang Ling nodded, not worrying about Lin Tianqi's safety. Lin Tianqi opened the hatch and stood on top of the deck of the flying boat, and in an instant he was no more than 100 meters away from the man in the void. Buzz! The void trembled as a brilliant blade light arrived instantly. What was even more outrageous was that this blade aura even stopped 3 meters away from Lin Tianqi, condensing without firing. Splitting out the blade ons was nothing, but to be able to do this at will and control the blade ons that had already flown out was extraordinary. What a strong blade intent! This blade intent is a bit familiar. Yunshi only felt that this blade intent was a bit familiar, but could not recall where he had seen it before. But for Yunshi, who had been a PPO for 10,000 years, to have an impression, it meant that this sword intent had been passed down for at least 10,000 years or more. Clang! Lin Tianqi stretched out his right hand, curled up his middle finger and flicked. A white gold Gangjin killing force was like the fastest knife in the world. A sound of a string breaking rang out, and the knife on 3 meters away was instantly sliced in two from the middle of the cut slid down, condensing and not dispersing. The man's pupils couldn't help but shrink as he watched the scene. The outsiders see what's going on. The insiders see what's going on. He struck first, showing off a hand of blade intent, and Lin Tianqi responded with a similar move. Dragon Head Lin truly lives up to his name. Human ranking 11. Li Ji invites Dragon Head Lin to teach him. The man was thick-browed and big-eyed, with a majestic figure, and carried a large sword in his hand that was a full 2 meters away. But once this was said, even Lin Tianqi's thick skin couldn't help but feel a bit like he had met his match. The human list, the earth list and the heaven list only take the top 10. Where is the 11? Meaning the first person under the list? And you call yourself the 11th in the human ranking, so at worst you must be at the peak of the divine separation realm, right? Taking the initiative to come to my door to challenge me. A peek out of body? There's still a difference between a door-to-door challenge and an open-and-shut challenge. No one can say anything if you come to the door looking for a fight and just shoot it, but those who challenged them openly and honestly usually didn't lay a hand on them. That was the rule. But isn't it too much to say that you, a peak demineralization, challenged me? A peek out of body? Seeing that Lin Tianqi's face was a bit dark, Li Ji was afraid that Lin Tianqi wouldn't play with him and would directly send out an expert to GA him. Hurriedly said, Lin Longsho is a heavenly prodigy. I know that a young supreme being like Lin Longsho, fighting across boundaries, that is very easy. In a battle of the same rank, I might not even be able to catch a single move from Lin Longsho, and the meaning of the questioning would be lost. I also ask that Dragon Head Lin not be afraid of injuring me with scruples. Li Ji is very sincere. Look, to big bully small from his mouth, but became a weak to the strong to ask for advice. Li Ji's title of 11 on the human list was really not sealed by himself, but was recognized with his war record. Li Ji did not have much fame when he was young, and he learned the family sword technique. By the time he finished his studies and came out into the world he was already over 50 years old. For cultivators, 50 years old was nothing, but for the topmost wave of geniuses, 50 years old fledgling was no longer within the discussion of heavenly pride. But, with the knife in his hand, Li Ji slapped everyone in the face. No name on the subterranean dragon list? Then I'll challenge the so-called young prides on the subterranean dragon ranking one by one. It wasn't until he killed the 11th in the subterranean dragon ranking that anyone was able to get him to make a second slash. Just when the crowd thought that Li Ji would continue upwards to challenge the top 10 heavenly prides, or even kill all the way to the top of the list, he actually stopped. The crowd speculated about the reason why Li Ji stopped. Some said that it was because wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it, and that he had continuously challenged the geniuses on the subterranean dragon ranking, and that he had already provoked the dissatisfaction of the forces behind those geniuses, and was going to make a move to deal with him, and that Li Ji was afraid of it. There are also people who say is that Li Ji will only know a total of 2 swords. 2 swords have already been used up. In the challenge to go on will also be a loss. Might as well maintain the undefeated record as it is now. But whichever way you look at it, Li Ji made a name for himself in his own way, and had a title of Beiji Blade for his dominating and overwhelming swordplay. Moreover, what Li Ji had gotten was far more than just fame. There were also generous gifts sent to his door by the forces behind the top 10 heavenly prides of the subterranean dragon ranking. With these resources, Li Ji went all the way to the divine separation realm and quickly broke through to the divine separation realm. However, the human list of the divine separation realm is different from the subterranean dragon list. The human list only takes the top 10, and there is no age limit. Which one on the list is not a veteran who has been through hundreds of battles? Li Ji had first entered the divine separation realm. Where was he a match for those people? But he was not discouraged. He lost and went back to practice. Fight again. Lose again. Practice again. Fight again. Repeating this over and over again. With so many experts fighting against him, Li Ji's strength grew by leaps and bounds. This battle was more than 100 years ago, and he managed to earn his first gift, then deliberately lost to the 10th in the human list. He thought he could finally continue to be rich again, and then he met Li Changsho, nail-biter for 9th on the man list. This old man was like Li Ji's nemesis. He couldn't be beaten in any way. His sword is fierce and overbearing. Li Changsho is like a piece of tough cotton, like a stinking plaster. There is no place to use the strength, always in your side of the sticky, from time to time to give you a cold to give you, but also the net ing run to the lower 3 ways to go. It directly cuts off Li Ji's path to wealth, and those who want to impact the human list of experts will always first go to challenge Li Ji to try the water. Over time, Li Ji will get a human list of 11 name. A few days ago, Li Ji had taken on another job, challenging Lin Tianqi, the leader of the subterranean dragon ranking. More than 200 years ago, Li Ji had killed through the subterranean dragon ranking, and when he was asked to bully a junior, he didn't hesitate to follow. The other side is giving just too much. Moreover, Once he got a look at Lin Tianqi's information, he knew that this was by no means comparable to those people he had challenged back then. He is higher than him by one realm. It is not bullying him, at most, it is considered the same level of a battle, and the employer didn't have any other excessive demands, like anything underhanded or anything like that. With such a lucrative resource delivered to your doorstep, there is no reason not to earn it. This brings us to the scene of the party. Lin Tianqi listened to Li Ji's shameless words and suddenly appreciated him a little. This kind of shameless person would be the most suitable for him to be an errand boy. You can't do everything yourself either, and it's not appropriate for a woman who follows you to do throwaway errands. Still have to have a few well-used minions. This guy is just fine, and his shamelessness makes Lin Tianqi feel very kind. Since it's a sincere challenge, this holy sun will guide you a bit. How much you can realize will depend on your fortune. Then I'll ask Dragon Head Lin to teach me. Chapter 77, A Fist Breaks the Delusion. The bastard sword has become a thing of the past. Before Li Ji's words fell, the 2-meter greatsword in his hand was raised. A lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. Li Ji never gets careless just because his opponent's realm is lower than his own. This is a habit that has been cultivated from countless battles, not to mention the fact that the other party was a recognized young supreme. In an instant, countless blade awnings crisscrossed across the sky and earth, seemingly cutting this piece of heaven and earth into countless fragments. Its blade technique was fierce and unrivaled, with awns up to 100 feet long, like a white pike. Each blade contains the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Where the blade passes through, the space is like a broken mirror. A crack quickly spreads out. In the pitch-black spatial cracks, there is a hidden chaotic air current surging, as if it wants to swallow everything around it. Li Ji's offense made Lin Tianqi, whose strength had soared recently, have a sudden rise in battle intent, which was a multi-purpose move, i.e., the entire junior brother, but also to test his own strength through actual combat. As for defeat, he never thought about it. Boom! Revolving the sun meridian, a blazing radiance enveloped his entire body. Just like a blazing sun descending into the world, it caused the temperature of the surrounding void to rise dramatically, and the nearby clouds were instantly vaporized into nothingness. Ancient and complicated golden runes emerged from the blazing light, and these runes swam like living creatures, releasing infinite heat as if they could dissolve everything in the world. At the same time, these runes communicated with the solar star. An array of light that was subtle but contained endless energy was projected down from the heights and merged into Lin Tianqi's body. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Tianqi's feet stepped into the void. Thunder roared around him. The power of the 9 heavens thunder instantly added to his body. His speed increased steeply, and his entire body transformed into a ray of thunder, weaving through the gaps in the blade's awnings. The Xuanwu power in his body converged at the 2 important locations of the Violet Mansion and the spiritual platform, condensing into a barrier like a tortoise shell. The white tiger killing power instantly erupted. An endless killing intent coalesced in his fist, like a white tiger coming out of the mountain. This was the first time that Lin Tianqi was in full form. A hot light flashed in his eyes, as if there was an ancient ferocious beast roaring in them. Fist wind whistling, fist shadow heavy, fist shadow as a head of lifelike beasts. White tiger's body wrapped with purple thunder. Back a pair of golden crow wings, teeth and claws toward Li Ji pounced. Wherever it passed, the void was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The runes on his fists flashed as the power of the white tiger, the power of the purple heavenly thunder, and the power of the sun echoed each other, forming a powerful aura that distorted the space around him to the point of being a mess. The sword awnings in the sky were all churned to pieces. Too soon. Li Ji's heart tightened the moment Lin Tianqi moved. A sense of crisis he had never felt before made his scalp numb, and immediately after that, he saw this unreasonable punch of Lin Tianqi's blast over. This is the out-of-body realm? Where did this monster come from? He hadn't even encountered this kind of monster in the ancient celestial court trials. Li Ji's face was as heavy as concrete. This time he was afraid that he would be planted. But the long sword in his hand danced even more frantically. However, Lin Tianqi's speed was too fast, weaving in and out of the blade awnings like a ghost, not being hurt in the slightest. Whenever the blade was about to touch his body, he was always able to skillfully avoid it with the extreme speed brought about by the power of thunder. Being unable to hit someone with a powerful attack is the same as being unaggressive. On the contrary, Lin Tianqi's extreme speed doomed him, and Li Ji had to receive one of his punches, breaking paranoia. Accompanying this roar, a dazzling fist aura blasted out, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth with its power, smashing into Li Ji. This punch was realized at sunrise on the summit of Qingyan Peak. Now with Lin Tianqi's understanding of the boxing way and the changes in his own strength, this punch had also changed tremendously. Boom! The fist awn was reddish golden in color, with thunder and flames entwined on its surface, like an ancient divine beast that had broken free from its cage, roaring forward. At this moment, the power of the sun, the power of thunder, the power of the Xuanwu, and the power of the white tiger all converged in this punch, causing the power of this punch to reach an unimaginable level. Wherever the fists passed, space was hardened and ripped through a huge mouth, and the surrounding emptiness was like broken glass, shattering into slag one after another. Li Ji's eyes widened, his eyes filled with unbelief and fear. He attempted to parry it, but realized that the power of the punch far exceeded his imagination. He hastily gathered his entire body's spiritual energy on top of his long sword and stood it in front of him, trying to use the toughness of the long sword with all of his strength to parry this fatal blow. Above the long blade, the runes glowed brightly, and the blade trembled, emitting an unwilling wail. Boom! With a loud sound, the fist on and the long blade collided together. The powerful force set off a terrifying storm, and the raging energy completely destroyed the surrounding space. With the collision point as the center, a black hollow with a diameter of 1,000 feet was instantly formed, and gusts of suction emanated from the hollow, sucking everything in the surroundings into it. Li Ji flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and the long knife in his hand had already been broken into two. The broken blade and Li Ji fell from a high altitude, as if his heart at this time fell into the abyss. He, surprisingly, couldn't catch a single punch from Lin Tianqi. He, who was a whole great realm above Lin Tianqi, surprisingly, he couldn't catch a single punch. He, who prided himself on not being worse than the so-called young pride of heaven, and he was even more disdainful of the false names of the various rankings, might as well exchange some resources to be practical. Subterranean first. Turns out there really are such geniuses in this world. Thumbs up. Boo! Half of the blade fell from the height and plunged directly into the earth, disappearing. Li Ji, on the other hand, was like a humanoid cannonball, smashing the earth out of a large pit. The bones of his entire body seemed to have shattered, and there was not a single piece of his body that was intact. Sure enough, I'm still disappointed. Lin Tianqi really didn't expect this human ranking 11 to be so unbeatable. Don't you have any idea how sick you are yourself? Yunshi was wearing sunglasses, half lying on a chaise lounge that Lin Tianqi had visualized in the sea of consciousness. In front of him was an azure sea, above him was a blazing sun overhanging the sky, and underneath the chaise lounge was a soft sandy beach. Ever since that day when Lin Tianqi used the idea of visualization to play an image comparable to an island romance movie to Yunshi, it was considered to have opened a new chapter for this master and disciple duo. Lin Tianqi hadn't even thought that the idea of viewpoints could be used in this way before. Directly in the sea of consciousness, he visualized a large, ultra-luxurious villa with all sorts of facilities. That's not all. All kinds of entertainment activities were also arranged. How had Yunshi ever experienced such a colorful life, directly captured by these sugar-coated bombs, especially the new things she'd never seen before, and the pretty little outfits that made her blush just looking at them. Anyway, in this sea of consciousness, there was only her and Lin Tianqi's Yuanshen, plus a little bird turned by the golden crow and a puppy turned by the qilin. Yunshi is now living that proper noblewoman life, and through this, Lin Tianqi also hammered his Yuanshen. The more detailed and subtle the visualization, the greater the test of the Yuanshen. If he could visualize the entire world, how powerful would his Yuanshen be? How lonely it is to be invincible. Cut. After the daily bickering between master and disciple, Lin Tianqi stood in midair with his arms crossed overlooking the bottom as if he had instantly moved. Will you follow me? Li Ji was lying in a deep pit, and the Lin Tianqi in his gaze was hanging in midair. Behind him was the dazzling sun star, and the two seemed to gradually overlap. In the blinding light, he was like a god. Chapter 78 Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Returning Bones. Ji Li got on board somehow. I don't think he said yes, either. But, as the bottle of spiritual liquid was poured into his mouth as if he were feeding it to an animal, his sense of resistance didn't seem to be as firm, and seemed to be a bit of a refusal. Even if you don't carry the fight, you're still so slow to recover? Li Ji heard Lin Tianqi grumble before he could say anything. For heavy things falling down. For heavy things falling down. Bottles and bottles of spirit liquid were poured into his stomach. Li Ji had never been so extravagant. After pouring 7 or 8 bottles in a row, Li Ji felt that he was already somewhat propped up, and the injuries throughout his body were recovering rapidly. What a day of abundance this is! If he knew how much of this kind of spirit liquid Lin Tianqi wanted, he didn't know what kind of sour he would have to be. Although the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts in the barbarian demon mystic realm were scorched by the thunderbolt in the end, the previous waves of Lin Tianqi hadn't been collected. The benefactor is above. Please accept Li Ji's bow. Li Ji said, I am definitely not bought by the spiritual liquid. People are merciful. I owe him a life. Seriously injured and dying. People save once again. This is owed 2 lives. What's wrong with knowing what's right? Get up. From now on you can just call me Gongzi. I don't need you to do anything dangerous. It's just some errand work. Can I give you 100 bottles of spirit liquid a month? 100 bottles a month. You don't? Too little? Quite a few. Just 100 bottles. Ji is willing to serve your excellency. If Li Ji didn't see that Lin Tianqi was too young, he would have wanted to kowtow to him and call him his righteous father. Tell me, how did you know the route of my flying boat and came to give away your head for no reason? Li Ji smiled sarcastically. I usually do some tasks to earn some resources. In this line of work among some fame. A day ago, someone found me, under the heavy money to let me come here to challenge you. That person did a disguise, and do our line of work, will not pry into the employer's information. Lin Tianqi suddenly had a change of heart and asked, so you guys pay money for any job in this business? Not really, they usually take on the sure ones, and of course there are some outlaws who risk their lives for a high bounty, but those kind of people usually don't live long. Well, it just so happens that I have a task for you. You don't need to do it, you just need to spread the task out and supervise it, targeting the kind of people who can recite poetry and like to hook up and listen to music. There are also the kind of teenage geniuses who suddenly turn into losers, and those who turn into losers and then suddenly line up. And that's all for now. The age range is set between 10 and 25, and it is enough to find these people and find out where they come from, and keep a long-term record of what they say and do, as well as how they change from day to day. But the only rule is that no one can find out that I was the one who sent the mission. This task is simple. No problem. Just leave it to me, Your Excellency. Li Ji was a bit blinded by Lin Tianqi's words, but he still agreed. As a newly defected junior, he had to prove his worth. The man died for a friend. He was never looking for a promotion or a raise. Very well, this is 1 million spirit stones. Count it as your enabling funds. Make a separate file for each target. Just turn it in once a month. Remember, keep a record of everything. Understood, I'm on it. Li Ji walked away with the 1 million spirit stones given by Lin Tianqi. Some of you may ask, aren't you afraid of Li Ji's betrayal? People's other villains are forbidden and soul-controlled. Lin Tianqi didn't think there was anything wrong before he crossed over. But looking at it now, it was more or less a deliberate attempt to bury the villain. As soon as the sons of Qi opened their king's 8th breath, all kinds of heroes would privately die and bow their heads, shouting, I am willing to dedicate everything for my lord. On the other hand, the villain is a variety of underhanded means to collect some cats and dogs, and even then it is still inevitable that the sons of fortune will be a mouth to say that they are lost, and in the end, they would rather fly away from their souls to be a rebel, to help the sons of fortune to win the big villain. What the is that if not pure masturbation? If there really is a law that the son of Qi must win and the villain must lead the box, then it's the same no matter what you do. Yet is that the truth? That Xiao Yan didn't turn himself into a big wangbang and was braced by him in a gourd. Wasn't Lu Fan also robbed of his chance? History is written by the victor, and as long as he wins in the end, whoever he says is the son of Qi is. What's more, he wasn't a villain that was disliked by millions of people right now, but a great hero who had used his own strength to exterminate hundreds of thousands of barbarian demons to save all the tribal trialists. It was the perfect saint's son who crushed the Sakya Holy Land's collusion with the demon race to try to invade the Yin Yang Holy Land. What's the need for all those little tricks with a persona like that? Moreover, Lin Tianqi will not put his fate in the hands of these little brothers. Really want to appear betrayal pinch death is. After Li Ji, all the way to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, it was calm outside the flying boat, and inside the flying boat it was one wave after another, and the waves were different. Waiting for the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, Jiang Ling secretly said in her heart, if it wasn't for the fact that the old lady's name contained enough moisture, she was afraid that she would die of dehydration. Making up his mind to never follow Lin Tianqi out of the house alone again. It's just too much to bear. Lin Tianqi said, you women, did not get the little master, greedy as if to swallow him into the stomach, really eat into the mouth, and then shouted to eat to eat to eat, oh woman's mouth, deceitful ghost. Yunshi stated, you sinful disciple, cursing me twice in one sentence isn't it? Jiang Ling didn't dare to reuse it, so Lin Tianqi had no choice but to play with Yunshi, the master teacher, in the sea of consciousness. Master, this outfit really doesn't suit you, your kind of body belongs to the lowly type. To dress up in a cute and cuddly way is the way to go. Forcing it to be sexy will only expose your mediocrity. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're the mediocre one. Old lady, I just don't stand out. Ha, hey your grandmother's leg. No big or small sinful disciple. If it were 10,000 years ago, I would have to let you know what it means to have a strict teacher who produces a high-ranking disciple. I'm not tall enough. I'm almost 2 meters. Roll roll roll. Yunshi ran into Davy Wild in a flash and changed out of the clothes she was wearing called bikini. Shameless. This dress looks like it's for Li Mengxian. It seems like that Jiang Ling, little Jiang Jian, and that Zhang Jingxiang can all wear it. Hey, how come you guys are so unimpressive? Small is also small is good. Concentrated are the essence of it. Put. Lin Tianqi really didn't want to eavesdrop, but naturally, this was his sea of consciousness. accidentally hurt Yunshi's heart, really did not hold back. Laughing spray. Sinner. I have to clean house. The heavenly sword Holy Land, surrounded by peaks, with peaks like swords, and a path of shocking sword intent rushing straight into the sky. There are three major wonders in the heavenly sword Holy Land. One is the sky. The sky of the heavenly sword Holy Land was cloudless for miles and miles, and there was no creature that could leap over the sky of the heavenly sword Holy Land that was filled with sword intent, and even the white clouds could not coalesce. The second is the mountain. The mountains of the heavenly sword sanctuary grew nothing but slash and burn rocks. Thirdly, people. Cultivators of the heavenly sword Holy Land. One person and one sword. Digging a stone hole in a mountain peak is a cave. The cultivation environment is simple to the extreme. Receiving the news in advance. The Yin-Yang Saint's son returned the 6 ancestors' bones to the heavenly sword Holy Land. This was a heavenly matter for the heavenly sword Holy Land. Up to the old men who had retired to the second line. The Holy Lord, the elders of the peaks, and the pro-disciples under the door. All of those who could come back had come back. However, while welcoming back the bones of the 6th ancestor, the attribution of the Giant K Immortal Sword divided the heavenly sword Holy Land into two factions. The Giant K Immortal Sword was too important to the heavenly sword Holy Land. One faction believed that the Giant K Immortal Sword was the sword of the first ancestor of the heavenly sword Holy Land, and it was the symbol of the heavenly sword Holy Land. Lin Tianqi, as a disciple of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, returned the 6 ancestors' bones and they were grateful, but they shouldn't give away the Giant K Immortal Sword because of it. The other faction believed that immortal swords had spirits, and since the Giant K Immortal Sword had already recognized its owner, they should not be asking for it, which was neither appropriate nor moral. The heavenly sword Holy Land, as one of the 9 great holy lands, could not do such a thing that was contrary to morality. Until Lin Tianqi's flying boat arrived in front of the heavenly sword Holy Land's mountain gate, these two factions had yet to unify their opinions. However, the corpse of the 6th patriarch had already arrived, and the question of the ownership of the immortal sword could only be postponed. Rise your swords, welcome old ancestor home. As the heavenly sword sacred lord let out a loud shout, the countless flying swords within the heavenly sword sacred ground were like a river of stars hanging upside down, clanging and clanging, converging to form a long bridge of swords, from the heavenly sword sacred ground being continued directly outside of Lin Tianqi's flying boat. Hey! Yunshi let out a soft sigh in Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness, seemingly reluctant and relieved. People are dead, but home. Chapter 79 Paying a visit to the elder ancestors. The moment Lin Tianqi stepped onto the Cambridge, he couldn't help but be a little moved. He seemed to have found the reason why Yunshi was able to fight to the end in blood even at the expense of his own body in the great battle 10,000 years ago. This is a group of people who don't think about retreating when they strike their swords. Lin Tianqi was carrying a jade coffin over his shoulder, and inside was Yunshi all in one jade bone. The crowd of the heavenly sword Holy Land gazed at this 6th ancestor who also occupied a huge space in the Holy Land's canonical texts. The canon of the heavenly sword Holy Land seemed to be a history of war, recording from the first generation of the founding ancestor how to create the heavenly sword Holy Land by virtue of one person and one sword, and how to kill a piece of heaven belonging to them by virtue of the sword in their hands. However, the 6th ancestor was an alternative amongst these old ancestors, and she was the only old ancestor to die in a battle with a foreign race. Coupled with her status as a female sword immortal, she really made the future generations of disciples admire her a lot and her popularity remained high. The heavenly sword Holy Land had also never given up on searching for the 6 ancestors' corpses, sending the strongest disciples under their own sect to each trial. But this thing called chi is just so unreasonable. The heavenly sword Holy Land had searched for 10,000 years with no luck, but Lu Fan had found it, and it ended up being cheap for Lin Tianqi. Won't Master come out and shine? No way. It's not a triumphant return. It's embarrassing. Yunshi's small face was a little tangled. The heavenly sword Holy Land had come up with this battle. To say that he was not touched was a lie, but it's awkward to think about watching your own body being buried by yourself, especially now that she was residing in Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness, living a colorful life every day. She even had the feeling that she hadn't died, but had just changed places to continue living. Watching myself get buried, as if to remind myself of the fact that I'm really hungover. Good thing too. Want to keep a little souvenir? Leave a knuckle bone or something and I'll thread a rope for you. I'll bite you to death. You sinful bastard. Yunshi a big jump. Jumped to Lin Tianqi Yuanshin body. Teeth and claws holding Lin Tianqi Yuanshin's head. Just want to bite his ears, but the height of only 1.5 meters out of the head. Lin Tianqi, this guy is a full 2 meters. A little jostling washed away Yunshi's faint sadness. As Lin Tianqi walked up the sword bridge, he stepped into the heavenly sword Holy Land. The entire Holy Land was enveloped in a sense of sadness. Many young sword cultivators silently shed tears. There is a poem. The sword immortal breaks the clouds in 100 battles, and his sword energy cuts down demons and evils. Even if the body dies, the soul remains, and the immortal bones return home. Lin Tianqi carried the jade coffin along the Cambridge until he reached the top of a mountain peak, where dozens of statues up to 100 meters high were built on the mountain. At the top is the founding ancestor. Below that are the second and third generations, until the sixth card. In first place is an enlarged version of Yunshi. Lin Tianqi followed the guidelines and placed the jade coffin in front of the statue of Yunshi, followed by a solemn ceremony, and finally hid the jade coffin in the base of the statue. The whole process lasted several hours before it was over. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land is unable to repay little friend Lin for his kindness, so please be sure to stay longer so that we can do our duty as hosts. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land had a head of white hair and a very ordinary-looking sword on his back, as if he was an old swordsman in the world. Lin Tianqi couldn't tell the depths either, but comparing to the Yin Yang Holy Land, this Holy Lord had to be a peak cave void greatsword cultivator at worst. Sword cultivators were also considered to be an anomaly among all types of cultivators, and were extremely parochial. All of their energies were focused on how to enhance their killing power, and this old swordsman's killing power was still far higher than that of a normal peak cave void cultivator. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord's cry of little friend Lin made Lin Tianqi a little unsure of how to receive it. Lori's master was not coming out either, or else they would still have to call themselves an old ancestor to be right. Senior is polite. It so happens that there is another very important matter to discuss with Senior. I wonder if it is convenient for Senior. When the Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord heard this, he brought Lin Tianqi to the main peak of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, the elders of the peaks, as well as a youth with an extraordinary appearance, Xin Zhang, who also went along with him. After arriving at the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, Lin Tianqi and Xinjiang only had the time to make some eye contact and had yet to speak properly. Compared to the immortal grandeur of the Yin Yang Holy Land, this main peak of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land could simply be described as shabby. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land has been like this since the 6th generation ancestor became the Holy Lord. Her old man said that the world's prosperity would only affect the speed of the sword. So little friend, don't mind. It's not an intention to be slow. The Heavenly Sword Holy Lord explained. All of you are pure people. Not all of you can endure the temptations of the outside world, and this is something that the late generation greatly admires you all for. Lin Tianqi's words struck a chord with the executives of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land present. In his heart, he couldn't help but have another high opinion of Lin Tianqi, holding talent but not proud of it, and being ambitious and humble. He is really a man of great accomplishments. Yunshi in the Sea of Consciousness silently used today's portion of new clothes to cover the reddened face. After everyone took their seats, Lin Tianqi coughed lightly to focus the attention of the entire room, stood up in front of the crowd's puzzled gazes, and softly said, Master. Rustle of skirts. Only a sword light flew out from within Lin Tianqi's brow. Yunshi was dressed in a white sword robe. The pressure of the peak Mahayana realm as well as that unrivaled sword power instantly transformed the entire hall into her personal homeground. The sword domain. Wow! The people present at the Heavenly Sword Holy Land were dumbfounded, and after being hard controlled for a second, they all scurried up as if they were scurrying monkeys. 6th Ancestor. Greetings 6th Ancestor. The crowd fell to their knees and bowed their heads amidst an exclamation of surprise. At this point they were screaming inside that it was so close. If this had been perfunctory when they buried 6th Ancestor just now, 6th Ancestor's sword would have struck them on the head by now, right? Many of these executives had seen the 6th Ancestor's true face when they were teenagers, and they had even grown up listening to the legend of the 6th Ancestor, the 6th Patriarch. In addition to the glorious deeds recorded in the sacred texts, had countless other glorious deeds that could not be recorded. Well, 10,000 years have passed, and none of you little guys have even stepped into the Mahayana. Has Shaoqi ascended or has he been disbanded? The little seven in Yunshi's mouth was the 7th ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, who was also her personal disciple, and was still Lin Tianqi's senior brother in theory. Back to the 6th ancestor. The 7th ancestor's old man has dissolved his army and rebuilt himself. Haoren, why don't you come over and meet the 6th ancestor? As soon as the Heavenly Sword Sage Lord's words fell, the only young man present was busy respectfully saying, Senior Zhang Haoren pays his respects to the 6th ancestor. Keep your head up. Zhang Haoren raised his head to look at the 6th ancestor, the legendary master of his own. He was brought up to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land at a very young age and was accepted by the Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord as a personal disciple, and was even made a sacred son 200 years ago. Regarding the matter of him being the 7 ancestors of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land in his previous life was also told to him by the Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord, and he had not awakened his true spirit and gained the memories of his previous life even now. To be precise, Zhang Haoren was now the 5th reincarnation of the 7 ancestors. A bunch of fools. Shao Qi's cultivation has not yet been perfected. How can it be so simple to awaken his true spirit after the military liberation? You guys tell him his life in advance will only bring him many shackles. This kid is heavy-hearted. His heart demon is growing. The great Tao is already hopeless. this life will only be worse. In the military dissolution once, the true spirit will definitely be disorganized. Ah! Yunshi's blunt words said that the people present exclaimed in shock, and Zhang Haoran's face was ashen. The devil in the heart grows, and there is no hope for the way. Wouldn't that be a direct death sentence? On what grounds? Chapter 80. No way. No way. You guys want to whore out my dad for nothing? 6th ancestor. I'm not some 7th ancestor. I'm just Zhang Haoran. I've had enough. Zhang Haoran stood up indignantly. He had really had enough. Since he was a child, it was as if he had lived for others, and the meaning of his life was to nourish this body and wait for the true spirit to awaken. But they never thought about how cruel it was to him. He was still complacent when he was young and uninformed, but when he understood what true spirit awakening was, he was never happy, and he was even afraid of practicing. He was afraid that if he opened his eyes, his true spirit would be replaced by the 7 ancestors. He doesn't even dare to confess to the girl he loves, just in case he wakes up one day and he won't be him. He had broken through to the harmonization realm 100 years ago, but his cultivation hadn't progressed an inch in those 100 years, not because he had exhausted his natural talent, but on purpose, unbridled. Zhang Haoran's sudden loss of control was even more alarming to the old families present. With a wave of the heavenly sword Saint Lord's hand, Zhang Haoran's legs bent, but he gritted his teeth and held on stiffly, just not kneeling. With a wave of Yunshi's hand, the pressure that the heavenly sword Sage Lord had strongly pressed on Zhang Haoran instantly dissolved. Looking at Zhang Haoran, he said, still know that resistance is still not hopeless. My generation of sword cultivators, as long as the sword in their hands is sharp enough, they can cut everything. From now on, you and Xiaoqi will have nothing more to do with each other. You are you, Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran froze at his words. After a long time, Zhang Haoran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, solemnly knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times. A kind of speechless gratitude will be his inner fear. Uncertainty washed away a lot. The head of the haze seems to dissipate a lot. The spirit is incomparably relaxed. Go on, my heavenly sword Holy Land disciples, by virtue of the sword in their hands, not because of who you are. Your sword isn't sharp enough. Disciple kowtows to the 6th ancestor for his teachings. Zhang Haoran kowtowed again. Yunshi directly pointing through this layer of window paper is not different from giving him a new life, which is the grace of recreation. The many executives of the heavenly sword Holy Land remain silent. How could they not see Zhang Haoran's problem? But, choosing between the 7 ancestors and a young disciple, they merely chose the former. The matter of Xiaoqi should not be mentioned again in the future. Lin Tianqi is the personal disciple that this seat has taken in, but his situation is special and he won't inherit the mantle of the heavenly sword Holy Land, so he will be a guest elder. Gentlemen, although I'm a billion points higher in terms of seniority, you're all seniors in the sword Dao, so if you're really ashamed to talk about it, let's just talk about each other. Hearing Lin Tianqi's words, everyone's faces darkened. The agitation method, and with the 6th patriarch here, how dare they disown him? One could only say in his heart, the 6th ancestor is confused. This kid is the holy son of the Yin Yang Holy Land. What kind of thing is this? We pay our respects to the old ancestor. Oh, oops, all said to each his own. You are all so old. The whole thing is weirdly embarrassing for me. Come, everyone has a share. The upturned corners of Lin Tianqi's mouth didn't look like he was embarrassed in any way, and he also took out 1 jade box from his sleeve, each containing a 500-year-old portion of spirit medicine. The crowd looked at it, and good lord, they said there was no premeditation. The meet and greet is all prepared in advance. This seed is tired. Heavenly artifact, you can tell them about the sacred land of Sakya. Yunshi said and drilled into Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness. These higher-ups of the heavenly sword Holy Land had disappointed her. When they pinned their hopes on the awakening of Xiaoqi's true spirit, they had already lost their sharpness. And if the cultivators of the heavenly sword sacred ground lost this sharpness, what difference was there between them and the other sacred grounds? When it's time to be benevolent, 1,000 difficulties will be broken with one sword, and it's better to be broken than to be broken. Without this sharpness, how could one cultivate the way of the sword to Mahayana? Rise up, all of you. At this time has shown the identity. Lin Tianqi also no longer have the name of Junior. Whoever is present, then he is several generations younger. Lin Tianqi spoke about the suspected collusion between the sacred land of Sakya and the demon race without adding more fuel to the fire. At that time, that Xiao Yan turned into Xuanwu before he died. It was simply a divine help. Yunshi saw it with his own eyes. This pot is deducted on the head of the Sakya Holy Land. That is yellow mud falling into the crotch of the pants. If you say that it is not who believes it? The matter of the 4 cavernous void elders of the Yin Yang Holy Land surrounding and killing the Vajra of the sacred land of Sakya had already spread. However, the reaction of both the Yin Yang Holy Land and the Sakya Holy Land after the incident had left the Great Holy Lands confused. The details of the matter were not clear to them, but there must be something inside. After Lin Tianqi said this, The people of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land immediately understood. The sacred land of Sakya colluded with the demon race in an attempt to control the Great Xia dynasty, and then used the Great Xia dynasty as a springboard to continue moving eastward and engage in infiltration. The result was caught in the act by the Yin Yang Holy Land, and directly lost to Sakyamuni Vajra, but his own weak heart did not dare to go deeper, but also could only draw a line with his own family, and made a farce of the intern monks. These vultures, how dare they do such a treacherous thing? Those who count their ancestors and forget their roots. People talk about the equality of all beings. In their eyes there is no difference between humans and demons. They don't see themselves as a human race. They might want to think about dispersing those demons to become their own people. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the Immortal Realm's Buddhist sect's intervention, the Sakya Holy Land would have long since been trampled down, and it's only been 10,000 years since it stopped, and it's starting to act like a demon again. Who let people have a hard backstage? Emboldened. These old men of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground are talking about you and me. And Lin Tianqi is more and more shocked the more he listens to it. And his heart is straight. Is the sacred land of Sakya so hard backstage? Ahem. So you guys don't have a backstage in the immortal world? Yes. That's good. Lin Tianqi's heart had just settled down a bit, when he heard an old man cajoling. The first generation ancestor has already cultivated to the golden immortal Taoist fruit, and is also known in the immortal world. Asterisk. Golden immortal. Golden immortal, how dare you speak so loudly? Lin Tianqi instantly understood. The ancestors of the 8 holy places were perhaps almost at this level in the immortal world. The golden immortals were not weak when they said they were weak, but they were also on the same level as the great ones. The backstage of the other people's sacred land of Sakya was obviously harder. At the very least, the ancestors of the 8 sacred lands in the immortal realm did not dare to offend. Or at the very least, they were unwilling to offend. That's a little hard to get a hold of. Soon enough, though, one person flashed through his mind, and he was instantly reassured. District Buddhist Kansakumba. The big deal is to lift the table or not play. We're barefoot and we're not afraid of them? As long as they are scrupulous, when he ascends to the immortal world, with the charm of the little master which is nowhere to be found, it is not a problem to hold a few new thighs. With a bottom line in his heart and a hardened speech, Lin Tianqi said, there's no harm in it, even if he has backers in the immortal realm, as long as they are in this Tian Yuan realm for a single day. The act of eating their way out of the world is to be condemned and sanctioned. Lin Tianqi's words came out loud and clear. Although these old guys from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land didn't bring their brains to fight, their IQ was still there when they weren't fighting. Could it be that the Yin Yang Holy Land has gotten some kind of assurance from the top? Old ancestor is right. I've been displeased with those vultures for a long time. The hatred between the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and the demon race is undeniable. Whoever joins with the demon race is an enemy of my Heavenly Sword Holy Land. I've been sealing my sword for 1,000 years, so I'll let them see if my sword is still sharp. This matter has not yet come to the time of the big showdown, and the main reason for speaking with all of you about this today is to let you make early preparations, pay more attention to the sacred land of Sakya, and not to give them an opportunity to take advantage of it. Stirring up a great war between the various holy lands and the sacred land of Sakya right now really didn't do Lin Tianqi any favors. With this amount of cultivation, he was fine with a small fight. There was a great war between the holy places, and he couldn't get on the table yet. The benefits were not there, but the danger was strangely high. It was too uneconomical. After finishing the small matters, Lin Tianqi said, do we have to talk about my treatment as a guest elder next? Said and also inadvertently tapped the zucchini at his waist, only to see a 30-centimeter small gourd child standing on Lin Tianqi's shoulder, crossed his arms and howled very exaggeratedly. Asterisk. Can't be. You guys even want to whore out my dad for nothing? Chapter 81, things are small, but face is big. You know it, right? That's where the little things come from. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land's face darkened at the remark. What do you mean you want to whore out his father? Are we like that? Not only do we want to whore ourselves out, but we want our giant queer immortal sword back too. The old ancestor is a disciple of the 6th ancestor, although he is a guest secretary, but the treatment is equal to that of the supreme elder. Do you think it's okay? The Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord was the first to make an offer, but before Lin Tianqi could speak, the little gourd girl shouted with a sharp and thin voice. Asterisk. Only an elder? Do you guys know how my father is treated in the Yin Yang Holy Land? The Yin Yang Holy Lord has to kneel down and ask for peace when he sees my father, and my father can take as much of the Yin Yang Holy Land treasure trove as he wants. We don't even care to live in the extreme immortal peak. We only use it to raise chickens. There are 2 Mahayana and 4 whole void bodyguards. And the female disciples lined up to wait for my father to warm his bed can be lined up from the Yin Yang sacred ground to the Heavenly Sword sacred ground. Father, our elbows, they have no sincerity at all, and they deliberately humiliate you by taking a Tai Shan elder, Whoever wants to take this, takes it. The little huckleberry child leapt off of Lin Tianqi's shoulders and tugged on the hem of Lin Tianqi's robe before heading out. Lin Tianqi couldn't help but secretly say as he watched, "This little brat's acting skills have improved too quickly." The faces of the people of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land were wonderful. Although Lin Tianqi was ordained as a sacred son without much fanfare, various versions of it were circulated. The 9 palace masters, which included the Sacred Lord, had all knelt down for Lin Tianqi. Could the rumors be true? This kind of thing is a pipe dream. This is no longer a holy son. This is a living father. The situation of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and the Yin Yang Holy Land is not the same. In terms of identity, they are now very glad that Lin Tianqi is not a person of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Otherwise for them, Lin Tianqi is not a real living ancestor. Cough. Old ancestor's situation is indeed a bit too special, and our Heavenly Sword Holy Land has never had a precedent, so now we can only feel our way across the river. So why not ask old ancestor himself for his opinion? The Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord took the words handed over by this elder and said, Right. It's me who didn't think it through. That living father. What about your opinion, elder ancestor? The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord directly kicked the ball back. And people with a little bit of skin wouldn't be able to ask for a lion's share of the money, right? Lin Tianqi forced back his laughter at his words and said with a difficult face, Actually, I really don't care about how much stuff there is, but I'm a disciple of the 6th ancestor. The level of treatment is not just about me. It also represents the face of my master. Stuff is small, face is big. You guys get it, right? The crowd, no matter what they thought in their hearts, could only rush to nod their heads at this point to show that we all understood. Only then did Lin Tianqi continue. The first thing is about the giant K immortal sword. I know what you guys are thinking, but what I'm going to say is that I'm definitely not going to give you guys this giant K immortal sword. So don't be in a hurry and listen to what I'm going to say. The giant immortal sword has been lost in the barbarian demon mysteries for 10,000 years and you haven't found it. What does that mean? I went there once and it recognized me as its master. What does that mean? It means that this object is destined for me. If I give it to you, it's a backward step, and it won't do you or me any good. And this sword is my master's sword. In my heart my master is not dead yet. Do you think my master is dead? He's gone? I can understand even if you guys think that. Therefore I can promise you that when I ascend, I will consult the giant K immortal sword on whether to ascend with me or stay in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. After Lin Tianqi said that, those who originally wanted to ask for the giant K immortal sword fell silent. Could they still open their ing mouths? Those who were not in favor of claiming the giant K sword in the first place nodded their heads frequently. Lin Tianqi said some words with feelings, reasoning, and evidence, and in the end, he was even willing to leave the right to choose to the giant K sword. How reasonable. Since you all have no opinion, then this matter is settled. As for the Tao Protector and the supply of resources, it's exempted. It's not good for me not to enter the Heavenly Sword Holy Land directory and take up the Holy Land's resources for nothing, but I hope that I can have absolute freedom in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. That's not too much to ask for, is it? This. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and Lin Tianqi kicked the little gourd boy with his foot. Elbow. We elbow. Deprived of even the most basic freedoms, we now return to the Yin Yang Holy Land. ********. The crowd looked at the little huckleberry girl, wanting to knife a little cub with eyes that could not be hidden. Even though the little huckleberry child was already under Lin Tianqi's inculcation and had more guts than hard eyes, he couldn't help but be a little timid when he was being stared at by so many old things all of a sudden. With a whoosh, he drilled through the hem of Lin Tianqi's robes, avoiding the front. The elders pondered for a moment before saying, We promise, you will first stay in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, and later we will create an exclusive jade token for you, with which you can have unimpeded access in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Good, then just let Xinjiang accompany me. You're all busy people, so you don't have to worry about me. Lin Tianqi pointed at Xinjiang, and the gazes of the crowd looked at Xinjiang, and there was a flash of refined light in their eyes. They had also heard about what the two had done in the barbarian demon mysterious realm before. Why not let Xinjiang serve as Lin Tianqi's other tie in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, with the 6 ancestors on top and Xinjiang underneath? Under the attack from above and below, Lin Tianqi should not do anything to jeopardize the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Xinjiang, why don't you come over and meet Senior? Xinjiang has met Senior. Xinjiang greeted him in a regular manner, and those who were unfamiliar with him thought that the two were meeting for the first time. Not only did we fight side by side in the secret realm, but when I was injured, it was thanks to your care. So let's just talk about each other, and I'll be indebted to Sister Xin for her trouble in the future. Xinjiang heard. The small face almost did not avalanche. Their own generation is not counted in Sita soaring. These old guys from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land were now unwilling to stay with Lin Tianqi for even a minute, and after instructing Xinjiang to bring Lin Tianqi to the super luxurious cave specially prepared for VIPs, they hurriedly dispersed. After the two of them exited this main peak hall, Xinjiang could no longer hold it in and couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was the first time that Xinjiang had seen so many elders as well as holy lords being defeated like today. Suffocating, are we? Lin Tianqi saw in Zhang Haoran the shadow of one of his own good brothers before he crossed over. Ming is already very good at studying, but he has an older brother who is a better student. From a young age, he has been compared to his brother, compared to his studies, compared to his height, compared to his looks, compared to whether or not he will come to things, and everything that can be compared to one another. Don't their parents have any idea what they look like or why? Every time Lin Tianqi went to their house, there was a sense of suffocation from the moment he stepped through the front door. It was as magical as a field, and in the end, Lin Tianqi didn't dare to go to his house. The ending is also very ironic, that all aspects of the crushing Lin Tianqi classmate's brother. In the end, even his mother with another man born. In essence, Zhang Haoran's situation was worse than that of his classmate. Not only did he live under high pressure from a young age, but he also had to endure the immense psychological pressure of being devoured by another true spirit awakening. Although he can retain the memories of two people, but the vast majority as the dominant is the true spirit of the previous life. If this is not crazy, it can only be said that Zhang Haoran's Taoist heart is solid. And how much easier could the other disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land be under such circumstances? But this was a matter of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, which Lin Tianqi didn't understand, but respected. Well, I didn't think there was anything wrong with that before, until I met you. You gave me a very different feeling. I could feel a kind of relaxation in you. Not the kind of relaxation that is self-absorbed and silent and hedonistic. I can't tell you that kind of feeling, and it just appealed to me. Is that a confession to me? Lin Tianqi grabbed Xinjiang's cold little hand. The hand that had been holding a sword for years was not soft. Holding her hand was like holding a sword. Xinjiang let Lin Tianqi hold his small hand. A trace of warmth passed from his fingertips. This feeling is so good. Looking up with a burning gaze into Lin Tianqi's eyes, he lifted his toes. Chapter 82 Sword Peak. Enlightened Sword. Sting. For a long time, the lips parted. A crystal goodness is a proof of a heart to heart. The two of them held hands and strolled through the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. What's so fun about the Heavenly Sword Holy Land? Do we look like we have a fun place here? It is said that in the past, although the Heavenly Sword Holy Land also treated cultivation rather harshly, as one of the 9 holy lands, the scenery was still very good. Rumor has it that after the 6th ancestor became the head of the family, he was so dissatisfied with the disciples' cultivation state that he remodeled the Heavenly Sword Holy Ground into this. Ahem, you don't this girl nonsense. I don't have. From the tone of Yunshi's heart, we know that this rumor 99% is true. Really did not expect that now so have a life of the master teacher. Before it is an exterminator's wife persona. The 5'5" exterminator. Lin Tianqi didn't dare to think too much, or else fantasize about the image. The lowly master should jump up and down and jump high again to bite him. Let me take you to Sword Peak, the most lively place in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Maybe you can even get a superior flying sword. Wherever you are, anywhere. Xinjiang's small face blushed at the words, and he was busy pulling Lin Tianqi, turning into 2 streams of light and flying towards a sword-like mountain peak. Before he even got close, Lin Tianqi could feel the astonishing sword intent on that mountain peak, which was like a nest of swords. One could only see that this mountain peak was filled with flying swords, some of which were still emitting a shocking sword intent, some of which had already begun to decay and rust, and some of which had only a tip left sticking out of the mountain rock. This is the Sword Peak. After all generations of Heavenly Sword Holy Land disciples die, the flying swords will return to the Sword Peak on their own, waiting for the next fated person. But not all flying swords find new masters, and those that are corrupted are the ones that don't find new masters. It's no easier for a flying sword to choose a master than it is for us to find a lifelong partner. On top of the Sword Peak there were also quite a few disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land who used their own sword chi to match with those flying swords, hoping to get a flying sword that had a destiny with them. Flying swords were the closest comrades, friends, and even half a division leader to them, like the giant K immortal sword, passed down from 1 generation of ancestors to 6 generations of ancestors. This sword condensed the sword intent of 6 generations of sword cultivators. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land's underlying legacy was besides people. There were also more flying swords than could be counted above this entire Sword Peak. Lin Tianqi didn't know how to describe what he was seeing. The shock was straight from the depths of his heart. It's home, and you're meeting old friends. Madaka. Only a dazzling and eye-catching purple light, like a bolt of lightning that cut through the void, violently rushed up into the sky. A dull sword sound was like the low roar of an emperor in the sword, carrying endless majesty and power, shaking the entire Sword Peak, rustling and trembling. Dust fell from the stone walls, and countless spirit swords began to tremble madly. The appearance of the giant K immortal sword was just like a boulder thrown into the surface of a calm lake. instantly triggering the restlessness of tens of thousands of spirit swords in the sword peak. They feel it, sensing the return of the monarch who had once led them to charge into battle and decimate all enemies. In an instant, the entire sword peak was like a powder keg that had been ignited, accompanied by ear-piercing sword chirps. Countless sword chi crisscrossed the air like a razor-sharp blade cutting through the air. Various colors of light rose and fell, and tens of thousands of spirit swords seemed like valiant warriors that had been awakened, breaking free of the bonds of age and flying recklessly in the air. Some of the body of the sword flashes with cold and piercing cold light, whistling past, bringing up a bitter cold wind. Some spirit sword is surrounded by burning hot flames, will be around the air or burn twisted deformation. Some of them are rusted and mutilated, flying crookedly and still flying hard. For a time, the sword mound was heavy with sword shadows and the roar was deafening. The giant K immortal sword was suspended in midair, releasing a powerful aura like an invisible wave that echoed with the other spirit swords. Their powers intertwined and collided with each other, forming a terrifying storm of spiritual energy, and the air currents in the storm were like sharp blades, cutting through the air around them and emitting sharp whistling noises, which was an orgy belonging to them. The sword cultivators of the entire heavenly sword Holy Land were all startled, and it was as if the flying swords in their hands were also summoned. Countless flying swords flew out from all directions, converging towards the sword peak. Shen Zhang's spiritual treasure soaring, which never left his hand, trembled continuously. Go on. As soon as Shen Zhang's hand loosened, the flying ascension merged into the sword stream impatiently. This was a world of swords, with countless flying swords strewn about, surrounding the giant K immortal sword as if they were veterans waiting to be inspected by the king. Those rusty flying swords were also shaking off their own rust, and although they were already broken, the sword intent released was still incomparably sharp, as if proving that they could still fight. Lin Tianqi looked and watched. It was as if he was mesmerized. He could feel the emotions of these flying swords at this moment. They were so vivid at this moment. The eye seemed to have lost focus, and the whole person was in a daze. Xin Zhang was an innate sword body and was most sensitive to sword intent. At this moment, in her eyes, Lin Tianqi was inextricably linked to the river of swords flying in the sky. A ponderous and invisible sword chi radiated out from all over Lin Tianqi's body as if it were a silk thread, and at the other end of the silk thread was the spirit sword in the sword river. The sight was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. It was familiar that for a spirit sword to recognize its owner, the first thing it needed was to establish a connection, but she had never seen a person who could establish a connection with so many spirit swords. How strong of a divine mind must this be to afford it? This is the rhythm of taking all the spirit swords on the sword peak in one swarm. Lin Tianqi seemed as if he was traveling beyond the heavens at this moment, standing extremely high, so high that it seemed as if he could look down on the entire heaven and earth. He didn't know where this was when suddenly a thunderbolt exploded and a light rain fell immediately afterward. The rain was as thin as fluff, falling on his face and a little itchy. Not a moment later he was furry wet. Then something even more amazing happened. A delicate green bud suddenly burst out of his drenched clothes. Green shoots bathe in furry rain and grow fast. The green buds grew up visible to the naked eye, and the delicate green buds gradually turned into green leaves like sword peaks. The rain stops and the wind picks up. Countless green leaves were moved by the wind, and between the swinging of the green leaves, it was as if countless swords were dancing. Hibernation. When the hibernation rises, everything comes to life. I feel the rhythm of life. Lin Tianqi still didn't know that at this moment, the heavenly sword Holy Land had been collectively shocked to the point of losing their breath. There were sword cultivators who gave up their sword paths because of him. One could only see that Lin Tianqi had taken the place of the giant K immortal sword at this time, with countless spirit swords surrounding the others. Sting. This sword will be called Sting. Although Lin Tianqi's eyes were tightly closed, the violet light filling them had already overflowed. Sword out. Purple electricity like a spirit snake dancing wildly wrapped around the giant K immortal sword on top of it, and the countless flying swords that surrounded Lin Tianqi's side. Their sword chirps sounded like 10,000 insects stinging and stirring. When one sword comes out, all swords move. Sword momentum fierce and unparalleled, seems to tear the sky. The sword moves, the void is broken. The giant K immortal sword for the dragon head, countless spirit sword for the body of the dragon. A purple sky thunder dragon roared out, with the might of destroying the sky, and the earth rushed up to the sky. Boom! With a deafening roar, the cloudless sky was seen to slowly open a crack. Within the crack was a colorful world. The crack grew wider and wider, as if it were a door that was being slowly opened. But a large hand appeared out of nowhere, as if to slam the door back shut. The crack gradually dissipated, and there was only a sound like rolling thunder. A sword opens the door to immortality? Kind of interesting. Chapter 83. This cup? I really don't want to pretend. And before that doorway in the sky closed completely, a stream of light flew out from within the crack and flew towards Lin Tianqi below. Who's that? Immortals in the sky? One sword opens the gate of immortality. All the sword cultivators in the heavenly sword Holy Land were shocked beyond words. This sword of Lin Tianqi's broke their hearts. Thousands of years of painstakingly practicing to understand the sword could not withstand this sword of Lin Tianqi. Lin Tianqi's sword opened the immortal gate, indicating that with this sword, his sword Dao had been recognized by the laws of the immortal realm. But soon, the crowd's eyes were drawn to the stream of light in the sky. What's flying down? Is it a reward from the immortals in the sky for Lin Tianqi? Whoosh! The stream of light was like a meteor cutting through the void, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Tianqi, a white jade tablet that emitted a glowing immortal light, only to see that each of the two sides of the jade plate had beautifully carved patterns. One side was carved with a majestic palace, and in the center was the word Heavenly Court, while on the other side was the word Immortal. That's it? Lin Tianqi reached out and grabbed it in his hand, and the jade token was instantly like a sticky goblin, instantly sucking Lin Tianqi's hand in. Boom! The jade plate immediately erupted with a piercing immortal light, and 10,000 golden lotuses emerged in the sky to shine in all directions. The crane cries 9 times, resounding through heaven and earth. My God, this is the legendary. That's right. Legend has it that supreme geniuses amongst the human realm will get the attention of the immortal realm in advance, descending the immortal registry in advance. With this immortal book you can enter the ancient heavenly court through the immortal book without the need for the divine separation realm. This is nothing. In the legend, these supreme geniuses who have obtained the immortal registration will be recruited as disciples by the great powers of the immortal world when they enter the ancient celestial court, and from then on, they will be on their way to the top. It can be said without exaggeration that old ancestor has now left his name in the immortal class. What use do I have for this sword? The crowd of onlookers had not yet recovered from the excitement they had just received, and then came another vicious wave. Even those elders with high cultivation could not remain calm. What do they cultivate their whole life for? It's not for the sake of ascension? Is it to be handsome? However, throughout the entire heavenly sword Holy Land, there were only 5 ascended people, from the 1st generation ancestor to the 5th generation ancestor. And after the 6th generation ancestor died at the hands of a barbarian demon, there were no more ascended immortals in the heavenly sword Holy Land. Turns out people come here to skate around, look at the scenery, and they realize the sword. Not only did he realize it, but he also opened the gate of immortality with a sword, and the immortal realm descended to the immortal book. The fact that they could still stand and watch Lin Tianqi act like a pussy right now was already a solid Dao. Rumbling, 10,000 golden lotuses, cranes cried 9 times. A huge monument shadow into the void. Monument high do not know tens of thousands of miles also. A golden name on the stone tablet was like an indestructible rune running through the river of time. A magnificent voice rang out. Human race Lin Tianqi. Superb immortal talent. Ranked 6th on the immortal talent list. Innate. Innate what? How come it's still stuck? The crowd was dumbfounded. Such a high-end thing. But it fell off the chain? After waiting for a full 10 breaths, the magnificent voice once again sounded. Unlimited potential. As soon as this magnificent voice fell, a new golden name, Lin Tianqi, appeared at the 6th position from the top on top of that huge stone tablet. However, the crowd still found a problem. After this voice jam, it actually removed the word innate. Before they could continue to think, there was another loud bang. Boom! As Lin Tianqi's name appeared, the void trembled and a golden flower sprinkled down from the 9 heavens. There was even a bucket-thick golden light that descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Tianqi. A powerful force that had never been felt before instantly surged in from Lin Tianqi's spiritual platform, entering the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and 8 strange meridians. The dual yuan shin of Lin Tianqi in the sea of consciousness, the power of purple heavenly thunder, the power of Xuanwu, the power of the white tiger, and even Yunshur had been imbued with this power and received a huge boost. This is not a quantitative improvement, but a qualitative one. Under the rush of this power, Lin Tianqi's entire strength was transforming to a higher level. Only when the golden light dispersed and all the visions in the sky disappeared did Lin Tianqi open his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Tianqi felt that the world was a bit different. This feeling is somewhat indescribable, with a bit of pretense that is, look at the mountain is not a mountain. Look at the water is not water. Look at the mountain or mountain. Look at the water or water. And those spirit swords that surrounded him were nourished by the golden flowers that floated down from the 9 heavens. Not only were they upgraded in grade, even those that were chipped and broken were restored as if they were new. Below the heavenly sword sacred land of all the cultivators also got some golden flower nourishment, only to feel the soul vibration. In the past the enlightenment of the place has been completely through. I've occasionally gained something. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. The corners of Lin Tianqi's mouth were as if it was a heavenly weapon in the morning, and it really couldn't be suppressed, making the crowd of onlookers want to spit out blood once again. But, on second thought, Lin Tianqi was the sixth ancestor's personal disciple and a guest minister of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. This wave was worth making a big article about. The sixth ancestor passed it down personally from one generation to the next, and the Heavenly Sword Holy Land realized the sword and opened the door to immortality. The sixth ancestor himself will lead the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary to another peak. As long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. From today onwards, Lin Tianqi was the old ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. What's the point of being a guest secretary? That's not being too polite. Obviously, there are few whose minds are not slippery. We congratulate old ancestor on the great accomplishment of the sword Dao. We congratulate old ancestor on the great accomplishment of the sword Dao. The first time the slogans weren't too loud. By the time the second time it was a mountain of noise. The 3,000 worlds of the human world. Each world's best natural talent picked out, compiled together is 3,000 rankings. And the name on that ancient monument obviously wasn't just counting the present, but throughout the entire length of history. 3,000 worlds. All the geniuses ever counted. The sixth in immortal capital. What's the concept? To say a big disrespectful word, Lin Tianqi is now immediately ascending to the immortal realm. And the first generation of ancestors will have to scramble to carry his bag. Although sword cultivators were not willing to use their brains in fights, they were not without intelligence. Keep your head down. Keep your head down. A few accomplishments are not that much. You guys mustn't go around proclaiming it to me. I'm the person who dislikes those false names the most. Do you understand? Don't worry, old ancestor. We all understand. Lin Tianqi didn't know if they really understood or not. But today the wave is really a bit outrageous. If this is passed out, that think of their own big girl, small daughter-in-law, flower letter young woman, mature sister still do not know cannot hold, in case they have evil thoughts, with strong, I am from the heart it, or from the body it. Lin Tianqi had a jolt, and in the sea of consciousness Yunshi was holding an illusory large wolfsbane in his hand, and a stick must Lin Tianqi's illusions. There is also the fact that the benefits of this jade tablet are simply too big to be true, and the benefits have already been received. Having finished pretending as well, Lin Tianqi was about to leave. But the countless spirit swords behind him were following him like puppies. If only there was a sword case that could hold you all. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land immediately said, there is. This sword box may not be usable by others. Perhaps it is waiting for you, the old ancestor, as its master. The other elders who didn't get to grab a word, incomparably despised the Heavenly Sword Sage Lord skulking. Bah! Flattery! Spineless! Shame on the sword cultivator. Chapter 84. What can be wrong with disciples and grandchildren honoring their old ancestor? Before Lin Tianqi had a chance to be polite, a sword light from an old man with white hair had already flown out. This baby is a person who can go get it? Lin Tianqi's expectations for this treasure had dropped a bit. Back to old ancestor's words, that was the previous generation of Lord Holy Lord, who is now retired to the second line and has become a Tai Shang elder. That's really something. The attitude of the people of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land had changed too quickly, and Lin Tianqi was still a bit unaccustomed to it. At this time, Yunshi had already closed himself up in Lin Tianqi's sea of consciousness. Though she knew what these people were talking about with the sword case, she just didn't want to say. There was no doubt that Yunshi was deeply irritated. This time she dipped into Lin Tianqi's light and was also baptized by the light of the immortal realm. Her divine soul became more solid, and that ethereal phantom feeling had completely disappeared, as if she was a real person. From this, it could be seen how much Lin Tianqi had improved this time. Cultivating for 10,000 years is not as good as someone's enlightenment in one day. Growing up for 10,000 years is not as good as growing up for 30 years in a human's house. Yunshi, why are you such a failure? Yunshi threw down his wolfsbane and crouched in the corner, his entire soul falling into a very funereal state. No way, it can't go on like this. From tomorrow no talking books, no video dramas, no sunbathing, no swimming, no new clothes. Video dramas are really good on the head. It's so hard for me. Not a moment later, the Supreme Elder returned with an exquisite wooden box. Old ancestor, the stuff is in here. Lin Tianqi received it, and the crowd looked on with great curiosity. The origin of this sword box was quite mysterious, and no one knew where it came from. When the first Grandmaster created the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, he had this sword box, but no one had ever seen him use it. It wasn't that no one had hit on it. The aura of this sword box was even stronger than the giant K immortal sword. It was undoubtedly a heavy treasure, but it's like a haughty little princess that no one can impress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generations of old ancestors hadn't succeeded in taking it down until they ascended, and over time, it had become a real crushing treasure of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. I wonder if I'll be impressed when I meet Lin Tianqi, the sixth in the human world. Snort. The wooden box opened and the sword energy rose to the sky. Lin Tianqi's eyes narrowed slightly, only to see that the sword case in the wooden box appeared to be jade rather than jade, wood rather than wood, and it was as if there were flames burning on the sword case. This thing feels so familiar to me. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the sword box whooshed out of the wooden box and flew out, circling around Lin Tianqi continuously, as if it was a little pug that had finally waited for its master to come home. Ah, this is still a high and mighty little princess. Stick a tail in it and it'll shake. The thousand poor Dao hearts of the people of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land were once again dealt a fatal blow. From the beginning of the first generation of ancestors, this sword box had been lying in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land for endless years, and countless Heavenly Pride disciples had attempted to win its heart. And in the end, what they got in return was a hot face on a cold ass. Now that it had flattered Lin Tianqi so much to please him, how could the gap between this man and man be so wide? I haven't heard that the Pure Yang sacred body works on spiritual treasures as well. It seems as if this baby is quite pleased with me, so I can't fail you guys in your filial piety. The people's moral hearts were completely shattered, the kind that couldn't be put together. Since you and I are destined to be together, you will follow me, and whether rich or richer, I will never leave you. From now on you will be called Hong Yin. Good. Lin Tianqi was shocked, only to see the sword box instantly burst out endless energy. In an instant on top of the sword box will converge into a red-haired woman wearing a gorgeous red robe. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land surrounding the spectators, shattered into a ground of the heart of the Tao at this time has been shattered into dust. Why? That's why. This is the charm of the sixth in the human world. Collect. The red-robed woman's red lips gently opened, and as if guided, the flying swords in the sky converged into a river of swords rushing into the sword box. When all the flying swords had flown into the sword box, the woman in red smiled gently at Lin Tianqi and drilled into Lin Tianqi's arm, leaving a red mark on Lin Tianqi's right arm. After just one day, the entire major powers of the Tian Yuan realm went completely insane. The sixth highest immortal aptitude in the human realm. This is a height that has never been reached by anyone in the heavenly Yuan realm. Putting aside the interests of each individual, this is a heavenly good for the entire heavenly Yuan realm. The immortal realm has bestowed the immortal registration, and it's no surprise that Lin Tianqi will be fought over by the bigwigs of the immortal realm before he ascends to the immortal realm, and his future accomplishments are unimaginable. The Yin Yang Holy Land is going to rise. We'll have to adjust our strategy towards the Yin Yang Holy Land as well. In the sacred land of Sakya, Xiao Zhan cracked several wooden fishes in a row and still could not calm the anger and despair within his heart. This sun had risen completely, and the sacred land of Sakya would not offend Lin Tianqi for his own sake. There's only one way to get revenge. Kill it while its wings are still intact. But how easy is that? Lin Tianqi must be surrounded by experts, without the help of other forces. What was the difference between him, a harmonization realm cultivator, taking revenge and sending him to his death? Is it true that you can't avenge the murder of your father and son? In the Yin Yang Holy Land, Jiang Lingyun's first reaction after receiving the news was to hurriedly call Lin Tianqi back. There are so many little goblins outside. She knows too well what kind of goods Lin Tianqi has, and if the Heavenly Sword Holy Land offers a beauty plan, Lin Tianqi will never be able to pass this hurdle. 3 days passed in a flash. Even with Xinjiang, he was somewhat unable to stay. It's too boring, too tedious. Gangnang is too ineffective. He kind of missed Li Mengxian and Jiang Lingyun. Old ancestor is leaving? It's only been 3 days. But is there anything uncomfortable? The Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord tried his best to stay. Lin Tianqi took the spirit swords on the sword peak in a litter, and hoard out a crushing sword box to them for nothing. To stay for 3 days and then leave, that would be too much of a loss. They're also planning to organize a sword asking conference. Lin Tianqi was able to realize that sword, and his own understanding of the sword Dao was an immeasurably great asset to a sword cultivator. Although it was limited by his qualifications, it was impossible to be directly like Lin Tianqi, but the gains must be enormous. I traveled this time for the matter of my master, and now that the matter has been completed, my cultivation is about to be suppressed, and I need to go back into seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough. This way cultivation is important, so this is not good for me to stay in the force. Is the girls for the old ancestor carefully prepared a set of sword dance? Some pity. Cough. It's not that urgent. It's not good to let down the disciples' peace of mind. I wonder when we can appreciate it. I'm not too sure about the specifics. It's senior sister Chu who's in charge of the whole thing, and said that in order to give you a surprise, this dance can only be viewed by you first, so these old guys of ours haven't seen it yet. I see. Then I'll wait a few days. Yunshur was so angry at the words in the sea of consciousness that he almost drilled out and slashed the heavenly sword sage lord. This unfilial son or grandson, with a sword. Chapter 85 can't hold it down. I'm coming to the sacred land of Sakya. Lin Tianqi had been scratching his head and waiting for 3 days, and even chatting with Miss Xinjiang was a bit distracting. as the saying goes, what you can't have is always on the move. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lords talking about this sword dance really mobilized Lin Tianqi's curiosity. Lin Tianqi said, I really didn't do it to look at the young lady, I'm just simply curious. 3 days later, Lin Tianqi was in Xinjiang's cave, in the middle of the cave to discuss swords with Xinjiang. Don't get me wrong, this sword is not a sword. Lin Tianqi had been absent-minded these 3 days, and Xinjiang had an unshirkable responsibility. Lonely men and women in a room together, the two are stabbing through the layer of feelings of the window paper. Put Lin Tianqi such a big handsome not study, have to study the sword with Lin Tianqi. Dao friends say, is not Xinjiang's responsibility? It was good that 3 days had finally passed when the Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord sent someone to invite him, and that disciple said outside the cave, Old Ancestor, the Sacred Lord invites you to come over. Aha! Lin Tianqi responded lightly. Now Lin Tianqi's identity was different, the real deal. The entire Heavenly Sword Holy Land was recognized as an Old Ancestor now. He couldn't not pay attention to his instrument in front of outsiders. Suppressing his excitement, he got up from Xinjiang's tight thighs and tidied up, saying, I'll go and return. Xinjiang nodded and said, I'll wait for you to come back. I still have some questions I want to ask you. After leaving the cave, Lin Tianqi transformed into a stream of light and went straight to the main peak hall. Old Ancestor, quickly follow me. The late generation has prepared a surprise for you. And the surprise? Lin Tianqi was happy in his heart. This old man can get along. Lin Tianqi and the Sacred Lord set up a sword light out of the main hall and flew towards the back of the main peak. Although the Heavenly Sword Holy Land was not as scenic as the Yinyang Holy Land, the area was really much larger than the Yinyang Holy Land. After flying for almost a quarter of an hour, Lin Tianqi's eyes lit up, only to see that amongst the peaks, there was one peak that was too different. The other peaks were nothing but rocks, but this peak was an immortal style, and the main thing was that the top of this peak was as snow-capped as Qingyun Peak, and there were a few huts at the top of the mountain. Have a heart. Lin Tianqi took a look at this as according to his Qingyun Peak's model to get, cannot help but be a small touched. This horse's ass can be said to shoot to his heart. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord smiled brightly at his words. It's good that the Old Ancestor likes it. We inquired that the Old Ancestor was in the Yinyang Sacred Ground because he liked the view from the top of the mountain of the Green Cloud Peak. That's why he didn't move to the Spirit Peak that was prepared specifically for the Sacred Sun. We've lived here for a long time and we're already accustomed to it. The Old Ancestor must have not been used to the barrenness of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground. We elders worked together and spent 3 days remodeling this Spirit Peak. Old Ancestor will have a place to land when he occasionally comes to stay for a while in the future. It's the hearts that hit the hardest. While talking, the two of them had already arrived at the mountain gate of Spirit Peak, only to see a huge stone standing in front of the mountain gate with the 3 big words Sword Immortal Peak on it. Even Lin Tianqi's thick skin couldn't help but blush a little. Although outsiders address sword cultivators with the name Sword Immortal, they themselves never called themselves Sword Immortals. Other people call that a lift, but to call it yourself is shameless. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord took out a jade token and said, This is your jade token. With this jade token you can open the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground so the prohibitions. This jade token is also the key to the Spirit Peak Mountain Protecting Formation. Elder Chu and the others have already waited for you within the Spirit Peak, so I won't go in. The Heavenly Sword Saint Lord said that and saluted before running away in a stream of light. These little people, no wonder they can't cultivate the Mahayana realm even after a handful of years. Their minds don't need to be used on cultivation anymore. They are all used on kissing ass. Yunshi gritted her small teeth and said hatefully, I think Master is envious and jealous. They are not kissing my ass because of Master's face. You are upright and upright. They don't dare to flatter you, so they come to flatter me. Is that so? That's a must. If you make an appearance, where will I be left in their eyes? Ha, do you think I'm one of those hairless little girlies so easy to fool? Then how? I'm not blind. Little thief. I'll bite you to death. Ha ha. Lin Tianqi didn't care about the exasperated and wowed Yunshi. At this time, the mountain protection formation was still in an unopened state. Lin Tianqi picked up the jade tablet to open the mountain protection formation, only to see a sharp sword chi rushing out of the Spirit Peak, the sword chi weaving with each other, laying down a heavenly dragnet. Entering the mountain gate, his divine sense enveloped the Spirit Peak, and that Elder Chu and the others were at the top of the Spirit Peak. After waiting for 3 days, Lin Tianqi was like the cat that smelled fishy at this time, and he leaped into a stream of light and rushed straight to the top of the mountain. When Lin Tianqi flew up to the top of the mountain, only to see the cloudy and misty top of the snowy peak, the biting wind and snow wantonly ruffled the sleeves of 18 female sword fairies dressed in moonlight white robes, and the leader of the group was dressed in a red dress, and at the top of the snowy mountain, it was just like a waxing moon cold plum. The wind blew the sleeves of his clothes with a hunting sound, as if it was a unique melody played by heaven and earth. The female sword immortal at the head should be that elder Chu, like a flower of the high mountains, with eyes as cold as frost. As she sensed Lin Tianqi's arrival, she only slightly opened her lips and let out a low drink that resembled a phoenix's sound, instantly breaking the tranquility of the peak and taking the lead in drawing her sword. Her posture was light, just like the flowing wind blown by the wind back to the snow, ethereal and ethereal, the long sword in his hand waving, pulling out the sword flower, such as ice and snow and the white lotus blooming alone, pure and with a refusal of people outside the stern, a red dress with the posture of leaping. Let a person cannot help but be mesmerized by the view. The sword strokes were sometimes like a blistering wind and rain. The sword shadows flashed heavily, so dense that it was difficult to penetrate even a ray of light, and the force of that stiffness was so strong that a sword could cut through the sky. At other times it seems like the gentle spring water, gently around the finger, smooth as a babbling brook in the mountains, showing the gentle and soft temperament. Seeing this, the rest of the female sword immortals also danced their long swords between their beautiful eyes. Their tacit understanding was evident, and they worked seamlessly with Elder Chu. Their sword strokes intertwined with each other, as dazzlingly bright as when a rainbow struck the sun, and as light and agile as when a colorful butterfly danced. Long hair flew wildly in the wind and snow, like black satin dancing in the wind. The luo skirt fluttered like a fairy floating from beyond the 9 heavens. 3 days of waiting is very worthwhile. Lin Tianqi at this point finally understand why those dim-witted kings like to see beautiful people dancing. On this battle, who can top it? Lin Tianqi's eyes looked at that elder Chu, his desire for conquest already beginning to burst. Unlike Xia Ruyan who deliberately dressed up, this elder Chu, both in terms of looks and temperament, couldn't be said to be exactly the same as that image in Lin Tianqi's mind, but it was also 99% similar. This pussy, he must pack it up and take it with him. Lin Tianqi stayed here for another 3 days and decided to move on. The cultivation level that had been forcibly suppressed could break through with a blowout at any time. In the midst of the many disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land who were reluctant to give up, the flying boat started up and steeply accelerated in the direction of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. The 2 seniors, Clear Wind and Bright Moon, will follow me to do some errands, and you will return to the Yin-Yang Holy Land first. On top of the flying boat, in addition to the 4K void that came, Qingfeng Mingyue, Jian Ling, there was also Elder Chu of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, as well as those 18 female sword cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. It had to be said that this old fox, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord, had sent this gift to Lin Tianqi's heart. These 18 female sword cultivators were qualified, their looks were carefully selected, and their identities were the sword attendants of Lin Tianqi, the old ancestor. Elder Chu, on the other hand, was the Tao protector sent by the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. It was all a piece of filial piety from the disciples and grandchildren, so Lin Tianqi could only accept it with a smile. Before leaving, he gave the Heavenly Sword Sacred Lord a 3,500-year-old precious medicine, and this old man was so happy that he almost called his father. Although the crowd didn't know what Lin Tianqi was going to do, but with Qingfeng Mingyue, the 2 Mahayana Realm Supreme Masters accompanying him, there was no problem with safety. The group split into 2. Jian Ling and the others continued to ride the flying boat back to the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Lin Tianqi, Qingfeng Mingyue and the 3 of them flew in the direction of the sacred land of Sakya. He had already gotten word that Xiao Yan's old man, Xiao Zhan, had run away to become a monk at the sacred land of Sakyamuni, and if you don't get rid of the root of the grass, there will be no end to the scourge, and there is definitely something wrong with the Sakya sanctuary. The heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the realm of divine separation can't be wasted. Jia. Chapter 86 Seeing the Buddha's Breakthrough. The responsibility is all on your Buddha. Heavenly weapon. There are many experts in the sacred land of Sakya. With the 2 of us I'm afraid it will be difficult to protect you. The 3 of them flew towards the sacred land of Sakya. Qingfeng Mingyue sandwiched Lin Tianqi in the middle, and the small hands that were originally supposed to be held together were also held by Lin Tianqi with one hand holding one. The beautiful name is that his cultivation is low, and the 2 sisters will fly faster with him. Qingfeng was a little worried about Lin Tianqi's actions this time, running directly to someone's holy land to pick a fight. That wasn't facing 1 or 2 experts, but the underbelly of a holy land. Where is Sister Qingfeng thinking? I am not there to pick a fight. I am visiting the sacred land of Sakya as the holy son of the Yin-Yang sacred land, for friendly exchanges, and in discussing a few points with the Taoist monks of the sacred land of Sakya. We don't know when Senior Qingfeng became Sister Qingfeng. However, seeing that Qingfeng did not mind, Taoist San Crazy was a little envious and jealous. The 2 of them, Qingfeng Mingyue's words were few and far between, and more often than not it was Qingfeng who was communicating with Lin Tianqi. Hearing Lin Tianqi's words, Mingyu couldn't help but flash a hint of a smile within her pair of ancient eyes. She could already see what Lin Tianqi was playing at. The sacred land of Sakya was going to be in bad luck this time. The sacred land of Sakya was not far from the sacred land of Yin and Yang, and the two sacred lands were considered neighbors, or else they wouldn't have hit the Daxia imperial dynasty. The Sakyamuni Buddha's holy land, the only Buddhist holy land among the 9 holy lands, was able to stand, and even 10,000 years ago when they were beaten by the other 8 holy lands 8-1, they never extinguished their Tao lineage. There is a reason for the immortal world's western heaven to intervene here, but its own power cannot be ignored. Entering the territory of the Sakya sacred ground, it was instantly a very different scene, with glorious monasteries everywhere. The temple has a golden roof and red walls, and is full of incense. Everywhere on the road can be seen mortals 3 kneeling 9 Kaudao pilgrimage. In the eyes of the 3 people, the entire Shakyamuni Holy Land is just like a big Buddha, and these countless monasteries are the Buddha's body of an acupoints. The world's offerings of incense through these acupoints continue to transport to the Shakyamuni Holy Land within. Vertebrate skin peeling. What an equality of all beings. The pilgrims are unclothed, and the golden Buddha inside the temple glows. This is exactly where they are terrifying. The world still sincerely believes even in this. Without the battle 10,000 years ago, the believers of the Sakyamuni Holy Land do not know to what extent they have spread. You should be extremely careful when you argue with them. Back then, the Holy Son of the Purple Sky Holy Land argued with the Buddha Son of the Sakyamuni Holy Land for 33 days, and at the end of the argument, he directly threw himself into the Sakyamuni Holy Land. So evil? Well, Lin Tianqi said in his heart, this mouth is catching up with that yellow hair called Naruto. The 3 did not cover their own breath. Qingfeng Mingyue, 2 Mahayana stage realm cultivators, rushed straight to run to the Sakya sacred land's lair of the Little Sumeru Mountain. The Sakya sacred land was also startled. Recently, they had kept a low profile enough, especially after Lin Tianqi opened the immortal gate with a single sword, gaining the attention of the immortal realm, and even measuring the 6th highest immortal talent in the human realm. It was no exaggeration to say that from that moment onwards, the pattern of the heavenly Yuan realm was basically doomed. Unless something happens to Lin Tianqi, this situation is basically impossible within the Tian Yuan world. The Yin-Yang Holy Land is not an idiot. It is not easy to appear such an ancestral tomb. Smoke can only appear Saint Sun. How can let Lin Tianqi accident? And from the Shao family grandparents and grandchildren event, Lin Tianqi is not oil lamp. The strategy of the sacred land of Sakya is now to keep a low profile and a low profile and a low profile. The big deal is to lose some benefits. As the saying goes, you can run away from the monk and can't run away from the temple. There would always be a time when Lin Tianqi would ascend to the immortal realm, Little Sumeru Mountain, inside the Mahamudra temple. The 8 old monks in the main hall looked at the invitation to worship in the Holy Lord's hands. Don't you want to come with me? So that they can't even find an excuse to refuse. This guy is really difficult to deal with. At this time, Lin Tianqi, with Qingfeng Mingyue, had already arrived at the bottom of the Little Sumeru Mountain, and handed over the invitation of worship in a disciplined manner, waiting honestly. Inside the mountain gate, a monk of the conjugation realm, with a few monks of the split spirit realm, and a group of monks of the exhumation realm looked as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Lin Tianqi revealed a very warm smile, affectionate as if he was a neighboring little brother. In the middle of the hall, a few old monks were observing Lin Tianqi at the mountain gate with their divine thoughts, hoping very much that he would not be able to resist striking out and forcing his way in. But this guy was like a harmless sunflower. His face was smiling out. Hey, go ahead and invite. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Tianqi hadn't arrived yet, the few old guys quickly discussed, and as long as Lin Tianqi didn't go too far, they could agree to any conditions. Lin Tianqi, Qingfeng Mingyue came down to the Daxianbo hall under the guidance of the robber monk. 2 seniors, please stop. Female cultivators are not allowed to enter the Maharaja's treasure hall. Qingfeng Mingyue was about to have a fit when Lin Tianqi grabbed the 2 of them by their small hands and said, there's no harm in it, so the 2 sisters can wait for me here. Qingfeng Mingyue pretended to be reluctant, and Lin Tianqi gave another good relief before the 2 agreed. Right now, the gate of the Maharishi's treasure hall slowly opened. Lin Tianqi stepped across the high threshold, and the gate slowly closed behind him. A rich aroma came to the surface, which seemed to carry a tranquilizing power that soothed the heart. It made Lin Tianqi's heart, which originally wanted to cause trouble, calm down. In the line of sight, the Buddha statue enshrined in the main hall was emitting an incomparably gentle Buddha light. The fragrance of Buddha enters the heart, the light of Buddha shines through, and the sound of Buddha enters the ears, making people want to kneel down to Buddha. It's Buddha like a devil, all ing bull. A purple and gold aura rose around Lin Tianqi, and a purple and gold dragon flew out from within Lin Tianqi's arm and wrapped around his body, facing the statue of Buddha and letting out a shocking dragon roar. Stinging drew but did not fire, but the unbreakable power in the great hall was instantly broken. The Holy Sun is worthy of being the 6th in the human realm. The great heroic treasure hall has been undertaking incense for hundreds of thousands of years. The hall has been influenced by the power of the incense and has already possessed a Buddha nature. And anyone who comes will be influenced by this Buddha nature. The sacred Lord Shakyamuni said slowly. Compared to the holy lords of the other holy lands, Holy Lord Sakya could be said to be an old-timer. 2 generations higher than Holy Lord Yin Yang and Holy Lord Heavenly Sword. The cultivation level had also reached the Mahayana realm. No wonder. As soon as I saw this statue of Buddha just now, a kind of enlightenment struck my heart. People say that Buddha favors those who are destined to be with him, and it seems that I am quite destined to be with Buddha. Several old monks were dumbfounded at the words. What did it mean? Could it be that this holy son is interested in Buddhism? Is this pie in the sky? Look, I told you that I'm destined to be with you, Buddha. It seems like I'm about to make a breakthrough. Boom! The aura around Lin Tianqi instantly surged hundreds of times. Lin Tianqi could have easily made a breakthrough back when he ate the Xuanwu treasure pill, and he was suppressed alive in the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and was baptized the flesh by the immortal gas. This time the suppression is slightly loosened. Asterisk. Chapter 87, the Buddha manifests his spirit, and the incense casts his body. At this point these old guys instantly understood. What stepping horse to come to exchange? This is to pit their Sakya Holy Land. The little thief is really bold. Do you really think that we, the Sakya Holy Land, don't dare to come out to kill you? A few old monks looked at each other, and the tacit understanding of endless years had reached a consensus without the need to say anything. Kill Lin Tianqi before he advances. Thumbs up. Without a diamond drill, not to take on porcelain work, Lin Tianqi did not have the complete means. How could he come to send himself to his death, only to see a morose sword chi flying out from Lin Tianqi's brow? Yun Shi, who was at the peak of the Mahayana realm, was holding the giant K immortal sword and directly lit up his sword. Peak Mahayana sword cultivator. The old monk's eyebrows jumped and they didn't dare to resist. This short period of time was already enough for Lin Tianqi to crush the jade pendant in his hand. Boom! Jiang Lingyun's spirit body had already appeared in the Great Hall. This was not the barbarian demon mysterious realm, but Jiang Lingyun's cultivation at the peak of the Mahayana realm was not restricted at all, and instead of barging in, Qingfeng Mingyue, who was outside the door of the Maharishi temple, stood in front of the door, blocking those who came to rescue him. 2 against 8. The advantage is mine. Holy son, have a talk. As long as you don't cross the threshold here, everything is negotiable. The old monks were in a hurry. The power of the 2 peak Mahayanists could only be utilized for a short period of time, even though one was a divine soul and the other was a spirit body. But this isn't a fight. There's no time for that. As long as they lasted that short while, Lin Tianqi would be able to break through to invoke the heavenly tribulation. At that time, the entire sacred land of Sakya would be enveloped within the thunderbolt. Tough. Just too tough. Haha, negotiate a hair. Break it for me. Lin Tianqi is running to get them this time, and the villain died of too many words before discussing with them. It was at this point that, unsurprisingly, the unexpected happened. Only the statue of Buddha enshrined in the Maharishi's treasure hall blossomed with a radiant Buddhist light. Amitba. A magnificent voice rang out, and the entire hall was enveloped by a thick force. Buddha. It's Buddha manifesting. Amitba Buddha. Our Buddha has struck. This person is a great traitor and evil person. Please ask the Buddha to kill this person. A few old monks, as if they had come from hell to heaven, began to pray and make wishes to that Buddha statue. Yun Shi. Jiang Lingyun also couldn't help but look grave. There was no doubt that this was someone from the Buddhist sect of the immortal world striking out. Have some more face? This wave was really beyond Lin Tianqi's expectations. Such a small matter and the immortal world directly intervened? But there's no need to panic. It's like there's no one in the Hu immortal world. Between the flashes of lightning, Lin Tianqi had a bright idea and instantly activated the relic in the Violet Mansion. Only golden Buddhist light swirled out from Lin Tianqi's Violet Mansion. Between turning around, Lin Tianqi was enveloped by a dense Buddhist light. This scene instantly confused a few old monks. Hadamarash was GA by the Yin Yang Holy Land, but they really didn't know that Hadamarash actually still had a relic. Sherry is not the demon Dan of the demon race. As long as the cultivation is enough it will coalesce, and it can be taken out when you die and plow through the body. A relic is the coalescence of the fruits of a Buddhist master's total cultivation, and it must be voluntarily coalesced by that person in order for it to be coalesced. Aren't Hattori and Lin Tianqi enemies? How could his relics run into Lin Tianqi's body? Lin Tianqi was enveloped by the power of the Buddha at this moment, and clearly felt that the pressure that the Buddha statue was giving him had become much smaller. Couldn't help but have a sudden little thought. Observation thoughts. He could condense all sorts of things in the sea of consciousness with his thoughts, so why couldn't he condense a Buddha with his thoughts? I am the Buddha. What should you do? Boom! In an instant, the Buddha power that enveloped Lin Tianqi's body began to flow. An invisible pressure gave a few old monks a very bad feeling. especially the shift in the stance of the Buddha image. The golden Buddha power flowed and spread like golden sand, gradually condensing into a rather abstract Dharma image. This is Buddha's Dharma, condensing the Buddha's Dharma phase with the idea of viewpoints. This son's Buddha nature is truly terrifyingly strong, but soon these old monks are not calm. Yunshur is even more are unable to bear to look at. Jiang Lingyun is secretly, blame me for giving you freedom over the fire. Go back and let you work overtime. A huge Dharma image gradually became clear in the Buddha's light. This Dharma phase is different from the general shape of the Buddha statue, but in a double body shape, male and female nude embracing each other, seems to interpret some kind of mysterious intermingling between heaven and earth. Male, with muscles as taut as steel, displaying unparalleled majesty, 8 faces and 16 arms. Each side has 3 eyes. The eyes show the essence of light, as if it can penetrate all the world's illusions. Each head is wearing a gorgeous but eerie atmosphere of the flower crown. 16 hands, the center's second hand tightly embraced the woman, the rest of the hand to the surrounding stretch, the hand held by the skeleton made of magic weapon penetrating the cold light of the cold. 50 human skulls hung from the collar, and the empty eye sockets of one of those skulls were chilling. As for the woman in his arms, her complexion was like snow, but she exuded an icy cold aura, and her black hair like a waterfall completely covered her naked rear body. In his right hand, he clutched the moon-shaped sword, the blade flickering with a ghostly cold light, and in his left hand, he held a bowl of human skulls filled with blood, the crimson blood emitting a pungent fishy odor. Where is there any semblance of the Buddha's compassion in this kind of Dharma? The living devil of devils. However, after the entire phantasm had coalesced, the two distinct temperaments of evil and compassion were marvelously fused. Let a person look at the daunting at the same time, but at the same time, the heart was in awe. In the midst of awe, it seems to be able to feel the boundless compassion. The old monks of the sacred land of Sakya viewed this Dharma and their sea of consciousness trembled greatly. One will be filled with good thoughts of the Buddha's voice, making it seem as if it has come to the Western paradise. The feet of the Buddha. Just when they thought they were about to hear the true sutra, a sound of shriveling and wailing in pain instantly drew their boundless distractions. Under the shock of the heart and soul, only to feel that the spiritual energy in the body are beginning to appear chaotic. Busy lowering his head to recite the Buddha's name, closed his eyes, do not dare to look at it again. But even so, this phantom that Lin Tianqi had condensed was as if it was engraved in their sea of consciousness, and they couldn't forget it even if they wanted to. With the appearance of this Dharma phase, the Buddha statue on the Maharaja's treasure hall was surrounded by even more Buddha light, and Lin Tianqi's gaze with it had the feeling that this Buddha statue had really come to life. Amit Ba, my Buddha is merciful. That Buddha statue folded its hands and mouthed the Buddha's name. A huge golden swastika seal gradually coalesced, and the power of incense contained in the entire Maharaja's treasure hall was diminishing as far as the naked eye could see. At the same time, the Buddha statues enshrined in the temples within the scope of the entire Sakyamuni sacred ground emitted an infinite amount of Buddha's light, and the power of a single channel of incense and fire continued to coalesce towards the swastika seal in the Buddha statue in the Maharaja's treasure hall as if it were being drawn out of a silk cocoon. The power of the incense of the entire Sakya Holy Land was drained of 80% of its power at once, and the swastika seal erupted with brilliant golden light, flying towards the Dharma phase condensed by Lin Tianqi. Boom! That swastika seal fell on the Dharma's brow, which is to get the official reel of the Buddha's sect. Lin Tianqi was able to clearly feel the connection between this Dharma image and the so-called Western world of ultimate bliss. After that Buddha statue condensed a swastika seal, the Buddha's light began to annihilate, as if it had entered sage mode. Instead, this Dharma phase of Lin Tianqi bloomed with infinite Buddha light. Amit Ba, my Buddha is merciful. A few old monks mouthed the Buddha's name, and Lin Tianqi's Dharma phase had already been recognized by the Buddhist sect, and a swastika Buddha seal had been bestowed. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to do anything to Lin Tianqi anymore. As long as Lin Tianqi now GA, the true spirit will be able to go straight to the Western paradise to enjoy boundless incense. He only heard Lin Tianqi's dignified appearance and his voice was like a bell. My Dharma is the Dharma of great love, and the cohesive Dharma is the Buddha of great love. Chapter 88 Accidentally Becoming a Buddhist Venerable. Xiao Zhan's Despair. We pay our respects to His Holiness. Lin Tianqi collected the phantom, and there was another phantom in his divine consciousness. Yunshur whooshed into the sea of consciousness. I'd like to see that little fox in the hold, but when she circled around behind the phantom, she let out a gasp. No phase. Could it be that this kid isn't horny, but really has Buddha nature? The crisis had been lifted, and Jiang Lingyun's spirit body dispersed on its own. Lin Tianqi sat alone at the top, with 8 trembling old monks standing to his left and right. This seat has heard that Jinbei king of Great Xia is being harbored by you in the sacred land of Sakya? The 2 words harboring had already set the stage for this matter. The Sakya Holy Lord naturally wouldn't be defending anything, but admitted. Xiao Zhan is the son of Hatu Amorashi, Hatuemo Rashi's lineage is the Sakya Holy Land's lineage of the Vajra, and after Hatuemo Rashi's death, Xiao Zhan found Laodian, and in a moment of softness, Laodian took him in. Although my Buddha is compassionate, but Xiao Zhan conspired against us before. Are the innocent lives in the northern part of the great Xia dynasty that died because of him not lives? Buddha said that all beings are equal. But have you done it? You guys didn't. Is the Buddha wrong? Or are you guys wrong? Lin Tianqi snapped off a big hat, scaring the few old monks with a jolt. How can Buddha be wrong? The only ones at fault are them. We know we are wrong. Please punish us, Your Holiness. I punish you all to die now. Go ahead. Lin Tianqi's unorthodox behavior directly made these old monks whole. What kind of a death sentence is that? They're all respectable people. Even if they're sentenced to death, there's still a reprieve, isn't there? You vultures' minds are not on studying the Dharma, but on flowery words. You ask me to punish you, and you don't want to give up when I tell you to go to hell. This seat is too lazy to make false pretenses with you. Go and bring that Xiao Zhan. This seat will bring him to justice. Outside of the Sakya sanctuary, Xiao Zhan disguised himself as a pilgrimage believer. His clothes were ragged and dirty as if he hadn't taken a bath in 10 or 8 years. It was like a mud shell over the body. Have to say, there are far too many such monks and devotees under the rule of the Sakya Sangha. As early as Lin Tianqi entered the sacred land of Sakya, Xiao Zhan sensed the danger. Moreover, after Lin Tianwei's sixth immortal talent in the human realm was rumored, the hope of the sacred land of Sakya helping him to avenge his death was basically gone. Xiao Zhan made a snap decision and sneaked out of the Sakya Holy Land. From the time Lin Tianqi arrived at the sacred land of Sakya, into ordering his capture, the time was too short for him to run far at all. However, with years of combat experience in the past, Xiao Zhan directly disguised himself as a believer and came under the lights. Isn't this His Highness, the King of Jinbei, dressed like this? I almost didn't recognize him. Suddenly a dangling prodigal voice caused Xiao Zhan's body to tremble, but he quickly acted as if nothing had happened. Stop pretending. I've been spying on you for a long time. You categorically have no chance of